Welcome to the Ultimate Fullstack Mobile Application Development course. In the first part of this course, we'll focus on building the React Native mobile app for our gadget selling platform. We'll cover everything from the initial setup to advanced features like real-time notifications and payment with Stripe. We'll start by setting up Expo Router to handle navigation in our React Native application. And to manage the application state, we will use Zustand. Zustand is a lightweight but yet powerful state management library, and we're going to use it to manage our CAT data across our entire application. Then we're going to enable or integrate real-time notifications to inform users of other updates. You would learn how to handle payments, and we'll go a step further by saving user card information for future transactions by creating a Stripe customer profile. Next, we will implement authentication with Supabase. We'll cover sign up, login, and managing user sessions, allowing users to have secure access to their accounts. We're going to dive into essential React Native components like text, alert, touchable opacity, and text input for creating interactive UI elements. We also have React hook form for form validation, flat list to display products in a scrollable list format. Then we have internal linking to navigate within the application. And all these will be done while using Typescript to make sure we have better type safety and also good code maintenance. In the second part of this course, we will dive into Supabase, which will power the backend for our gadgets selling platform. We will explore how to set up and fully utilize Supabase to handle everything from database management to real-time updates and server-side logic. We'll begin by setting up Supabase locally on your machine, allowing you to develop and test features while in a local development. You will learn how to configure your project, run the Supabase database, and connect it to your application. We're going to implement CRUD operations, and that is create, read, update, delete, to manage product listings, user informations, and others. You'll see how easy it is to interact with your Supabase database from both the admin panel and the mobile application. We're going to explore nested queries, allowing you to fetch complex data relationships such as fetching a product and its related orders. We're going to cover how to handle database migrations in Supabase, which is going to allow you to safely update your database schema as your application evolves. We are also going to explore RPC functions, remote procedural call functions to execute advanced business logic directly in the database. We're going to take a look at edge functions, which are Supabase serverless functions to run lightweight code close to your users. And this is going to be useful for sending real-time notifications and also validating payment on the server side. We're going to implement real-time subscriptions that's going to allow our mobile applications to instantly receive updates when an order status change. And then you're going to learn how to use Supabase storage to handle file uploads. We're going to implement role-based authentication, which is going to allow us to assign different roles such as admin and customer. In the final part of this course, we will focus on building the admin panel with the latest version of Next.js. Admins will be able to manage products, users, and categories, as well as monitor important metrics. So we're going to create a customer-facing landing page to promote the application, which is complete with animations from Framer Motion. We're going to take advantage of Next.js file-based routing system to structure our admin panel effectively. We're going to implement middleware to handle authentication and route protection. We're going to explore server actions in Next.js to handle tasks like updating product information, orders, and a whole lot more. You will learn how to run server-side logic directly from your components. Then we're going to integrate the ability to send real-time notifications from the admin panel over to the mobile application. You would learn how to implement reusable layouts in Next.js. We're going to build a powerful admin dashboard that's going to display the key metrics, which includes the latest users, so you can track new users registration, category chart, and the product chart. To top it all off, we're going to create a landing page for customers to learn more about our application. We're going to use Framer Motion library to add smooth animations and also 3D animations. And by the end of this course, your admin panel will be fully functional with all the tools needed to manage your platform and interact with your customers effectively. Okay, so the final stage of this course, we're going to focus on deployment. We're going to deploy the Next.js admin panel and the entire application to Vercel. You would learn how to set up your Next.js project on Vercel, from connecting your Git repository to configuring environment variables. And we're going to deploy both the admin panel and the landing page with ease, ensuring that your application is live and accessible to your users. Now, once deployed, you will obviously have a live and production ready application that you can add to your resume and portfolio. This isn't just another tech stack, it's your new superpower that I am bringing to you. Whether you're aiming to expand your skill set or launch your next big mobile application, or simply explore the potential of combining these technologies, you are at the right place. So let's not waste any more time, guys. Let's get started. All right, so let's get started. Head over to docs.expo.dev. This is the installation command npx create-expo-app at latest. Come over to your terminal. Right here in my terminal, I'm already navigated into a directory where I would like to create this project, and I'm going to attach this -t flag so that we can choose a template, and the template I'm going to be working with is blank Typescript, so that we can start from scratch. And for the name of the application, I'm going to choose RN shop for React Native Shop. Then do go on and hit enter for npm to go on and run the installation commands and install Bootstrap, this new Expo application for us. Then we can open it right up in Visual Studio Code. So here we are in Visual Studio Code. And for us to know the scripts where we can start our project, we can come right here into the package.json, and here in the package.json we see the different scripts that we need to start our application, or you can start on Android, iOS, or web, whatever simulator you like. In this case, I'm going to start it up using npm start and -iOS to start it on the iOS simulator. You can use obviously any simulator of your choice. You can obviously run it on the web if that is okay for you. Now, it didn't open up for me, and in this case we can press one of these options, one of these shortcuts. I'm going to press I so that it can open up on iOS, and it's going to open up on the iPhone 15 Pro Max. So this is the build right here. This is the bundle. This is what it looks like in iOS. And you see now that for us to continue, we need to go on and set up routing in our React Native Expo application. So let's set up routing right now. In setting up routing, we are going to come over to docs.expo.dev/router/introduction. And we are going to be making use of Expo Router, which is built on top of React Navigation. So you see the features of Expo Router. It is native, it is shareable, it is highly optimized. Let's come over to the installation section, and here in the installation section, we're going to skip step 1 and step 2 because we have done that already, and we're going to go over to the manual installation. Here you see you need SDK 50 and above, and you can come over to your package.json, and right here in Expo you see we are currently on Expo 51. So we have the requirement to run this installation in our terminal. So we're going to copy this, come back to our application, open up your terminal, quit the server currently, and we're going to paste in this. So npx expo install, we need to install Expo Router, React Native save area context, React Native screens, Expo linking, Expo constants, and Expo status bar. Hit enter to run the installation, and we should come back for the next step. Now the next step is to set up an entry point in our application, which is going to be done in our package.json. So come over to your package.json, and right here just the that we have here, we should replace it with what we got over from the documentation and save this package.json. Now we can come back to the documentation for us to see the next steps. And the next step is to modify our project configuration, which is going to be done in our app.json. So copy this scheme and you need to replace it with obviously your own app scheme. So come right here in the app.json and we are just going to paste this in below the name. So just scroll up and right here below the name, anywhere of your choice, paste in this scheme. And for the scheme, I'm just going to replace it with rn shop for our application React Native shop. So that's it, and we can come back to the documentation for the next step. And the next step is for situations where you're developing for the web. So we're going to be skipping this because we don't need the React DOM, and we're going to come over to the fourth step. And the fourth step is to ensure that we use Babel preset expo as our preset, and this is going to be done in the Babel config.js file. So copy this, I think it's there already, but just double check. Come over to your Babel config.js, and if you don't have this, make sure you have this there. Just paste it in there and we can save this. So come back to the documentation, and the next step is to make sure we clear the bundle cache. So I'm going to copy this, which is going to run the npx expo start command, but the -c just to clear the bundle cache, and that should be all for our router setup. So we can already exit from the documentation and we can come back and focus on making sure we have routing. So I'm going to hit I so that we see the build, and this is going to take some time to build. If it doesn't build up for you, what you can do now is to just come over to the simulator and hit R, which is going to more like refresh your application build. And once it is done, we are going to see, hey, welcome to Expo, and we can get started by creating a file in the app directory, which we don't have. So let's create our pages right now. So we need to create the different pages of our application. We're going to start by creating a source folder where we're going to group the different files. And then we're going to be creating a new file, which is the index.tsx. Now in here, I'm just going to quickly generate a boilerplate, which is going to be rnfes, and I'm just going to have home. Now you might be thinking, if we save this, okay, get rid of the React import. If we save this, that we're going to be seeing home rendered on the screen, and you see we don't see home. Now the reason why we don't see home is because this has to be inside of an app directory, as we see here. So let's come here, create an app folder, and once we have it, we can now move our index.tsx right inside of this app folder. And once we move it there, and we should now see home here. If you don't see home, you can hit R to just refresh, and we can now take a moment to see the text home on the screen. Give it a moment for it to build, and now it has built. We now see home on the screen. Super cool. Okay, so let's take a moment. Let's explain the components that we have here. We have this view, we have this text, and we might not really understand what's going on. Now, if you're coming from the web, this view is more like a div, and it just helps us for grouping, and the text is for text widgets, not for text components. Now, if we for a moment get rid of this text that we have here and save this file, you see we don't see any text rendered on the screen. And if we directly try to render a text like hello, we get an error that text strings must be rendered in a text component. So we need a text component to display text, and that's the way it works in React Native. Okay, so React Native uses this file-based routing approach to create our pages, and then we can go on to create more pages that we're going to be having in our application. So let's open up the Explorer, and the next page we are going to be creating up next is our shop page. Now the way we are going to be creating this shop page is by making use of this parentheses, which is route grouping. If you're familiar with Next.js, where we can have different or specific layout for specific pages, and the reason why we do like this is because We are going to be making use of a tab navigation to navigate to different pages, in this case the shop page and the product or the orders page in our application. Okay, so now let's create other folders. The next folder we have is the categories folder, and we're going to also have a folder for product. So here, this is our product page. Now these are not all the pages that we need for our application, and I'm going to quickly move this index.tsx right inside of this shop page, and our application should still work fine without anything breaking right here. So let's continue creating other files that we have in our application. So right here inside the app, we need two more files. One is for the CAT page and the other is for the authentication page. So create a new file again, which is going to be this auth.tsx, and this auth.tsx is going to be for our authentication screen. And these are the folders. Now, the reason why we have the shop, categories, and product in folders is because we have categories and we have a category detail page. The same for the product. We also have product / and a product detail. But for the auth and cat, we don't have any dynamic route. So that's why we are grouping it like this. And the shop is for the bottom navigation. So let's bootstrap the authentication page. We're going to be exporting default function, and you can give this function a name, in this case cat, and in this case we can go on to import the different components that we need bare minimum to have something on the screen. And those components, as we've seen earlier, they are the view component and also the text component. And it's important to know that you obviously have to export the default function. So we are going to be returning our view, and this view is going to have a text cat for our cat page, and we can save this. Okay, so we still see home obviously on the screen because that's our index page, and we can actually we did this in the auth page, so I'm going to be renaming this to auth. Okay, and then save this and the build. And then so what's going to happen is there was a problem. I'm just going to say okay, open up the terminal so that we can quit and rebuild our application with npm start. Okay, so this is going to bring up the options again. I'm going to choose I to open it up on the iOS simulator, and while our application is building, we can just copy what we had from the authentication page, paste it right here, and we're just going to change it. Rather than auth, we are going to be using cat for the cat page, and we are going to be saving it here. So this is the boilerplate getting us started for the authentication and the cat. The next thing we're going to be working on is to create a layout that we can use to add extra customization. So right here, let's have an underscore layout.tsx file, and here we are going to be defining what the layout is going to look like. Now this is just our root layout, which is a function that returns some customization. As I said, in this case we are going to be returning a stack, and this stack is going to help us to add some navigation improvements when we navigate between our different screens. Now this stack is going to take the stack.screen, and this stack.screen is going to need a name. Now the name for this is going to be this shop over here. This shop, it has to be spelled like this. So right here we are going to have shop, and now we can obviously pass more options. Options is an object, and one option we can pass is to disable the header. So we're going to say header shown, and header shown is going to have the value of true. For now we're just going to set it to true, and then we set it to false. We can also give this a title, and the title is going to be shop, and we're going to see shop on the header. So let's bring this couple of times for other screens and folders that we have created. And the next one we are going to be updating, we can open up the Explorer. So this is going to be for the categories. So over here we have to display categories. It obviously needs to match categories over there, and the title the same categories. Now the title doesn't have to match, it's totally up to you. In this case we are going to give it categories as the title. So the next we have is for product. So here we are going to have product, And we are also going to be updating the title. The title as well is going to be product, like this. And we have the last two screens. The first one is our cart. So right here we're going to have our cart screen, and we're going to give it the title of shopping cart, like this. Now this cart, we want it to be a model, and for us to display it as a model, we need to add a customization for that. Now it takes this presentation key and the value. If you check here, you see auto completion. We want to choose model, like this. All right, and now we can move on to the next one. The next one is for our auth screen, and the title, I'm just going to copy and paste in right here what we have for the options as header shown to be true, so that we can obviously pass a title later. Now if we save, we see our shopping cart component, and that's because currently we have some errors and it's not displaying as a model. So no worries, we are going to be fixing everything as we go. Up next, we are going to go right into the shop so that we can provide its own layout.tsx. Now this shop is going to be a tab because we need a tab navigation here where we can navigate between our shop page and our orders page. So this layout is going to be customized to handle that. So here we have our const tabs layout, which is going to be equal to this function. And here, what are we going to be returning? We are going to be returning a tabs component. So let's make sure that we bring in tabs. Tabs is going to be coming in from Expo Router. It can help us for our navigation. And right here in the tabs, we are going to customize the different tabs screen that we have. Copilot gives us some suggestion. So we're going to have two tab screen. The first screen we're going to have is the index screen, and this tab screen is self-closing, like this. So let's specify the name. The name of this is going to be equal to index, and we can obviously pass some options right in here, and I just duplicate this for the other one, which we don't have yet, and that is the orders screen. So we don't have the orders screen, no worries, we are going to be fixing it in a second. Okay, so currently we still see the shopping cart, but if we come over here and make sure that we export default the tabs layout, hey, we are now seeing the home page right here because we have the index screen. Now we still have our errors. We are seeing two header components, and that's because of what I said earlier. We have the shared layout that we created. If you come right here in the underscore layout, the application layout, you see that we are displaying the header. We are saying, hey, you want it to be true. We can update this shop name. You can give it your branding name if you want to keep it. We can say, hey, okay, let's give it the name of Code with Lari. And there you see where the header is coming from, and the index is coming in from the shop layout. Okay, so I'm just going to revert to that, and we can come over right here to the shop layout, and here we are seeing where the index is coming from, and that index you're seeing is this index.tsx, which is rendering our home page. So right here, if we come into this index.tsx, we see the content, which is the home page. So it's important that you know how the layout of your application is working. We have our overall layout, we have this shop layout. So that's how everything is. Now let's work in this app layout, and right here we want to make sure we don't show the header, but I just noticed a typo there, which we need to update to give the title of shop. And now we're going to set the header to false, and hey, we no longer have the header right there. Okay, and that makes sense. Now we can come back to our shop layout, and right here in our shop layout, let's provide more customization here. And here we're also going to set the header to false. Now you see we have an issue because the home page is a little bit distorted, the text, and that's because it is more like a safe area view that we need to wrap around the tabs, which is going to make sure it doesn't pass the layout that we don't want it to pass. So for that, we are going to come right here. I'm just going to come here and close this tab that we have here, and we are going to go back to this shop layout. So here where we have the tabs, what is going to happen is we're going to copy or cut all of that, and we're going to be returning the safe area view component, which should come in from React Native safe area context. Now we're going to paste this. Now once we save this, hey, you see we now have the index tab being well positioned. Now we are going to come to the customization of that tab in a second, but for now we can focus more on building out the layout before we can add extra customization. The next we have is the orders screen. So right here in the shop, we are going to be creating a folder. The reason why we are creating a folder for these orders, and it's going to have its own layout _layout.tsx, is because we have a dynamic route. So we have the orders index page and we're going to have the orders slug page. Okay, and that's why we have this folder way of laying out this order layout. So right here, let's have the orders layout function, and here we are going to close up the function body, and here we are going to be returning our stack. So right here we already see the orders update, so let's have our return. We are going to be returning our stack should come in from Expo Router, and this stack is going to take the screen. Now remember I said we're going to have two screens, the index screen, and we're also going to have the slug screen. Okay, so the index screen is the orders page and the slug screen is the orders/2. So here we're going to give it a name of index, and the options we're going to be passing here in the index screen is show header false. So we don't want to display the header, and this name index has to match a name that we don't have. So let's create that. We're going to have this index, and now I'm just going to bootstrap the layout for this order screen, and rather than have the name of index, we are going to update it to give it the name of orders like this. So this is our orders screen. We already see the tab right over there. Super beautiful. No worries, we're going to customize. We still have errors for some other screens we don't have, such as the categories and also the product. So let's come over to the categories, and in the categories we are going to be creating the _layout.tsx for the categories. And for this layout, let's copy what we have from the orders layout and reuse in the categories because it's very much the same. Now we are going to change two things starting from the name. The name is not going to be orders layout, the name is going to be categories layout. And we also need to update the name in the stack screen. Now this category is just going to have the slug page. It's not going to have an index page, hence we're going to have this slug. So the name has to be slug. And now let's create the file. In here we're going to be creating the file because it's dynamic. We use this array more like way brackets of naming it. You might be used to this in Next.js. And here we're going to call it, rather than slug like that, we are going to be calling it category like this, just for a category. And now we can save this. Okay, so let's not forget to come here, and we need to provide more customization, such as the header left, because if we're in the category layout, we also want to navigate back. Now this header left is going to take in a function, okay, a function that we need to return a component. All right, so what are we going to be returning here? We are going to be returning this component, not actually this touchable component here. We need to bring in this touchable opacity component, and we're going to see how it works when we get the screen. And we need to have these ion icons, or ion icons if you don't know the pronunciation. And let's bring in the ion icons right here from the top, Expo vector icons. Okay, and here we need to add more customization, give this a name, to choose the correct icon. This is going to be for navigating backwards, and we can also pass a size. The size for this, we're just going to give it a size of 24 and give it a color which of black like this. When we click, it's going to have this opacity on it. Now we want to navigate the user back, hence we're going to have an on press, and on press is going to call the navigation, which we have not brought in yet. We're going to see how we can get that. We're going to call this navigation.goback, which is a function, hence we need to call it like this. Now you might be wondering, where are we getting this navigation from? This navigation is going to come from options. Now options, we have used so far as an object, but here we can also return a function that needs to return an object, and that's what we are doing here. Now this function from the options, if we try to destructure here, we get two properties. We get the navigation and we get the route. In this case, we want to make use of navigation dot go back like this. So that's the functionality that we have over here. Okay, and the next thing sorry about that, is the we're going to copy this so that we can come over to the product and also have the layout.tsx. So here in the product, we have the layout.tsx. So we're going to have it here and we're going to paste this in here. So rather than have the name of category layout, we are going to be updating the name and give the name a name of product layout like this. And the slug is going to remain as the name. We're not going to be changing that just yet. And for now, we can save this and come over to the Explorer so that we can create the index page for the product. You see over there, we no longer have our errors. Our application is now okay, even though we still have some customizations. But let's have this index page, and I'm going to use this template to have the product page and give this a name of product like this. Get rid of the React.js import, we don't need it, and save. Okay, so we have all these pages yet. We can now focus on styling the tabs, because we actually want the tabs to be below and not where it is currently, and that is in this orders layout, sorry, the shop layout. So what are we going to do? First thing we want to do now is to come over to these tabs. Let's give it more customization, and we can give it the screen options object. And right here in the screens options object, we are going to be giving it this tab bar tint color. Now this tab bar tint color is a color that I have gone ahead of time to prepare, and I'm going to be using the color in here. It's more like a greenish color. Okay, you can give this any color of your choice that fits your application, but for this purpose we are going to be making use of this color over here. Now we are also going to provide this customization. The inactive tint color is going to be gray, and for the style I'm just giving it a font size of 16, which we see over there. And for the tab bar style, that was for the label, we give it a top left radius, the top right radius, and a border of 10. Now if you just take a moment to look at the tab, you see it has this radius rounded corners on the top, and also on the top left, and also the top right, and we don't want to show the header. All right, so let's continue on laying out the tabs. The next thing I want to do now is to find a way for us to bring it down. Okay, and for us to do that, we need to provide a style to the save area view, and we have an error because we don't have styles. So down below here we are going to be bringing in styles. Styles is going to be equal to the style sheet.create. We need to bring in style sheet, hence we have the error here. So let's come back to the top, and right here in the top, let's import the style sheet. Style sheet is going to be coming in from React Native, and now we have an error because we don't have the save area class or object. So right here we need to provide an object with a key of save area and a value, which is the class flex of 1. Now once we save this, hey, we now see it's at the bottom, and we can obviously switch between the different pages. Currently it's at the index, which is the home page, and for us to get rid of that bottom space we have, we just need to provide the edges and give it a value of top. It's an array, and once we save, hey, it's gone, and we can switch between the different tabs. And you see now it goes to orders, it goes to index, which is our home page, and you see everything is working super fine. So we need to provide more customizations because I don't like the way the tabs look, and for that we're going to have this component tab bar icons, which is going to take two properties. First is the name and the color. The name is going to be coming in from the font awesome name. So for that we need to bring in font awesome to make sure we no longer have the error. Font awesome will come in from Expo vector icons, and now the error is gone. The next thing we need to do is to make sure that in here we are returning the customization that we want for the icon, and in that case we are going to come right here and we're going to be returning font awesome, give it a size of 24, and also we give it a color, which is this color, yellowish color. You can style the icon anyhow you wish. So now we need to make use of this tab bar icon, and we are going to be using it right here. Let's get started first with the index screen, and right here in the index screen in options, for now we say header shown to false. We can get rid of it, and rather than have header shown to false, we are going to be returning this tab bar icon. And the reason why we could get rid of header shown to false is because right up there we are not showing it. And we can also give this a title of shop, and now you see, hey, we are seeing our tab bar icon with the shopping cart name that we gave it there. And now we can do the same for orders. And for us to do that, we can come right here to the orders, and inside these orders we are just going to be pasting in the same tab bar icon, give it the name of orders, and you see we gave it a name of book. Now once we save this and have a preview, we see our two icons showing up pretty well over there. Super cool. This is the customization we wanted to handle. We have gone on to set up the different pages of our application. We have gone on to set up layouts for our application. Everything is super pretty at this point in time. The next step we are going to be focusing on is our home page. Currently we just have the text of home, and we want to fill this home page with life. We want to have an image displayed right here. We also want to make sure that we are displaying some categories. We want to make sure that we are displaying the product. Let's work on that next. Hello. So finally we are here. The next screen we are going to be working on is the home screen of our application. But before we get started with that, let's exit out of here, and we need to get our assets. So for that, come over to the GitHub, which is going to be provided, and right here in the GitHub we have this assets folder. Now this asset is going to contain the different images we are going to be making use of in this project. For now, just demo static images before we have our backend. So these images like this, we also have types for our categories order. We also have our category, which is just this dummy list of categories we're going to be working with, and all of these. So what's going to happen is you should make sure you have these assets. We are going to need them to continue. And once you have the assets, you can come right here in the assets folder. Now right here in the assets folder, I'm going to be pasting in the different assets that we are going to be working with. So right here I'm just going to drop the image, and right here the images folder, these are the different images that we are going to be using for our build. And apart from the image, we also right here have the types. So the types for our category, tiers, our order. These are just what category and order is going to look like in our application. And after the types, we are going to continue, and the next thing on our list right here is going to be the categories.tsx. So the dummy categories we are going to be working with. So here, and then we need to bring in the last two assets that we need for our build. Now I'm just going to bring them in, and these assets are the products assets and also the orders assets. So these are just static orders. You can ignore the image URL, it's just a TypeScript error. So these are the orders that we need, and over here we also need the products, and this is what the products is looking like in our application. So now we have these assets. Let's not waste any more time. Let's come back to our source folder, and right here in our source folder we have the shop, this shop here, which is holding up our homepage. So come in here and click on the index.tsx. Okay, so we're going to be spending a little time here to build out the homepage of our application. And we can get started by replacing this text widget with a flat, not widget, sorry, component with a flat list component coming in from React Native. All right, so this flat list, rather than having a map where we're going to return a view, this is actually optimized to work with lists that we can get from an API. And here we're going to give it the data. For now, it's our product, which is going to be coming in from our assets, and this flat list also taking another prop, and the prop here is the render item. Now this render item is a function, and we need to return a component that is most likely going to be displaying the different item. This is going to be iterating through the items, and for now we can just have this view. Now this function, this render function, automatically is going to be getting 3 arguments, so we can destructure, you see the item, the index, and the separators. So we want to get hold of the item. Now this is each individual item, so each item in the product. And here we have the key extractor. And this key extractor is used to extract a unique key for a given item at a specified index. Now this key is used for caching as the React key to track item reordering, and the default extractor checks for item.key. Now we don't have item.key, and you see if it fails, it uses the index. So in this case, we want to say, hey, we have our own key, which is the ID that we want you to make use of for tracking each item in the list. Now this is going to be the item.id, and we can call to string on it. This is more like the key you pass in your map. And right here we have the number of columns, which is equal to 2, so we need 2 columns. And after the number of columns, we have the list header component. Now this list header component we don't have yet, but for now we can just leave with this product as a placeholder. And after the list header component, we also have the content, and that is the content container style. The content container style is an object, and we don't have the stars yet, but we're just going to imagine that it's there for now. And we are just going to give it this class name, which is this flat list content, like this. And we also need another styles that we're going to pass here, and that is for the column wrapper style. And this column wrapper style is also another styles that we don't have. So for that, we are going to be hard coding, or for now just have this flat list column like this. And for us to end this up, we can also style this flat list, and I'm just going to give it some padding. So it's going to have a padding on the horizontal and also padding on the vertical. For the horizontal, we can give it 10, and for the vertical, we can give it a padding of 5. So padding vertical and give it a value of 5 like this. All right, so we have the errors that is coming for the flat list item and the column. Let's make sure we have the properties or the value, so we can copy this flat list item and have this object, and here we're going to give this a padding bottom. So we're just going to give it a padding on the bottom, and the padding on the bottom we are going to be providing here is 20, and rather than equal to, we need this object assign syntax here, and we're going to use the flat list column. Now this flat list column is going to be having this style, and the style for this flat list column is justify content, and we're going to choose the value of space between. Now this is a very important topic that that React Native uses Flexbox to style our layout by default, okay, and just Flexbox, okay, so that's what this uses to style our layout. So justify content space between, automatically it has the Flexbox enabled. Okay, so once we save it, we see only products right here, and which is coming from the list header component. We are not seeing anything from the render item. That's because right here we don't have anything, we're not doing anything with each item in the product array that we have. So for now, let's display the item dot we can just display the title. Save this. Obviously we're going to have an error because the item title needs to be in a text component. So here let's have our text component display the title, and here we see the title of each item in our product array. So this is super cool. We are going to now make sure that we have a component that we can use to render the item rather than have this view and text, and that component is the product list item component. We don't have that yet, so we're going to have an error as we try to pull this off from the components. And in the components, we are going to go straight up into the product -list -item component to look for this. We don't have this, so we're going to copy this and come right here in the source folder. We need to create this new folder in the source folder, and this is components, and here we are going to be creating the product list item.tsx here. So right here, let's bootstrap the component, and I'm just going to be renaming this to product list item. And rather than export default, we need to export a constant, so I'm going to be exporting a constant product list item, and let's define the type. This is going to be taken in a product, that means one product, and this product is of type product. Now this product is part of the assets that we have, so this is going to be coming in from the assets type product. Please do go on and pull it into this, and we can remove the React.js import. Now let's bring in the product, let's destructure it and bring in a product right here. So this is what we have going. Come back to your home page, the index page, and we have an error still. So maybe we have an import path error. I'm just going to let the IDE help me by rendering the product list item here, and it brings it in for me from the components. And now we can pass the product, which is the item. Remember, it's each item in the product array that we are passing right here. And if we save, we see product item be printed out on the screen a couple of times. Now let's make sure that we optimize this properly. We are going to be providing some class names here. The first is the item, which is going to have the width of 48%, a background color, a margin vertical, border radius, and overflow hidden. Okay, so now we still have more styles, and this is for the item image container, has a border radius of 10, a width, and a height. And here next we have the item image, which is going to take the width 100% and height for the container. And for the item text container, it has these properties. Again, React Native uses Flexbox to lay out the elements. And next here we have the item color, which is just the item title and the price. Also, these are the classes for the price. And here we have everything, the styles that we need to lay out the component. So now we are going to proceed, and rather than have this text here, we are going to be returning this view. So let's paste in this, and this view is going to be this image that has the hero image, and image needs to be brought in from React Native. So let's bring in image, which is super cool. And you see it takes the source prop, and this source prop is looking at the product.hero image, and we also have the style of this over there. So now we are also going to display the product title and the product price, which is all inside this item text container over here. And the next thing we're going to be doing right now is to make sure that we save this, and we see the items displayed here, which is super beautiful. Now we are seeing our items here. Yes, I know the styling is a bit off, and when we click on it, we want to go to the item details page. Now we're going to fix it. First, we are not using the item style. The first thing we can do is to give this the style prop to the view, and the style we are going to be passing in here is going to be looking at the styles and now the item. And if we give this a save, now you see that it looks way much better right here. Okay, so the next step in building out application is when we click on one of these, we want it to be a link that is going to be taking us to the product details page. So for us to do that, we're going to change from a view because we need something we can press on. So we're going to use a pressable, which is going to come from React Native. Now this pressable can't do the work alone, and because of that, we are going to cut it and wrap it in a link component that will come from Expo Router. So bring in the link component, paste this in. Obviously we have errors because this link needs to know the href of which it needs to navigate to. So here we're going to have the href, and the href is going to be dynamic, hence we need curly braces and backtick, and say this is going to be going to /product, and in product we are going to have the / and then the $. We're going to go to the product.slug because each product in our application has a slug. So now we can save this. Now, yeah, the styling is off again, but we can fix this easily by just coming over to the link component and passing as child prop. Now this prop is going to fix the styling and everything is cool. So now once we click on this, we go to a 404 page because you see we don't have the product / the iPhone 15 path. That's why we go to a 404 page, and no worries, we are going to be customizing our 404 page as well, but the product list item is doing so fine. Now we can migrate and come back to our home page, and the next thing we want to work on is this product that we display there, and that is the list header component. Now we don't want to be displaying products, we want to display a component, and we're going to pass list header like this. And you can see we're just passing the list header. It is not wrapped in any component or JSX style. And let's create this component. What's going to happen is right here in the components folder, we are going to be creating a file, and I just noticed right now that this component is not in the source, so I'm going to move it right there, the source folder, and automatically the import path in the home page is going to be adjusted. And we have an error because we don't have the list header component. Is an easy fix. We just come right here in the component, and we need to create a new list header.tsx file, and here let's bootstrap the component with our React Native function export component like this, and then we're going to give it the list header. And right here we're going to get rid of the export default because we want to export it as a const list header like this. And here we have the styles for the list header. So what we're going to do here is to replace it with these styles. Please do make sure you take these styles from the GitHub. We don't want to waste our time writing up all these styles ourselves. It could take some time, but I think it just saves us time. And right here in the text, we're going to be replacing it with this view. Now we have 3 views here and a wrapper view, so I'm going to cut this so that we have the layout like this. We have the header container, and we have the header top, we have the hero container, and now we have the categories container, which are different views. We are going to be filling them with live right now, and we can already make sure that we import this list header. It's going to be coming in from the components, and then we can now save this and go back to the list header component. And if you come here, we no longer see the text because now we are not returning anything, but we can get started with the header top, and you see the spacing that we get by just saving this. So now let's come right here into the header top, and this is the header top, which is going to be taking this image. This image is just like an avatar where we're going to display the username and also the avatar text. So I got rid of the React.js import, and this is all we have in the header top. Not all, because we want to display 2 more, the cat item and also the logout. So this is the URL, and you see how URLs also work for images. All right, so the next thing is this view. Now this view is going to take a href pointing into cat. So let's bring in the link from Expo Router, and we also need to bring in pressable. Pressable is going to be coming from React Native. And next we need to import font awesome. We don't have any suggestions, so let's bring it in manually. Now we are going to write import, and importing font awesome is going to be coming in from, and it's going to come from the Expo, where is it, from @expo, and then we have /vector icons. Yeah, so that's where we're going to import it from. And now we don't have any error, so if we save this, we see the cat and we see the badge, and we just display text of 1, which is hard-coded for now until we have state. With Zustand, we can now make it to be dynamic. All right, so right here we have this href. Now this link component, as we are seeing here, is going to the cat page, and remember we gave the cat a presentation of modal. So if we click on this, we are seeing our shopping cart, super beautiful. So that's the shopping cart, which shows up as a modal, and you can come here, which is in the app. Here we have our cart.tsx. So that's the page that we are going to be linking to on click of that. Now our layout is kind of a bit off because we need this link to be inside its own view for the header right. Remember, this gave a header left. So what's going to happen, I'm going to cut this and just cut this link and wrap it inside of this view. Now we can paste this in, and we're going to provide the appropriate style or class name for this view. So right here we're going to have the style, and this style is going to be looking for the styles, and here we want to assign the class name of header right like this. Now we don't see any change, but it's going to come in handy up next when we display the next component, which is going to be this sign out button. So here we need the touchable opacity. We need to bring it in from React Native, and it just has this font awesome icon. We gave it this color of red and the name of sign out for the icon, and that's it. So that's it for the first view. Now this first view, which is the header top, we can now concentrate more on the hero container, and this hero container is going to be taking in this image. For the hero image, once we save this, yep, we see the hero image of our application. That's super beautiful. And yeah, so the next step we are going to be working on after the hero image, which is displaying right there, is for the categories, because we want to display the category, and that is this categories view or categories container. For now, we just have the title categories, which we see right there. And after categories, the next thing we're going to be displaying is this flat list that is going to display the different categories we are going to be working with. And here we see we need to bring in categories, and I'm just going to import it from the categories. And here we have the render item, which also takes the item, and we are returning a link as child. We have seen it previously, and once we click on this, we want to go to the categories slug page, and that category slug page is this categories, and here we have this slug.tsx, that's dynamic route over here, and then we just display this pressable image and the text right here. So now let's save this, and we see the categories rendered on the screen right here. So these are the categories, and this is what our home page looks like. Clicking on the laptop takes us to the category slug page. Not looking pretty, but we are going to come to that later. And clicking on the product takes us to a 404 page, and I would like us to address the fact that we are currently having a 404 page when we click on this product detail, and it's quite a straightforward fix. So let's close all, and what's going to happen is we are going to be coming right here over to the browser so that we can visit the documentation. So come back to the Expo documentation, and here we're going to search for a special file name from Expo, and that is the plus like this, and you have not hyphen found. So this is the name of the file, not found.tsx, and here in the search result you can just click on this, and this is going to take us straight up to the documentation. And you see that Expo Router provides a special not found.tsx file, which is used to handle routes that are not found. And this route matches all unmatched route from a nested level, and this is how we can create it. Bare minimum, this is all you need. It's just a component. You can style it anyhow you want to style your application, and for that we're going to be creating this file. Obviously it's a route, so we need to create this inside of our app folder. So right here in the app folder, create a new file, and this file is going to be this special not found file. So it's plus not hyphen found like this, and we have .tsx. So here we're going to paste in all that we copied from the documentation and give this a save. So now we're going to try it out. Come over here and click on each product, and now you see we have our own customized 404 with this header title here, and we also have this link which the user can click to go back to the home page. So now we are handling our 404 pages properly. Okay, so this is it, and up next our application is taking shape. We are going to be working on the categories page right next. Okay, so for us to work on our dynamic page, which is this categories page that we have over here, this categories page can be located if you come right here into the app folder, and we have the categories. You see we have this slug with this bracket.tsx, which is a dynamic route, and this is how we can specify the dynamic routes in our React Native. Now what if we want to have access to that ID or slug? In order for us to have access to the dynamic param that is passed here, we're going to make use of a hook, and here we're going to be calling the use local search params from Expo Router, and we call it. Now this is going to, it's a generic type. We can define the type of property. In this case it is a slug and the value is a string. Now this slug we see here is because of this square bracket slug we have here, and we can destructure slug from here. Now we have the slug. We want to make sure that we can use this slug to get the particular category that we are looking at. This is going to be a query in the future, and to do that we are going to manually search through the different categories, the hard-coded categories here, and we're going to find the category where the slug is equal to this slug that we find here. Now you see we are still on the page because we have a match, and it is very much likely we don't find a category. So in that case, we're going to say if we don't find a category, let's return a redirect, and this redirect is going to be coming in from Expo Router, and it's going to be taken in the href to which we want to redirect. In this case, we want to redirect the user to the 404 page, so we're going to be redirecting to /404. Now we are still here, but in order for us to break it, let's just manipulate this slug, and once we save this file, hey, you see we are at the 404 page because it enters our if block. Now this is the way it works right here, and we can go back to this page. Alright, so now we have the category. Let's get the products that belong to this category, and again from our hard-coded products we can now filter. So we're going to say products.filter, and filter is going to give us each product, and I don't like this suggestion, so let's filter like this, and we're going to get each product. And now we want to return the different products because we have the product.category.slug, where the slug of the category from the product is equal to this slug that we are looking at here, and this is going to give us a list of products. Now we have these products. For us to render on the screen, let's fix the styling. Again, I have provided us with the stylings that we are going to be using right here in this page. The first styling is for the container, which is going to have this background of white and padding. And after the container style, the next style that we are going to be having right here is the style that is going to be for the category image. So we have this style for the category image, and after the style for the category image, we have the style for the category name. And after the category name, we have the product list, and we just give it a flex grow of 1. And after the product list, we are going to have the product row, which is just going to have the space between. So we have the product container, which has this flex of 1 and a margin of 8. And after the product container, we have the product image. It takes 100% of the width, and you see we gave it a resize mode of cover. And after the product image, we are going to be displaying the product title here, and after the product title, we are also going to be making sure we display the product price here, and it's just going to have these styles for the page. So these are all the styling at least we need for now to make sure we get started with this page. Now we're going to update the contents we have here. Currently we display category. Let's update this and have this view, which is going to take this styles.container. And inside this view with this styles.container, we want to have a stack right here because we want to move away from displaying the slug. We want to display the category slug right there on the header of our page. So we're going to say stack.screen, and here we're going to pass the options, and the option we're going to be passing right here is to update the title. Rather than have the slug display, we want to display the category name. So the title here is going to be category.name, and once we save this, we see laptops over there, the category name updates, but we still see double header, and the other header we are saying is from our layout. Remember when we set it to true so that we can see this. Now is the time for us to take it off. So come over to the group layout, which is the app layout, and just for the categories set it to false. And once we set it to false, you see we have only the laptops right there. All right, so we are making progress, and after that, now it's time for us to come further down and display this component for the image. And you see here we are passing these properties to the image. We are passing the image URL and also the styles to the image, and we can also bring in the image component. Should come in from React Native. So let's bring it in. And once we save this, so now we see the image for this laptop. And if we try to navigate to other categories, we're going to see the image of the category being rendered here, and also the name. And that is super beautiful. Now let's continue working on this. And after the image, we are going to be displaying the category name, which is this text component with the styling. And once we save, we see the category name being displayed. And after the name, we want to display our list of products, and we are now familiar with the flat list. The flat list needs to come in from React Native, so let's import it. And we are going to be making use of the product list item that we use for the home page. And now we can save this and everything is fine. I'm just going to get rid of the import from React that we have right here. So let's save, and you see we display the products right here. And if we go over to other categories, we are also going to be displaying the dynamic content for that specific category. And I like how far we've come so far in building out our application. Now we need to make sure that we are handling states, because once we set up Zustand for state management in our React Native project, we can now go on to work on the product details page. And that product details page, we can manipulate some of the states we are going to have in our application, which most notably is the cat state. So let's focus on the store next, and now we can continue on the product details page. Up next, we are going to have our state management for Zustand. So let's stop our terminal and make sure that we run the installation npm install Zustand, which is going to help us to manage our cat states. Now we're going to give it a second for it to install, and once the installation is complete, we are going to restart our application using npm start like this, which is going to give us our preview. And then we are going to be selecting so that I can run this on iOS. Obviously for you, you would select the simulator option of your choice. And I'm just going to reload our application right here. So let's not waste any more time. Let's have a new folder, which we're going to call store. This folder is right inside the source folder. And now we're going to have our cat store. So let's name this our cat store.ts like this. And in here, we are going to be creating our store. And to create our store, we're going to export this const, which we're going to give the name of use cat store. And this is going to be equals to create. Now create is a function that needs to come in from Zustand. So let's make sure we bring it in, and we call it as such. And this create takes in this callback function, and we need to return an object, which is going to be our state. This create gets two arguments, which is one we can use to set the value in state, and another argument to get the value in state. So this set and get, and this create is a generic type where we can define the type of states, or we are going to have, in this case, we have the cat state, and right on top we are going to be defining this type for our cat state. So we're going to say type cat state is going to be equal to this object where we're going to be having items. First items is going to be of type cat item type, which is this array, and we don't have this cat item type defined, so let's define it right up here. We're going to say type cat item type is equal to this object, and we're going to define what a cat item type looks like. It has this ID, which is of type number. It also has a title, which is a string, and it's going to also take in an image. And this image is going to be of type any, and we have the price. The price is going to be of type number, and then we have the quantity as well, and the quantity is going to be of type number. Now we're going to continue with our cat state, and the next state we're going to have is the add item, which is a function that takes the item and is going to be returning void. And after the add item, we also have the remove item. It's going to take the ID of the item we want to remove and returns void. The next is the increment item function, which is going to take the ID and is going to be returning void like this. And next is the decrement item function, the same, going to take the ID, return void. And next is the get total price function. And this get total price function is just going to be returning a string like this. It's not going to return void. It's going to be this function that is going to be returning string. And the last is to get the item count. So here we're going to have get item count is going to be this function that returns a number. So now we have this, we have an error because we need to have all of these that we defined as the types. So let's start with the items. Now items is going to be of type, or the value is going to be initial cat items, And this initial cat items, we don't have it yet. So let's define it up top. We'll say const initial cat items is going to be of type, or it's going to be equal to this an empty array. And we have an error because we can't define the type. We're going to say this is going to be of type the cat item type array. Like this, we have more errors because we need to define other types. And the next type we have is the add item. Now this add item is this function. We're going to receive the item, and here we're going to have our function body. Now this item is of type the cat item type, like this. And yep, so the cat item type, and inside here we are going to first want to get the existing item to know if this item exists. And this is going to be this get to get the items from the cat, and we're going to find the item where the ID is equal to the item.id. That's the item that we get from this add item function. Now we're going to check that if this item already exists, so if existing item, we want to perform a separate operation rather than when this is just a new item. So here we're going to have the else block, and for the else block we are going to be defining that here. So if this item already exists, we want to make sure we update it differently. And we have other errors here. So to make sure we get rid of the errors, I'm just going to define the remove item. And for now, I'm just going to make sure it's a function that returns null. No worries, we are going to be updating these functions later. We just want to get rid of the red squiggly lines. Next is for increment item. The same is going to return null. Next is for decrement item, and the next is for get total price is going to return a string, and this is going to return 0, and we no longer have an error. So next, let's go over to the else block for the add item function, and in the else block we are going to start with that before we go over to the if block. So in the else block we're going to have the call the set where we get the state, the cat state, and we are going to be returning a new object where we're going to be spreading out the items. And I'm just going to bring in this suggestion like this. We're going to be updating the state. Now in the if block we're going to call set, and then we're going to have state, and here we're going to be returning an updated object. Hence we're going to use parentheses and have our object here, and the items is going to be state.items. We're going to iterate through each item that we have, so state.items.map. And here we want to first of all check if this item you're looking at, the ID is equal to the item.id. If that's the case, then we're going to be returning this object here. Otherwise, we're just going to be returning I. Now let's make sure we return well. Here I'm going to spread all the values of I, and we want to update the quantity. Now this quantity over here is going to be equal to math function, so the math built into javascript.mean, and here we're going to take the item i.quantity and want to add the item.quantity. Okay, and we're also going to find it from the products. So we're going to say product.find as the second argument to the main. So we want to say product.find so that we can get the item quantity right as the second argument to the main. So product.find, and we're going to have each product. We can call it P, and we're going to be returning the P.id that is equal to the item.id. And here we're going to take the max quantity because we don't want to update more than the maximum quantity. And otherwise, we're going to be using I.quantity like this. So this is it for the add item. Now we're going to go over to the remove item to work on it. Now remove item here is returning null. We are going to be updating that right now. We want to call set instead of having null, and set here is going to be taking in the state, and here we're just going to be returning this updated object here where we're going to have items, and we're going to filter through the state items. So state.items.filter, and not filter where we're going to have the item, and we just want to return any item.id that is not equal to id like this. So this is what we have here, and we have an error, and that's because we are not taking in the id from this remove item. So let's bring in the id, and this id is of type number here, and we still have an error. And the error is because we are in a filter, so this filter right here is not item.id. We need to update that to make sure we have the first item, and we are going to be returning item.id that is not equal to id. So this is what we have. Next, for increment item, also we need the id. Id is of type number, and here we're going to be returning state. So here let's have our set, and we can call the state, and in the state we're going to be having the object body. So we're not returning object yet, we're going to have the function body, and here in the function body we are going to look for the product. So const product, and it's going to be equal to our hard-coded products.find. Here where we're going to have each product we call p, and we're going to return where p.id is equal to id. Now we're going to check, what if we don't find the product? In that case, we will just want to return the state. So if we don't find the product, let's go on and return state right here. In the case where we have a product, we are going to be returning now this object, and this object is going to have items where we're going to map through the state items. So state.items.map, we're going to get each item, and then we are going to be returning first this check here. So like this, we're going to check the item.id. If that is equal to id and it is true, then we want to check for the maximum quantity. So we're going to say the item.quantity. If that is less than the product, okay, the product we are looking at, which is the product.max quantity, if that is true, then we want to return this object where we're going to spread through the items. So we're not going to be having this parentheses here, sorry, it has to be object. I'm just going to get rid of this so that we can bring in the Copilot suggestion. Is not spreading in with the parentheses, sorry about that. Yes, we're going to have this, and we're just going to bring it in. We're going to spread the item, and then the quantity is going to update by 1, otherwise the item. Okay, so this is what we have for incrementing the item. For decrementing the item, we need the id, it's of type number. Pretty much straightforward. We're going to call set, and here we're going to have the state, and we're going to be returning this object. So we're going to have parentheses here, and then have our object body in it where we're going to call items. So we're going to be setting items, and items is going to be the state.items.map, and here we're going to have each item, and we are going to have this check where the item.id is equal to id. If that is true, then we want to check the quantity. If the item.quantity is greater than 1, if that is true, then we're going to be returning this object where we're going to spread item, update the quantity -1, otherwise we're going to set it to item, okay, because we don't want the items to be less than 1. Okay, and next is the get total price function. This is not going to take in any arguments. So here we're going to have the function body, and here in the function body we're going to have our items from the get. So let's have it like this, and we're just going to make use of the reduce on the items. So items.reduce, and reduce takes in a callback function, and in this callback function we can call this the total, and then we're going to have the item, and here we're going to be returning the item, sorry, the total. We're going to say total plus the item dot price multiplied by the item dot quantity, and we're going to start our reduce function by 0. We have the error because right here we need to call to fixed, so we're going to call to fixed and give it a value of 2, and that's it. We no longer have the error. The next is to get the item count so that we can know how many items that we have in our cart. Now for this, we're going to have our body right here, function body, and we need to get the items from get, so like this, and we're just going to call reduce. So we're going to be returning items.reduce, and here we're going to have our callback function. We call it count, then we get the item, and we're just going to say item plus count plus item.quantity start at 0. So this is what we have, and this is our state. Now right here, everything is working so fine, at least for now. We haven't tested it out obviously, but right here in our application, you see right here we have the cat icon, and in that cat icon we are hard coding a badge. Now the reason why we have that one there is because earlier we didn't have the ability to set our state. So right here, so this is what we are going to be setting now to make sure we update that value. And for us to do that, we need to come over to the component, and it's in the list header component. Just search for where we have that value of 1, which is right here. Where is it? So now we're going to be updating it to get the item count, okay, from our store. So here we're going to be returning this get item count function, which returns the count of the items we have in our state. in our cat state, and this is going to be not import. Right here we're going to say const, and we're going to get this from our use cat store, and make sure that we now import the use cat store here. So we're going to save this, and we're also going to make sure that we save the cat store like this, and we're going to give it a second, and now we are going to see this. Yep, it updates to a value of 0, which is our current cat store. So now we have this. Let's not waste any more time, and let's start working on this page, the product details page. So I'm going to see you soon. Okay, so before we get started building the product details page, let's install a toast library that we are going to need to display toast notification. So we're going to say npm install, and this is the library React Native Toast Notifications with an S. Do go and run the installation so that we can use this to show those notifications in our project. And once the installation is complete, I'm going to restart the application, npm start, and then I'm going to be choosing I so that we can open this up on my iOS simulator, and I'm going to reload the Expo application. Okay, so now we can go over to the stack, and right here in the stack, let's have the provider for the toast. So I'm going to cut everything, and here we are going to have the toast provider, which will come from the library, and paste it in here. And please make sure you get rid of this string, else you will have the error. It will display as a text. So save this. And okay, so for currently, if we try to visit a product, and you see we are navigated to a 404 page, and that's because we need this dynamic slug page with the brackets like this. And now we are here, we need to bootstrap. I'm just going to be using the command rn FES, the shortcut, to get the boilerplate code. And rather than have slug, I'm going to call this product details. And we can get rid of the React.js import. And now once we give this file a save and we try to navigate to a product, if you still have 404, just hit R to make sure that you reload the application. And once the application reboots, you can just click on the product, and now we'll go to the product details page. We have an issue because right here we are displaying the product on the header, we are displaying the header. So we'll just come to the overall layout and say header shown false, and once we save, the header is gone. So let's face the product details page. The first thing we want to do is to get access to the slug, and we've done this previously for the category. We're going to make use of this use local search params hook. And from this hook, we are going to be getting in the slug. We can say the type is this slug object with the key of string, and here we can destructure slug. And now we have the slug. Let's initialize our toast. Now this toast is going to be equal to the use toast hook. Use toast should come from the library that we installed. And now we have the toast and the slug. Let's look for the product. So const product. And product is going to be equal to the product, and we can find the product where the product slug is equal to the slug we are currently on. And in case we don't have the product, let's redirect the user to the 404 page. So we're going to say if there is no product, return a redirect component that is going to redirect to the 404 page. Rather than 2, we need to update the 2 there to make use of href. All right, up next, let's get our state items in for our cat. So right here, we are going to say const, and we are going to be destructuring all of these from our use cat store. So import the use cat store, and what do we need? We need the items, and we need the add item and increment item, and we also need the decrement item function. Cool. Now we are going to look for the cat item, and we are going to map through the items or scan through the items. So cat items is equal to items.find, and we are going to have the item and return any item where the ID is equal to the product.id like this. And once we have the cat item, we are going to get the initial quantity from the item that we have in state. So const initial quantity, and initial quantity is going to be equal to, if we have the cat item, then we want to use the cat item.quantity, otherwise we are going to set it to 1. Now this initial quantity here can be used to update our state value. So const, we are going to have quantity and set quantity, and the value is going to be equal to the initial value. Make sure you import useState from React. So now that we have this, I'm just going to reorder the order of imports here, and we can now make sure that we go on to have three other functions that we need. Now the first function that we need is to increase the quantity. I'm just going to have the boilerplate, so const increase quantity like this, and the next is to decrease quantity, and lastly we have the other function to add to cart. So const add to cart is going to be equal to this function, and we're not going to return anything for now, just like this. All right, so we have most of the boilerplates that we need to get started building this component, but we also need to update the styles as well. So I'm going to get rid of these styles and paste this in, and it looks like I didn't bring it in correctly. So, and also I didn't bring in all the styles, but I'm just going to cover this up like this. And let me see what I'm missing. I am missing another curly braces here, and everything is fine. All right, so now we have most of the styles that we need. Let's start building out the layout. So this view that we have here, the outer view, is going to be the container. So what's going to happen is right here in this view, we're going to give it a style, and the style here is going to be styles.container. And rather than have that text of slug, I think we should update it right now. We're going to be using the stack.screen. So let's say stack.screen, and we want to give it the title. So we're not going to give it the title like this. We need to use options, and options is an object where we can have access to the title, and the title here is going to be the product.title. And once we save this, we see that the title updates. If we try another item, let's say we try this Samsung, you see the title updates as well. Now we also want to make sure that we display the hero image of the item we are currently looking at. So I'm going to get rid of this text here and bring in image from React Native, and this image is going to take the source. I'm going to get rid of this. Yep, so it's not src, source, and the source is the product.hero image, and we also need the style, and the style is also going to be equal to the styles.hero image like this. Now after this hero image, we see it updates. We can check let's say the PlayStation. Yep, we see it updates. Up next, we are going to be displaying a view. Now this view is going to have some inline stylings. Let's get it in. So here we're going to have this view, and this view is going to have a padding of 16 and a flex of 1. And this view is first going to help us to hold the product title. And here we're going to have the product title, and I'm going to let Copilot give us the product slug. And once you save, we see the title and the slug being displayed. Now we need to display the prices, the unit price as well as the total price, and we're going to bring in this other component. We don't have the total price initialized yet, and this is the total price when the user adjusts. So right here, we're going to say const the total price, just like this, is equals to product.price times quantity. But I want to call to fixed, so I'm going to do it like this and call to fixed to like this, and we can save this. We're going to see the unit price as well as the total price. Okay, so after this, we want to display a list of other product images that we might have. It's a horizontal scroll, so we're going to use this flat list, and we just need to make sure we import the flat list from React Native. We have errors for the styling that we are missing, the image style and also the images container. And for that, I'm going to bring in the complete styles and update these styles for this component. Just paste it in here. And now we see we have all of the other product images that are being displayed. We see it here. It has this horizontal scroll. Okay, so after this, we need to have the button container view. So we're going to have this view and close it up like this. I'm not going to bring in the Copilot suggestion, and then I'm going to give it a style, and the style is going to be styles.button container. Now the first button we want to have is to reduce the quantity, the minus button. So we're going to use this touch opacity, and it has this, it's calling the decrease quantity function, which is that button over there. The next we are going to display is the text that's going to display the quantity. So here we have this text that's going to display the quantity, and the quantity initially is 1, and that's why we see 1 over there. And lastly, we want to have the plus icon. Not lastly, we're going to have this touchable opacity, give it the style and on press, but we also want to pass a disabled prop. So I'm going to bring in the disabled, and it's going to be disabled if the quantity is greater or equal to the product dot maximum quantity, like this. And now we can close this and just have the text of plus to increment here. Now we see we have the plus icon. Obviously clicking on it does nothing yet for now. And lastly, we are going to have our add to cart button. So here, let's bring it in, and this is a add to cart text that we're going to see right over there. So now you see clicking on those buttons are not going to have any effect for now. So let's make sure we have the function body. We're going to have the text. So if we don't have, if quantity is less than, not that, if quantity is less than product.max quantity, in that case we are going to set the quantity, updating the state. We're going to call set quantity, and for this we're going to make use of the function where we have the previous quantity, and then we'll call previous plus 1, and then we're going to increment the item product.id like this, making use of our Zustand state. And here else we're going to now show a toast notification. We're going to call toast.show and say cannot add more more than maximum quantity, like this. And we're going to have the object here where we're going to add some extra configurations like a type. The type is going to be warning, like this. And after the type being warning, we are also going to display the placement, and the placement is not going to be at the bottom. We're just going to place it at the top. So this is our increase quantity function. Okay, and once we try to increase, we see the quantity increases. And let's try the decrease quantity, and we're just going to check if the quantity is greater than 1, then we want to go on and decrease the quantity. And by doing that, we just call set quantity, and we have the previous quantity minus 1, and we'll call the decrement item and pass the product.id. Okay, so that's it for the decrease quantity. And for the add to cart, we are going to call add item in our state, and add item needs the item, and we're going to pass the id is product.id, the title is product.title, the image is equal to the product.image, the price also is going to be equal to the product.price, and lastly we have the quantity, which is going to be equal to quantity from our state. Okay, so let's show a toast notification once the user clicks on the add button. We have added to cart, and we are going to pass the customization for the toast. We're going to pass the type, and the type here is going to be equal to success. We're going to pass the placement stop, and we can also pass the duration. And I just want this to be up top for 1500 milliseconds, which is 1.5 seconds. And we can save this, copy the duration, and let's also add it to the increased quantities. Yeah, so that's it. Make sure you save, and now we can try to add this item to the cart. I'm going to click on add to cart. Hey, it's our toast notification. Let's check our cart, and we see that the badge there increases to 3. We can try to add another item to cart, and if we go back to the badge, we see we should have a total of 5. So here we have it. We're not going to waste any more time, and we should work on the cart page. So here where we have the cart, we are going to be working on this page next to make sure that we have the functionality. Now we're going to focus on working on this cart page, and the first thing we want to do right now before we can start is to bring in these styles that I have already prepared for this page. So here we have it. We have this error right up because we need to bring in style sheets, and style sheets should come from React, and I will bring it in now. If we don't bring it in, we can just copy and make sure we paste in the import from React Native. Okay, so this is the cart. We're not going to waste any more time, and let's bring in the items that we have from our use cart store. So here const, we're going to destructure these from our use cat store, which is going to come from our store. And we have these properties we are storing in cat, the items, and we also have the remove item function, the increment item function, the decrement item, and we have the get total price that will be coming in from the use cat store. And let's just have this function that we are going to call to help us to handle our checkout. So we're going to call this handle checkout, which is this function that is going to just throw an alert. So we need to bring in alert from React Native, and we say alert.alert, and this is going to take first, is going to take the title, and the title here we're just going to say proceeding to checkout, and then it's going to take an optional message, and the message here is going to be the total amount. So here I'm not going to bring in this suggestion from Copilot. We are going to type total amount like this, and we need to pass the get total value. You see we're making use of $2 here. One is for the $, and the other is to inject a dynamic variable right there. Now we have this container. We're going to pass it to this view style. So style here is going to be equal to style.container, and we can continue on this. Now we save, we don't see anything yet, but if you see here, we're not displaying the time and the battery, those other information, and we need to make use of a status bar component to make sure we display. So right here, we're going to bring in status bar from Expo status bar like this, and we're going to close this up. This status bar needs a style, and based on the platform we are on, we're going to style it differently. So let's bring in platform. Platform is going to come from React Native, and we can say platform.os. We can check if it is equal to iOS. In that case, we want to display light. Otherwise, we're going to display auto. So it's up to you how you want to style the status bar. If this is okay for you, totally fine. But in this case, I just want to display the time and also some other information there. Now we have the status bar. The next component we are going to display is a flat list, but we don't have the flat list yet. Hence, I'm just going to have this placeholder text, this comment here, which is going to say flat list like this, and then we can replace it later. And after this, we're going to have the footer for the view. So let's have this view, and this view is going to take the style, and the style here is going to be styles.footer. And in the footer of the cat page, we want to display two things. First, we want to display the total price. And for that, we can make use of this text, and this text is going to be this with these styles, and the total is going to be get total price. And after this, we can save. We're seeing the total price currently, but at the end, it's just going to be on the footer of this page. And after this text, we want to have this touchable opacity that will display the checkout button. And here we see the checkout button. Super cool. Okay, so once you click, you see we are displaying the alert right over there with the title and with a message. Now let's focus on this flat list. And we need to import flat list from React Native. And this flat list is going to take the data. The data is going to be items, which is our cat items. And we need the key extractor. The key extractor is going to be taking in the item, and we're going to return the item.id, and we're going to call to string on it. And now we're going to have the render item function, which is going to be equal to this function. So right here, we're going to have this function where we can destructure the item. And from this, we are going to return a component we don't have yet, which is a cat item component. And for now, we're not going to pass the props. Once we define this component, we are going to pass the props that this component needs. And lastly, we need to pass the content container style, which is going to be styles.catList like this. So this is all we need for now. Let's make sure that we are defining this cat item component right at the top. So right here, we're going to have our const cat item is going to be equal to this function like this, and we can return just a view for now to get started. Now this cat item obviously needs some props. We see that it comes to the footer, so let's have the props that this cat item needs. So here we're going to have this object, which is going to be of type the cat item props. So right up top, we're going to define the type for this cat item props. So here, cat item props is going to be equal to this object. And in this object, we have the item. The item is of another type we don't have, and that is the cat item type. So cat item type like this. And we can continue and define this cat item type right at the top. So we're going to say type cat item type is this object where we're going to have the ID of type number. We also have the title, and the title is going to be a string. So we're going to say title of type string. We have the image, and the image is going to be of any, and we also need the price. And the price here is going to be of type number. And lastly, we have the quantity of type number. Now we can continue with the cat item props. We also have on remove, which is going to be a function. We're going to take the ID and return void. And we also have on increment, the same. And lastly, we have on decrement, which is the same. Okay, so now we have all these props. Let's make sure we are bringing it inside this cat item. So bring in item, on decrement, on increment, and also remove. And now we can pass these props that this cat item needs. So right here in this cat item, we are going to pass the item, which is equal to item. We are also going to pass the on remove, which is the remove item, which is coming from our state. And we also have on increment, which is going to be equal to increment item like this. And lastly, we're going to have the on decrement, which is equal to decrement item. Cool. So now we can focus on the layout for this cat item component right here at the top. We can get started with a view. The view is going to have this style for styles.cat item, and we are going to display the image. So right here, let's have this image. Image should come in from React Native, and this image needs the source and the styles. And once you give this a save, right here, we see we have the two images for the items that we have in cat. Super beautiful. We're going to have this view for the item details, and now we're going to have the price, the title. Sorry, we're going to have the title, which is the title, and after the title, we have the price. So right here, we're going to have the price and call to fixed. And now we see the item title and the item price. Beautiful. Up next, we want to have the quantity container where we can display the decrement, increment, and also the quantity. So here we're going to have this view, and the style is styles.quantity container. And inside this quantity container, we are going to have this touchable opacity. So let's close it up. Come right here into the view, and inside this view, we're going to have this touchable opacity, which is just this minus button with the on press. That's going to call the on decrement, and it has the style. And now we see the minus button, and after that we want to display the quantity in the middle. So here we're going to have this text with this item quantity, and then we're going to have this touchable opacity for the on increment, and here we're going to have the plus text, so right here. And lastly, we close this up, and now once we give this a save, we're going to see the quantity as well as the plus icon. That is super cool. But that's not all, because we need one more, which is going to be outside of this view that is displaying the item details. So here we want to display the remove button. Again, we bring in touchable opacity. It has this on press that is changed to the on remove, and here we're going to display this text of remove, which is having these styles, and we close in the touchable opacity. Now once we give this a save, here we see the remove here. Remember, it's calling this on remove, and this is the cat item, the cat component, the cat page, everything that we need, at least for now, to get started. Now let's test it out. Click on remove. We see the item goes. We can try more functionality. We can come over to this Nintendo Switch game. We can increment the quantity, add it to cart. We see it has been added to cart. We can come back to our cart. We now see 5 items in the cart. This is super cool. Now let's try to add an item that we already have in cart and see what happens. This Nintendo Switch, remember we had to, let's add it up to cart again, and this time around we should see the quantity update to 4. We come back, hey, you see the quantity of this update to 4, which is the behavior that we coded out, the logic for this. Now you can try it out. I think the maximum is 8. I'm not quite sure, but let's try to add more of this to cart. We add to cart and we see it has been added to cart. We can spam the button to add more. And if we come back to our cart, we see here, we see 11 and we see it doesn't go above 8, which is a very beautiful thing. And you see it doesn't increase, it doesn't increase past 8. And if we have 4 of these here, we can try out as much as you like the functionality. Obviously the price is updating as we increase and decrease. So here we have the maximum 8. And even when we have the maximum 8, let's try to add it to cart again and see what happens. We're going to click add to cart. It has been added. And if we go back to our cart, you see nothing changes. We still have 8 in our cart because that is the maximum. Okay, so we have this. We are not going to waste any more time. And the next thing we are going to be working on is to make sure that we have our orders page set up. So let's not waste any more time. Let's set up the orders page together. Hey, let's not waste any more time. Let's come right here to the orders page and work on that page. So I'm going to get rid of this cart here, and here in the shop orders index.tsx, which is the page that is responsible for displaying orders right here. So first I have provided again the styles that we need for this page. So please take the styles from GitHub. It just helps improve our developer experience so we don't spend so much time writing the styles together. So once you have the styles, we can now focus on building out the layout. The first thing we're going to do is on this view. Now this view is going to be the container. So we're going to give it the styles, and the style.container is what we are going to be assigning here. Now after this, we can go on to save this, and for the text, let's also have a flat list. For that, let's bring in flat list. Flat list is going to come from React Native. So please make sure you import it here. Now this flat list, we know needs data, and the data we're going to be passing here is orders. So we're going to have orders, which is our hard-coded orders that we are working with from our assets. Now after these orders, get rid of React.js imports, we are going to have a key extractor, and we have already discussed the function of this key extractor, and we're going to give the item and return the item.id, and we should not forget to call toString just to make sure that we are working with a string here. So we're going to call toString like this. Now after the key extractor, we now need to render the render item, or pass the render item prop. So here we're going to pass the render item, and we are going to be outsourcing this render item function. So we're going to have the function, and we're going to define the function right up top. And the reason why we do like this is because this function is quite long, so we just want to outsource it, and I'm going to outsource it outside of this orders component. So right here we're going to have const render item is going to be equal to this function, and here we're just going to have the function body. Okay, so this is going to be a type. Let's define the type of this render item, and the type is list render item, which is coming in from React Native, and this is a generic type. We're going to say it's of type order. Order needs to come from our assets type order like this. So we have this error because we are not returning anything. But first, you see we have access to the item, the index, and the separators. We obviously want to work with the item, so we're going to bring it in, and now we're going to return a link component. So here let's have a link, and link is going to come from Expo Router, and we can just close up the link here. Okay, so before we give this link a class name, let's have this pressable, and this pressable is going to be closing like this. So now we can give this link the href, and the href we are going to be passing here is obviously so we can navigate to the order slug page. So it's going to be /orders, and the dynamic route here is going to be orders.item.slug like this. And to make sure that this link or navigation works, we need to pass the asChild prop right here. So now we're going to pass the style or the class name to this pressable, which is going to be equal to styles.orderContainer, so that it has the appropriate styling here. So we can go on to save this. Now inside this pressable, we have this view, which is going to have the class name or the style, sorry, of styles.orderContent. So just like this, styles.orderContent, and we can close this up. So inside this view, we are going to have 3 views. One view, which is more like for the order container. So we're just going to have this view here, which is going to have 3 texts. So I'm going to bring it in and paste it right here. Now you see this view is having this order details container, and it's just displaying the item, it's displaying the details, and it's also displaying the date. So once you have this, please make sure you save it, and you're going to see it rendered on the screen, and just go to save. Now you see we are displaying all the orders that we have right here. Is super cool. Now we're going to continue, and the next thing we're going to have is a view. So I'm just going to come here and have this other view, and this view for now we're not going to pass any class name, and this is going to have this text, and this text right here is going to display some content that we don't have. But first, let's give it the style of status text like this, not status bar, status text. Now let's go up top and define the content we want to display right in here. So we're going to say const the status display text, and this is going to be equal to this object. But for the type is of type record. It's going to take in a string as a key and a string as a value. So here we're going to have the different text. So pending equals to pending. We also have completed. We also have shipped, and lastly we have in transit. Now these states has different classes. So if you come over here and you just click on this pending, you would see right here we have the status batch pending, we also have status batch completed, and we have all these styles for different background colors. We also have the status bar up top. So right here we are going to now come inside this text, and inside this text we want to display the status, display item, and the item.status. Now saving this is not going to display anything yet, and that's because we also need to apply the styles that the view container has. So please come right up to the view, and the style here is going to be an array. We have not used this previously, perhaps we've used it once, but to apply multiple styles we are going to use an array and say it has the status badge, and then the dynamic style here is just going to have a comma, and now we're going to have styles, and we're going to have the status bar like this, the status bar underscore, and now we want to have the item status next. So for that we're going to use $, curly brackets, and say item.status right here. And if you save this, now you're going to see the different status that is being rendered on the screen. This is super beautiful. Now we are going to continue, but first I want us to do a little tiny change. So right here, if you click on this, you go to the other details page. But before we wrap up this lecture, I just want us to make a slight change to here where we have the status display text. Rather than give it a record string, we actually have the actual type being defined, and that is the order status. So here we're going to have order status, and order status needs to be imported from our assets type order. So please bring it in, and with this, if you try to pass in the wrong key here, you see we have it already predefined: pending, completed, shipped, and in transit. So if you try to just pass something here as a key, and let's say value something, if you hover on this, you're going to see that something does not exist in this type. All right, so this is super beautiful. We now have Typescript, better type safety in our application. Let's not waste any more time, and let's work on this order details page. Hello, so let's not waste any more time. Let's work on this screen, which is currently failing the order details screen. And for that, we know that this is going to be inside orders. We need to create a dynamic route. So with square brackets, we're going to have this slug.tsx right in here. And I'm going to use this rnfes to quickly bootstrap this. And rather than this slug, we're going to change it to be order details here, and get rid of the React.js import. Before we continue further, I have also provided the styles for this page. So please copy and paste the styles in here, and we should be good to go. We have everything we need to get started. So once you have everything, do go on and save. And if you visit the orders and click on a specific order, we should see order details. If you don't see, just kindly reload. And once your application reboots, you can now visit it again, and you would see the order details rendered. So the first thing I want to do is to make sure that we have access to the slug that is shown here. I've done this a couple of times already, and for that we're going to be destructuring slug, and slug is going to be coming in from this use local search params, which is going to be coming in from Expo Router. So here we have the slug. The next thing we want to do is to get access to the order. So for that, we are going to map through the find from the orders that we have. So let's import orders from our assets. And we know that we might have an order or not. For that, we are going to be returning a redirect if we don't have an order. So here, if there's no order, let's return this redirect component from Expo Router. And this is going to take the href. And the href is going to be going to /404. And we can close off this redirect right here and give this a save. So inside this view, the first thing we're going to change it to have the styles.container, and it updates. We just see the little padding. Next, we want to update that index we are seeing there and the slug. Let's start with the index. The index is obviously coming from the index page. And in this page, if we scroll down, you'd see here we're not displaying the stack screen. So let's give this stack screen and just give it the title. So we're going to say stack.screen. And stack the screen like this is going to be equal to these options. And from these options, we're going to have the title. And the title here is going to be equal to the what? So just give it orders like this. And once we save this now, it should update right here. And if it doesn't update, we just reload. And once we reload it, we're just going to come back to the page. So come back to orders, and from orders, we just go to the order details and we see it updates over there. So now we have done that, we can do the same for the slug. Let's make sure we update that slug over there. So for that, we are going to be bringing in the stack, and we're going to say stack.screen again. And here we're going to pass the options so that we can pass the title. And the title here is going to be the order, and the order dot what? We're going to use the order dot item like this. And once we save it, we see we are currently on order 1. All right, so after this, we want to have this text to display the order item. So just down below, we are going to paste in this text right here. And this is the order.item. And after the item, we also want to display the details. So here, Copilot, thank you. I'm going to bring in the order.details. And after this, we have a view to display the order status. So let's do that. I'm going to bring this view here, and once we save it, you see it has the same styles we saw from previous, and it also has the order status. The order status is just to display the status of the order, and then we have this date, and we see everything rendered here. And we go to the next one, we see this is completed. This is beautiful. And now we are just going to have another text component, and here we're going to have the text like this. And here we're going to bring in everything here. Everything here, it's okay. But we just need to update the items text and just say items ordered like this, because down below, we are going to be displaying a flat list component. So let's do that. Let's bring in the flat list. Okay, so this is it. Let's import flat list from React Native. And we also need to bring in image that will come in from React Native. So what's the flat list doing? You can see the flat list right here displays the items. It has a key extractor, and the render item goes on to take the item and renders the view. And after the view, we have the image. We have this component for the info that displays the item, title, and the price. So this is the order details. We can check other orders, and we see they are dynamic based on the specific order that we are visiting. This is super cool. All right, so this is what we have come this far. Let's not waste any more time. The next thing we're going to be working on is the authentication page, and gradually we have been able to build it up to this stage where we can now have authentication in our application. But first, we need to lay out the page, and now we can dive into the world of authentication and dynamic after this. So let's not waste any more time, and let's work on the authentication page next. I'm super excited to continue this with you, so I'll see you. Let's build our authentication page, and I'm going to quit here so that we can run a couple of installation. We need to install 3 packages. The first is Zod, and next is React-hook-form, And after this, we need to install at hookform/resolvers and do hit enter. Give it some time for the installation to complete. And once we have these packages installed, we are going to run npm start to restart our development server. And once it is up and running, we're just gonna hit I so that we can open it on the iOS simulator, and then I'll reload over here. Now let's head over to our authentication screen, but there's something to keep in mind. We don't have any internal linking for us to visit this authentication screen. So what's going to happen is we're going to make use of the home screen, at least for now, so that we can just preview as we build out the auth screen. So I'm going to comment everything that we have here temporarily so that we can just return our auth screen, which should come from auth. Okay, so now we have this. Let's remove this and save. Now we can go over to the auth screen and build it up. So the first thing we're going to be doing here is to bring in a couple of imports. We need 2 imports at least to get started. So let's come here and we're going to import 2 packages from the React hook form library that we just installed. So let's have it here from React hook form, and that's the use form. And we also need to bring in controller from React hook form like this. So after this, let's also bring in everything as Zord, and it's going to be coming in from Zord here. Okay, now let's quickly build out our form schema. So here we'll have auth schema is going to be equal to Zord.object like this, Zord.object, and our form is going to have an email and also a password. So this is it, but we can also pass an object here with a message key, which is going to be the error message. And here we're just going to say invalid email format or invalid email address. And we also have the password. I'm going to bring in this suggestion here, but rather than have a minimum of 8, I'm going to make it 6 for our authentication and also update the error message. All right, so now we have this right here in the auth. We are going to make use of the use form. So const, we are going to destructure some properties from use form. So we're trying to build out our form here, and we need to pass a resolver. The resolver we are using is the Zord resolver. So let's have Zord resolver. And if you don't get the auto completion, no worries. We will just have to bring it in ourselves. So let's come right to the top, and we're going to import the Zord resolver from at hookform/resolvers/Zord, and for here, we're going to pass our auth schema. Now, after this, we can also pass the default values. So the default values that we have in our form, we have 2 values. For the email, it's going to be an empty string by default. And for the password, it is also going to be an empty string. Okay, so this is beautiful. And what next do we need? We need to just define our sign-in form, which is going to be empty for now. It's not going to have any functionality. It's going to take data, which is Zord.infer, type of our auth schema, and we can just log the data to the console, barest minimum, at least for now, till we have the authentication wired up. So this is what we have, and we are ready to build our form, but we need our styles to be passed in here. Again, I have provided us with the styling that we are going to be using. So make sure you get the styles and import them here. We have errors because we need to bring in style sheet from React Native. So right here, let's bring in style sheet from React Native. And what else are we missing? So we need to build our form. We don't need a view here because we have a background image. For that, React Native gives us this image background. So make sure you import this image background from React Native and close it up. It takes in the source. The source here is going to be a URI because we want to pass a URL address. So here the source is going to be equal to this object, and here we have a URI key, and the value is going to be the address. So here I'm just going to paste in this address like this, and you see that this image is coming in from pixels and also all the images we have been using. Now, apart from the URI, we also want to style it. So the style is going to be the styles.background image. Yeah, here we see our image background. I know we're seeing the header, we're seeing the tab navigation. That's because we're in the layout. But once we have this auth standalone, we're not going to be seeing the status bar and also the tabs. Okay, so that's it for now. We're just borrowing the home page and we don't have its own navigation yet. Okay, so next we want to have an overlay just above this image, and for that we're going to make use of this view, which is going to have this styles.overlay like this. And here you see we have the absolute field object from style sheet. So this is it. Next we're going to have this welcome text and this description here inside this view. And once we save, that's what we have over there. Now we're going to build out our form control next. So right here, let's have our controller like this, self-closing tag. We are going to give it a control, and control is going to be equal to control. Now, if we have an error for control, and that's because we forgot to import it from the use form hook. So let's make sure that we bring it in. So right here at the top, we're going to be bringing in control like this. We're also going to bring in handle submit. So let's bring in handle submit. And lastly, we're going to bring in form state. Okay, so we need these three. Now control is pointing there. Now after the control, we also need to pass the name. The name is email, and now we also need the render function, which is a function here, and we're going to return a component. Now this function, we can go into the structure field, and this field we can also destructure three properties like this, which are the value, the onChange, and also onBlur. So let's bring them in like this. And after this, we can also destructure field state. Now field state is, from field state we can also get error like this. So here let's have our text input. Text input should come in from React Native. Now, what are the properties that we can pass to this text input? First, we can give this a placeholder. And the placeholder we're going to be using for this text input is the email. So here we're going to have the placeholder of email. We can obviously style this text input. So the style is going to be styles.input. And after this, we pass the value. Value is going to be equal to value that we get from field. And after this, we have the onChange text, which is going to call onChange. We also have the onBlur, which is going to call onBlur. And now we have this placeholder text color. I'm going to bring this in, but we're not going to go with OOO. We're going to go with AAA like this. And now we have this auto capitalize. We can set this to none. And the reason why is that we don't have auto capitalization, especially for both email and password. Now we have this editable because we don't want this component to be changed when we're submitting the form. Hence, editable is going to be when we are not submitting the form. Now, remember we are using fragments here, and that's because we want to also display the error message. So down below, we're going to say if we have an error, then we want to display this text component with the error message as well as this styling. Okay, so let's give this a save, and we see our input for email. You can test it out by typing in it. So let's move forward. Up next is the password. So let's duplicate this, and down here we're going to give this name, change it to be password, and we're also going to change the placeholder to be password. Now we just saw in the email we could render plain text. We want to change that for the password. For that, we are going to be giving it this property, which is this secure text entry. So let's have that somewhere here. This secure text entry is going to just be there like this. Now if we try to type into the password, we see we're not saying the characters, which is cool. And every other thing here is fine. Now we still have more. We obviously need the buttons, the sign in button and the sign up button. So here, let's have this touchable opacity that will come in from React Native. We're going to close it up here and give it a style. The style is going to be equal to styles.button like this. And we can pass the onPress. The onPress is going to be calling the handle submit, and from the handle submit we're going to pass sign in like this. Remember the sign in function that we declared. And after this, we also want to disable this when we are submitting the form. And inside this touchable opacity, we're going to have this text, which is just going to say, hey, do go on and sign in like this. So that's it. We have this error here because that's meant to be handle submit. Okay, so let's we see our sign in button. Let's go on and bring this down one more time so that we can have it for our sign up. So I'm going to duplicate this here, and what's going to change first, the text is going to be sign up, and the sign in obviously has to change to sign up. And the style as well for the button has to change because the sign in button and sign out button sign up button are different. Hence we're going to use an array because we want to keep the properties for the stars button, but we want to add on that style which is for the sign up button like this. Cool. Now before we save this and it blows up in our face, let's make sure that we have this sign up that is throwing an error right here, and this sign up is going to be this function we are going to call up top here. I'm just going to duplicate and update you rather than sign in is going to be sign up, and we no longer have an error and we see the button right over there. Okay, so this is the field. You can try to type in and see if we'll log it to the console. Type a email, type a password, and once we click on sign up or sign in, we can check the terminal, and right here we are seeing the values printed out to the console. So that's it. We have successfully had our sign up page. Now we're going to undo what we did initially by making sure we had this page on the home page. We need to come right here to the home page and get rid of this auth so that we can display the content, and we're going to be coming to this page when we are not authenticated. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this text from React Native, and that's a wrap for our authentication. Now the next is going to be the next focus is going to be on making sure that we head over to Supabase and make it ready to handle the authentication. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Supabase section of this course. I am so excited because this section we're going to move away from hard-coded data and we're going to be working with dynamic data. Supabase is an excellent tool. In this section, we're going to be setting up our Supabase account, and we're going to see how we can know more about Supabase. Supabase is an open source Firebase alternative, and with Supabase we get a PostgreSQL database. We also get authentication and a whole lot more. And you see right here what Supabase offers. It offers database with a full PostgreSQL database, authentication, edge functions, storage, real-time, vector, and a whole lot more. All right, so let's create an account. If you haven't already, please create an account and navigate over to your dashboard. Right here in your dashboard, we have organizations. In my case, I have two. If you don't have, you can go on to create a new organization. And to create a project, you need to create a project within an organization. You can choose from here, or at the top right or left, you can choose an organization. So I'm going to choose this code with lari organization and give this project a name. In this case, I'm going to name it Array Shop for React Native Shop. Let the system generate a password for me and create this new project. Now it's going to take some time, and from when it's done, it's going to navigate us into the project dashboard. And right here at the top left, we see that Supabase engine is setting up our project, a process that can take some time. So patiently wait while I fast forward. And here we have our dashboard. So quickly, let's take a tour on what the dashboard looks like. Starting from the table editor, right here, we can go on to create a new table. We can give this table a name, also a description, RLS, and the different columns that we want to have, the different fields we want to have in the database. And we can also have the SQL editor. So if you know SQL, you can have full customization to create your triggers, tables, and all of that. Here we have database, and in database we have schemas. So currently we are seeing the public schema, but if we go into the authentication schema, you can see that this authentication schema is managed by Supabase, and we have all these tables in the authentication schema. Right here we have this users table. You can come here, you have 35 columns, navigate into it, and you can see the different columns or the different fields on how Supabase handles authentication for you. It can give you just more information, but this is read only. Now you also have functions. You can create a new function, give the function a name. You can select the schema, the return type for this function, and you can also pass arguments to your functions. So right here, you can give the argument a name and also select the type for the argument you're expecting, and all these details. Then you have the function definition. So this is functions, and you also have triggers right here. You can create a trigger. Basically, triggers are functions that are called automatically for you based on specific events. You have these enumerated types, which are types that you can use, or custom types that you can use in your database tables or functions. You have extensions, and by default, we have these extensions that are enabled, that are used in our project right over here. So you can toggle, but I advise you not to play with this. Just leave it as it is. And we also have the indexes here, which you can just use to improve the query on how you query data in your database. We also have these publication sections over here. And if you come further down, we have some access control. We also have platform, backup, wrappers, migrations, webhooks. We have different tools, schema visualizer, the query, and a whole lot more. Now, this is the authentication section. We're going to come back here, and same for the storage. We're going to come back to the storage. We can store files, PDF, image, music, whatever files. We can store it right here. So we're going to come here. We also have edge functions, which are like serverless functions that you can create and deploy, and you can call based on certain events in your application. The function is going to be called for you. You also have real-time, and we have a whole lot more right here. So this is Supabase. Here we have the project settings, and here you see your project name, you see the project reference ID. And if you come right here to the configuration section, you have API, and right here in API you see your public anon key, your service row key, your JWT secret, and a whole lot more keys here. Okay, and also your project URL. So that's it. We are going to come back and create our authentication flow. Hello and welcome back. So we have set up our Supabase account. Now we are going to do some authentication setup, and for that, come over to the authentication section, and here you want to come over to providers, and we are making use of the email provider here. So click on it and make sure you toggle this confirm email. We're not going to have that option in this course, and then you can click on save. All right, so we're going to be making use of the email provider, and we have a list of other providers that you can use. Now, what's the next step? How can we integrate Supabase into our project? Now, for that, I'm in the docs, so the Expo docs, and here we have this guide on how we can use Supabase. And over here, you see we have two steps primarily. The first step we are going to be using here is to install and initialize the Supabase TypeScript SDK. And the second step is for us to create a helper file where we can initialize the Supabase client. And then it goes on to show us an example, but we're not going to be using that. Over here, we're going to be using this guide. And this guide from the Supabase documentation, the reason we are making use of this guide is so that we can have this secure store. Now, this Supabase client is the same that we just saw previously. From here, you see this util supabase.ts, but in this case, we want to make use of this secure store. The reason why we are making use of this secure store is because if you wish to encrypt the user session information, we can use this AES.js and store the encryption key. Now, this Expo secure store, if you open this link, I already have it open in a new tab. You see, it's just a library. Okay, it's a library that provides us a way to encrypt and securely store key value pairs locally on the user device. All right, so now we have this. Let's come back to the Supabase guide, and how can we get started? So we have 4 dependencies, or perhaps 5 we need to install. So copy these. We already have it right here on the screen for you to copy. You can take a pause. And the first is the Supabase at Supabase /Supabase.js. So I'm going to quit the terminal and npm install. I'll paste this in. Now the next we need to install is at rneui/themed, and you also have at react native -async -storage /async -storage, and we also need to install AES-JS, which is here, and we also need to install react -native -get -random -values. So this is it, and the last step here is to install the Expo secure store. But you see, this is using npx expo, so we're going to be coming back to this in a second, but first let us run this installation. Now for the Expo install Expo secure store, I'm going to open a new terminal here, and here I'm going to paste in the command. So npx expo install Expo secure store. Do go on and execute this command here, and we're going to wait for the installation to complete. And once the installation is complete, we can now proceed. So we have the installation going on, and the installation here is complete, and the installation here as well is complete. Now what we need to do next, we need to create a lib folder for library and initialize Supabase. So I'm going to copy this from the documentation, And here, I'm just going to quit this other terminal that we have opened. I'm just going to make sure I kill it here. And come over to your file explorer, and in your source folder, create this new folder called lib. Now this lib is going to have the supabase.ts file. And here, we're going to paste in everything that we copied from the documentation. Now we have our Supabase client right here, and we also have the Supabase URL and anon key. Now we have a couple of errors for the Supabase URL, and we also have an error right here from the EAS library, and that's because we also need to install the types. Okay, so copy this installation command and open up your terminal and paste it in so that we can have the Typescript definition for this library. So give it a second for the installation to complete, and once the installation is complete, we can continue with this setup. Now the next error we're having is for the Supabase URL and anon key. I'm going to cut them so that we can have it right at the top of the file and we don't have to scan through the whole file later. I'm going to cut it and paste it right here. So now, how do we get our Supabase URL and also our Supabase anon key? You can come back to the documentation, and right here in the documentation, on this left pane here, first let me close all the tabs that we have opened. I'm just going to close all the tabs. Cool. And here on this left pane, so right here, we have the project settings. Come over to the project settings, and here under configuration, we have the API section. So this is our Supabase URL. So you can copy this and come back to the project, and right here, we're going to update the value to what we just copied. For the anon key is pretty much the same. Come back to the documentation, and right here under project API keys, we have the anon key. You can copy it and come back to your application and update the anon key. No worries, we're going to do this in a way more secure way later, but for now, let's just have it right here in the file. Okay, so another thing we're going to do is to make sure we are exporting the Supabase client, because we want to make use of the client in other places of our application. So make sure you export the Supabase client and give this a save. Now with this saved, we are good to go. Just make sure you run your application, npm start your simulator if you didn't have it up and running. And in my case, I'm going to choose I, so that I can open it up on the iOS and reload over here. All right, so what's the next step? Now we're going to be creating a provider where we can provide the session to our entire application. And for that, we're going to come into the source folder, and here we're going to create a providers folder. Now inside these providers, we're going to create this auth-provider.ts file like this. And inside this file, we are going to be writing our auth provider. So let's get started first by having this function we're going to export. And we're going to call this function auth provider like this. So export default function auth provider. And this function auth provider is going to take in prop. Now the prop is this object with the children property, and the value for this prop is going to be props with children. So make sure that you import props with children from React. All right, so this is one step. Now in here, we're going to be having a couple of states. So here we're going to have the session we're going to store in state. So const session is going to be equal to set session, and let's bring in use state from React. Now we're going to say this use state is going to be of this type, and the type here is session. Session should come from Supabase, or it's going to be null like this. Okay, so we need two more states here. We need the state for the user. So come down, and right here we're going to have const user like this, and we're going to have set user is going to be null. And lastly, for mountain, we're going to say const mountain, and we're going to have set mountain is going to be true initially. So make sure it's true here. Okay, so up next, we're going to have our use effect. So let's bring in use effect, and here we're going to have our dependency array. Okay, so let's go on and bring in use effect from React like this. And we're going to define a function, a fetch session function. So const fetch session is going to be equal to an async function like this here. And inside this function, we are going to be discussing with the Supabase client we brought in. So const, we're going to have this object, which is going to be equal to await Supabase should come in from the file. And then we have the .auth, and then we have .get session like this. and make sure you call it. So what do we need here? Here we're going to get data, and from data we are going to be destructuring session here. So let's bring in session. Okay, so now we have session. The next thing we're going to do is to make sure we update our state. So I'm going to come right down here, and here I'm going to set session to session like this. And next we're going to have a check. So in case we have session or in case we don't have session. So here we're going to say if we have session like this, let's bring it in. So we'll say if session, which is what we have from our state. Here we're going to also make use of the Supabase client to have a query. So we're going to await Supabase, and we want to make a query from users, a table we don't have yet. I'm going to come back to that. So from users, we want to go on and select, and want to select everything. And we do that by making use of star to select everything like this. And the query is going to be, or the value or the where clause is going to be equal to the ID here, so the user.id, and that is going to be equal to where the session.user.id, so where the ID of the user is equal to the session.user.id. Now from here we have these users which we don't have yet, but no worries, we're going to come back to it. So from here we can go on to have data, and we can go on to have error, and we know that the data we're going to be getting from here is the user. But let's also have .single here like this. Got it. Okay, so here we're going to have data. So let's rename data to be user. And we can also get error in case maybe something goes wrong. Now, for the case where something goes wrong, we just want to know for debugging purposes. So we're going to log it to the console. So if error, we're going to have console like this, console.error, and we have error and display the error. Or else we know we have the user. So let's set our user to user like this. So this is what we have, and after this we need to call our fetch session function. So here we're going to say fetch session, and make sure you call it like this. And for us to listen to changes, we need to call supabase.auth here, and we're going to be calling the onAuth state change, which is going to give us this callback function where we're going to have the event, which is the auth change event like this. So here, and next we're going to have the session, and all we want to do is to update the session to the session. So this is going to help out for cases where the user signs out or maybe sign in, so that we update our session accordingly. All right, so this is the basic of what we have or what we need, and we are missing one thing. We need to make sure that we set mounting to false. So after this if block we have here, let's make sure we set mounting to false. Okay, so now this is what we have. We need to go on and make sure that we are returning inside this auth provider. So outside your use effect here, make sure you have your return so that we can go on to return our auth context. No worries, we're going to be defining the auth context now. So this auth context, we know it takes in a provider, and inside here we want to wrap children, and children is going to be our entire layout. Okay, so here we're going to have children like this. All right, so we are missing the auth context. Let's define it, and I'm going to be defining this right at the top. So somewhere around here we are going to be defining our auth context. So auth context is going to be equal to create context, should come in from React, and we know create context is a generic type. We're going to define the type of context, and the type of context here is auth data. And here, let's have the type. We're going to have the type for auth data. And auth data is going to be equal to this object. And here we're going to have three properties. First is session, which is going to be of type session or null. And second is going to be mounting, which is going to be of type boolean. And lastly, we're going to have user, and user is an any type. And here we can pass the default values. So the default values, session is null, mounting is true, and user is null. Okay, super. Now we need to pass these values to the provider, so the auth context provider, and we do that by coming here, and we have the value, and the value is going to be equal to this object where we pass in session mounting, so session mounting, and also pass the user. And let's remember that these values we are passing here, this session mounting and user, these values are coming in from our state. So right up here, we have session, user, and mounting. Okay, so this is the first step. Now we need to provide this to our entire application. And for that, we need to do this in our root layout. And we know this is the app layout. Right here, we need to have this auth provider that is going to be wrapping our entire application so that our entire application is aware of the auth state. So here we have the auth provider, and we're going to return everything we have here. And please get rid of this quote here and save. Okay. So once we save, our application is going to slightly react, but we need to at least test it out by making sure that we are protecting a route. So let's try with this home page. Let's try to make sure that, because currently we are not authenticated. So let's try to block this. And for that, we can come into the shop and in the layout. Okay, because we want to block the home page. So we have to do it in the layout. And here we are missing something, a hook that we're going to need. So let's export const use auth. This use auth like this is going to be equal to this function, and we're going to return that use context here and pass the auth context. All right, so we have an error for the auth context, and this error we have here is because this auth context, we defined it inside the component definition. So I'm going to move it, copy everything you have here and move them right outside this and paste it here. And now we no longer have error, and the use auth can make use of the authentication context. So back to the shop, here we're going to be making use of the values that we have in our use auth. So that is the session and also mounting, which is going to be equal to use auth, and make sure you import use auth from the providers and just call it. Okay, so first of all, we're going to be having some checks. The first check we're going to have is if we are mounting, we just want to return some kind of indication, right? So we're going to be returning this activity indicator component, which is just going to be here for the meantime. And this error we have in here, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Now, lastly, we're going to check if there is no session, then let's redirect the user to the /auth route. So here we're going to return a redirect and bring this in, but rather than have to, we should be updating that to href, and it's going to be equal to /auth. Now, once we save this, we should be to the authentication page because there is no session. And here we are. For the heading, this heading can be solved right here. If we come up to the authentication page, there are two ways we can do this. So the first way we can do it is to come right here and have the stack and display the header shown to false. So here, I'm just going to bring in the stack. Stack should come in from Expo Router. We're going to have the stack.screen, and this screen, we're going to give it the options, and the options we're going to use here is the header shown property, and we're going to give the value of false so that we don't display the header initially. So here we're going to have false, and once we save, you see that the header has gone. Now, this is one way we can do this. Okay, another way we can do this is in our root layout, where we actually set it to true. So here for the auth, you see we have given the value of true. I'm going to set it to false, and we don't see any change. So I'm going to set it back to true and save and get rid of this that we have here in the auth page. So once we save this, if you don't see it, all you need to do is to reload the application. And once you reload the application, you see that is displayed. Now come back to the auth layout, to the app layout, not here. So come over to the app layout, and right in the app layout, rather than header shown to true, let's set it back to false. And now we no longer see the header. Okay, so we have all this. It's beautiful. Now for us to continue, we need to make sure that right here in the auth provider, you see we are sending a query to the users. We need to make sure that this users table, we have it. And once we have it, we can come back here and test out the flow. And the reason why we want to have this is so that we can save the user state. Hello and welcome back. So here we are. We have this query that we are running over here, trying to query the users table. And before we can have this, there's a feature that we need to implement so that we can actually understand what's going on here. And this is this sign up and sign in feature. If we come over to the authentication page over here, we're just logging the user email and password to the console. So let's change that here. We're going to start by coming over to the sign in, and here we're going to be destructuring error. And error is going to be coming in from awaiting the Supabase client that we created. So bring it in here, and here we have .auth, and there we have .sign in with password. So right here, sign in with password. And this is going to be called with the data. So I'm going to pass the credentials, which is data, email, and password. Okay, so we have an error because this is meant to be async function over here. Now, what if we have an error in this operation? We're just going to have an alert. So if error like this, all we're going to do is to come here and say alert and call it, and the message here is going to be error.message. Else, that means we are successful. We are going to show it toast notification. Hey, toast, and toast should be imported from React Native toast notifications, the library installed. And then we're going to call .show. And we're going to have this message, which is going to say signed in successfully. And we're going to pass some configuration. So we can configure the type. And the type here is going to be success. We can also configure the placement, and the placement here is going to be top, so it shows up on the top. And lastly, we have the duration, and the duration here is going to be 1500 milliseconds for 1.5 seconds. So we're going to copy every code we've written here for the sign-in because it's more or less the same for the sign-up. So copy everything and replace what we have here for the sign-up, and here we're going to mark it as async. And rather than sign in with password, we're going to be updating that to be sign up. And it's also going to take the data. Now, the toast we're going to show is not going to be signed in. It's going to say signed up successfully. And that's about it for our sign up and our sign in functionality. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We're going to try it out. I'm going to try it out with this email test@test.com. And for the password, I'm just going to have 1 to 6, so 1 to 6 like this, and click on sign up. So wait a second, and we see sign up successful, and it goes. Now we are meant to be redirected to the home page. So we load manually, at least for now, and we are in the home page, which is great. That means we have the session. So we also have this error, and we have this error because we are trying to run the user's query from our auth provider. So we're going to comment out this code temporarily until we have this users table. Then we're going to bring it back in. So for now, just comment it out so we don't see the error. So that's about it, and give this a save, and everything is gone. At least we no longer see the errors. Now let's wire up this sign out button so that we can sign out of the application as well. And for that, you can come right here into the components. That's where we have the header. So the list header here. And I'm just going to set for this font awesome because there's a font awesome icon. And here after the shopping cart, we have this sign out button. So on the touchable opacity, we're going to be having the unpressed. And unpressed of this function, we are going to call the handle sign out function that we haven't defined yet. So let's make sure that we have this function. I'm going to copy it and come right to the top of the file, and we're going to be defining it right here. So I'm going to say const handle sign out is going to be equal to this async function. And here we also need our Supabase client. So let's await our Supabase, make sure you import it, and then we can call .auth.signout. We can save, and we can already try it out. Okay, so let's come to our application and try to sign out. I'm going to click here, and cool. We are redirected to the authentication page. So again, I'm going to try to sign in to see if it works now, at least the redirect, and provide the valid credentials and click on sign in. We see signed in successful, and we are still here. Now, the reason we're still here is because of something we haven't done in the auth page. So let's come over here, and right here, you see we are not trying to know if we have a session so that we can redirect the user appropriately. So for that, I'm not going to be defining it here. I'm just going to come right to the top of this file. And here I'm going to say const and make sure we bring in session. So const like this. And here bring in session, which is going to be coming from our hook. We created the use auth hook from the context and all of that, and call it. So what we're going to say, if we have a session, then let's redirect the user to the home page. So we're going to return this redirect. So return redirect is a component that we get from Expo Router, and I'll bring in the rest of the code, and the href here is just going to be /. Now I give this a save, and you see we are redirected to our home page. I'm going to sign out again so that we can try it one more time, and this time I'll try it with invalid credentials so that we just see our alerts. So test@test.com. Then I'm going to provide 1 to 7, click on sign in. We see our alert, invalid login credentials, and then this time around I'm going to be providing the valid credentials 1 to 6. Click on sign in, and we are redirected to the home page. Cool. So everything is fine up until this point. And if we come over to the Supabase, so let's come over to our browser, and here to our Supabase application, if we come over to the authentication section, here we see the new user that authenticated into our application. So, but one thing we are going to check, if we come right here to the table editor, we don't have any information stored for ourselves. Now the auth is stored internally by Supabase, but we want to have some connection in our application. We want to connect users to products, to categories, and this is the problem I'm talking about. So for this, we need to take in extra steps and come back to the IDE. So right here in the IDE, if you come to the auth provider, we have this query. We want to be able to query users of our application and get certain information about the users. We want to also come right here and set our state to the user that we're going to get back. So here we're calling it set user to user. And with this, when we have information about the user, we can react differently in our application when the user is authenticated and also display the appropriate information. So that's the issue. And for this, we're going to be creating functions and triggers. So that's coming right up. All right, so we're going to be heading over to our Supabase, and in our Supabase dashboard, we're going to be creating a new user table, and we're going to be doing this with the SQL editor, and later on, we're going to see how we can do this seamlessly with the table editor. By then, we would know what is actually going on under the hood. So I'm just going to close this assistant, and so that we're going to have some real estate to write our logic. And then I'm also going to be adjusting this panel that we have over here. So the way we're going to do this, I would write and explain later. So let's have this create table like this, users, and then we can open parentheses. And here we're going to write out the different fields that we have. And then we're going to have a semicolon just right after this parentheses on line 3. So now here we're going to have this ID, and then we'll have UUID, primary key, and then we'll say references like this, auth.users, and then we'll give space, open parentheses, ID, and then we'll have not null like this. Now after this, we just have a comma here, and we're going to have email, and this email is going to have text, unique, not null. Again, I'm going to explain later. And then we have type, and type we're going to have text, have default, and then space, single quote, user, and then we're going to have a space, and then have check, then we can open parentheses, and then we can say type in, and then open parentheses, so type in like this, and then open parentheses, have single quotes, we say user, comma, and then single quotes, we say admin like this. And let's come over to line 6, have a comma, and then we're going to have avatar underscore URL, and then we'll have text, and then we have not null like this. And down below, we're going to have created underscore at, and then we're going to have next, we're going to have timestamp as one word, please. So timestamp, and then we're going to have default, and then current underscore timestamp like this. And there should be no comma at the last. Okay, so now we have this. To execute this SQL, we're going to hit on this run at the bottom right, and we have an error because current time should be timestamp at created at. So right here, it should be timestamp like this. And then we're going to hit run again. And once we hit it this time, we see success, no rows returned. So let's head over to our table editor here. And we see we have this new users table, RLS disabled. We're going to come back to that. If you click on it, you're going to see the different fields that we specified there. But what actually happened? Let's come back to the SQL editor and explain all we wrote here. So create table users is going to create a table named users with the following columns that we have specified here. Now the first column we have here is this ID, UID primary key, references auth.users and all of that. And all this is doing is this ID is a unique identifier for each user, and it's of type UUID, and it's a primary key that is referencing ID column in that table that Supabase uses internally, which is the auth.users table. And it creates a foreign key constraint ensuring that the ID in the users table exists. And this email just goes on to store the user's email as a text, and it's also declared as unique, so to make sure that two users don't have the same email. And what's going on there is just a type that defines the user type to be a user or an admin, and we are assigning a default for it to be user. So the user type is restricted to either a user or an admin, and the avatar URL is just a text that we're saying, and we make sure that it's not null. So we're going to come back to that not null constraint, as it is called, and we're going to see, because when we are creating a new user, we are not providing the avatar URL. We're going to see that in another function that we're going to be creating. And after that, we have lastly the created at, and over here just a timestamp that automatically records the date and time when a record is created. Now in this case is when the user's record is created, and that's what we have here. We can also rename this query, and renaming the query, you just click here, and we're going to let the Supabase AI just give us a name and a description that fits. And once you have this and everything is okay by you, you can just hit over here on rename query, and you have your query renamed. So give it a second and it's done. So this is what is actually going on here. We have created the users table. You can export as CSV, copy as Markdown, copy as JSON, and you have more customizations here. All right, so now we have successfully created the users table. We want to create a new query. Again, I will type and then we can discuss later. So I'm going to say create like this, create or replace function. And this function, we're going to give it this public.handle_new _user. Now we are the ones giving this user, this function, this name. Again, I'll come back to that later. And then we'll say returns trigger like this as, and then we're going to have the $$ here. And after this, we're just going to have another $$ and have language and have PL, PGSQL. And we're going to have the security definer, and we're going to close it up with a semicolon here. So from line 3, we're going to have begin, which is more like the function body. And here, we're going to have this if check. So if new.raw_user_meta_data like this, and then we'll have this hyphen and double arrow, forward arrow like this. Then we'll have avatar_URL, and then we're going to have is null, or we're going to say new.raw_user metadata, and then we're going to have this sign again and have avatar_URL, and then we're going to have if it's equal to, and then we'll just have quotes. Then come over to the next line, we're going to have a break, and then new.raw_user metadata like this is going to be equal to, and now we're going to have this JSON B here _set, and then you're going to open parentheses and have this new.raw_user metadata like this, and then we'll have a comma, and then we're going to have single quotes, and then we're going to have the curly brackets here, and then we're going to have avatar_URL, and we have comma, and then single quotes. And now I have provided us with this image. I'm just going to open up in a new tab and paste it here, and this is the image again from Pixabay. So we're going to paste it here, but we're going to be doing that with double quotes. So here we have these double quotes here. We're going to be pasting it right inside the double quote like this, and after that we're going to have this semicolon or column, and then have this JSON B here and have a semicolon at the end. So the next line, we're going to have the end if and then a semicolon again. And the next line, we're going to have insert if or insert into, and then we're going to have public.users, and then open parentheses, we're going to have ID, we're going to have email, and then we're going to have avatar_URL. And in a new line, we're going to have values and space, open parentheses. we're going to have new.id, and then we'll have comma new.email and comma new.raw underscore user underscore metadata, and then we're going to have the operator with the / and double arrow and single quote avatar underscore URL and have a semicolon at the end. Now after this, we're just going to have return new, and we're going to come down a semicolon at the end, come down and have end and have a semicolon at the end. So we have created this function, and here we can now try again to execute this function. So what's going to happen is we're going to come here and click on run, and once we click on run, we get success, no rows returned. So what's going on here? Here we're just having this returns trigger create, which is a function that is written in PL, PGSQL, PostgreSQL procedural language, and it goes on to define a trigger function, meaning that this function is going to be called for us based on certain events. And here we have this if check, and it just checks if the avatar within the raw user metadata JSON field is null or empty. And if the avatar URL is missing, it uses this JSONB function, which is a function. So it's going to use this function to update the raw user metadata with a default avatar URL. So that's what we're actually doing here. And after that, we just have to end the if block. Okay, so the next line just goes on to end this check that we have over here. Now over here, we have this insert into public users. So what we're doing earlier, we created this users table, and here we're trying to insert into these different columns, ID, email, and avatar URL, and it has to be like this. Now here we have these values. So what we're trying to say is, what we have up there, the insert, the new object that is being created, which is the new user, we want to insert the ID, the email, and then we want to also insert the avatar URL, but we are accessing the avatar URL from the new object that was created. And then finally, we return the new object that was created, and we end it there. Okay, so that's what we have here. This line, as I said earlier, is just a function that's written in PL, PGSQL, which is PostgreSQL procedural language. All right, so this is a function that we have created, and what we're going to do next is to rename it as we did earlier. Allow the Supabase AI to generate a name for us, and then we can rename this query. And once we have the query named, let's come over to our database. So come over to database and check functions, and over here in functions, you see we have this new function that we created with the return type and also the security, which is the definer here. You can edit this function. You can edit the schema. It's in the public schema, which is the schema that will be public. We can edit the name. And right here, we have the function body. You can create a new function. Give this function a name. Over here, you can specify the schema, the return type. In our case, we return a trigger. You can also have arguments, and these arguments can also have types. And here you're going to define or have the function definition. But we did this on our own. You also have some advanced settings here, and you can see the language, the behavior, and all of that. You can customize it to your needs here. So that's what we just did earlier, and we're not done. We need to come back to the SQL editor so that we can create more queries. So click on this new query, which is actually the last one, and this is where we create the trigger that's going to be called for us. So here we're just going to have create or replace. Just come to a new line, create or replace trigger, and this trigger is going to be based on certain events. We're going to say on auth user underscore created like this, and we'll say after insert. So after an insert operation on what table, so we're going to say on auth.users like this, and then we're going to say for each row. Then we'll come down, and then we're going to say execute procedural public like this, and then we're going to give space and have our public, and then dot handle new user, which is a function that we just created that returns a trigger, and you need to call it because a function like this, and then we have a semicolon. Okay, so all we're doing here is that we are creating a trigger, and the replace, if it exists, then it updates it. And this is the on auth user created, and this trigger is going to be called for us. So we are saying after insert on the auth.users table for each row, that means for each record, do go on and call this trigger, which is going to be calling this function. So we're telling it on the next line over here that it should go on and execute this procedural public. So this handle new user function that we created on the public schema. So let's run it. We also get a success, no rows returned. And we can also rename this. So I'm going to come here, rename the query, and let the Supabase AI help us to give it a name, suitable name, hit on rename. And let's check if we're going to see this trigger, though I doubt. We can come over to the database. And here in database, let's come over to triggers. And here in triggers, we don't see the new trigger that was created. Same, it's not here, but we know we just created it. Okay, so now we have this users table. We are going to try it out because here, when we try to authenticate, we should see the new user here. So let's try it. We're going to head over to our application, and so that we can give this a trial. So let me navigate over to the application here, and we are going to try sign out. But before we actually try this out, I want us to come back to our Supabase to make sure that we delete the previous user that we created. So let's come back here and come over to the authentication. And here I'm just going to delete because I want to use the same credentials. So I'm going to delete this user and come back to the table editor. And here we are going to try it. So let's try. I'm going to use the same email, test@test.com. And for the password, 126, and then I'm going to hit sign up. So once we hit sign up, we are directed back to our home page. Let's quickly check. So we're going to come over to application and click on the users table. And over here, we see that we have the user, the details of the user that was created right here in our table editor, which is super cool. These are all the fields that were mapped out and the SQL we wrote. Okay, so now we have this. This is super cool. We see the benefits that we can now link the user here. So next, we're going to bring this in. And once we bring this in, this query is going to run. And you see this time around, we don't have any error because we are actually getting the user data. Even if you refresh, there are no errors. Now let's come over to our home page because this is the page we are currently on. And then we're going to try to access the user property using the use auth hook. So come over to your app. And right here in the shop, because that's where we have the home page, and the index page, I'm going to get rid of this auth component that we used here previously. And then I'm going to try to destructure the user. That's will come from our use auth, and use auth should come in from our providers. So right here, I'm just going to bring in user and log the user to the console. So console.log and have the user here. And save this, open up your terminal. Now we see we are getting the details of the user here. If you didn't get it, no worries, because we haven't worked with, we haven't updated our permission. So no worries, we're going to be doing our RLS, our row level security soon. So I'm just going to undo all the changes here because we don't need the user, at least for now here, and just give this a save. Okay, so this is where we are. What's going to happen next? We're going to come back to Supabase and work little on RLS to make sure we have it enabled. And then we're going to continue with our application. I'll see you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this important module on RLS. Now, RLS stands for Row Level Security, and is a powerful feature that allows you to control which rows, that means ROWS, which rows of data that users can access within your database. How does it work? Now, it works basically within two ways. One is controlled by you and the other isn't. The first one is policies. You're going to define policies, which are rows that determine which rows a user can see based on maybe their role or their user ID or any other criteria. And the other way it works is by using dynamic filtering. And now, once you create these policies, they are going to be applied dynamically to every query, ensuring that users only see the data that they are authorized to see. So this is RLS. It's a very important feature in Supabase, which we can use to control access to different rows of our application. Now I'm going to head over to this documentation here. And this is the documentation from Supabase where we can know more how it works. Row level security in Supabase. Now, if you scroll down, you see right here what Supabase is. It's a Postgres primitive and can provide defense in depth to protect your data from malicious actors, even when accessed through third-party tooling. Okay, so it helps to provide that protection, and it does this by policies. You see that policies are Postgres rules engine. Okay, they are easy to understand and all of that. Now you can think of policies as adding a where clause to every query. Okay, so here we have an example. This is a query that we have here, and you see this query is going to translate to what we have below here, where you have the auth.uid is going to be equal to auth.userid. So in this case, the where clause here is the ID, and this is how it works. Now, what do we need to do to enable row level security in our application? It's as easy as adding this one SQL script. Alter table users, in our case, the table name, and you can go on to have enable row level security. And once RLS is enabled, that's the next line you see over there. Once you enable this, no data will be accessed via the API when using the public anon key until you create policies. Now, remember in our application, we are trying to query users and we got back the user. Now that's going to change. Let's come over to our application here and let's create a policy. So over here in the table editor, you can click on the users table and give it some time to load up. And here where we have RLS disabled, we are going to enable RLS for this table. So here, click on it and click on enable RLS. At this point, we are going to revisit our application. And so we're going to see the impact that this RLS has. For now, we are not going to be creating any policy. Okay, we're not going to be creating policies. So you see that no rows is going to be returned, as we just saw in our documentation, having this extra protection. So back to our application. Remember previously, when we logged this user, we saw it right here on the terminal. We are printing out the user, and that's from this auth provider, because over here we have this query where we query the user and we update the user. Now we're going to reload our application, and once we give this application a reload, we should see null. Okay, because we have RLS enabled now, and now we see user is null, and we even get an error. This error here. With this code, the details, the result contains 0 rows and the hint is null. Okay, so this is the error that we're getting because we haven't created policies. Now, if you come back to the project here, you see we have no policies, and that's why we are not having any results. Okay, so we need to change this, but that's where we are going to leave out our application for now, and our focus will be building out our admin panel. So I'm super excited how far we've come in our application, but we're going to take a pause before we can go on to write policies, and so that we know what we're adding, and specifically where we need to add the policies so that we can understand how it works under the hood. So I'm going to see you, and up next, the next module, we're going to be concentrating fully on building out the admin panel with Next.js. So let's not waste any more time. I will see you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this section where we are going to be bootstrapping our admin panel with Next.js. Now, Next.js is a framework that builds on top of React.js, and with Next.js, we can go on to have access to so many features that we can use in building out our application rather than have the boilerplate React. And now, what are these features? You see here, we have built-in optimization. We have dynamic HTML streaming, React server components. We also have client and server rendering, CSS support, data fetching, route handlers, server actions. We also have advanced routing, nested layouts. We also have middleware and a whole lot more. You see how Next.js makes building React application quite easy. Now, come over to this Get Started guide. You can read more on what Next.js is and how it helps us build full stack applications And you can also check out the main features such as routing. Next.js offers a by file-based routing system. We have the rendering, the client side and the server side, and you can bootstrap your application. Now we're going to be making use of a component library to start up or bootstrap our application. And here we have shardcn UI. So come over to ui.shardcn.com, and shardcn is a component library that gives us components that we can just copy and paste right into our code. And down here you have samples of what is called blocks that you can just copy and paste into your application. This is the dashboard, cards, tags, you even have a playground, and these are just UI that you can customize, copy and paste, and have your application built in just a couple of minutes. So you have a form layout, music, and you see how easy it is to get started in building out your UI. Okay, so you already have this beautiful UI here. You also have this authentication UI, and you see how it looks like. Now, if you come over to the blocks section, you can see a deep dive of the different blocks that are offered. So here we have these charts, and we have this dashboard layout here as well. So our application is going to be making use of most of this boilerplate code, but we are going to definitely be customizing it to fit. So how do we install? Come over to these docs here, and here installation, we have different frameworks that are supported by shardcn UI. Next.js, you also have Vite, you also have Remix, Gatsby, Astro, Laravel, and Manual. Okay, so how does it work? We click on Next.js and we have this command we are going to copy. So let's copy this and head over to our terminal. So I have my terminal here, and I'm already navigated into the YouTube, which is the folder I might like to create this project. So here we have npx create next app at latest. This is my app. We need to update it to the name of your application. So I'm just going to come over here, and rather than have my app, I'm going to give it the name of ren-shop-admin. And it has this flag here for Typescript. It also has this flag for Tailwind and this flag for ES links. So do go on and execute this, and it should ask us some prompt. Let's wait for it to come up here. Give it a second. And yes, first it asks us if we would like to use a source directory. Yes. For the app router, which is the latest, we're also going to say yes. And are we going to like to customize the default import alias? We would say no for that. Now this is initializing our project, making use of this template app.tw, and then it is installing the dependencies that the application needs. So the core dependencies, React, React DOM, and obviously Next. And we also need to make use of some development dependencies, and that is to have TypeScript support in our application. So the types for Node, the types for React, the types for React DOM, the types for Post CSS, the types for Tailwind CSS, ESLint, not actually the types. So we have Post CSS, ESLint, and ESLint config Next.js. So this is going to take a couple of minutes based on maybe your system and network to install. And once it is done, I'm going to now cd, which is change directory, into the React. What do we call it? ren-shop-admin, and hit enter. So now you're there. To open it up with Visual Studio Code, we'll use the code command. So right here, I have opened it up in Visual Studio Code like this. And then I'm going to put it side by side with the browser. And now we have it side by side. We are going to continue with our shardcn installation, and the next step is for us to run the CLI, and this is the command, okay, npx. But before we go on to run this command here, this npx shardcn UI at latest, I want us to do some setup in our application. So come into your application, and here in the source folder we need to create a new folder, and that folder is going to be for styles. So here we're going to name it styles, and here we have this globals.css file. I'm going to move it right inside of this styles folder here. So open it up, open up the globals.css, and we need to delete everything we have here, but we're going to be leaving the base, the Tailwind, the components, and the utilities that are made use of by Tailwind CSS. Once you have this saved, you can come right into your layout, the app layout, and here we need to update the import. So previously it's coming looking for the same directory. Now we moved it to a style, so we have @/styles. And there we have the globals.css file like this. Now I'm going to make one more change inside this file. You might not understand, I will explain later. But rather than have this children tag wrapped like this, I'm going to cut it and have a main tag and paste in the children like this. No worries if you don't understand what's going on, we're going to explain soon. So now we have this, we need to run the npx shard cnui at latest init command. So let's copy this and choose npm and then come back to our terminal and paste this in and execute. Now this terminal is already navigated into this directory where you have this project. We have these questions. I'm going to go with the default for the style, and you can see the questions here in the component.json, more on that later. And base color slate, yes for CSS variables. And you see the steps it is going through. The first, it is writing this components.json, and now it's initializing our project. It goes on to also install the dependencies. So now it is done initializing our project. We have this component.json, which we are going to be visiting right now. So open your Explorer and come into this component.json, and right here you see most of the answers that we provided when we were bootstrapping our application. You can customize it here as well. So this is the component.json. Now let's come back to the guide, and the next thing here is the font. We don't need to configure the font. The default is okay, and everything here it's okay, and we are done with our setup here. There's no more setup that we need to do for shard CNUI. So let's start up our application, and to start up our application we need to run the npm run dev script, which is going to bootstrap or start up our application on this development server on localhost 3000 here. And it's going to take some time to open because it needs to build, and once it is done we're going to see the content of our home page right here. Okay, so now it is done, and you see it tells us to get started by editing the source app page.tsx. Let's do that. Come into the source app and page.tsx here. I'm going to delete everything we have in here inside of this main tag, and I'm just going to be replacing it with fragment and just write home. And once you go on to have this home page here, get rid of this image import from next image and then save this. You're going to see home printed on the page. Okay, so this is where we are in our application. We might not have understood what went on between the layout, this page.tsx. That's what we are going to be focusing on next. Up next, we're going to be building the different layouts and pages. Just we need bare minimum to get started. So let's not waste any more time. Hello everyone and welcome. Last time out we wrote out defined some pages and layouts we did not understand. I'm going to be explaining everything right inside here. So let's close up all these tabs that we have opened and understand how routing works in our application. Now over here where we have this app router affects our entire routing in our application. And here we can define layouts, we can define page routes, we can define API routes and everything right here. Now inside this layout.tsx, this layout is where we define layouts that affect our entire application, or basic initializations that affects our entire application. And you see right inside this main, we are returning children, and children is going to be in turn the page routes. So here we have this HTML body and we have this file tree over here. And we are doing basic initializations inside this file, just as we also make sure that we are importing our fonts right here, our styling. So here we're importing our global styles. We're also making use or initializing our intern fonts that we pass over to the body. And here we have this export constant metadata, which is a special API that is provided by the Next.js team. And it has this title, create next app, as well as the description. Now, if you convert to your application and hover on that tab, you see create next app. That is the title that we are getting from this metadata. And you can update this, give this title any title of your choice. I'm just going to give it the title of code with lari like this, rn-shop, and give this a save. Now, if you come back to the browser and you hover there, you should see the update. Now, if you don't see, you just reload your application, and you should have your application obviously up and running. So I'm going to start it up with npm run dev, give it a moment for it to load, and just reload the application over here. And once it's up and running, we are going to try again, and now it's up and running. You can hover there and you see code with lari shop, which is the title that we prescribed here. Now let's open up the Explorer, and I'm just going to just click on the home page here and expand this head tag that we have opened. Now right here, if you scroll down, you see the title and you see this meta with the name of description and the content. Now this is coming from here, and we are also going to be updating this content. I'm going to give it this content, any content of your choice, a React Native shop-code with lari like this. And once you save this, you should see it update right there, and just scroll further down and you see the title and you also see the description updates. So this is the need for this meta API. Automatically Next.js is going to inject it in the head tag of your application. Okay, so this is the layout. Let's come over to this page.tsx, and here we are exporting the default function home, which is our home page. Okay, so this page.tsx is the route name that we use to define a route. So let's create one for our admin. Here we're going to have a folder admin, and here we're going to have first create the layout.tsx. And once we have the layout.tsx, we're going to be creating another file for the page.tsx. Now we're going to go back to the layout.tsx, and this layout we have here is going to be affecting just the admin route. So localhost 3000/admin is going to be affecting just the route and not your entire application. So in this layout, we're going to export this default function, give it the name of root layout, any name of your choice. And here we're going to open it up like this. And this layout is going to take in this object prop here where we have a key of children. And the value of this prop is going to be this read-only type. So here, let's have those read-only. Here we're going to open it up and have this bracket where we're going to have this children key, and the value is going to be of type React Node. So here we're going to have children, and the type of children is going to be React Node. React Node should be imported from React. So we have this root layout. I'm just going to drop a to-do right inside this root layout. And this to-do says we're going to check if the user is authenticated. And if we have an authenticated user, we also want to check if the authenticated user is an admin before we go on to display the page. So this is a logic we're going to handle later. And for now, I'm just going to have this empty fragment that we are going to be returning from this root layout. And inside the empty fragment, we are going to have the children right here. And this children we have here is this children that we are taking in from the props like this. And now we can save this. Now let's try it out. Let's come over to the browser and go to localhost 3000/admin. And we are going to definitely get an error. Now, the reason we are getting this error, the default export is not a React component in page, is because the layout is trying to go into the home page, okay? This page.tsx that we defined up here. But remember, it's just an empty file. Hence, this children we have here is not returning a React.js component. So let's come right into the page.tsx, and right here, let's return a component. We're just going to give it the name of, let's say, admin. And get rid of the React.js import. Once you give this a save, you now see the text admin. That means the children you had there has been injected with this content. Now let's come to this root layout, and let's just have a H1 right here. That affects the entire application. Root layout, I'm just going to cut it and render it into a H1 like this. And once we give this a save, we see root layout. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to come over to the admin layout, and right in the admin layout, before we render children, I just want to render, let's say, a paragraph tag, and here I'm going to have the text admin layout like this and give this a save. So now we see first the root layout, and then we go on to see the admin layout. So you see the root layout comes first, the admin layout, and now we have the admin page. So because we are in /admin route. Okay, so before we continue, I'm just going to take a moment to make sure that we revert everything that we have done. So these placeholders we had here for the admin layout, and also in the root app layout, I'm just going to get rid of this. And that should be it. So we're going to be creating a new page. So I'm going to close all, come here, and we're going to be creating a new page for our authentication. So we're going to be doing that again in the app. And right here, we are going to be creating a new folder called Auth. And in here, we're going to be creating a page.tsx. That means localhost 3000 or your domain /auth is going to be coming right into this page.tsx. So once we have it, you're just going to hit enter, and here I'll just have the boilerplate generate the template for me. So I will FCE and bring it in and just have auth, and then you can give this a save like this. Okay, so this is what we have now to get started. We're going to take a moment to switch over to our Supabase so that we can have our Supabase integrated right into our admin panel. So from there, we can gradually build out our admin and also our authentication. So I'll see you. Hello everyone and welcome. In this section, we're going to be integrating Supabase right into our Next.js application. And for that, let's open up a new browser tab here and go to supabase.com. We're going to come over to this documentation guide, and right here, we can come down to where we have products. And in this product section, we're going to go over to the authentication guide. And in this top left corner hamburger menu over there, we need to choose the flows for server-side rendering. Do click on it. And here we need to set it up, but we need to choose a framework quick start. And here we're going to be choosing Next.js as the framework that we are making use of. Now, once you're here, you see the app router, because in our application right here, we are making use of the app router. We need to install the Supabase packages. And the first is at Supabase.js, and the other is a helper at Supabase/SSR package. So this is the installation. Make sure you copy it and come over to your application right here. Quit your development server. And once you have your development server shut down, paste in this command and execute. Now let's come back to the browser. The next step is to set up environment variables, and we're going to create this .env.local in your project root directory. So come over to your project here, and I'm just going to collapse this a little to have more space, and also collapse this source. And right here in the root folder, we're going to create a new file, and that is the .env.local here. Okay, so now we have this. We need to set up the environment variables, and the first variable here is the next public Supabase URL, and the other one is the next public Supabase anon key. So make sure you copy this, copy it correctly. The next public Supabase URL is equal to, and then the next is the next public Supabase anon key. So let's copy it and paste it right here. So how do we get these values? I'm going to open up a new browser here. This is the browser where I have the Supabase project. And here under project settings, I'm going to come right here to the API section. And here in the API section, this is my Supabase URL. So in your case, you're going to copy your Supabase URL and use the value right here. And now the same thing for the Supabase anon key. Come back to the browser where you have your Supabase project and copy your anon key, and we are going to use it right here in the IDE as a value. So save this file, and that's it for setting up environment variables. Now we need to move over to the next step, and the next step is to write utility functions to create Supabase client. Now, what are these functions? We need to create two types of Supabase clients, and this is going to help us to access Supabase from our app. The first one is the client component client, and the other one is the server component client. And the client component client is used to access Supabase from client components, and you see it runs in the browser. That's because it's faster, but it isn't secure. So we have to have that at the back of our minds. And Supabase server client is slower, but it's much more secured, and it can be used on the server. So how do we go about this? It advises us to create a utils Supabase folder, but we're going to do things a little bit differently on how we structure our project. So copy this and come back to your project, and right here, create a new folder for Supabase. And in here, we're going to be creating a file because we just copied the client. So I'm going to name this client.ts, and I'm going to paste what we just copied from the documentation. So let's have a look at this file. Over here, we are bringing in the create browser client from the package that we installed, Supabase SSR, and we are calling it and passing the two URLs, the Supabase URL and also the anon key, and we are exporting the create client function that we're going to use to talk to Supabase. Now we need the same for the server, so come back to the documentation and copy the Supabase server.ts. And once you have it copied, come back to your application explorer and create the server.ts file. And this is where we're going to paste the create client for the server. So paste this in here. and we can inspect this. The first thing I'm going to do is to expand so that we have more space. And right at the top, we are not making use of these cookie options, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And let's see, we are importing the create server client here, and here we also bring in cookies from next headers. And here we are exporting this function create client, and we call the cookie store from the cookies. And then we call the create server client and pass the two URLs, which is the Supabase URL as well as the anon key. And then we have this object, and this object has those cookies. Then we have two methods for get all and also get set all. Okay. So this is what we have. I'm just going to expand so that we can focus next on the next step and also read the instructions. The next step is to hook up middleware. So we're going to be creating a middleware.ts file at the root of our project. Okay, but it's going to be in the source. And this middleware, it does three things. The first thing is refreshing the auth token, and it does this by calling the Supabase auth.getUser. It's important to know Supabase auth get user. And then it also passes the refresh token to the server component, and so they don't attempt to refresh themselves. And then it passes the refresh auth token to the browser, so it replaces the old token. So this is what this middleware.ts does. Now here we have more like an instruction and a warning that we should be careful when we're protecting our pages, because the server gets the user session from the cookies, and we should always make sure we're using the Supabase auth.getUsers to protect pages and user data. We shouldn't trust the get session, because get session is used on the browser, and you can have the instructions here. So in this case, we are going to make sure that we are doing things correctly. We're going to copy this, which has already been configured accurately. And right here, where do we paste in this middleware.ts? It has to be the same directory as your source. If you have the source folder, right here, you're going to create this middleware.ts. If you don't have the source folder, it has to be on the root. So here, I'm going to paste in what we just copied right in here like this. We have an error because this update session function is trying to be imported from utils Supabase middleware, and it's a directory or structure we don't have. So for now, I'm just temporarily gonna delete it, and you see this update session is gonna be brought in soon. And right here where we have the utils Supabase middleware.ts, we can see this update session function, which is this function that we're trying to use. So copy it and come back to your application, and it's gonna be inside this Supabase. I'm gonna create the middleware.ts file here. And then I'm going to paste it in right inside this file that we created. So drop it in here, and we're going to do some customizations here. But for now, we can already import this right inside this file. So let's allow the IDE bring it in for us from this. And I'm going to update it to come from @/Supabase. And we already have the Supabase there. So it's just okay like this. And I'll just differentiate it with the third-party imports. Okay, so now we have completed this step. We can scroll further down. The next is to create a login screen. We already have that. We're going to create it. And the next is to auth confirmation path. We're not doing confirmation emails, so we can skip that. And we are good to go. We have more instructions, and congratulations, you have set up Supabase. Now let's do some configuration, because our application works a little differently. And here this matcher is protecting all the routes except this. We also want to make sure that the home page is accessible to all users. And for that, after the $, we're going to add this regex here. We add this pipe, and after this pipe, we just add this caret is at 6. And then we're going to add / and then a $, like this. Now what this is doing is making sure that the home page is also accessible to all users, because that's the landing page of our application, and we don't want to protect it. So I'm just going to leave this comment here and say this is protecting, or I'll say this is making the home page accessible, and then I just say to all users like this. So it's accessible to all users. So this one, and we need to do more customizations. And for that, let's try to come over to this other client or middleware.ts file. Yeah. So in here, we're just going to scroll further down, and down here where we have this if check, and also where we have this path, I want to also check here, because here you see we are making this check. We're fetching the user, and we're checking if there is no user after we get the user, and also we're checking if the path name doesn't start with /login, and it doesn't start with /auth, that means we are trying to visit a route and we are not authenticated because there's no user. Now I'm going to update this path to be /auth because that's where we have our login or authentication screen. And I'm also going to add a check here to make sure that the home page isn't part of this route here. So I'm going to say if request and then .next URL path name is not equal to home page. And what this is saying is you're going to add this line if you have your to allow the home page. I'm just going to bring in this to be accessible to all the users, and that's what we want, and that's why we are actually adding this here. And the auth is just making sure that if there is no user, the user is redirected to the authentication page, but making sure that the home page isn't part of this if check here. So this is what we have here, but we're not done yet. We want to add Supabase types in our project, and for that, let's come to Google, and you can just open the new tab here and search for Supabase types and to add Typescript support. So this is the installation command right at the top here. I'm going to copy this. So this is going to be run on another browser. So what's going to happen is I'll open up the terminal and open the other browser where I have this Supabase project. And first off, we're going to run Supabase log out. It's just a good practice. And once you're logged out of Supabase, you want to log in to Supabase. We're going to say Supabase login, so that I can just log into this browser and be sure that everything is working accurately. Hit enter, and automatically it opens up this tab to sign me in. And if it's successful, yes, we are logged in. And then I'm going to close the tab and clear so that we can have more space here. So I'm going to paste this in, but I won't hit enter yet because first we need the project ID. So let's make sure we get this project ID. Come over to your Supabase project. And here in your Supabase project, I'm just going to open this up so I have more space. Over here, you just want to come over to your project settings. And here in your project settings, you see your reference ID. That is your Supabase project ID. Make sure you copy the project ID and come here and replace what you have here. So I'm going to get rid of everything and paste this in. Now, next we need to update the path. The path isn't going to be this database. We're going to create, or we have the Supabase and there /types.ts, but we don't have that types.ts file. To make sure we don't have errors, let's create the file ahead of time. So create this new file here, types.ts like this, and we are good to go. So come out to the terminal and hit enter, and no such file or directory. Okay, the reason why we have this issue is because this is inside the source folder. So let's update it to be source/Supabase types and hit enter and give it a second. And just like magic, you have your Supabase types right inside of your project. Now we're going to be updating the client here, the Supabase client, because this create browser client is a generic type, and here we're going to pass the type of our database. So here we're going to have database, which is going to come from our types, and I'm going to update this to come from @/Supabase. And there we have the /types.ts like this. So once you have this, do copy this and come over to the server.ts, and right here in the server.ts, do the same thing for the create server client. I'm going to paste in the import. Actually, I thought I imported it, so I'm going to copy the import here and paste it in. Now we have this database. I'm going to make sure that I also update this create server client here. So here we're going to have database here like this, and I'm just going to get rid of the closing tag, and this is it. All right, so this is what we have. We have successfully integrated Supabase in our Next.js project. We're going to be trying it out to make sure that everything is working fine. And in the next section, in the next video, we're going to be making use of our authentication screen to make sure that we can authenticate users in our application. And from there, we can now make sure we are protecting our routes. So let's not waste any more time. Let's head over to the next video and have our authentication. Hello everyone, we are not going to waste any more time. We are going to dive right into having authentication into our project. So I'm going to restart my terminal, npm run dev, which is going to give us this local preview on localhost 3000. And actually, before we go over to the auth page, let's take a moment to see how our application compiles. And you see first, the route that tries to be compiled is this source middleware that we have, because that's where we do authorization and basic authentication logic before it goes on to load our home page. So it's just important to have this in mind. Now let's come right into our applications folder, And right here in the apps folder, we are going to be going into the auth page.txs file. So this page over here, and we can already go navigate to the page. So here we're going to go to /auth, and this is the auth that we have. Now I have provided us with a template, a boilerplate code that just gives us our form, and this is right here in the GitHub that we use for the course. So come right here into the source folder, and here in the source folder you want to go over to the templates folder, and here in templates auth.tsx, this is just the template. This is not the actual authentication logic. We are going to be writing the authentication logic ourselves, but this just saves us some time so that we don't have to write the entire JSX on our own. And I believe most of us here are familiar with what's going on here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it right in our application, and then I'm going to walk us through progressively everything that we have here. So we have some imports error, and the first thing you see here is first we have the use client directive, more on that later, and then we have this authenticate action, and then we try to have the CN UI button. So let's install most of the missing stuff we have. Let's have our terminal and come over to the browser so that we can take the installation command from the CN UI documentation. Just going to zoom out a bit, and here let's come over to in alphabetical order. We have the button, and here in the button we have the installation command. So let's copy it and come back to application and paste it right in. And once the button is installed, the import path for the button has already been mapped out for us, so we don't need to make any other change there. And once you have the button installed, we can scroll next. The next is the form. So let's make sure we find the form here and also copy the installation command. So just scroll further down, and here we have the installation command. So let's copy it, npx -cn-ui at latest add form, like this. And next is the input component. So let's make sure we have the input component here. And I'm just going to scroll further down, and here this is the installation command. Give the form a second for the installation to be completed, and now I'm going to paste this right in here for the input. And you see we have no errors for the resolver, but if you do, you can copy it and install manually, and that's because this at hook form /resolvers. Also React hook form, also Zod got installed by CN UI, because CN UI makes use of React hook form and Zod for validation, Zod for schema validation, and React hook form for our form validation. So I'm going to hit enter so that we can have all of these installed in our application. Now let's go through what we have here. The first we have is this actions from the auth, which calls this authenticate, and here we have the login schema. Now this login schema, we are trying to have what our form looks like. It also has an email and a password with this validation, and this error message that the password must have at least 6 characters here. So this is the schema, and after this we have our component declaration, and then we build our form making use of the use form from React hook form, and we build our form with the resolver and also pass some default values. The resolver we're using is the Zod resolver. And then we set some state so that our application can be aware when we are submitting the form. We have this is authenticating, and we also have this router we can use to navigate the user after authentication. And we have the onSubmit here. And on this onSubmit is going to be called for us in the form here from the form.handleSubmit. When it gets submitted, here we set authenticating to true, and we have our try catch and finally block. Once we are done, we set is authenticating to false. In the catch block, we are not doing anything, and then in the try block we try to call this action, more on that later. And once we're done, we try to navigate the user to the /admin page. So this is what we have here, and no worries, we can just have the barebone JSX, nothing fancy going on here. It's just the form that we built from CN UI and nothing much serious here. So let's have a quick preview. I'm going to save this and start up our application, npm run dev, And once the application is up and running, hopefully we don't have an error because of the import we're trying to bring in from the actions folder. But if we do, we're just temporarily going to comment it out. So let's wait for it to load up. And once it is done, yep, we have the error. So what's going to happen is we're going to comment it out temporarily and bring it in when we need it. So for now, I'm just going to close this up and come further down here where we are calling it on submit, and I'll just comment out the router.push and also the authenticate function. And here I'm just going to log the email as well as the password to the console so that we can see that this is going to be called on the user browser, and then this is going to introduce us to server actions. So let's give it a try. I'm going to bring this down the console and also close this mobile view and clear the console here as well. So now let's try to have an email, any email just for testing. email@email.com, and the password just a random password. Click on login, and we are seeing the email and the password being logged on the user browser. We want to change it because we want this form to be submitted on the server side. We want it here on the terminal and not there. Okay, so let's go on and make sure that we have this action that we're going to create, a server action that's going to be run or called on the server and not called on the user browser. And for that, I'm now going to bring this in, and we're going to be creating the file, the actions, and then the auth.ts file. So I'll copy the authenticate, and right here in the source folder, we are going to create a new folder and call this actions. And in here, we'll create the authenticate.ts file. And here, what do we do first? We're going to use this use server directive, which tells Next.js this is going to be a server action file. Everything in this file should be called on the server. And then I'm just going to bring in this boilerplate code from Copilot. Yep, so this function takes in the email and the password. Now, what we're going to do here is to just log the email and the password in the console just for now. So console.log, I'm just going to console.log email and console.log password so that we can see the difference automatically. So come right here to the page.tsx, and we have an error. What do we call it? It should be auth. Sorry, not authenticate. So I'm just going to update this to be auth and not authenticate like this. And you can come out to the page.tsx. If you're still having the error, you can just remove this and bring it back in. It's a VS Code issue, and you should no longer have the import error. Okay, so now we have the file here. You see right here, this is what we are getting. Now let's see where this is going to be printed out. I'm going to open up the terminal here on the IDE so that we can see the log. And now once we hit login, you see that this is no longer called on the user browser. This is being called on the server right here. And this is one change that we will need in application to make sure that we are doing server-side things in application and not just client-side things. And we can already make sure that we get started with our authentication logic. So let's come back to the auth.tsx. I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to have our try catch block, and we're going to let the IDE bring it for me. And for the catch block, we're going to just console.log here, and we just say maybe authentication error, something like that. Console.log authentication error, and have the error like this. And we're also going to throw the error. So here we're going to throw the error, which is going to send it back to the client catch block. So that's what we're doing. We are throwing the error here, and the page.tsx, it is going to be coming right here, and we're not doing anything with it because this is for the admin. So we don't want to be logging this to the console for the browser. We're just going to log it to the console so that the admin can see, and not for the user browser. So in the try block, let's have our Supabase client. So Supabase is going to be equal to create client. Now, which create client are we going to be using? Obviously, we're going to use the one from the server because this is going to be run on the server as we just saw. And here we're going to have const, we're going to have our error. Maybe it's going to be equal to await our supabase.auth. And then we're going to be making use of the sign in with password. And this sign in with password needs the credentials here, and we're going to be passing the email as well as the password credentials here. So let's have a check in case we have an error. If we do have an error, we're going to be throwing the error, which is going to throw it to this catch block, which in turn throws it to the client is not doing anything with it. So this is the server action authenticate, and this is going to make sure that we have an authenticated user, and once authentication is done, we are going to be pushing the user to the admin route. So let's give this a try. I'm going to open up the browser here and give this a reload, and we're going to try maybe initially with wrong credentials. So what's the credential? Actually, let me come over to the Supabase. I can't remember what I authenticated with. Come over to the authentication section here. I just want to quickly see the email. Okay, test@test.com. Okay, so I'm gonna be trying to obviously authenticate with that same email, so test@test.com, and for now I'm gonna try with a wrong credential and click on login, and we see our error, invalid login credentials. Okay, so if you even scroll further up, you're gonna see the error that we are logging for the user, and here we see the authentication error and all of that. So this is going to be for the admin. Now let's try to authenticate with valid credentials and hit on login. Give this a second, and you see we are redirected to the /admin route. This is beautiful, but we're going to try to go back to the authentication page and let's see what happens. Here we are still in the authentication page. That means we need to add authorization to our code base to make sure that users can only visit resources that they are allowed to visit, and to also make sure that if we are authenticated, we are not gonna have the ability to come back to the /auth page. This is gonna greatly improve our application authorization. Let's see how we can authorize. In this section on authorization, we want to make sure that certain users have ability to access certain aspects of our application, and we also want to make sure that if the admin is authenticated, the admin cannot come to this auth page. So let's close all we have here, and right here we're going to come into the auth, and right here on the auth we're going to be creating a layout.tsx, because this layout is a server-side component, and here we want to make sure that we identify the user on the server before we redirect the user to the page. And that's why we're going to be doing the logic here, and I'm going to paste in a to-do of actions that we want to make sure we work on here. And you see, the first thing we want to do is to make sure the user is authenticated. So we're going to check if this user is authenticated and if the user is an admin before we redirect the user to the admin page. And we want to also check if the user is not authenticated, then to go on and return children. Now children here, if you open your Explorer, is this page.tsx, which is this authentication page here. So this page that we have over here. So that's what we're going to do right here. Let's get started already. We're going to be exporting a default async function, and this function is going to be given the name of auth layout. And this reminds me that in the admin we gave it the name of root layout. Let's quickly update that. Rather than have root layout here, we are going to make sure we have admin layout like this. All right, so now let's come back to the auth layout, and this auth layout is going to be taken in this object prop, and in this prop is going to be a read-only type here. So here we're going to say of type read-only, which is a generic type, and we're going to say this is going to be this object where the key is going to be children here. So let's close up this function, and here let's have children as the key. And we know that the value is going to be this React node, and the React node needs to be imported from React. Okay, so here we're going to build our layout, and the first thing we want to do is to make sure we have access to our Supabase client. So const Supabase is going to be equal to the create client, and create client should come from our server like this. And here we're going to destructure data. So const, we're going to get data, which we can rename to auth data, and this is going to be equal to our Supabase client that we just brought in, or we just initialized right up. So supabase.auth, and there we have the get user property, and we call the get user. So first we're going to have a check in case we don't have, if we have the auth data.user. So we're going to say here, if we have auth data, and then this question mark dot user. If it's there, then we want to do this. So what we're going to do, we're going to say const, we're going to destructure data and also error. And this is going to be equal to our await Supabase. And from here, we're going to say from users table, we want to go on and select. We're going to chain dot select. And we want to select everything. So we have our parentheses, and here we're going to do that with a star, which means we want to select everything. And then we're going to have our clause where clause where the ID is equal to the auth.user.id, like this. And after this, we are going to have dot single so that we can get a single document. Now it's very much likely that we can have error or no data. So right here, we're going to say if we have error, or if there is no data, in that case, we're going to log the error to the console and we're going to return. So what we're going to do here, inside this if block like this, we're going to first of all console.log, not console.error, let's just console.log. And we can say error fetching user data and also have the error. And then we're going to return from this function. So we're not going to return anything. We're not going to return any component. We just return. And after this, we are now going to check the data type. So we're going to say if the data.type, and we know the data.type is going to be equal to admin because we have type admin and we also have type user. So here we're going to say if it's of type admin like this. We want to return a redirect to the /admin route. So we're going to return redirect. Redirect needs to come in from next navigation. So let's make sure we import redirect like this. Yep, from next navigation. So that's what we're going to be doing here. And then outside this if check for this auth user data, we want to return children like this. Now we're having error because children needs to be brought in from right up here. Let's make sure we bring in children. Okay, and we know that these children right over here is going to be our authentication page, which is this page that we are seeing over here. So that's what's going to happen if we are able to fetch a user like this and the user is authenticated, and then we check if the user is an admin, then we are going to be redirecting the user to the auth page. So that's what we're doing here. You see right here, we are first going to get our Supabase client or data. We check if the user is authenticated. And if the user is an admin, we redirect to /admin. And you see here, if the user is not authenticated, we are going to return children. And children we are returning right here is this page that we are seeing, which is this /auth page. Now we can already get rid of this comment that we have here. And then let's give this a save to try it out. Now it's not going to work as expected. Even if you refresh your browser here, you're just going to be seeing a blank page. And the reason why we are seeing this blank page is because we are forgetting something that is really needed, and it also gives us this error in the console. We haven't updated our RLS policy to make sure that we can fetch data that we want to fetch. And if you even come over to the Supabase project and you inspect, you would see that we are not updating our RLS policy. So we're not going to be doing that right here in this course. We're going to be doing that in another video, but if you just come right here, let's try it out. Let's come over to our Supabase project. And here in the Supabase project, if you open this up and come over to the table editor, and here in the table editor where you have the users table, here you would see that we have RLS, but we have enabled it, but you see there is no RLS enabled for this user. So queries may return 0 results, and that's the behavior we are seeing in the application. Let's come back next and make sure that we have RLS in this table. Adding RLS in our Supabase project is quite straightforward. We have the SQL editor, but here we're just going to be doing it with this UI that we have here. Just click on this add RLS button. And right here, we have the option to create a policy, which is this button over here. Do click on it. And I think I'm just going to zoom out a bit so that we can see it in full screen. I think this is not too okay, but let's see. And here we can select predefined templates, and this is for select operations, which is going to enable read access for all users. So make sure you select this option here. And if you come over here, I think I might just have to zoom out a tiny bit again. Yeah, so this is okay. So what do we have here? First, we have a policy command, which is select. And for the target rows, we want to select authenticated. So make sure you select authenticated over here. And that is for the role, making sure that only authenticated users can perform this. You can also update this policy name, and for the table, it is the users table on the public schema, and the policy behavior is going to be permissive like this. And for the policy command, select, but you can select for insert, update, delete, and all to make sure that all these rows. So make sure you save this policy. And with this policy saved, our application should be working fine already. So what's going to happen is we're going to come back to the table editor, and right here on the table editor, we can just adjust the zoom or just adjust it back to 100% and come back to our application, and our application should already be working fine. So just make sure you reload your application. And here you see we are saying that children, which is the auth table. Let's authenticate ourselves and see what happens next. I'm just going to provide my login credentials, so test@test.com, and also provide a valid password and click on login. So give it a second, and yes, we are redirected to the admin route. Now this admin route here is because of this redirect, because we are of type admin. That's why we are able to visit this admin page. And this admin page that we have here, it's also not protected. We can do the same thing that we are doing here also in the admin layout. So all this SQL that we have written here, or Supabase command we have written here, we can just copy all of these right here, even the Supabase declaration, and come over to the admin layout. So here in the admin layout.tsx, if you come inside here, you'll see we already had a preview or a to-do from previous to check if the user is authenticated, and then want to confirm if the user is an admin. Then we can allow the user to visit admin related routes. I'm just going to paste in everything that we have copied from the auth layout and bring in the imports. The create client should come from our @supabase/server here. And we have this await error because we need to mark this layout as an async layout. So right here, we're going to mark async. And let's take a look. What do we have here? We have this query here that selects from the auth users. And then we have this error that we just return. And here we have this redirect. We can bring in redirect, and redirect will coming from next navigation. So this is what we have here, and we are going to be redirecting the user to the slash page and not the slash admin, because the slash is the admin route. And then we can also update this admin string that we have here, and the same for the auth layout. We also have this admin string here. So let's make sure that we don't hard code these. We're going to come over to our Explorer and create a constants table. So right here on the source, we're going to create a constants folder, sorry, not table. And right here in the constants folder, we're going to create a constants.tsx file, .ts file, sorry. And here we're going to export const admin, and admin is going to be equal to the string admin. Okay, so now we have this. I'm just going to copy the text admin and come over to the auth layout and make sure that I update this and also bring in admin from our constants, the same to the admin layout. We also want to make sure we update this to admin and make sure admin is imported from our constants, and come back to the auth to make sure that we save this file and we can exit out of this file. All right, so if the user is an admin, then we're going to redirect to this page, which is the slash admin route. So we need to make sure that we also come over to this slash admin route here. So this redirect that we are doing, and we want to make sure that the page over here is also redirecting the user to the dashboard page. So for that, we're going to come into this admin here, and right inside here, we are going to be making a change to this page.tsx. We're going to be updating it to make sure that it is page.ts. So right here, I'm just going to update this, and we need to get rid of this now because we're going to be returning a redirect, and that redirect should come in. Sorry, not from here. It should come in from next navigation. So let me quickly update this to coming from next navigation. And then this is going to go to slash admin and then slash dashboard, which is a page that will return 404 for now, but no worries, we are going to be fixing it. So once we save this, you would see that we go to a 404 page because the user comes to slash admin, and the slash admin is telling the user, hey, go to slash dashboard. Now, to create it, we are going to come into this admin route and create a new folder. And that folder is going to be called dashboard, because we have seen how file-based routing works. And then inside this dashboard, we are going to have a page.tsx. Once we have a page.tsx, the error would update. And I'm going to bring in this boilerplate and call this dashboard page. So, or maybe admin dashboard like this. And get rid of the React.js import and give this a save. Now I see a typo there. I'm going to be fixing this typo off screen, but you see we are navigated to the correct page. All right, so we have gone so far in our application. We have seen how authorization works and how we can also go on to protect our different routes to make sure that users are who they are before they can come over to our page. Now we're going to focus on building the overall layout of our application, the header, the footer. Let's work on that next. Hello everyone and welcome back. So the first thing I've done here is to update this to be admin dashboard. I have updated the typo that I had from previous, and the idea of this section is for us to build up our entire layout, the entire layout of our application. We're going to be adding our theming. We're also going to have our header component, our footer component, and we are going to put all of these together to make sure that, yep, we have the core of our application done. Okay, so what are we going to get started with? I'm going to close all the tabs that we have here, and we're going to start with our theming, which is going to be in the root layout. So in our source app layout right here. And to set up our theme, we're going to be making use of a ShadCN UI library, actually the next themes, which has been integrated into here. So coming over to the dark mode section, and here you want to come over to the Next.js section, and you see here that we need to install next theme library. So copy the installation npm install next theme, and right here in the application, I'm going to quit the terminal and make sure that I have it installed right here. Now the next thing to do is to create a theme provider, and this theme provider is this code here. So make sure you copy this code and come back to your application. Just make sure you have it up and running, or not for now, and you can open the Explorer. And for this, we're going to be creating a new folder which we're going to call providers, and the providers folder is going to be here in the source folder. So right here, let's create this providers folder, and we're going to be creating a new file right in here, and the name of this file is going to be equal to our theme-provider.tsx, because the component, and we can paste in the code that we copied here. Remember I said it's a component, so you see we are returning this next theme provider with the children, and this is also making use of this directive, which is the use client directive. And lastly, we need to wrap it with our root layout here. So I'm going to copy everything that we've got right here, just the top, and come back to our application, to our layout, and right here, just outside the main tag, I'm going to paste this in, and for the closing tag, I will just move it to the end of this main and give this a save, get rid of this quote, and the theme provider should now be imported. So let's import it. Actually, it should not come in from next themes, sorry, we should bring it in from our providers theme provider that we just created now. So this is the themes that we have, the theming, but we also need to make sure that we have a toaster library here that we can use in our application. And for that, let's come back to ShadCN UI. We need to install the Sonar. So come right here to the Sonar section. And once you're here to the Sonar, click on it and you would see what it does. If you click on it, it just shows us beautiful toast like this. So let's install it in our application. I'm going to copy this installation command. Again, I'll quit the terminal and paste this in npx ShadCN-UI at latest add Sonar. And the next thing to do is to bring in the import. So I'm just going to copy the import, and right here in our layout, I will just make sure we import the toaster from the components UI toaster. And after that, we just need to mount the toaster component like this. So you can copy it and come back here, just after the main, paste it here. But I'm going to add a rich colors prop, which is just going to make sure that if we're making use of a green toast, we have green, maybe for success, red for errors, stuff like that. Now we have this set up. The next thing we want to set up is the meat of our application. which is the header component, the footer component, and another component that I have provided for us. So for this, I have provided us with the boilerplate that we're going to be getting from the GitHub repository for this course. Now again, this is just the boilerplate code, so there's nothing much fancy here, and I'm going to walk us through the code. So come over to the GitHub, and right here on the GitHub, if you come to the source folder, you would always find these under the templates section. So come into the template section, and here we have the footer.tsx. We also have header and all. And you can see this footer component here. Do make sure that you copy it. I'm going to walk us through this component soon. And once you have it copied, you can come back to the application. And right here in the components section, do create a new file for footer.tsx here. And then you can paste this in here. So it should be right inside the components folder. All right, so your UI tree should look like this, or your file tree. So paste it in here. And this is the footer.tsx. We also have the header, so let's make sure we bring it in and copy the header component. And once you have it copied, right here in the application, you just create a new file for header.tsx, and here you paste in what we just brought in. And if you scroll up, we would have some errors here. Some import errors, and the first is the drop-down menu component, which we don't have in our application. So we need to make sure we install this from shadcn UI, and for that, come back to the documentation, and right here in the shadcn UI documentation, I will expand a little. We will need to look for drop-down menu, so it's right up here, and we can copy the installation via npm and come back to application. And I'm just going to quit for now and paste this in here. Outside the drop-down menu, we also have these sheets. So come right here and copy it, and copy the installation command with npm. If you're curious, you can click on it, and this is going to give us the side drawer that we need on mobile view for our navigation. Paste it in and have it installed into the application, and after a while the error will be gone. So after this header component, we also have one more, which is this render mounted. So come here and copy this render mounted, which will make us to avoid hydration errors. Create the header render-mounted.tsx file, and we can drop this in here. Okay, so this is what we have. What do we have right here for the render mounted? The first thing we have here is this use client directive, which tells Next.js that this is a client component. And this render mounted here, we have the states we're setting. We also are accepting the children prop. And you see right here, we are returning the children, which is going to be our application page, because we make use of this in the layout. And here in our use effects, we set our mounted to true. And for the time when mounted is not true, we are going to be returning null. That's all that we are doing right here in the render mounted tsx component. And after this render mounted tsx, same in the header. This header is a client component to make use of the use client directive. And as we have our imports, obviously. And after the imports, we have a constant for our navigation links, which has href and also label that we're going to render. And after that, we need to style the active links, right? And for us to go on and style the active link, we are going to be making use of this hook that we initialized, a use path name hook. And here we give this constant of path name, and this path name here is used here to highlight the active route, or to differentiate it using this cn library. And after that, we have this handle logout, which is going to be called on click of the drop down menu, which you can find when you scroll down here. You'll find this drop down menu item. It's calling the handle click, and then handle logout, sorry. If you scroll down, we also have these for setting the light mode, setting the dark mode, and also setting the system settings. The comments are not updated. So this is all we're going to be doing here. You can see it's boilerplate. We're going to have everything. The footer.tsx is just barebone. We just have different links here, code with lari about, just links that go nowhere. So we have this fragment. Now we need to render those components, and this is going to be in our app here, admin, and the layout.tsx. So right here in the layout.tsx, we are going to first start by having the render mounted, and render mounted should come in from our components. And then I'm going to copy this to have the closing tag well aligned. And after this, we are going to also have our header component. So here, let's make sure we have our header should be coming from our components. And after the header component, we are also going to have our footer component. So let's have our footer here should come in from our components. And this children here is going to be wrapped in a main tag. So let's cut it and have it in a main, paste it right here. And then we're going to give this some class names. And the class name here is going to be this min height, which is going to make use of this calc function. So calc, and right here inside the calc function, we are going to give it a value of 100 SVH. And we're going to be subtracting 128 pixels. And after this, we're going to give this a padding y of 3. So py3 like this. Now you might be wondering, why did we come up with this value 128 pixels? Now to show, if you come right into the header tsx, right here you see this header has a height of 64 pixels. And if we also come right to the footer.tsx, this footer.tsx also has a height here of 64 pixels. So if we do the maths for 64 plus 64, we get 128. So that's how we came up with that value over there. So that's it. You can save your layout and make sure you have your application back up and running. npm run dev. And let's come over to application and give this a reload. Give it a second for it to build. And once it builds, we should see our newly structured layout with our header and with our footer. So we'll give it a second, and here is it. Here is our component. We have these navigation links that are not working. If you click on one of them, let's say orders, you obviously go over to a 404 page. So we're going to be fixing this progressively. And here we have the admin page. It shows the dashboard. We also have this drop down. We have this logout button, which we haven't tried up yet. And here we have these, which are not working as well. And we also have our footer. Okay, so congratulations. You have set up the layout of the admin panel. We're not going to waste any more time. And now we can focus on building out the different pages of the admin panel. Last time out, we set out the layout of application. Right now, we're going to make sure we have our light, our dark theme working. And we're going to close all these tabs we have, and this is going to be located in our header component. So let's come right here, and here we want to look for our component header.tsx file. And if you scroll down here, we have the 3 buttons that would help us to do this. So here we're going to set the theme to light and dark and settings. So let's start with this. I'm going to be updating this to be making use of a set theme function, a hook that we don't have yet, but no worries, we're going to bring this hook in, and then we're going to set the theme to light like this. And then we can copy this to make use of this also for our dark mode. So I'm going to update this, and actually it's the whole on click that we're going to update and give it a value of dark. And lastly, we have our system. So let's update it, and then we're going to set the value here to have a value of system like this. And now we can have this set theme. So let's come over to the top here, and right here at the top, we are going to be having this, we are going to destructure it from use theme. So here we're going to destructure set theme, and it's going to come in from use theme hook provided to us from the next themes. And that's about it already for our theming feature. Our application is up and running. We can already try it out here. Let's go back to dark mode. Nothing changes. Light mode. So let's just reload the application. If nothing changes for you, just reload the application for it to restart with latest changes. And we're already on the dark theme. You can come here. Light mode is working. Dark mode, system, everything is working. Now we're going to focus on making sure the logout button works. And we just have this handle logout here, and it's pretty much straightforward. Get rid of the comments. For this to work, we need to have 2 hooks that we initialize. First is the router hook. So const, we're going to have router, and router is going to come in from our use router. Use router should be imported from next/navigation. And next is our Supabase client. So here Supabase is going to be equal to the create client. And the create client we need here is the one for the client side because we're usually currently on the browser. And here we're just going to await the Supabase auth.signout, bring everything in. And once we sign out, we are going to router.push. We're going to push the user to the home page / you can push to /auth, but now the home page. So give this a reload. Let's try out the functionality. Come to application here, click on the user avatar, click on logout, and give this a second. We should be redirected to our home page. And here we are in the home page of our application. Let's try to go back to the /admin route. Now we go over to /admin. We are redirected to the, let's give it a second. Yep, we are redirected to the /auth. And if we provide valid credentials, test@test.com, and also provide a valid password, click on login, you should be redirected to the admin dashboard. And here we are on the admin dashboard. And you can try the theming, light, dark, everything works. Now we're going to focus on building out the page of our application. We're going to focus on building out the categories page so that we can start creating categories. And once we create categories, we know that products are going to build up on it. Welcome, and the idea of this video is to make sure that we work on our Supabase side of things, to make sure we create the categories table and also add RLS to that table before we can come back to code. And that's why we have this in full screen. So right here in the Supabase project, we are going to be creating a new table for the category, but we're going to be doing this right here in the table editor so that we see how it works. So here where we have this create a new table, click on this button, and this is going to give us this section here. We're going to give this a name of category, and we can also provide an optional description. And please make sure that you have RLS, row level security, enabled here. So make sure that checkbox is checked. And right here, we are going to specify the different columns that a category is going to have. We already have the ID and the created at. So these two fields have been pre-populated for us, but we're going to add a new column. And this column is going to be for the name. And the type for name here is going to be of type text. So make sure you select text here. The default value is null. And in this settings gear icon, we want to make sure that it is not nullable and the name is also unique. So make sure you check this checkbox. And after that, we're going to be adding a new column. So hit on this new column, and this new column is going to be for the image URL. So image and uppercase URL like this. The type also for image URL is going to be of type text. And here for the settings gear icon, it should be provided, so we'll uncheck this is nullable. Alright, so let's have the next, which is going to be for the slug. So here we're going to add the slug, and this slug here like this is going to be of type text. And here we are also going to make sure it's provided, so it's not nullable, should be unchecked. And lastly, we have a column for our products. So here let's have our products. And this product type is not going to be text, it's going to be of type int8 because that's going to be the ID of the product, which we don't have yet. And here is going to be an array because a category can have multiple products. And I'm going to zoom out a bit so that we can see the is nullable to make sure that it is checked. Okay, it should be checked because when you create a category, you don't have products then. And this is all we have here. And I'm going to come over to our React Native here so you can see that we are trying to follow this model to make sure we're not breaking things over here. So make sure that they match. All right, so now we are sure that everything matches and we are good to go. We don't have foreign keys here. You can hit on save. And this is going to go on to create this new table category and adding the 6 columns to the category. And once it is done, you're going to see your category table appear here with the different fields that we specified. So congratulations, you have created the category table. Now we're going to add RLS policies. So hit on this add RLS policy. And the first policy we're going to add here, click on create policy, is going to be for insert operation. So you can first give this policy a name because insert should only be for admins. So this name should be descriptive. we're going to say we're going to be enable insert for admins only. And this table is going to be for the public category table, permissive behavior, and this is for insert policy command. So make sure you hit on this insert here. Now for the target role, you need to be authenticated. So here select authenticated. And after this, we need to write an SQL expression. So update this true to be this SQL expression. So open parentheses here. And here we're going to go into select row like this. And this role is going to be from public.users. So public schema, the users table that we created. And then we're going to say where here. And we want to select where the ID. So where the users.id is going to be equal to the auth.uid. Now this auth.uid is a function, so you have to call it, and it returns the ID of the current authenticated user who is calling this function, and this is going to return it. So we're going to check where it is equal to the string admin like this. So this is all we need to do here, and this row should actually be type because public.users is actually type. So once you have this, hit on save, and this is going to add the RLS here. Let's take a moment to visit the users table. So come over here to table editor and hit on users. So right here in the users table, if you come over to type, that's the type we're querying, but this type is a user. So let's update this to admin to make sure that we have this test account that we can use while building out our application. Once you have that updated, you can come back to the category table and we need to add more policies. So hit on create policy, and we need to create a policy this time around for updates. So let's give this policy a name, and this name of this policy is going to be enable update for admins only. So enable update for admins only. And here we're going to choose update for the policy command. The target role is going to be authenticated here, and it's more or less the same SQL expression that we wrote out previously. So again, you're going to open parentheses, and then you're going to select type, not role. So here we're going to be selecting type, and type is going to be coming from the public.users schema table. And then we want to access where the ID is going to be equal to the auth.uid like this. And here is going to return the user that matches it. So we're going to compare the admin like this. Alright, so it's the same for the with check. So you can just copy and paste it right inside here with the with check. And this is the policy for update operations. So you can come over here and save this policy. And we need to create another policy. This time around is going to be for delete operation. So hit on create policy. And here we're going to give the policy a name. So you enable delete for admins only. And here we're going to select delete, and the target role here is going to be authenticated. And after that, the expression is just going to be the same that we've seen, open parentheses. And then you're going to be selecting the role from, and this is going to be coming in from the public.users. And then we have our where clause, and then we have where the ID is going to be equal to the auth.uid like this. And this returns the user that matches. And then we're going to say where it's equal to admin like this. And actually it's not role, it's type. So let's update the role to type like this. And this all we need to do, hit on save policy. Your policy is going to be saved. And lastly, we're going to create one for read, and we want all users to be able to read a policy. So we're going to give this a name of, let's say, enable read for all users. Or we can also make use of this template. So hit on this select, which enables read for all users. And this is all we need to do here. The policy command is select. The target role, actually, we should update this to authenticated. And that's all we need to do here. We are good to go. Just hit on save policy. And now you have successfully created policies for the category table. So congratulations. We have set up the category table, and we have also created policies which gives us permission to carry out different operations on the category table based on who we are. Okay, so let's not waste any more time. The next video is building out the UI the admin panel with Next.js so that we can now create categories in our application. Hello and welcome. Now with our Supabase backend ready, the idea is to focus on the UI side of things to make sure we can fetch the categories. And we know that routing happens inside of the application folder, and for this page, inside the admin folder, we're going to be creating a new folder for the categories. So here, let's have the categories. And next, we're going to have the page.tsx, which is the actual page file. And I'm just going to get started by exporting the default async function. So export default async function. And this function needs the name, and the name here is just going to be categories like this. And then we have the function declaration, the function body like this. The first thing we're going to be doing here is to make sure we can fetch categories. I'll leave it out as a comment, fetch categories. And I'm just going to be returning empty fragment for the JSX body and give this a save. Now we save this, we should see, we see our header, we see our footer. I'm just going to have category right here and give this a save, and we see the category text printed here. So let's start with this fetch category. Let's remove this function and have the const because we're going to use an action. And this is going to be categories, and the categories like this is going to be equal to await, and this action which we're going to call get categories with products like this, and we need to call it because it's a function that we don't have. So saving this file is going to give us an error, and that's what we get once we save it. Yes, we see our error that is not defined. Let's define it, and for that we're going to come right into the actions folder, and we're going to create a new action called categories. And right here we are going to have the function. So let's first of all export const, and we'll paste it in get categories with products, and it's going to be equal to this async function. Let's also have the type declaration for this function. This function needs to return a promise that is going to resolve to a type that we don't have. So I'm just going to come down here so we can have the type, and the type here is going to be categories with response like this, category with products response like this. And this type is definitely going to cause us errors, so let's make sure that we have this type defined, and this is it. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to come over to the app, and in the app we're going to come over to the admin, and then in the categories we're going to be defining the type here. So here we're going to have the categories.type.ts, and in here I'm going to paste in this product category that we're going to be updating, but we're going to use it for now. And this product has these fields for category and all of these. And after this, we are also going to have another type that I will bring in here. And this type for which I will bring in is going to be for category. So give me a second. Let me bring it in. And here we have it. So category with products, and it has all these fields. So it has the ID. It also has the image URL, which is a string. It has a name, but most interesting, it has this product, which is referencing this product up, and then this log. And now we can export this type categories with product response, which is just an array of this category with response here. So this is the type, and this is all we need. Now we have this. We can now make use of this in our action where we are trying to make use of this category with product response. So here, let's try to bring this in. I'm going to bring in the import, which is going to come in from the types. Now, before we write inside this function body, we're going to start by bringing our Supabase client. So Supabase is going to be equal to create client. And we know we're going to be making use of the server client here. So let's bring in the Supabase client from the server. And talking about server here, let's mark this file as a use server component so that Next.js is going to do server-side things here. All right, so we're going to start by having const, and we're going to try to destructure data, and error is going to be equal to await Supabase, and then we're going to have dot from, and from category, not categories, we want to have the dot select, and we want to select everything, and for that we're going to make use of this star like this, and then have a comma here and have products, the alias, And here we're going to have product and have a star like this. And then we also want to have dot returns, and we are going to be returning the category with product response like this. Okay, so we have the error still because we're not returning anything, but first let's have the error case. If error, we're going to throw a new error, and this is going to have the message of error fetching categories, and then we have the error.message, which is going to be outputted. And finally, we can return our data, or we can return an empty array like this. So this is our action. Now we are going to, or we have to import this get categories with product action right inside the page.tsx. So come over here and make sure that you bring this in from the actions that we just created. And next, saving this is going to cause us an error because we haven't linked this with product. I'm just going to log it to the console for now, and I'll just comment it out so that we don't have any error. And then we're going to make sure that we come back and have our product schema. And once we have our product schema, we're going to come back and continue with our categories, and then we're going to go from there. So let's come back to the next video and create our product schema. Hello, and last time out we had this error because of some relationship with our product that we don't have yet. We're going to be fixing that, and to do that, let's head over to our Supabase project. And right in our Supabase project, we are going to be creating a new schema for products and see how we can link it up with our categories. Let's not waste any more time. Right here, we're going to be creating a new table, and the name of this table is going to be product, and we're going to have our RLS enabled. So make sure you've got that checkbox there. And now we need to specify the different columns. Now, the first column we are going to be having here for the product is the title. So every product in the application is going to have a title. The title is of type text, and we want the title to not be nullable and also to be unique. So make sure you have the checkbox for is unique. And after the title, we have another column, and this time around it is for the slug, because every product have a slug which is of type text. And this slug is not nullable and is also unique. So make sure you've got that as well. And after this slug, the next field we have here is to make sure that the product is going to have the images URL. This images URL is going to be an array, okay? So the type here is going to be a text. We're going to first select text. And for these settings, make sure it's not nullable and defined as array should be checked. And that's how we can say, hey, you should be an array of text, which is an array of string. Now we're going to be adding up a new column after the images URL, and that is going to be for the price. The price is a number, so for now we're going to choose int8, not for now, the value is int8. And we also want to make sure that the price is required. So all the fields for creating a product is actually required. So here, I'm just going to come down so that I can have the checkbox here. It's nullable, should be off, okay? Because it should not be nullable. Now we're going to add another column, and this is going to be for the hero image. The hero image is just going to be a text because it's a URL. So here the type is going to be of type text, and over here is nullable is going to go because we need the hero image. And after the hero image, here comes our category. So here we're going to have category, and this category here, the type, we're going to leave the type vacant because we're going to have the foreign key relationship for this category, but we should come here and make sure that it is not nullable like this. And then we're going to have one final column to add right here. And now this column is going to be for the maximum quantity. So we call it max quantity in application. And it's also going to be of type int8. And we always want to make sure we've got it. So uncheck this is nullable checkbox here. So this is the field. Now we need to make sure we add a foreign key relationship because we have a category here. So click on this add foreign key relation, and over here you want to choose the schema is the public schema and the table that you want to reference to because you want to reference another table. Now this is the category table we want to reference from the product, and right here under public.product we need to select what we want to relate, and in this case it is our category column. So choose category over here, and what path of the category, it is the ID we want to relate here, we want to reference. So you see here the types will be updated, no worries, it's fine. And now we have actions, and for update we're going to select cascade, and also for delete cascade. So this is all we need to do here. Hit on save, And now we have this foreign key relation here. And now you can save the overall column or table. And this is going to create the product table, add the columns. And once it's done, you're going to have the chance to preview and see all the fields that you created right here. So here is it done. And we have the ID, the created at, the title. Now we're going to be adding our RLS row level security. And here, click on create policy. The same issues from previous. I'm going to zoom out quite a bit here so that I can see everything in full and you can see it in full as well. And we're going to be making use of a template. For now, we're going to start with the select. So click on select option here. And it populates everything fine. And for the target row, we just need it to update to authenticated. And now we're going to go on to save this policy. And this is our first policy created. Let's add 3 more policies for 3 more operations. And the next is for insert. We're going to also use this template here. And we only want admins to be able to insert, right? So let's start by updating the name. And we're going to call this enable insert for admin users only. Any name of your choice, but descriptive. And we're going to update this to the SQL that we used previously. We've gone over this, so we're not going to spend much time on explaining this. This is the SQL that returns the type from the user, and we're just comparing if the type is equal to admin. We can save this policy and head over to create a new policy. Now, this is for update. We're going to use the template as well. And right here in the update, we need to obviously make changes. First, we're going to have the target row to be authenticated. And we're also going to update the name of this to be for admin. So enable update for, let's update it. Let's say enable admin for users admins only. And same for the SQL. We're going to paste in the same SQL command that makes sure that the user type is an admin, and also with this with check. Then you can save the policy. And now we're going to be creating one last policy for the delete. So come here, and for delete, choose the template again. You can update the name, enable delete for users admin or for admin users only. So here we're going to say for admin only or admin only, anything of your choice. And for the role is going to be authenticated, and also update the SQL query over there to use this our check. And once you're done, hit on save policy, and this policy should be saved for you. Perfect. So we have created these new products, and we have also created the SQL. So everything is fine and good. The RLS, the table has been created. I will zoom back to 100% and we can continue with our application. So what are we going to be doing next? The first thing we're going to do here is to just come right here to the categories. And you see that this product type that we did here has to match the type that we use in our React Native application. So what I mean here is these properties, they need to match, and that's why I'm updating them to what we have from our React Native application. So all these ID, title, slug, images, URL, price, hero image needs to match this. Remember this from the React Native shop. So that's what we're doing here. Now we have it. Let's restart our application by starting up npm run dev to have a preview of what we have done so far. And we can come back to our page.tsx and bring all of these back in so that we can check if we are good to go and no longer have any errors. Come over to your React Native admin application and give this a reload, and give it a second for it to load up. And now we are good. And if you check here, you see that the console.log is printing out an empty array. Beautiful. So now we have gone on to fix this, and our application is back up and running. We are going to continue to make sure that we build up our category page so that we can perform the CRUD operations that we have mapped out. Hello. So we are sure that we are fetching the categories from our Supabase. Now we're going to be creating the page so that we can create, read, update, and also delete categories. Now let's get rid of this console.log, and right here we're going to be returning a component that we don't have yet. And that component we're going to give the name of category page component. So category page component, and the prop is going to take in as the categories, and the value is going to be equal to the categories that we are getting from our Supabase. So right here we're going to have categories like this. Let's also bring in this category page component from a file we don't have yet. It's in the same directory as our categories here. So we're going to be bringing it in. So import category page component, bringing this suggestion from Copilot, and it's going to come in from app admin categories, but rather than categories component like this, it's going to be page hyphen component. So let's get rid of the categories here and update it to page hyphen component. All right. Let's make sure that we have this page component file created. So we're going to create it right now. Open up the Explorer file, and right here with the Explorer opened, I'll close the actions, and right here create the page hyphen component .tsx file. Okay, so how are we going to get started here? First, let's mark it as a client component, making use of the use client directive. And then I'm going to bring in a couple of imports. No worries, I'll be walking us through those imports in a later video. But now let's just get started with this. You can see that the first thing we are bringing in here is some components from React, that is the FC and use state. And then we also bring in React hook form, that is the use form and submit handler. We also bring in this icon from Lucid React. And then we have this Zod resolver that's coming from hook form resolvers Zod. We're also bringing in the button from the CN UI. And here we are bringing the card from the components that we don't have yet. And after the card, the same goes on for the UI dialog. So we're bringing in the dialog itself. We're bringing the content, the header, all of these we don't have. We also bring in the table component. And you see right here, we have a costume component as well. So this components category for the category table row. We also have one for the schema. And we have this response from our response that we created previously. And we also have the form component, so the category form. The first thing we're going to do now is to make sure that these types that you see here actually is from the response that we created previously. Okay. So let's start by making sure we have these CN UI components installed. So quit your terminal and come over to the CN UI documentation. We're going to get started first by installing the CAD component here. So let's come over to the CN UI documentation. I'm going to split this for more space, and we can get the CAD component here. And this is what it looks like. This is the installation command. We can copy this and come back to our terminal and paste it right in here. And while it's installing, we can already go and set for the dialog component. So let's come here, and this is the dialog component. And you can copy the installation, npx CN UI at latest add dialog, paste it in here. And what next do we have? The UI table component. So let's also make sure that we add the table component. So come here and copy the table installation command and paste it right inside your application. And what else are we missing? Let's see what else we're missing. I'm going to close up for more space, and we are missing this component, so this category table component. And I'm going to give us the template for this component from the GitHub repository, and then we're going to explain later. So right here in the GitHub and the templates folder, copy this category hyphen visit form. Let me just quickly double check what we need to copy. That is so that is the table row. So make sure you copy this table row component. Okay. And from the templates, the GitHub, no worries. I will be walking us through all of these that we are using here. Okay. So if it looks strange to you, no worries. We are going to be going through all of these and what is actually going on in this file in a later video, just to save ourselves some time typing out, is it 200 lines of code or more. So come back to the application, and we need to create the file, and this file is going to be created right inside of the components. And here we're going to be creating the category.ts file, actually .tsx. So let me update that to be category.tsx, and then I'm going to paste in this here. Surely we have some errors, maybe some missing dependencies. Let's see. The first error we have here is this date fns, which is a library to use to format the date created at date that we're using in the file. So let's copy this date fns and install it in our application. So right here, I'm going to run the installation, npm install date-fns. And what else are we missing? We're also missing the scroll area. So That is going to be coming from chat-cn UI, the UI scroll area. Here, this is the installation npx chat-cn-ui at latest add scroll area. Run the installation command and let's see if we're missing something else. Yes, we are missing this create category schema, and this is just the properties that we need for our form when we are creating a category. So it needs the schema to know the properties. So we're going to be creating this create category schema, and you see it's in the admin folder. So that's in the app admin categories. Right here, we are going to be creating this schema. So let's come over to the create the schema file, and here we can now discuss or lay out the schema. The first thing we need to bring in is Z from Zod. So let's make sure that we import Z from Zod. And with Z.from Zod imported, we are going to be exporting a constant, and this is going to be the create category schema, which is going to be equal to this Z.object. And inside this object, we're going to build out what we need to create our schema. So the first is the image, our form, sorry, and this image z.any, and then we're going to have .refine. And here we're going to take the file inside of this refine, and then we're going to return this check that file.length is equal to 1. So let's have it file.length equal to 1 like this. And the error message is going to be image is required if this condition is not met. So image is required like this. And up next, what are we missing? We are missing the name. So let's have the name. And the name here is going to be equal to z.string. So the name is going to be a string. And then we're going to have a validation to make sure a category has a minimum name of 2. So right here in the min, we'll write the 2 min length. And then we're going to provide an error message like this object. And this object is going to have a message key. Or we can just take it off and bring in the Copilot suggestion that name must be at least 2 characters long. So this is what we have. And then we need to go on and export the type for our form. So we're going to export type create category schema, which is going to be equal to z.infer. So inferring the type from this create category schema that we just created. So here we have it, and we should no longer have an error here. If you do have the error, it's just a VS Code something. So just get rid of this import and also bring it back in, and you should no longer have errors for this. And we no longer have any error in this category table row component. No worries, we would come back here. So back here to the page component, what else are we missing? We still have the error for these, the same. You can just get rid of them and bring them back, and the error should be gone. So we just created this file right now for the schema. Now we still have the error for the category form. So again, this is coming from GitHub, but first let's create the file. So right here in categories, we are going to be creating a new file for the category-form.tsx file. And now we're going to get all of these from the GitHub. So come back to the GitHub and I'll use the breadcrumb link here, go to templates, and here in templates, we want to go into the category form. And right here in the category form, this is the JSX of what we need. So just copy this, and we're going to be using this right inside our project, and make sure you paste it in. And I don't think we should have any errors for this. And it doesn't look like we do. So we are good to go already in this file. And if we come back here, you still have the import error. You can just, get rid of it and bring it back in, and everything should be fine. All right, so we're going to start by having the type of props for this component. So type props, and props is going to be taken in the categories. So here, and the categories is going to be of this type. So categories with products response. So let's have our const, and our const for our categories page. I'll just bring all of these in, okay? And I would update this rather than categories page. It's going to be categories page component. And we also need to export this as a default. So export default categories page component. And yep, we have the error here because we are not returning JSX. So right here, let's make sure that we return JSX. So for now, I'm just going to be returning an empty fragment with a word in it. And that's going to say categories page component. So here, categories page component, save this file. and we should have our application up and running. So let's run npm run dev, which is going to help us restart our application. And with this application server up and running, we can just reload, and the content of this page should update rather than from category to the categories page component. So this is going to take some time to spin up our development server. Let's just give it a couple of seconds. And now it is done. We still see category, and that might be we didn't save the page.tsx. So let's double check to see if we actually saving the page.tsx. No, we didn't save it. So make sure you hit save on this, and let's watch it update now to categories page component. So this is so beautiful. Now, a lot of magic has gone on in this video. A lot of code has moved around that I provided for this course. So to make sure that we are all on the same page and to make sure that everybody understands what's going on, I'm going to take the next video just to explain the files that we brought in, the helper files that we are using. And once we are done, we are now going to focus on using these components to building out the categories page. So again, this is just for speed to save us time of writing 200, 300 lines of code together. So let's come over to the next video and have a walkthrough of the files. Hello everyone, welcome. Now this is an optional video, and in this video we're going to go through the different code that we imported right into our project. So if you understand the code and you don't need further explanation, please do skip this to the next video. Otherwise, let's walk through. So this is the categories page, and this page is the server component. And the reason why we had to create a different component for this page already, you can see here we are using this use client directive because this page is going to be called on the client, and most of the time we want to do our data fetching on the server side because of speed and because it is also very much secure rather than doing it on the client. And if we were to fetch this data on the client, we would have to do something maybe like use effects or maybe use state or maybe make use of a library to just make our life easier. But anyways, the biggest takeaway is we're doing this on the server side and this happens on the client. Now the focus is going to be on the different code that we imported right here in this page component. And these are the third-party imports. So there's nothing serious to talk about here. These are the third-party imports that we're going to make use of to build our form. And here we have this component library imports like our button, UI card, dialog, table, and most importantly, now we have this component, which is our own custom component coming in from the categories component. And this is our table row. Okay, we're going to come back to this, and now we have our schema. So I think we should come right into the schema to talk about the schema. And this schema, we wrote it together, but this is how we're building out our form. Our category is going to have an image and a name. So these are the two properties that we're going to ask from the user, which is the admin, when creating a category. All the properties like the slug, the ID, they're going to be generated on the fly. And if we come back next, we have this response. Again, we've gone through this. This is just the response on what our category looks like that we're getting from our Supabase. Okay, the products for now could change, but I think this is a topic for another time. And here we have the form. So let's get started with the form. And this form, remember, we just went through our schema, which is the default values that this component is going to take. So these are the props. It needs the form, the onSubmit, and also the default values. And we have the state when we're submitting. We also over here have the use effect, which is going to know if we are editing or if we are submitting a fresh form, because if we are editing, then it's going to most likely have some default values that we're going to provide to the form. Otherwise, we are going to reset the form whenever this form component is being mounted. Okay, but if there are some default values, we are going to reset the form to have the default value for the name. And we have the dependency array right here. And to build the form, we make use of this form component, which is actually coming in from our components library. So these are the imports. And what else do we need? We have our form, which takes in the handle submit, and we have the form control. Remember, this is taking in the form prop, and we give it the name for name. So this builds up the category name, and this helps us build the category image right here. So this was happening in this form component, pretty much straightforward. And if we come back here, the next we're going to take a look at is the table row. So the category table row, and let's come into this category table row, and in here, this is the table. We have the header, which we are going to write out on ourselves, but this is going to display the list. So that's why it's the table row component. You're going to see how this works once we start using it. It takes a category, and it also takes this set category, which is going to help to set the category which we're going to have in state, and that category which we are setting in state is then going to be passed to this form component as the default values. Okay, we're going to see how all these are connected. We're going to write it ourselves, not doing copy and paste. And what else? If we come back to the form, it also has the set current category, and this is just to toggle the modal, which is going to be displaying the form. And if delete dialog is open, that is for cases where we want to delete a dialog category, then we're going to show the user a dialog to confirm that yes, truly you want to delete a category. And when we call this handle edit click, which is a function that we're passing to the edit button that we have on the table row, it just goes on to set the category to name and the image. I remember when I said that this category is gonna be passed down as a default value, so that's why we are setting it to state, and the default value is then going to be passed to the form. Remember, the form is expecting it as a prop. And then this is the handle delete, which shows the confirmation. For now, we just log it to the console, and then we go on to set is delete modal back is open. We set it to false. So this is the JSX. We display the image, we display the name. And what else? We format the date. They're created at date. And then we see we have the categories.products. We have this cell. So to say if we have products that this category have been assigned to, then we're going to list the products out inside of a dialog. And when we click on the product, you see we have this link which goes to the product and the product ID. So if you wanted to go to the slug, you will be updating it right here. And then we have the image, we display the title, and we display the product quantity that we have in stock, the maximum quantity. Otherwise, if there are no products, we're going to say there are no product linked to this category. And this is the modal, another table cell that we have to open the menu. And this menu that gets opened is this content for the edit, which calls the handle edit click, and for the delete, which sets the delete modal open to true. And if it is true, then right here we have the dialog, and this dialog is the prompt the user would get. Hey, are you actually sure you want to delete? And then we have some description. And then when the user cancel, we set the modal to false, so it's no longer visible. And when the user confirms, we call the handle delete. So this is all we have. And next, we're going to come back and start building out this page component. Last time out, we brought in a couple of imports into our application, and we walk through the imports and what they do. This time around, we're going to start building out the UI of our application with those files. We're going to get started by setting some value in our states. So let's come right over here and let's get started. The first we're going to have is const is create category modal open. So it's create category modal open, and then we're going to have the setter set is create category modal open is going to be equal to use state, and the value we're going to have here is false because by default it has a false value. And next is for the current category. So here we're going to have const, and then we have the square brackets current category. Set current category is going to be use state value of null. And we're also going to pass the type for this state, and the type here is going to be our create category schema. which we have discussed earlier. So create category schema, or is going to have a value of null. So these are the two values that we can store in state. Now up next, we're going to be creating our form. So right here, const form, and form is going to be equal to use form, which is going to be of type create category schema. And here we're going to have the resolver, which is this Zod resolver for our create category schema. In case you need a reminder, if we come right into this create category schema, you're going to see that we defined this previously with the image and also the name. So this is what we're passing over here. And outside the resolver, we can also pass a default value, and the default values here is going to be an object. So let's have it up, default values like this. And this is going to be equal to this object where we're going to have the name and also the image, which is going to be an empty string and undefined. I have a typo here. It needs to be a semicolon rather than have L. So let me quickly fix it and we are good. Up next, we're going to have the submit category handler, which is a function that's going to be called, and this is going to be called submit category like this, but I'll have handler here, and the type is going to be of type submit handler create category schema. Is going to be equal to this async function that's going to be receiving our data. So here we're going to have data, and this is going to be the function body, and currently for right now we're just going to log data to the console. And up next, we are going to start building out our JSX. So this is going to be main. Right here, let's have main, and the class name here is going to be equal to grid. We're going to give it grid, also give it a flex-1. And next, we're going to give it items stat. So, and next, we're going to give it a gap of 4, give it a padding of 4. On small devices, we're going to give a px of 6, and also small devices, we're going to give the py of 0. And next, on medium devices, we're going to give it a gap of 8. So this is the grid, and inside this grid, rather than have this category page component, we're going to have this div. So let's have the div, and this div is going to have the class name equal to flex items center. And we're going to give it a margin y of 10. And inside this div, we're going to have another div, not seek. Let me update that. That's going to be a div like this. And this div is going to have the class name of margin L of 10 to kick the button to the right. That's why we give it a margin L of auto, sorry. And then we're also going to give it a display of flex items center and give it a gap of 2. Not 1, 2 like this. And inside this div, we are now going to have our dialog component. So let's bring it in here. We're going to have not dialog trigger, we're just going to have the dialog. The dialog trigger is going to be right inside the dialog. This dialog is going to take in some props. The first one is the open prop, and the open is going to be changed to when we are is category modal open, is create category modal open like this. And next is the onOpen change prop. So let's pass the onOpen change. And onOpen change is going to be this function where we're going to set is create category modal open to the inverse of what it is like this. Now we can build out the dialog, and that is going to be right in here. First, we're going to start by having the dialog trigger. So let's have the dialog trigger. And we're going to pass one prop to this dialog trigger, which is the, give me a second, which is the as child, so that it's the trigger. And that's because we want to have a button component right in here. And this button is going to have a size, and the size is going to be SM. And it's also going to have this class name. The class name here is going to be h-8, and also give it a gap of 1 like this. And this button is also going to have an onClick, and the onClick is going to be this function we are going to set current category to null, and then we're going to set is create category modal open to true, because when we are creating a new category, we want the default values to be reset, and that's what we're doing here. And I have an error because this needs to be wrapped inside of square brackets. So let me do that right here. And we can now close up the button here like this. Now in this button, we're going to have this plus circle icon, just an icon that will display only on mobile and not on, that will display only on desktop and not on mobile. And the class name here is going to have a height of 3.5, and it's also going to have a width of 3.5 like this, and it's gonna be self-closing. And after this, I will paste in this span tag that's just gonna display only on you see SR only, but on small devices, and above just small devices is not SR only. Okay, and after the trigger, we're gonna have our dialog content. So right here, let's have our dialog content. And this dialog content is going to have the dialog header. And that's because right inside the header, we want to have the dialog title, which is going to say create category and a descriptive name of your choice or text of your choice. And right outside this header, we are going to have the category form, which we created and we have gone through. We know the form takes in some props. So here, let's have the category form. And the category form is self-closing, and then we're gonna close up the dialog content. Yep. So let's provide the 3 props here. The first is the form, which is gonna be equal to form that we created with the use form, and the next is the onSubmit. And onSubmit is going to call our what do we call it? Our submit category handler, which we defined right on top. And lastly, we are gonna pass the default values, and we know the default values is stored in state, and that is our current category. So let's have it right here like this. And now we can give this a save and see our UI updates accordingly, and give it a second for it to load up, and now it does update. So we have built out this layout with the different files we have provided. We are going to take a break and come back to continue building out the complete layout, which is the CAD. So if you click on it, this is what you have. You can try to test it on desktop. You see how it looks on desktop. We have the validation, everything set, everything up and running. So this is the form component. Up next, we're going to come back, take a break, and complete the other layout for our UI. Okay, so in this video, we're going to complete the UI for displaying our categories. That's what we're going to be working on now. We're not going to waste any more time. And right outside this div, the last div before the main, we're going to have our CAD component. And this CAD is going to have the class name of overflow x of auto, so that we can have this sliding on small devices. And this CAD is going to have the CAD header. The CAD header is going to be containing the CAD title. You can add a description if you wish. But in our case, we're going to have the CAD title, and the CAD title is going to have the text of categories just like this. And after which, we are going to have the CAD content. The CAD content is right outside the CAD header. So here, let's have the CAD content, and the CAD content is going to be containing our table. So here we're going to have our table, and the table is going to have a class name of minimum width of 600. So min width 600 pixels like this. And this table is going to have the table header. So here we're going to have the table header component. And inside the table header, we're going to have the table role component. So let's have our table role. And the table role is going to have the table head. So different table heads. This is going to have a class name of width -100 px. So give the width of 100 pixels is dynamic. So like this. And on small devices, we're going to give it a table cell like this. And right here, we're going to give this span. The span is going to just display on screen readers. So span, give it a class name of SR only. And this is going to have the text of images. So SR only, -only. And right inside this span, let's have images like this. And then we need another table head, which is going to display the category name. So like this table head, not going to have any class name. We're going to have name. So we can bring this down already so that we can use it for the created at. So I'm just going to bring this down and update the name. Rather than have the text of name, we're going to have the text of created at like this. It's going to have a class name. And the class name here is for MD table cell. So let's provide the class name equal to MD for medium, then table cell like this. Then we can bring it down for products, and every other thing can remain the same. And after this, still bring it down, and now it's going to be without any class name. So take off the class name, and rather than products, we are going to have a span here. And this span again is for screen readers only. So class name is going to be equal to SR only. And in here, we're just going to have for the actions. So like this. And outside the table, where is it? Outside the table header, we're going to be having the table body. And the table body is going to loop through the categories that we're fetching. So categories, and then we need to map through each category, where we get each category. And what we want to return? We want to return our table row. So our category table row component, let's have it here, is self-closing tag like this. First, let's provide a key prop, and the key is going to be equal to the category.id. And outside the key, we need the category, which is going to be equal to each category item that we are getting from here. And it needs the set current category. And the set current category is going to be coming in from our state. So let's pass it here, set current category. And lastly, we need the set is current category modal open, which is going to be equal to set is create category modal open. Like this, give it a save. Currently, we're not going to see this table body, so these categories over here, and that's because currently we don't have any categories, so that's why we're not seeing anything on the screen, but we see the different form headers here, the table headers, sorry, all displayed. So that's it for building out this. Next, we're going to come back to work on creating a category, and then we can go from there and focus more on products right after this. So let's continue. Hello and welcome. Now at this point, we are going to be creating a category, and we know that category has images, and for that we are going to be setting up our Supabase storage. Come over to your Supabase application and come over to the storage section right here at the top at the left navigation, and here we're going to create a new bucket. Okay, so give this bucket a name. Any name of your choice. We're going to use this to retrieve. So I'm going to give it app-images for a start. And you see right here that once you create buckets, you cannot rename them. So that's something you should have in mind. And then we can toggle this to make sure that we make this a public bucket to make it easy on ourselves for permissions. We are going to set RLS, and then we're going to hit on save. So this goes on, and we have created this bucket. So what are we going to do next? Let's have the configuration for policies. So click on policies right here. And here we're going to be creating a new policy, because just as we have in tables, so do we have our bucket. And we're going to start for full customization. You can give this policy any name of your choice, but something descriptive. I will just go with app images and select all the operations to be allowed for this. And the target role is going to be authenticated. And that's about it. And then you can preview before you save. So you can just go through what you answered, everything, and hit on save policy. So now you have successfully saved your policy. We have created the bucket. Now it's time for us to make sure that we have our application up and running to create a category. And come over here. What we're doing here in this submit category handler, we are just logging to the console. So let's make sure that it works. We're going to try to create a new category, and just to make sure that we log the values to the console. So hit on this button. Just for testing, I'm just going to give this a name of category and choose any image of your choice just to be sure that we see it printed. Hit on open, and I am going to hit on submit, and yes, we see that the image is a file list and we see the name. So now we are sure we are retrieving it, we can start creating a category. So the first thing we are going to need now is to short and to make sure that we install unique ID, UUID. So npm install UUID, and now once you have it installed, we are going to say const unique ID is going to be equal to the UUID package, but we need to import it right at the top. So let's come over to the top, and we are going to be importing v4 as UUID from UUID. So right here, yes, so import v4 as UUID from UUID. Next, we need to create a file name. So we need to also install the types. So I'm going to copy this and make sure that we have the types installed to make sure we don't have any errors. Okay, so up next, we are going to be creating a file name. So const file name. And this file name is going to be dynamic. So we're going to use backtick. And then I'm going to start with category. And this category with a / means it's going to be a folder inside of our bucket. And then we're going to have category hyphen. And then we can have our unique ID that we get from UUID. So here we're going to have unique ID without the .jpg extension, just like this. Next, we're going to create a file. So file is going to be equal to new file. And this new file is going to take data.image and the first property, because we saw that is a file list. So data.image, we're going to take the first property and then we're going to have comma. And next is going to be the file. So the file that we are trying to create here. So the file from the file name, sorry, yeah. Okay, so after that, let's have our form data. So const form data is going to be equal to a new form data. And now we are going to be appending this file. So form data.append. We're going to give this a name of file. We're going to use this file name to retrieve it on the server. And then we're going to pass the value of file. So next, we are going to be uploading our image, but not to AWS S3. We are going to be uploading to Supabase storage. And for that, we're going to retrieve the image URL. So const image URL is going to be equal to await image upload handler. And then we're going to make sure we pass the form data. Okay, so we don't have this function. Let's create it. This is going to be created right inside of the source folder, and there we have the categories. So inside here, like this, and here. So here, let's have our export const. We're going to have the paste in the image upload handler, and this is going to be equal to this async function where we get form data, which is of type form data. And in here, we're just going to have this quick check. So if we don't have a form data, we shouldn't continue. We're going to return. And now we're going to create a file entry. So const file entry is going to be equal to the form data.get file. You see, we're going to retrieve it as file from what we saved. Okay. So we're going to have this check again. If the file entry is not an instance of file, so this is what we're going to do. We're not going to return. We're going to throw a new error. I'll just bring it in and update. So throw new error. Instead of saying invalid file, we're going to say expected a file. So here, let's say expected a file like this. And next, we're going to have the file name. So let's retrieve it. File name is going to be equal to the file entry.name. And now we have the file name. Let's have our try catch block. So const try catch. And in here, we're going to start with a catch block. So in case of any error, we're going to log the error to the console. And once we log the error to the console, we're going to be throwing a new error. So throw a new error, any error message of your choice. So in the try block, let's try to destructure data. So const data, error is going to be awaiting the supabase.storage. And there we have .from, and then the app images, remember that's the name of our bucket, that's the ID. Okay, that's the bucket ID. So app-images, and then we're going to have .upload because we want to upload. And upload is going to take the path, and the path here is going to be the file name that we created. Remember the one with the category /. And next we're going to pass the file body, which is the file entry. And lastly, we can also pass some object of configuration. So here we're going to have this object, which we're going to pass cache control 3600 and offset false. Next, we're going to check if we have an error because we don't want to continue. So if error, we're going to log the error to the console, and we're going to throw a new error like this. So everything here is okay. Next, we have uploaded. We want to retrieve the public URL. So const, we're going to have data. Data is going to be destructuring public URL. Just uppercase U, not like the suggestion here, is going to be equal to await. So we want to await the Supabase, and then .storage, and then from. Also, it's going to be from app images. And from app images, we want to get the public URL. It needs to be a string. So app-images, we want to get public URL. So app-images dot get public URL, and this is going to be data dot path like this. All right, so this is going to give us the public URL, and now we can return the public URL back to the client. Okay, so this is what we are doing right here. And now in the page components, we are going to bring in this, and the next thing we're going to do is to now create our category. Okay, so we're going to say if we have the image URL, that means we retrieved it back. If we have the image URL, then we're going to await the create category function or action we haven't defined yet. So let's have await create category. And create category is going to be taking in an object for the properties we need to create a category, and that's the image URL. And then it also needs the name, which is going to be equal to data.name. Now we don't have this create category action, so we need to make sure we define this action. Okay. So let's come back to the actions right here, and here we're going to export const create category. So export const create category is going to be equal to an async function that is going to be taken in this object. We're going to have image URL, and image URL is comma, and then we're going to have name like this. And this is going to be of type our create category schema server, which is a schema we don't have yet. So it's going to be create category schema, but for the server. And then we're going to have the function body. So let's create this create category schema server, open the file explorer. And here it's going to be inside the admin folder and the admin categories. And then we have the create category schema.ts. So I'm going to copy what we had previously so that it can be easy for us. So I'm going to copy everything here and paste it right here. And then I'll just append server to the name here. And then we have image URL, because this time around it needs to be a string and not a file. So here we're going to have this, which is going to be z.string. And then we can have some validation like .min, minimum of 1, say image is required. It is totally fine like this. And then we're going to be exporting the type create category schema server, which is going to be this. And then I'm just going to close it right here with the greater than sign like this. So this is the schema. We are going to continue here and make sure we have it imported. And now it is imported, let's get our slug. So const slug is going to be equal to slugify. We're going to install it in the second slugify, and then we want to slugify the name. And we can pass an option like lower true. So let's install this slugify. Open up your terminal and run the installation npm install slugify, and also we can import slugify from slugify right here. So here, let's import slugify from slugify. So now we have it. We are going to destructure data and error and try to create a category. So here, const, we're going to destructure data, comma error is going to be equal to await Supabase dot from category dot insert, and I'm closing it up. So what do we want to insert? We want to insert the name, the image URL, and also the slug. So let's check for error. In case we have an error, we're just going to throw this new error creating category, and display the error.message. Otherwise, we're going to be returning data, and data is going to be null. Okay, data, we're not just returning anything here. So let's go back to the page component, and right here on the page component, we import the create category. The next thing we're going to do now is to reset our form. And then we're going to have our router.refresh like this. And we need to initialize the router from the use router hook. So right here, we can say const router is going to be equal to use router, and use router needs to be imported from next/navigation. And the last we're going to do is to set the create category modal to false. Okay. We can also do a toast. I think this is okay. Import those from Sooner. Category created successfully. Anything? Yeah. So this is it. What are we going to do next? We're going to try it out to hope that everything works. So npm run dev, restart your application, and I'll also reload the browser here so that we can test out if everything works. So If everything is fine, then we should see our category displayed, or maybe we get an error for the host name because we should have the error, our host name application ID error to display the image from next image. So let's add a new category. I'm just going to give you the name of, let's say, gaming, any name of your choice. And then I'll pick an image from my file picker here, click on open. And then I'm going to submit. So now it's disabled. Give this a second and we should see, yes, category created successfully. And the reason we have this error is because we need to copy this host name and configure it for our next config. So copy this and come back to your application. And right here in your application, just quit your terminal and open your next config file. And here we're going to configure the images URL we're going to use. So we do it by having images, and images here we can have the remote patterns, and I'm not getting auto completion. That's because this should be images. And now with the remote patterns is going to be an array of objects where we can pass the host name and the protocol. So protocol is going to be equal to HTTPS like this, and then the host name is going to be equal to what we just copied. So make sure you paste it in here. This key is going to be dynamic for you, but make sure you paste it in there based on your Supabase app URL. So restart the application, npm run dev, and just reload the browser to be sure that everything is now fine and good. And it doesn't start. That's because expected HTTPS received HTTPS colon. Okay, I think we have a typo here. It should be HTTPS without this. Okay, sorry about that. Let's give it another trial. npm run dev. And this time around, we should see our category displayed in our table if we have done everything correctly. So I'm just going to give this a second for it to load up. And once it loads, we should see our category. Then our focus is going to shift to editing and also deleting a category. So it loads up and yes, we see our category, we see our image, everything is fine. We're going to focus on the actions for editing and also for delete. If we try to delete, it doesn't work. We just close the modal, and the same for edit. The form gets populated and the image is wiped out. So let's come back and make sure that we have the ability to edit and to also delete a category. Okay, everyone, we're going to be doing some restructuring to our code base to give us the ability to edit and to also delete categories. Okay, because our current structure can't help us with that. So let me close all the tabs that we have opened, and we're going to start restructuring on the create category schema, which is under the app admin right here, create category schema. So we're going to add two more properties to our create category schema, which are optional. So let's start. The first property we are going to be adding is for intent, which is for intention. So it could be any name. I just gave the name of intent like this. And we're going to say this is going to be z.enum, and it could be create or update. And here we're going to pass an object, and this object is going to have a message property that intent must be either create or update. And this is the error message. I want to make sure that this is optional. So here we're going to add the dot optional like this. So this is our intent. We need another one for slug. So slug is just going to be a straightforward string that is optional right here. Okay, so this is it. Now we are going to add another schema for update category schema. So let's export a constant, which we're going to call update category schema is going to be equal to this z.object like this. And here we're going to add the properties. So to update the category schema, we need an image URL. And this image URL is going to be a string. So here we're going to have z.string.mean1 and say image is required. And after image, then we need to have the name. And this is very much okay. So z.string.mean, all of these is fine. So after name, we need the intent. And the intent in this case is not going to be optional. So we're going to have intent, and intent is going to be equal to z.enum, just as previous. So it's going to be either create or update. And here we're going to have the error message, but we're not going to have the optional flag. The same for the slug. The slug is not going to be optional, so z.string. I'm going to undo, okay, so that we can have the slug and type it out ourselves. So z.string like this. And this string is going to have .mean because we want to give it a minimum value of 1. So mean 1, and then the message slug is required. So we're going to lastly have the export type update category schema, which is going to infer the type from the update category schema that we just created. All right, so now we have this. What next? We're going to be working on the category update category, okay, and that's action. So let's go over to the action, and in categories.ts, let's have a new action for updating our category. This is our previous action we had for image upload and stuff like that we're going to add to it to the update category. So here let's have export const, and I think I'm going to bring in everything that we have here from Copilot, but we already have an error because of the schema type. So this should be update category schema, the schema that we just laid up, and we no longer have an error. So we have these properties, and here we are with Supabase. We say from category, we want to run an update with these two properties, and then where the slug matches this, and then we have the error messages and everything goes wrong. So now we need to have another one for our delete. And I'm also going to bring in what we have here, but make an update rather than slug. It needs to be ID. And this ID is going to be of type number, not string. And this is our error message. I'll update that to be ID like this. So here, Supabase.from category. Okay, so go ahead and delete where we have this match. And after this, we now need to go over to our page component. That's the next component we are going to be working on right here. And what we want to do, we're going to do some changes to the way everything works. First, I'll get rid of the comment. And the next thing we are going to be doing right here is to destructure some properties from data. So let's do it. We're going to say const, and we're going to be destructuring the image. Also name, we're going to destructure intent. But intent, we're going to give the default value of create. So we'll say equal to create like this. And then we're going to say this is equal to data. Okay, so make sure you don't miss anything here. And now we're going to create a helper function that's going to help us to upload image. So we're going to call this handle image upload, and it's going to be equal to this async function right here. And then we're going to be having the function body. So everything we're doing from right here, from the unique ID to the image URL that we get from the image upload handler, we need to move everything right inside this function. Okay, so now we have this, we need to return. So rather than have const image URL like this, we just need to return image upload handler. No need to add await, automatically it's going to await. Okay, and we are good. So now we're going to lay out the intent using the switch statement. Okay, so what's going to happen is let's cut everything that we have here, this if block, and let's have our switch. And we're going to switch by the intent. We know the intent is an enum. So the first is for create, and for create, we can now paste in everything that we copied the if block here. So let's paste it in, and we need the image URL. Now we're going to be making use of the helper function to get the image URL. So right here, we're going to say const the image URL is going to be equal to await handle image upload, and everything should be fine. It's making use of our own helper function. Okay, so after this, we are going to add a break. And after the break, we can now work on the next case, which is for updates. Okay, so the next case for updates, so we're going to have like this, and right inside this update, we'll just close it up. We're going to first of all have the check for image like this. So we're going to say if image, and if the current category has a slug, just to be sure, you know, the update is going to set the slug dot slug like this. This is going to have the, then we can get the image URL. And I think I will bring in everything that I see here from Copilot. It looks cool. Let's go through it. We have the image URL, and then we check if we have image URL, we need to await, but it's not going to be create category. This has got to be our update category action that we just mapped out together. So we need to bring it in, and we have an error already. Why do we have an error for the image URL. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so we have an error, and that's because we need to pass a slug and also an intent. Remember our schema. So let's do it. Let's start with the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to the current category dot slug. And lastly, we need to have our intent of update. Okay, so this is it, and we do reset our form, refresh, and so it does notification, and also close our model. All right, so this is our case for update. We can have a last case for the default. And for the default, we're just going to console.error invalid intent like this. All right, so we have this now done. We can do the same for our delete. So const delete category handler. And I'm going to bring in this suggestion. And rather than have slug here, we are going to have ID, and we know it's going to be of type number like this. So in here, let's await our delete category action. So let's call our delete category action and make sure that we import it from our actions file or folder. And we are going to router.refresh, and then we are going to close our modal, show it those notification. I think that's about it. Yeah, we're not going to close the modal here. So and that's it. Now we need to pass this delete category handler as a prop to the file down there. So to not really our category form. If you come further down right here to our category table row, we need to pass the delete category handler to it like this. Okay, so we have done this. Let's go into our category table row component, and let's destructure the delete category handler. Like from here like this, delete category handler. And next right here, we are going to bring it in or have the type. So delete category handler is going to take ID. We know that ID is a number, and it's not going to return void just like this. It's going to be returning a promise that resolves to void. So let's update it. And for the promise, it needs to be an uppercase P and not a lowercase p like this, and it is fine and good. So what do we need to do next now after this? We need to make use of the delete category handler, and we do it right here in the handle delete. Get rid of the console.log. So here we're going to replace it with our awaiting delete category handler and pass the category.id and mark this function as an asynchronous function for the delete operation. And now it closes our modal when it is done. Okay, so this is it. And next, let's look for where we have our edit button, because we are doing our edit and delete at the same time, because we need to pass our intent when we are editing. So I will search for edit if I can't find it. Let me just search for edit. I'll just use Command F and edit. Yep. So right here, on click, we call handle edit. So let's update it to have this object like this. So here we're going to have the object where we're going to spread the category, and then we need to add an intent, and the intent is going to be update like this. Perfect and beautiful. So this is our restructuring. Let's try it out and see if we have done everything correctly. Let's try to edit this category that we've got right here. So I'm just going to reload and edit. We see the name is populated. So let's just update the image. I will choose my favorite AI image, click on open, and then go on to submit. Give it a second for it to load up. And we have an error. And why do we have the error? Because duplicate key. So the reason we have this error is because we're not having our intent. But before we fix that, I would like us to actually fix our submit handler. So right here in the page component, we are not making use of this name. Let's use it because we have data.name right here. We are just doing the same. It's not going to fix the error, but it's just one step to make sure that we do something right. So I'm going to get rid of this also for the update, and so that we just have name like this. Now let's go on and fix the error that we have, and that error is coming from our function that handles the edit. So come right here to the category TSX category table row. So this handle edit click. We're going to update this to make sure that we are passing the intent, and the intent right here is not going to be category.intent. This is going to be update. So let's make sure that we have update like this, And lastly, we also need to make sure we are passing that slug. So let's pass the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to category.slug. Now with this change, our application should be fine and good right now. So let's try it out. Come here, click on edit, and I'll just pick my favorite AI image again. And I'll also make the G an uppercase G this time around and submit. Give it a second for it to load up. And yes, we see our toast notification, we see the name update, and we see the image update, which is beautiful. I'm just going to quickly add another one, and maybe I give it the name of sports so that we can delete it later. So sports, choose again the AI image, click on open, click on submit. So we now verify that our create logic is still working. We haven't broken it. Now let's try to also make sure that we delete this new category that we have created. So here, hit on delete. We get our confirmation dialog. I hit on confirm delete. And now our category has been deleted, and you see that it leaves. So there you have it. We have successfully implemented our category create, read, update, delete functionality. Now all the focus is going to shift to make sure that we have the same functionalities for our products, and we can also link products to categories. Let's dive in more. Hello everyone. So last time out, we worked on our category section. We have the functionality to create, to fetch our categories, to update, and to also delete our categories. This time around, we are going to do the same for our product, because currently, if we just try to navigate over to the product, we are going to be going over to a 404 page. So give it a second, and you see we are redirected to a 404 page. Let's make sure we create the product page. So I'm going to close all the tabs right here that I have opened. And next, I'm going to come right inside here, the app folder admin. We need to create a new folder for the products, because that's how layout works. So here we're going to create this products folder. And this product is going to have the page.tsx. So the page.tsx like this. Let's start by importing the categories. So we're going to be importing get categories with products action, which is going to help us to fetch the different categories that belongs to this product. So get categories with product, and it's going to come from our actions. And next we need to import the page component, which we don't have yet. We're going to have an error, but we'll fix it. So let's import the product page component. Import the product page component, and this is going to be coming in from the same directory, but I'm going to use the @ alias. So this is going to come from @ and then /app/admin/ products, and in products we're going to have the /page-component file like this. Okay, so what next? Let's export the default component, which is the page layout. So export default async function, and we're going to give the name of products, and this is the function body. Okay, so here we are going to have our categories and then get categories with products. It's so okay like this. Let's bring in the suggestion from Copilot. And now up next, let's make sure we have the page product page component. So this is going to be created right here. We're going to have the page-component.tsx file like this. And here I'm going to bootstrap the React component, give it the name of page component. So sorry, product component. And then I'm going to get rid of the React import, also get rid of the export default. And then I'm going to export as a constant like this. And also mark this as a functional component, so bring in FC from React.js. Okay, and we're going to have the props, so type props, and props is going to be equal to this object. We're going to have categories, which is going to be of a type we don't have yet. No worries, we'll be fixing it. So categories is going to be of type category array. So we don't have it yet, but no worries. So here let's have our category array like this. And up next, I'm going to go on and create the category. So let's come right here to the categories, and here in the categories types, Let's create a new type for category, just the same as category with product, but this time around without category, and I'll be creating it right about here. So let's export type, we'll call it category, which is going to be equal to this object. And yeah, so I'm bringing all of these created at ID, image URL, name, and slug is totally fine. Let's save this and exit out of here so that we can now come back to the page component. Make sure we bring it in, bring in the category. And I will also update the path with the @alias, so @/ and then it's going to come in from app. So let me update it, admin categories type, separate it from the React.js import, pass the props over to FC like this, and just have the object. We're not going to destructure now, we just have the empty object, and save this file. And now we need to fix the error that we're getting from the page.tsx. If you're still having this error, all you can do is to remove this, and then we can have the IDE bring it in for us. And I'm also going to update the import paths to come from app, admin, product, and page component, just like this. So now if we give this a save, we should no longer have any errors. And we don't. We see product page components right here on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna give us templates. We've made use of templates in the past, no worries. Let's go over to the GitHub and bring in these two templates. I did update it not quite long so that we can speed up our development experience. So right here in the GitHub, if you come right into the source folder and come into the look for the templates folder, and here in the templates folder we added two new templates, and one is the product form.tsx. So this right here, make sure you copy it and then come back to the application and create that file for that, and that is going to be right inside this product. We're going to be creating the product-form.tsx file, and then we're going to paste in this. Okay, so no worries, the next video I will walk us through all these files and also the errors we'll be fixing. But let's come back and let's take the next one, which is the product table role. I'm going to copy this and come back to the IDE and then create the new file for it, which is going to be right here in the product. So we give it the name product table -row.tsx and paste in everything that we've copied and save the file as well. So this is what we have. Nothing new, I would say. So what's going to happen is, let's come back in the next video. Make sure we understand what's going on with the templates, fix whatever errors that we have. And the idea for templates is just to speed up our development experience. It doesn't have the functionality. Let's come back and work on it next. Hello my friends, so last time out we brought in two templates that I provided from the GitHub, so from here, and the idea in this video is to walk us through the different files that we imported so that everybody understands what's going on, and also to fix some errors. Now some errors you might have seen are just errors coming from ShadCN components that we are trying to make use of here, and some other errors are errors that are coming in from maybe it's the schema import, which we don't have yet. So this error is going to be fixed for the next video, and you can skip this. All you need to do if you don't want to continue with this video is to just install the ShadCN UI select component, and over in the table role you don't even have to do anything. So just install this and you can skip if you don't want to continue with the walkthrough. Otherwise, let's go through what we've got. So talking about installing the ShadCN UI select, let's do that already. I'll come over to the documentation and come over to the select, which is here, and just copy the installation, and you can just check here. It is what it does. You can click and select. So open up your terminal and quit it and install the select component. So let's walk through. Let's start with our form. This form is making use of React hook form, and that's why we're bringing in this use form return. It's a type we are going to be seeing where we're using it. And then we need our dispatch, set state action, and also use effect from React. And then we bring in the form component, we bring in this select component, bring in the dialog, and we also bring in the schema, which we haven't defined yet. And then we also bring in the inputs and the category, which is coming from the category type that we created, and also the button. So these are a couple of imports, but what's happening here is the properties that this function is receiving. It is receiving these props, so it is taking in the form, and this form is of this use form return, which is our update or delete product schema. It's a schema, as you can see, we don't have. So if it looks strange to you, it's because we don't have it defined, and once we define, it's going to make more sense. So this is going to be what our product creates an update schema form is going to look like, the properties that we need when building our form. And then the onSubmit, as we've seen, is going to take in the data automatically, and this data is also going to be of the same type of input. And then we have the categories. We've seen our categories. We are fetching the categories from here. So this is also going to be taken in the categories, because when we are creating a product, we need to select the category and link them up. That's what we have right here in our Supabase. We have our product, and our product is connected to the category. And that's why you're seeing us. So here we have the category. You can just view, and then we also have a foreign key relation to make sure we link each product to a category. Okay. So let's continue, and then we have this modal, and this modal, this action just helps us to update our form modal. So it's a set state action, and this boolean is for us to keep track when the modal is open, so that we can open our modal. Okay, and then we have some default values which we are going to use to populate our form. Now these types, we are destructuring it from the product form, and in our use effect, just as we have for the categories, if this default values is set, then we're going to reset our form to populate the default values. Okay, now these default values are going to be set in this product table role. When we take a look at it, you're going to see how everything works. So once it is set and we click on the form, we want to reset the form to have some default values, which is the name, the category, and stuffs like that of the form of the product. And then else, if there's no default product, we are just going to have a reset. And then we have the dependency array like this, and all that is left is our form, which isn't anything new. It's just a dialog that is controlled with some state values here. And then we have the form, and this form has our form field, which has a title, has the form control. So these are the chassis UI form. We just had to build our form. And here we have our category, and you see that this category is this select, and this select content is mapping through the categories, so that when we select, we can have the value to be the category ID. Okay, and we convert it to a string, which is because each input value has to be a string, and the same, even if you have number here for our price, it's still going to treat it as a string. So we're going to make sure we do some conversion when we are submitting a form over to the server. And then we have the maximum quantity and the hero image. Basically, we are trying to collect all the properties we even have for images, and then we have the button to add the product. And this is submitting. I think I skipped it. This is submitting is also a state coming from our form right here. So when the form state dot submitting, React hook form has a way to tell us when the form is being submitted, and we can use it to disable our inputs and also our button. And these properties that we have here are just coming in from what we have defined in our backend. So we're trying to get the maximum quantity of each product, and we are also trying to get the price, the hero image, we'll create this log ourselves on the fly. We have the title, we have what again, images URL. So that's what is going on here. Let's go back to the product table row, and this product table row is gonna display the products. Okay, That's what it's doing here. We're going to display the product and also display the actions to either delete or to update a product. So we have the product, we have the modal to toggle the set state action to toggle the modal. We also have this which sets the current product, and that's what I was saying. So this set current product is going to be setting the current product whenever we click on the edit icon. And once this is set, because you see here we are lifting the state is going to be passed through from the page component. For now we don't have it. It's going to be set, and the default value is going to be passed to the form, and now this form is going to use it to populate. It's going to use the default values to populate the form. So back to the product table, and then it sets the modal to open, so product modal, and then you would see the modal to add a product populated with these values, because this is the table row and each row is keeping track of the product, because we're going to be in a map, in a loop. And then we just have the table row, which goes on to display the product hero image, the image URL, and then we have the button to handle edit click. It passes this object over here. So this handle edit click takes a product, so it passes in the product, and it has a pencil icon. And the same for our delete. It sets the what is this button goes, yeah, this is our delete. So once we try to go on and delete a product, it also sets the current product to the product we are looking at, and then it sets the modal to true. And then once the modal is true, the page TSX component is going to take it up from there. Okay, so this is all we have. Hopefully everyone is on the same page after this explanation. We are going to come back the next video, and we're not going to be working on this page, the TSX. We are actually going to be working here because we need to fetch the products and make sure we pass the products here. But we're going to start by creating our schema, and once we have our schema, we can now build upon our layout. So I'm excited. Let's continue next. Okay, my friends, let's continue. We're going to start by having a type for our product. So let's close all. And previously, our product type was living right here in the category types. And here, just right at the top, let's cut this so that we can have this in its own file. I'm going to cut everything we have here. And no worry for the errors. And then we are going to be creating a new file. And if you open up your Explorer and come over to the app admin products right here, we are going to be creating a product.types.ts. Okay, so just like this, and we're going to paste it in here. And then let's come over to the categories type and make sure that we import this right here. And I'm also going to be updating the import path appropriately to come from @/app. And then we have it come / then the admin and the admin categories, products, and then the products.type. All right. So I think I'm going to actually be updating the name rather than product. I'm going to call it product with category like this. And that means we'll be having errors. So let's copy this and come back to the category types. And right here, let's bring this in product with category and also update here. All right, so that's the change here. We can now exit this file and focus on this product type. So we're going to be creating another type, and we're going to be exporting the type products with category response. So product with categories response, just like this, which is going to be an array of this. And next, we are going to be exporting a type we are going to call update product schema. So update product schema is going to be equal to this object. And here we're going to have the category, which is going to be of type number. And after that, we're going to be having the hero image, which is going to be of type string. And after the hero image, we're going to be having the images URL, which is going to be an array of strings. So we write like string array like this. And after which we're going to have the maximum quantity, which is going to be of type number. So maximum quantity, which is going to be a number. And then we're going to have the price. The price is going to be of type number, or it could be null. So number or null like this. And then we're going to have the slug. The slug is going to be a string. And finally, we're going to have the title, which is also a string. Okay, so now with these done, the next step is to create a schema. So right here on the product, let's create a new file. And this file is going to be the schema.ts file. Okay, so I'm going to start by importing Z from Zod right here at the top. So import Z, and Z is going to be coming from the Zod library. So I'm going to paste in this schema. So this is the create or update product schema here, and it's building up on z.object, and the create or update is going to be having these properties here. So it's going to have the title. The title is a string, and you see the error message for validation. Same for the price, is also a string, the error message over here. And we also have the maximum quantity, and the maximum quantity also is a string. You see it's a string. We have the category is required. We have the hero image, which is also required. And then we have images, which is of type any, and then we have the refine and the error message right here. And after the refine, we also have the transform, which takes in the files, callback function, and then we have that. And we also have the intent, which is all of these here. And finally, we have the slug. Okay, so let's have the create or update product schema. So we're going to export type, which is going to be uppercase C for create or update product schema, which is going to be equal to z.infer, and this is going to be inferring from the type of create or update product schema. So this is going to be type of the create or update product schema that we just brought in here. And now we need to have another type, which I'm just going to drop inside here, which is going to be for the server. So let me drop it here. Like this. Okay, so this is the create product schema, but for the server side, it has the title, it also has the price, it has the maximum quantity, the category, and you see this is actually of type number. Okay, so you see their number, and on the client they're of type string. So this is all we have here, and we are going to do what we did previously. So we're just going to also export another type for the schema server. So we're going to be exporting type. And this type is going to be for create product schema server. So schema server like this. And again, it's going to be z.infer, and it's going to be inferring from the type of, so let me just have it here, type of, and this is going to be the create product schema server here like this. Up next, I'm going to focus on building out the actions, the different actions that we're going to use to work on our Supabase backend. Hello everyone. So before we continue, I want us to make some changes, some minor changes before we can proceed. The first change is on this file name. Rather than have products.types, I want us to have plural, so products. So just add an s, products.types.ts. Cool. And the next change is on this product with category response. I want it to be product with categories like this. So it should be categories plural response. And one last change right here, we see that the category is of type number. Let's update that. Rather than have number, let it be of type category. And this category needs to be imported from the category types. And I'll actually update the import path to have our alias. So add /app, and then we have the admin categories.types like this. If you need reminder, let's come into those category, and then you see what the category looks like. And thankfully I did come in because now I noticed an error. I did catch a bug, so that should be products.types as we updated the file name, and that's about it here. So this is what our category looks like, and what I'm going to do now is to close all the tabs so that we can now focus on creating our actions. And for that, we need to come right into the source folder. So right here, I'm just going to collapse all of these. So in the actions, we need to create a products.ts. So products.ts. And let's start. The first thing we're going to do is to have this use server directive here. And then we need to import Slugify because we're going to need Slugify from Slugify to create a product slug. And next we need to bring in our create client Supabase. So import create client. And the create client action is going not from contentful, it's going to be coming in from @/Supabase and /server, because we want to use our server client here on the server here. Now we also need to import two types. The first is the product with category response. So let's import products with categories response. And we also need to bring in our update product schema. And all these types are going to be coming from the product types. So just these two. So these are going to be coming in from @/admin product types. I'm going to come into this file because since we have an error, and here this should be products, so we need an S plural. Sorry, I didn't update this earlier. So let's continue. And next we need to bring in the create product schema server. So let's import the create product schema, but the one for the server. So schema server like this. And this is going to be coming in from our app admin product, but not products.types is going to come from our schema. So let's update this to come from /schema, and then I'll have the closing quotes here. So let's initialize our Supabase client. So we're going to say const Supabase is going to be equal to create client. And now we can create our first action, export const get products with categories. And this is going to be equal to this async function, and we're going to return this promise, which resolves to the products with categories response, and I'm just going to bring all of these in. So the first thing we're going to do is to come right here and have the function body. We're going to destructure data and error. So const let's destructure data comma error, and it's going to be equal to await Supabase, and here we save from products. We don't have it because we haven't synced the Typescript Supabase type, but no worries, we're going to do it. As you can see from the right, we have products, and from product we want to have .select because we want to select everything together with the category. So let's select star, and then we're going to have a comma right inside the quotes. And here we're going to have category, and category is going to be of type category like this. And then we also need the star, not really a type we are mapping here. And then we need to have .returns, and returns is going to return this generic type, which returns the product with categories response. So let's do it, products with categories response like this. And we're going to continue later. We're going to sync the type. So we're going to say if we have an error, what are we going to do? We're going to be throwing a new error. So right here, let's throw a new error.message. I will update that rather than error.message. I want it to be more descriptive, so I'll use a backtick here. And then we can say error fetching products with categories, and then we have the error.message. But if everything is fine and good, then we need to go on and return our data. And then we're going to return data, or we're going to be returning an empty string, an array like this. Okay, so let's sync our Supabase types. I'm going to, so we can get product, open the terminal, and then I'm just going to clear the terminal here and quickly Google search for Supabase types, click into it, and right here, we need to scroll down for the command, and this here is the command database.types.ts. So copy it and paste it right here, and I'm going to exit out of this file and come right to our Supabase project and come over to the project settings, and here we have the reference ID. We need to copy it, come back to the terminal, and then we need to update the project ref here inside the quotes. So I'm going to paste this right here. And after that, we also need to update the path. If you open up your Explorer, you would see we have the Supabase, and then we have the types. And right here, you see we don't have the type. So this is the breadcrumb link we're going to be following. So let's make sure we follow it. We're going to come right here, and rather than have database, we know it's in the source, and in the source we have the Supabase, and in the Supabase we have /types.ts file, as you can see from the breadcrumb. And then execute. Once you execute, this is going to go over and pull your Supabase types right inside your project. And now you see we have the types. This is the type for the category, and now we have the product with all these properties that we mapped out in our Supabase project. Now we can continue. And the next action we are going to be working on is the create product. So we're going to be exporting a const create product, and create product is going to be equal to this asynchronous function. Let's have the function definition. And this async function is going to be taking in a prop. So here we're going to have this object, and this is going to be of type create product schema, but for the server. Okay, so we're going to be using create product schema server here. We have already imported this. Now we can destructure the different types we need. The first type we need is the category. So let's bring in the category, and after the category we can also bring in the hero image, and next is images. So here let's have images, and after images we also need to bring in the maximum quantity. After maximum quantity we need to bring in the price, the title, and that's about it. So first let's create our slug. So const slug is going to be equal to slugify the title lower true, and then we're going to destructure data error, which is going to be equal to await Supabase. And now we can say from product we want to have an insert operation, and I'll close it up here. So what do we want to insert? We want to insert the category, hero image, images, URL, maximum quantity, price, slug, and title. So we can bring all in these properties we want to insert, and after insert we want to check for errors. If we have an error, we're just going to throw the error with this error message. Otherwise we can return data. Let's move on to the next one, which is for update product. So here we're going to be exporting a const, which is going to be update product. Update product is going to be equal to this async function. We have the function definition, and we can say this is of type update product schema. So update product schema, and this is going to take in, or we're going to destructure the following properties from here. We need to bring in the category, and after the category we also need to bring in the hero image. We need to bring in the images, not like this, images URL. So let's type it, and next is the maximum quantity. We need to bring the price, the slug, and finally we need to bring in the title. So let's have our function. We're going to go straight up and update. So let's have our const data error, await Supabase from products update. I'll bring everything in, it's fine. And then we are passing these properties. Remember, we have this match where the slug is equal to the slug. So we have the error for price, and if we inspect, because it could be number or null, let's come over to the update product schema and get rid of this null type that we have here, and we are now good to go. Come back to the products, and this is for update. And finally we have the straightforward delete, which is just going to be this. I bring everything in. We have this await from product. We take in the slug, which is equal to this slug. It has to match this slug. We have the delete operation, and this is the delete product action, which we are going to call when we want to delete a product. We have successfully created the different actions that we need to perform queries from our Next.js client to our Supabase servers. And the next thing we're going to do is to make sure that we are making use of these actions on our clients for building out the UI for the admin products dashboard. So let's not waste any more time, and let's dive in on that next. All right, so we've put together all these actions. Now we're going to be building out our page layout. And before we start, I just want to fix a quick typo at the get product. So it should be products with categories like this, and now we can exit out of here. So we are going to be heading over to the page. Let me just collapse all these folders. So in the app and the app admin products, here we have the page.tsx. We already fetched the categories. Now let's also fetch our products with categories. So we'll say const, and then we'll say products with categories is going to be equal to our await, and then we have the get products with categories action that we need to import, and we need to call it. So this is going to get us our product with categories, and now we need to pass it as a prop to our product page component like this. Obviously we have errors, so we're going to be going over to the product page component to make sure we fix everything there. The first thing I'm going to do is to mark this as a client component right at the top here. let's make use of the use client directive. And after this, I'm going to bring in a couple of imports. So I'll get rid of the category import and the FC import and just bring in everything that we need right here. So these, you can take the moment to pause and make sure that you bring this in. These are the third-party imports. And these other imports are the files that we have walked through. So this is me importing it. Just pause and have it. And once you have it, we can now continue to building out this page component. So take a moment and pause and bring all of them in. The next thing we're going to do is to update our props, and we're going to have the product with categories. And this is going to be of this type, product with categories response. So let's bring in all of these. Let's destructure all of this in the product page component right here. We're going to bring in the, what do we bring in? The categories, and after the categories, we bring in the product with categories. And after this, we're going to store some values in state. The first is the current product. So here we're going to have current product is going to be, and then we have the set current product, use state, and it's a generic type of create or update product schema or null. And after this state, we also need another one for the modal. So we're going to have is product modal open, is product modal open, and then the set is product modal open is going to be initially false. And lastly, we're going to have the same for the delete modal, and I'm just going to bring in this suggestion from Copilot like this. It's fine. Okay, so let's build our form next. So const our form is going to be equal to the use form, and the type is create or update product schema, and we're also going to have the resolver, which is of type Zod resolver, or which is equal to Zod resolver of the create or update product schema. For the default values, we're not going to give current product. You see we have an error. We're going to use this object, and this is going to have the, let's have the title, and the title is going to be an empty string, and the category is not going to be an empty string. It's going to be undefined. So let's map it to undefined. And next is the price. The price as well is going to be undefined by default. And next, the mass quantity undefined. The hero image is going to be undefined. And we have the images, and after images, the last thing we have is the intent. So let's have intent, and the intent by default is going to be create. All right, so this is our form. Next, we're going to have or initialize our router. So let's have our const router is going to be equal to use router. And now is the moment where we're going to have our create product handler. So const product create handler is going to be equal to this function that we can mark as an asynchronous function. So let's mark async, and this function is going to be taking in the data. So it's going to take the data, which is going to be of type create or update product schema, because when we are creating a product, we need to pass the properties, and we're going to be destructuring those properties. So const object is going to be equal to data. So what are those properties? Let's start with the category. And after the category, we are also going to destructure images. And after images, we need the maximum quantity. And after max quantity, we need the price, we need the title, we need the hero image, we need the slug. And lastly, we're going to take in the intent, and we can give it a default value, which is going to be equal to create. So intent is going to be equal to the create like this. Okay, and the next thing to do is to have a utility function that's going to help us to update our file. So we're going to give this const upload file, which is going to help us do the Supabase storage. It's going to be equal to this async function that's going to receive the file, which is of type file. And to create a file, let's have our unique identifier. So unique ID is going to be equal to UUID. And next is the file name, but not like this. So we're going to have file name, which is going to be backtick, not this. And then we're going to start with product. So have a product folder, and then / we're going to have product. And then we're going to have hyphen, the unique ID and the file name. This suggestion is very much okay from Copilot. And after the file name, we need to have our form data. So const form data. Form data is going to be equal to a new form data, because we are going to say form data.append file, and then we also want to attach the file name. And after this, we're just going to return our image upload handler and pass the form data. This image upload handler is currently living in our categories. So if you want to move it out from here to a utils folder is totally fine, but I'm just going to leave it here for you. So I just said to let you know. So let's continue. And after this, we are going to come outside the upload file, and outside the upload file, we're going to have some variables. We're going to say let hero image URL, and this is going to be equal to string or undefined. And next is the let image URLs, which is going to be image URLs is going to be equal to string array, and then we're going to give it a default value of empty array. And these errors is because this equal to sign we have here should be the semicolon. So let me update it like this. Now we're going to have some checks. Let's say we have an hero image. So if, and then we say if we have hero image, then we want to go and end this upload a hero image. So we're going to say if hero image, let's first have a promise. So we're going to have the image promise, and promise we're going to have the array is equal to array keyword and then array from the hero image, and then we're going to map upload file. Now this would work technically, but I want us to also update the type, and for that we're going to have the file that we get from the map, and then we're going to return the upload file, and this upload file is going to take the file, but then the type is going to be as a file like this to make sure we don't have any errors. And next we're going to have our try block, try catch block. So let me have our try catch, and I'll start from the catch block and just bring in every suggestion here, log to the console, show it those notification, and return. Now let's have our try block. We're going to map the hero image URL. So that's what we're going to do. And this is going to be equal to await promise.all the image promise. So this for the hero image. Now let's go on to upload other images. For that, we're going to check if the images.length. So if images.length is greater than 0, in that case, we know we have to upload multiple images. So we're going to have const the images promises, image promise, whatever is going to be equal to array.from, and then we have images.map. We have the file, and then we're going to be returning the upload file. All right, so we don't even need that there. So okay, so after this we are going to have our try catch block just after the image promises here. Let's have our try catch block because this is where we're going to upload. So everything is okay, the suggestions, but for the image URLs I'm just going to have parentheses around the await, and then I'm going to have give it a type as string like this, and we should no longer have any errors. So this is just for the image upload. Now is the time for us to create our product. So next we're going to switch between the different intents that we have. So switch and then intent, and we're going to start from the first case. Now the first case we're going to handle is the case where we want to create a product. So case create, then we're going to say if the hero image URL and the image URLs.length, so and image URLs.length, if that is greater than 0, because we only want to create product if we have the hero image and we have multiple images, right? Product images. Then we're going to be awaiting our create product action. And we know that the create product needs the, you see, the type or the properties. I'm going to bring in all these properties and just get rid of the one too many that we had below. And the category, let's update it to be a number because this is currently a string. So we're going to have number and pass the category. And we're going to do the same for the maximum quantity, have the number and then max quantity. And lastly, for the price, we are going to be doing the same. And I don't think we need the slug. We don't need the slug. So let's make sure we get rid of the slug here. After this, we're going to reset our form. So form.reset, we're going to router.refresh, .reload. It needs to be refresh. And after this, then we can set is product modal open to false. We want to close the modal. We also want to have it toast success because we have successfully created. And after the if, we need a break. Okay, so next we are going to handle our case for update. So let's come down here and have our case for updates. And here we're going to check, I think I have an error. Let me fix it. I have this quote. I'll just make the single quote like this, and then we can handle the case for updates. Now we're going to check if we have the hero image URL and the image URL.length is greater than 0. We still have an error. That's because I forgot a semicolon here like this. And lastly, I want to add on that check for the slug because we definitely need a slug when we are updating. So with all these properties met, we can now come here and await our update product action we have created. And then we are going to pass the arguments here, the category. And the category is going to be number category. The hero image is going to be the hero image URL like this. And next is the images URL, which is going to be image URLs. So images URL is going to be image URLs. The max quantity is okay, and then the price is okay as well. We need the title, and lastly we need to pass the slug, and we are good. So once the update is successful, let's refresh our form. So form.reset, router.refresh, set modal to false, and show it those notification. And we also need to make sure we attach our break. And optionally, you can add the default case. So if it's not for the intent, and default you can break, or you can just log to the console. So console.error invalid intent. So this is the product create handler we have mapped out. Its create and its update. So I think we should make the name to be more descriptive rather than product create handler. I think we should add product create update handler because it creates and it also updates for us. All right, so this is it. We have just one more for the delete case. Okay, for a function that we need to create for the delete. So we're going to have the const delete product handler just right outside here. So const delete product handler. I'm not going to go with this suggestion because I want us to also check the slug before we can delete. So const delete product handler like this is going to be equal to the async function. We're not going to be taking in the slug as an argument. So async like this. And here we're going to check if we have a current product. So if current product.slug, we're going to await the delete product. And after awaiting the delete product, we refresh, we close the modal, and we show it toast notification. I'm just going to move the toast right up here, and then we close the modal. And lastly, let's also set the current product to null. So this is it for creating a product, deleting a product, updating a product. I'm going to give us some time to go through the entire code we have written to make sure that everything is clear. And then we can continue building out the JSX of this page. We're just going to make use of everything that we have created to lay out the component. And then we're going to go back to our application, our mobile application. So let's come back and wrap up the proc.create or product management. All right, so let's start building out our JSX. I'm going to open up the terminal and clear the terminal as well, and npm run dev to restart our application. Come over to the browser and also reload our application over here. Now, while it is reloading, let's have our main tag, and then we're going to have these class names. Where the first class name here is grid, and after grid, we're going to have the flex-1, and then we're going to give this items stat and give this a gap of 4, and on padding of 4 as well. On small devices, give it a padding on the x-axis of 6, and px6, and also on small devices give it a padding on the y-axis of 0, so smpy0. And lastly, on medium devices, we want to give this a gap of 8, so gap of 8 like this. Now inside this main, we're going to get rid of this product page component that we have here because we're going to be having a div here. So I'm just going to get rid of this and have this div. And this div is going to have the class name of container. So it's going to be equal to container. Give this an mx of author. And lastly, give this a padding of 4 on the x and y axis. And now we're going to have another div right here. And this div is going to have the class name of flex. So class name is going to be equal to flex. We're going to give it justify between. And then we're going to give items center and the margin bottom of 4 because this is going to hold the H1 and the button. So here let's have the H1, which is the heading, give it a class name of text 2XL. And after the text hyphen 2XL, we're going to give it a font of bold. And I'm just going to have the products management right here. And after this, we're going to have a button. So right after the below the H1, let's come here and have this button, and this button is going to have an on click, and on click I'm going to bring in this function and close it up here. We're going to call two functions. The first is the set current product. So let's have set current product and give the value of null, and the next is to set is product model open to true. And then we can close the button, and here we're going to have this plus icon. So let's have the plus icon, and this plus icon is going to have the class name. So class name, and the class name is going to be imr-2, give the margin right of 2, and give this a height of 4 and also a width of 4. And I'm going to go with this add product text. So if we save it, we should see the UI update. Now, outside this div, the div that is holding the button, we're going to be having our table. So just come right below here and have the table component from CN UI. And this table is going to take in the table header. So let's have the table header first. And this table header is going to take the table row. And the table row is going to have the table head. So the different table head we're going to have. And the first we're going to have is the title. And then we can bring this down a couple of times for the next one, which is for category. And after category, we're going to have the next one for the price. So let's have the price here. And after the price, we have the max quantity. After the max quantity, we have the next one for the hero image, and then we have product images. So product images, and lastly, bring it down, we have for actions. Okay, so after we see the table role update, and after the table header, we have next the table body. So right outside this table header, let's have our table body. And this table body, come down here. I'm just going to close the table body. So in here, we're going to map through the product with categories. So let's have our product with categories.map. We're going to have each product, and then we are going to also come here and return the product table row. So here, let's have our product table row, just like this. And I'm going to close it before I pass the props. So let's close it and also close the function. So this table, product table row, let's start with the is product model open. So set is product model open, which is going to be equal to, and then we're going to have set is product model open, our state function, and then we're going to have the key to make sure we don't have the error. Let's just quickly pass the key, and the key here is going to be products.id because each product has the unique identifier. And next is the product. So let's pass the actual product, which we are destructuring. It's going to be equal to product. Set current product is equal to set current product. Set is delete model open is going to be equal to set is delete model open. Saving this, we don't see anything obviously because we don't have product, but outside this table, I'm just going to have a comment. Product model. So this is our product create or product update model. And this is going to be the product form because the form is in a model. And product form, let me just type it out correctly, and this is going to take the form prop. So form is equal to form, and next is the on submit. So on submit is equal to our product create upload handler. So product, I'll sign in later, product create upload handler, update handler, sorry. And after that we have the categories. And categories is going to be equal to categories that we are accepting as prop. And after the categories, we have the next one is product model open. So let's have it here is product model open. And next is going to be equal to its product model open. And next is the setter, so set is product model open, which is going to be equal to set is product model open. Yep, like this. And the last one we have is the default values. So the default values is going to be equal to the current product. And after this, we need another one for the delete modal. So okay, looks like I am logged in, and reload the page just to be sure everything is okay, and we are okay. So all right, let's continue. Let's have the same for our delete product modal. So come back here. I'm just going to also have a comment as I did for the product model, so we know where things are. So just have the delete product model, and the delete product model is going to have this dialog, and this dialog, I'm going to close it and then pass the props. So the first prop is open, and open is going to be equal to is delete modal open, and the next one is on open change, which is going to be equal to set is delete modal open. All right, so next we are going to come right inside the dialog, and inside this dialog we are having the dialog content. So not header, we're going to have the dialog content right here, and this dialog content is now going to be having the dialog header. So dialog header, and then I'm going to bring in this dialog title with this delete product title and close the header. And after this, we're going to have a p tag. I'm going to bring this in. I actually want to delete this product, but rather than have this product, we want to display the product title, which is our current product. So we're going to have our current product with this optional param here. So current product dot title, and the current product should be an uppercase P. So let me quickly fix it. It should be an uppercase P. And after this paragraph, we want to have the dialog footer. So right here, we're going to have the dialog footer. I'm not going to bring in a suggestion. So dialog footer here, and this dialog footer is going to contain this button. And the button here is going to close. We're going to have the text of delete and give it a variant. The variant for this button is destructive. So let's have the variant equal to destructive. And then it has an onClick, which is going to call the product delete handler. So onClick is going to be equal to delete product handler function. So we have laid this out. This is our page component, and everything should be fine. And yep, so what's going to happen is we're going to test it out. And yep, so we have an error. Okay, what's going to happen is let me reload the page. Okay, I don't know why we have the error, but let me reload the page to confirm everything is good. And I think I'm actually logged out, so let me just log out, and brings us back to the home page. So I'll try to visit /admin just to be sure everything is still working. Yes, so we need to authenticate. I'm going to provide my email and also my password and login. So this is the dashboard. Let's go over to the products page, and right here on the products page, we can try to add a new product, any product of your choice. Maybe I start with the PlayStation or anything like that. You can just test it out. Have a PlayStation here, and then the category we have just one, so gaming. For the price, I will just go with $300. For the quantity, maybe 2, and then the hero image. I have my favorite AI image here, and then for the product images, I'll try to upload 2 images. So I'll just select these 2 images, click on open, and let's try to add the product. So we know what happens. The images first gets uploaded before the actual product, so it could take some time. And now the product creation has been successful. We see the product here, and everything is okay. So if we come over to the categories and try to create a new category, so here let's try to add a new category and just give it a name of phones. Maybe I want to create a phone next, so here phone. And for the image, any category image of your choice, click on open and then hit submit. And once the category gets created, we should see it here. So we see the category here, and now we can come back to products, and let's create a product under that category. Give the product a name of Nokia. So I try to create a Nokia. I want to add the product here, and the category is on the phones. And the price is going to be $200. Any quantity of your choice just for testing. Choose the hero image. I think I'll go with a different one this time around. And product images, you can just go with one to make things faster. Add the product. Give it a second, and the product has been created successfully, which is super cool. We see all the information about the product. Now, if we come back to the category, we can see that this category has products that are created under it. We see the Nokia, we see the PlayStation. Clicking on it, we have a link that is broken. The image is broken. The in stock is broken. Same for the Nokia. We just say in stock. So we need to make sure that we fix it. And let's do that. Let's try to come over to the categories section, because that's a categories page component. So right here in the admin, we have categories, and here we have the page component. So here, let's try to scroll down. And if we come further down, we should see the table row, I think. Yeah, category table row. So let's come in here. And this is responsible for showing these products in the model. But yeah, so this scroll area, the first thing I'm going to do now is to get rid of this prop that we are passing over to the link. The key is going to cause errors, but no worries. Also get rid of the link component, because we don't have the product ID page. So I'm going to get rid of it. And then I'm going to pass the key to this card. So the key is going to be the product.id. Now that fixes our broken link, but we still have our image. So here we see we're using underscore. It should be camel case. So hero image like this. And if we save this, it is fixed, but we have some TypeScript errors and we need to fix those TypeScript errors. So let's try to trace. We were using the wrong type. And if we come back to the page component here and scroll up, you will see somewhere here we have this category product response. Let's go into it, and here I actually don't see the properties. Let me double check. We have categories, and here in the category we have the category that is being passed, and this page component, if I come further down, is passing the categories right to the table row component. Category is equal to category. So we just need to trace the type, where the type is coming from. It's coming from these categories with product response. And if I go into it, we are back here. Now we see the name of this is category with products. So I think we should take a look at the products. Yeah, so here we see the max quantity. Let's go into it. Yeah, so here we see the hero image, which is wrong. So let's update it to be hero uppercase I, and it is fine. If we come back here, we no longer have the error, but we still have the same error for the max quantity and also in stock. So let's make sure we fix it. I'll fix it here, and then come back to fix the type. Rather than have a snake case, there should be uppercase Q, and it should be fine. And then I'll also fix the typo that we have here like this and give this a save. And now we see 6 in stock. So this is cool. We have been able to at least fix this bug that we spotted, and everything is fine. If we check, we see everything is working for the different products that we have. So we have now completed the creating of categories and also creating of products for the admin section. Now, feel free to create as much categories and as much products. We're going to use it in our mobile application next. What is the current state of our application? Now, we have put in the work on our administration section with Next.js, where we have the product management system. We have the ability to create products, to edit product, and to also delete a product. And we also not just have the product management system, we have the same for our categories. We have the ability to add a category, to update, and to delete, and to also fetch categories. Over to our mobile application right here, we are currently displaying dummy data. So data that we had coded here. And we have the product details screen, which is also hard coded data. And if you come further down to the orders, you'll see we display dummy orders as well. And if you click on an item, you're going to go to the order item, which also has dummy data. Back to this shop page, we also have the same for the categories. So if you click on a specific category, you go to the category item, which displays the product. So we have this filter right here, products that are linked to a specific category. We also have the cart page, and this is the default state when there are no items. Let's try to add an item. We can click on one of the products that we have in our shop. And if we add this item to cart, we get the confirmation that it is added to cart. And if we visit our cart page, we're going to see the item here. Now, all these are dummy data. So if you come back to the Supabase project, we have the table editor. So we have our category, which we have created. We also have the same for our products, which are listed here. Now, the idea is to transfer all these to our mobile application to make sure we leave the world of hard-coded data. So we are going to be focusing on the next section on how we can make our mobile application much more dynamic. Welcome back to the mobile application section of this course. We're going to be fetching data from our Supabase API. And for us to do that, let's open up our terminal because we're going to be making use of a library to fetch data. So I'm going to quit the terminal here and clear, and we need to install Tanstack query. So npm install at tanstack /react query. Do go on and run the installation, which is just going to take a couple of seconds for it to complete. And once you have React query, you can run npm start, and then I'm just going to choose I to make sure that I open it up on the iOS simulator right here, and also refresh this. So while it loads up, let's come over to the providers and create a new provider. So I'm going to collapse all of these and also zoom out a little bit. So collapse all these that we have here, come right into the source folder here and into the providers folder. We need to create a new file. So create a new file, call this query-provider.ts. So this is going to be our query provider. Actually, I think I'm going to call this .tsx. So it's going to wrap our entire application. Let's quickly rename it to query provider.tsx like this. The first thing we're going to do is to import the query client. So let's import the query client. And you also need to bring in the query client provider, but it's not going to come from React-query, it's going to come from @Tanstack. And then we have the /React query like this. And we also need to import the props with children from React. So import props with children from React. First thing, let's have our query client. So const query client is going to be equal to the new query client that we imported. And next we need to export the query provider as the default function. Query provider, which is going to be receiving children, which is of type children with props, and then we're going to be returning the query client provider. So we have these children we are receiving, and I'm going to get rid of this generic type here that we have on props with children. So this is what we have, and then we have the query client provider, which is taking in the client and also returning children. Now let's wrap this with our entire application, and this is going to be in the app root layout. So underscore layout.tsx. We have this stack. I'm going to cut everything that we have here so that we can have the query client provider. So let's have the query client provider. And then we're going to paste in the stack like this. Now we have made sure our application can use this library. Let's come over to the home page, which is the index.tsx file, which currently makes use of dummy data. So that is right inside the shop. We have this index.tsx file, and right inside this file, we are currently making use of this product, which is hard-coded. Now is the time for us to move away and fetch data from our API. In this section, we're going to fetch our products and also our categories. So let's get started and remove all these console.log that we have here, and also get rid of the use auth import. All right, so to fetch data, we're going to be creating a new API folder. So let me collapse all these tabs that we have open, and right inside this source folder, we're going to be creating this API folder and then an api.ts file. So let's import our use query that comes from at tanstack/React query. So this is going to come from at tanstack/React query, and we also need our Supabase client. So import Supabase. And Supabase is going to come from our lib, and right inside our lib, we have our Supabase file. So let's have the function. We're going to export const get products and categories. It's not going to be an async function. So get products and categories is just going to be equal to a regular function. So categories like this is going to be equal to this function. And right here, we're going to be returning our use query. We know use query is going to return the data, so let's have the use query. And this is going to take in an options object. And first we have our query key. So let's have our query key here. And this query key is going to be equal to this array where we're going to have products and categories. Now this query key over here is going to be used for caching purposes. Okay, so it's going to use for caching the request. And next we need to pass our query fn for the query function. And this is the function that actually does the query. So it's going to be an async function like this. And in here, we're going to have const products and comma categories. And this is going to be coming in from awaiting promise.all, which is an array of the two promises. The first one is to get our product. So we're going to say supabase.from, and then it's going to be from our product, not products, product. We want to select everything. So dot select, and to select everything, we use our star like this. Same for the category. Okay, so we're going to have a check right here if we don't have, or if products.error or if category.error, we're going to throw a new error. So if all is fine and good, we don't have any errors, we're going to be returning this object that has the products as well as the categories. So this is our get products and categories. So it fetches the products and the categories for the home page. And we're going to use this function right now. So let's come back to the index.tsx, and right inside the index.tsx, we're going to be destructuring. So let's have our const. We're going to get data. So data, we're also going to get error, and we're also going to get is loading. And this is going to be equal to our get products and categories function, which we need to import right inside this file from our API. All right, so we're going to have the first check when we are loading. So if we are loading, we're not going to return this text. So we're going to be returning an activity indicator, which should be imported from React Native. I won't pass any prop. And next, we're going to check if we have an error and there is no data. So if error or there is no data, I'll just bring this in and also import the text from React Native. And let me try to bring it in. Okay, so I have to bring it in myself. So here text should come in from React Native. And I want to edit this. I want to have the error and then like this, and then have brackets, and then have the error and then a question mark dot message like this. Otherwise, or I'm gonna have this string which is gonna say an error occurred like this. All right, so this is we fetching. Let's log our data to the console. So console.log data, and let's save this and open up our terminal. And now we see data is this object. We have categories as well as products. Now I'm going to get rid of the console.log. We just have one slight issue. Okay, so let me point it out. First, you see right here in data, line 25, we are hard coding products. But let's check. If you hover on data, you see that products is an any array. And same for categories. That means Typescript isn't able to infer the types for our products and also for our categories. Now, this isn't necessarily an issue, but we want to ensure that we have type safety throughout our application. For that, we need to make sure we pull in the Supabase types from our project right inside our code base here. Now, how do we do that? If you skipped the admin section, you might miss it. Let's do it together. You can just Google search for Supabase types, click on the link to the documentation, and somewhere around here, we're going to have this script. So copy this command and come back to the project and open up your terminal. I'm just going to open it up, clear, and paste. Now I'm going to be coming back to the Supabase project because I want to take the reference ID. So come right here and over to your project settings. You would see this reference ID, which is your project ID. Now you can come back to your mobile application project, and right here, let's update this project ref and paste this in. And I'm going to update this because this is going to be a folder or a file we don't have yet, and I want it to be in the types/database.types. So let's create that folder. Right here in the source folder, we're going to be creating a new folder, and we're going to give it the name of types, and then we are going to be creating the file for the database. So here we're going to have database.types.ts like this. Now we are good to go. Let's execute this command. I'm going to hit enter and it says no such file. I think that should be database.type. Sorry, let me quickly update it to database.type and hit it again. No such file. Yeah, I'm sorry, that should be right inside the source folder. I didn't spot that. So let's append source/types and try again. And this time around, we should be successful. So I'll hit enter and give this a second. And then we have an error actually, and that's for authentication because here we don't have access to this endpoint. Our account don't have the necessary privilege. So what's going to happen is we need to Supabase logout to log out of Supabase, and I'll say yes, and then we need to re-authenticate ourselves. So I'm going to come here, clear, and say Supabase login, which is going to log me in. Hit enter. I'll hit enter again to open up the browser and give it a second for the authentication to complete. And once it is done, we can now exit, come back to our project and hit try again. So I'm going to clear and try the command, and this time around it should be successful. So give it a second, and we don't see the types here and we don't see an error, so it was successful. I don't know why, but let's see. Oh, that's because actually it's database.types. So let's open up our Explorer, and here if you come over to the type, yeah, so we see we have two types now. The first one is the main one, the database.types, this one. So we need to just delete the other file. Sorry about the confusion. And now we have been able to pull our types right inside of this file. We need to make a change to our Supabase client, and that is in our lib folder. So come over to the lib, and right here you have this base.ts. In this create client, it's a generic type, and I'm going to pass a database type here, and this database here like this, and get rid of the closing bracket. We need to bring it in from our types database.types. With this change alone, if we come over to our api.ts and just hover on one of these products data, you see we have the data type. So we have its types. The same for the categories. We have the data type here. Now if we come back to the index.tsx, and previously we saw any. Now if you hover here, you see it's of this type and an array. The same thing for the categories. So we have successfully pulled in the types. Now let's update this that we have here. This product is now going to be data.product like this. Now we're having an error from this render item function because the product list item is still making use of the old type. So let's come right inside this product list item, and right here you see we're using this product from the assets. We no longer need it, so we can just get rid of this. Now how do we have the type for this product like this? Now this is going to be a table type, so the table we need to also bring it from the types here like this, and it's a generic type. We say, hey, what column is the product column like this, and now we are good. We have an error in the source because now it's a URL. So what's going to happen is I'm going to cut it and have another object, And this other object is going to have the URI key, and the value is now going to be the product.hero image. Now with this change, save this file and also make sure you save your index.tsx. You should see application update. Obviously it should be up and running. So npm start. Let me quickly restart the application, and then I'm going to hit I, give it a second, and yep, I'm going to hit I and also reload the mobile application. And once the application builds, we expect to see our products from our Supabase, no longer our hard-coded products, should be pulled right here. And that's what we see. We see we have a total of 5 products. Now let's double check from our Supabase project how many products that we have over there. And if we come here, you see we also have a total of 5 products, and these products are being displayed right here in our mobile application. We're going to be doing the same for categories because the categories are currently hard-coded. Let's do it. Okay, currently our get products and categories is returning data, and we know we also have categories. Now over here in the list header component, we need to change the way we are passing in the list header. We need to make sure it now can accept props. So for that, I'm going to cut it and have it in tag like this and paste it in. Now let's pass the categories prop here. So categories, and categories is going to be equal to data dot categories like this. We have an error. So if we come right inside this list header, we are not accepting any props. We need to make sure that this list header is able to accept the categories prop. So right here, we're going to have categories, and the type of this prop is going to be an object which has a categories key, and the value is going to be an array of tables. So we're going to have tables, and tables needs to be imported from our database. And what's table? That is going to be our category table, and then we attach array like this. Now we are passing the categories we are fetching from Supabase. We need to make use of it. Currently, we are using these hard-coded categories. Let's get rid of it and then come further down to where we were making use of the hard-coded categories so that we can now replace it with the new categories that we are passing in as prop. Now with this change, once you save it, you should see your application updates with the current categories. Super cool. So now we have our products and categories that are dynamic. Okay, so let's continue. I'm just going to close all the tabs that we have open here. The next thing we're going to be working on is the product details page, because navigating over to that page currently gives us this 404 page. Let's make sure that this page is also dynamic. Hello, welcome back. And now let's make sure that this product detail page is now dynamic, and for that we need its own API. So let's come over to the API folder here, and right here in the API folder we need to add one for getting the product. So export const get product, and this is going to take in the slug, which is a string, and then we have the function body. So we're going to be returning the use query hook results. So we return use query, and like this, we're going to have the first query key. So we have the query key, and it needs to be unique. And this product and the slug is unique. And there's a typo here, so let me quickly fix it here. And the next now is a query fn for the query function, which is going to be equal to this async function. And then we're going to have const data error, which we're going to be destructuring from our equal to Supabase call. So we need to await Supabase, and then from product. So because we need to query the product table. So from product, we want to select everything, and we do it with .select and pass in star like this as a string. And then we need a matcher, so the where clause, and that is where the slug, and we do it like equal to like this, the slug, which is the key, and the value is going to be slug. So slug is the role and the value is slug, and dot single is so that we return an object. So we're going to have a check. So in case we have an error and we don't have any data, so we're going to say if error or if there is no data, we need to throw a new error. And the reason we're throwing is so that we're going to get the error from our component. And I also want to attach the error.message. So I'll add this plus and attach error.message here. And after all said and done, let's return data. So now we are sure we're going to have data if everything goes fine. Let's make use of this getProduct function. And for that, we need to come right into the app, and here we have product and the slug.tsx. First thing, we are making use of the hard-coded data. Let's get rid of the hard-coded products. And the next thing we need to do now is to bring in the data. So const data, which we are going to rename to product. And then we also have error and loading. So is loading. Error and is loading is going to be equal to the get product hook, which we need to bring in from our our API, and that's about it. So we have an error, and if you check, cannot really declare. Okay, so that's because we need to get rid of this other hard-coded product from here. Now I'm gonna do a mini restructuring. So right here where we have this hook, use cat store hook, so I'm gonna move it up, and also where we have the use state and also the cat item, I'm just gonna move them right up before we start having the conditionals, so that we cannot use hook in conditionals, we'll get the error. So I'm gonna make this product optional with this question mark here. And the next thing I'm gonna do now is to handle the loading and also the error states, which is just going to be before this if there is no product. So come down here, I'm going to check if it is loading. I'll bring this in. We don't want to return a text, we want to return an activity indicator, which should be brought in from React Native. And next we're going to check for errors. So if we have an error, let's return a text from React Native. And I'm going to close it up here and have the error semicolon, and then display the error.message right inside this bracket. So error.message like this. Now with these changes, we still have more errors, and that first is from the source. So we need to wrap it in an object with a URI key, and the value is going to be product.heroImage. We still have one more error. The same here. We need to wrap it in an object, and the URI key and the value is going to be item. So with these changes now, if you come over to your application and just give it a refresh, your product details page should now be up and running. Let's try it. Click on one of these products. We see the price update, not just the image, and we see the image is there. And same if we try for another product, we see the price, and we also see the image updates. And again, we see everything's up and running fine. We are making progress. Now our focus is going to be for the category details page, which currently is still making use of hard-coded data. Currently in our category details page, we're making use of dummy categories, dummy products. Let's change it. And we're going to start from our api.ts file by creating a new function. So let's export a const. We're going to call it get category and products, which is going to be equal to this function. We're going to receive the slug. And actually, rather than slug, let's call it category slug so that we are quite explicit on what slug that we are receiving. And now in here, you know the drill, we're going to be returning the query, use query. And this use query is going to take in the query key, and the query key is not going to be category like this. So I'll give it a query key and array. And the first is going to be category and products. So let me type it out, category and products. And the next is going to be the category slug. Now we need a query fn. The query function is going to be equal to this async function. And right here, let's destructure data error. So we're going to say const, and we're going to get data, which we can map to category. The same for the error, which we can map to category error, is going to be equal to await our Supabase. And then we can say from what table, the category table, we want to select everything, which the slug is going to be equal to the category slug. And then we add dot single, which is going to help us to take a single object. So let's have our routine check if we have any category error or there is no category. Yep, let's just throw this error, it's fine. And if everything is good, let's now query for the product. So we're going to bring in everything, we get data, we remap it to product, and the same for product error. And we have this check where the ID is now here. But rather than have this category underscore ID, if we come back here, you would see that we are making use of category here. So let's make sure that we change it to be category right here. So I'm going to update this to be category because that's what we use in our product table. And now we're going to have our check if products error. Then we're going to throw this error that an error occurred. Otherwise, we're going to return the category and the products object. This is all we need to do in this function. Now let's come over to the slug and the category slug to make use of it. So right here in the categories, we have the slug.tsx. Yeah, we have a couple of hard-coded data here. We have the categories, we have the products. Let's get rid of both. We don't need them here anymore. And the same here, we have this category, which is still using the hard-coded categories. And the same for the products. The product as well is using the hard-coded products. Let's get rid of it. So where are we starting now? We need to get our data error and it's loading from our function. So const let's destructure data, which and then error, and then it's loading. This is going to be equal to get categories and products, which should be imported from our API file. So after this, we're going to have a couple of checks. We're going to first of all check if it's loading. We're not going to return a text. We're going to return an activity indicator, which will come from React Native. And the next, we're going to check if we have an error. So let's check for the error case. So if we have an error or if there is no data, then they're not going to return a redirect. So let me bring it in. If there is no data, let's return this text component from React Native, which is going to have this error and the error.message. All right, so we close, but we still have one more thing to do. We have an error in this category because it has to be category.data.category now. And let's also check for if we don't have any data.product. So if there is no data.product like this. The only thing we need to do left is to just destructure categories and products from data. And once you do this, your application should be fine. So give this a save and automatically you see our loading and indicator for a split second and we see our gaming. And next, if you go into any other category here, you're going to see the indicator for another split seconds. You see the laptops. And again, if you come into this headset, you see the indicator and you see the products that are linked here. And if you re-click, you don't see the indicator because it has been cached. Now there's an error or a warning, and let me double check here. React has declared a change in the order of hooks code. Now all you're going to do is to reload. So once you refresh, the error should be gone because we haven't refreshed the application. And now let's try to navigate right inside another category. And we see our indicator and we see the products. Again, if we try another category, everything is fine and good. We no longer have any warnings or any errors. We have successfully moved out of hard-coded data in the category details page. Now let's continue. Let's see how our cat page is doing. All right, so the idea for this video is to fix our cat store. But before we fix, we need to know what's broken. And to know what's broken, let's add an item to cat. So I'm just going to add this one item to cat here, and let's go over to the cat page. So come over to your cat page, and right here on the cat page, first the hero image is broken. We see other details. Let's increase the quantity that we have in cat. So you see we are adding much more than we have. So we have 5 items. Let's go back to this iPhone 12, this product item, and let me reduce the quantity that we have here and try to increase. So here you see we can add just 2, which is the maximum quantity. So that logic is also broken, and for that we need to update our cat store. So the first thing I'll do now is to just close all these tabs that we have open, and I'm going to open the Explorer and just collapse this app and open the store, and here the cat store. We're going to update this cat item type, and we're going to have the hero image, and the hero image is going to be of type string rather than image. And next, we're going to add the maximum quantity just below quantity here. We need to add the max quantity. And this max quantity is going to be of type number. We are also making use of the products, which is hard-coded here. So let's get rid of these products. And if you come further down, you see we have this add item function broken. Now this video over here, we walked through how we set up our cart store early. So in case it looks new to you, you must have forgotten how this was set up, please just rewatch the video so that you can have a reminder of how everything works. Alright, so now with that out of the way, let's make sure that we update this accordingly. We're going to update this math.min function, and this math.min function we're going to have here is going to take the i.quantity, and then we're going to plus the item.quantity and the i.maximum quantity. Okay, so we have another error, and this error is in the increment item. So right in the increment item, we're going to get rid of this product, which is hard-coded. And once we get rid of the product, we also need to get rid of this other product that is hard-coded. Now, the only simple change here is rather than say product.maximum quantity, it needs to be item. So let's update it to be item.maximum quantity. And now we are done in our cart store. All right, so the next place we are going to be visiting now is our cart page. So let's come right into the application folder and our cart.tsx. We need to also update this state here. And this is going to be hero image just as before. And the type is going to be a string. You can make this reusable rather than have it two places. And because we're also going to be adding the maximum quantity as well, which is of type number. So that's what I'm saying. You can just have this in a utility state somewhere. So with that done, rather than item.image, we need to have the object so that we can make use of the URI property, and the value is going to be the item.image like this, but hero image actually, so hero image. So that's the only change that we need to do here. And lastly, we just need to do a tiny change in our product details page where we hit on that add to cart function. So come to the slug, and here you see it's broken. This is the function that adds an item to our state. It's no longer image. We updated it to be hero image. So we need to also update it here. And you know we added the max quantity. So let's make sure we have the max quantity key here, and the value is going to be the product.maximum quantity. Now with all these changes, we can now try out our application, give it a reload to make sure we are making use of the current and updated state of our application. Let's come into one of these products here and try to add the item to cart. I'm also try to add multiple items. So maybe this Samsung here, let's try to add the maximum quantity of it to our cart. And now with this added, let's come over to our state. You see we have 7, which is cool. We see the product hero image. We can't add more than. We reduce, everything works fine here for the Samsung, and you see the price also adjusts. Same for the iPhone 12, we can increase and we can also remove, and you see the price adjusts accordingly. We can decrease, and you're going to see it's $5.99, which we have over here. So our cart logic is now up to date, is now working fine, and this aspect of our application has been fixed. Now we are gonna navigate into the orders section, because the orders section also isn't dynamic. So we're gonna start from our Supabase and build our application accordingly. Hello everyone, so this is the current state of our application. We are displaying dummy orders as we had done previously. Now let's change it. Let's come over to our Supabase project, and we need to create a new table. So click on this create a new table for the order, and the description is optional. For RLS, make sure that you have this checkbox enabled, and let's create the different columns. We already have one for the ID and the created at. We need to add another one for the status, and the status is going to be of type text, and it is not nullable. So uncheck this checkbox that we've got here. And after status, we also have a description, which is actually optional. So add a new column for the description. So here, just have description. And the type for this description is going to be of type text. And after this, it is nullable. So make sure you don't uncheck this checkbox. Make sure it's actually checked. And after the description, we have the user. So over here, we're going to have the user, and this is also not nullable. So you can just ignore this section over here for the type, we're going to have a foreign key relation. And after user, we also have the slug. So here, let's type slug. And this slug is going to be of type text, and it is not nullable, and it is unique. So outside the slug, lastly, we have the total price for the order. And this total price is going to be of type float 8. And let's look for it. Yeah, float 8 right here. And it is not nullable. So uncheck this checkbox right here. And now we need to add the foreign key relation. So hit here and reference the user table, because we want to have the relationship to the user that created this order. So that means right here on the public order, we want to select user, and the public users want to link them by the ID. And if we come further down, for the action is going to be cascade, and here is also going to be cascade. And you can save this and now save the table. So it's going to create the new table and also enable arrayless. So once it is done, we're going to be creating the policy for this table, which is basically going to be all policies for authenticated users. So over here, click on add arrayless policy, and we need to create policy. And where do we start? Let's start by giving this policy a name, maybe allow all, maybe all operations for auth users, any description or descriptive name of your choice. So allow all operations for auth users, and it's going to be for all the command. Okay. And right here for the SQL query, we have the options to edit. Let's just have true here and also true. So once you are authenticated, and to make sure that authenticated users, right here in the target rows, we need to choose authenticated. And that's about it. So you can now save those policy. And once you have the policy saved, we can now come back to the table editor and create a new table. Now this new table is going to be for the order item, which is going to help us to link a product and an order. So give it the name of order item, order underscore item, and arrayless should also be enabled for this table. And if we come further down, we need to add a new column for the product. That is the product that's going to be, for the order, and make sure it's non-nullable. We'll come over to the type as usual, and after product we have the order. So here let's have the order, and also we'll come back to the type and make sure it is not nullable. And the last we're going to have here is just for the quantity. So the product quantity here, and over here make sure it is not nullable. So let's have the foreign key relation, and here is going to be for the order table, and here we're going to select order, and here we're going to select ID, and for the action is going to be cascade and also cascade, and we can save. Now let's add another one for the product. So here we're going to select product, and the product here which we are going to be selecting is going to be the product from the order, and here public product is going to be the ID, and on update cascade and also on delete cascade here, and click on save. So these are our policies. Hit save, and we have an error. Yep, and that's because the quantity also needs to have a type. So let's give it a type of int 8 like this, and that's about it. So let's try again, give it a second, and we should have our table created. Now again, once it is created, we're also going to be creating arrayless for this table. So here we have the product, here we have the ID order. Let's add arrayless. So hit here, and here we're going to create the policy, also the same name as we gave it previously. So it's going to have the name of allow all operations for auth users, and it's going to be for all command. The target role is going to be for authenticated, and again we're just going to have true here in line 7, and in line 9 we're also going to have true, and we can save the policy. All right, so now we have worked on the Supabase section right here in the mobile application. We're going to come back and make sure that we have the ability to now fetch the user orders, display the orders, and also create orders when we check out from the cart page. So without further ado, let's come back and work on that next. Before we continue, I actually did notice this typo I had from the spelling of description. You might not have it, but I want to fix it before we go over to our mobile application. So I'm just going to update the spelling to be description, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so now with this change, let's come back to our mobile application. And right here, we are going to, first of all, open our terminal so that we can pull in the types. So the types for orders and other item. To run the Supabase gen types command, and once you have the types pulled into your application, you can now restart your React Native application. And I'm going to choose I for iOS. And once it is done, I will now reload the mobile application. And then I'm going to close all the tabs. We can get started with our API. So let's come over to the API. And right here, api.ts, we need to have another query, which is get my orders. So let's export const get my orders, which is going to return the user orders. So we need the user ID. So const, we're going to get the user, and from user, we're going to destructure the ID, which is going to come from our use auth. Remember our use auth from the provider class or section. That's what we are using here to get access to the user ID. So do import the use auth, and this ID is sys of type any, but we know it's a string because we wrote the code. So let's return our use query, and our use query here is going to start with a query key. So let's have our query key, and the query key here is going to be this array, but not my orders, is going to be orders. And then we're going to also have the ID so that it's unique. And the query fn is going to be the async function. And here we're just going to const, we're going to have our data error, which is going to await Supabase. And it's going to be from the order table dot select everything. I want to order it by created at ascending false. And we want to say dot equal the where clause where the not user underscore ID. So it's going to where the user is going to be equal to the ID. Let's have a quick check for error. We're going to say if there is an error, let's throw this error. An error occurred while fetching orders, but I also want to attach the error message. So here I'm just going to add a semicolon and then plus the error dot message. Okay, and everything fine and good. Then we're going to be returning the data. Okay, so we are done over here. We need to come over to the orders page, and we know that's inside the app, and in the app we have orders and the index.tsx. Over here we have so many hard-coded data. We have the orders, we have the order status from our assets. I'm gonna get rid of every hard-coded data here because now we can fetch our data. And same for the status display text record. Let's also get rid of this here. And now for the type, we have order. Let's update it to make use of our tables. So this is going to be coming from our tables. And the tables we know come from our database. It's a generic type. And here we're going to select the order. And then we still have more errors further down. Rather than item.item, we're going to update to be item.slug. So we're just going to display the slug there. And we know details is now description as we updated from our Supabase. And we also know that the date is going to be created underscore at. Okay, so what next are we missing? We're missing the display status display text. Let's update it to be item and dot status like this. We can also call to uppercase on the status. So here we're going to call to uppercase like this. And to get rid of this error we're having because of the styles and status badge, for us to get rid of the error, we need to come to the styles because we're just going to manually, I would say for now, map out the type for these styles here. So here, the styles object, we're going to say is going to be of type object. So it's still an object. And then we have an array where the key is going to be of type string like this. So it's dynamic here. And the value is going to be any. So here we're just going to have any like this. And that helps us fix the error, the TypeScript error that we had over there for the status. Now, right here in the order, we also have this, we need to fetch the data. So let's do it. Let's const, we're going to get data, and we can remap it to orders. And then we also have error is loading is going to be equal to get my orders, which should be imported from the API folder. Now let's have a check in case we are loading. If loading, I'll bring it in, but we always return activity indicator. So let's bring in the return the activity indicator right here. It should come in from React Native, no props. I will just close it here. And we can also check for error. So here we say if there's error or there are no orders, let's return this text that's going to display the error message. And now we just need to update this data. This data is no longer going to be these hard-coded orders. It's now going to be the orders that we are fetching. All right, so before we go on and save this, I want us to do a tiny change to the, I think, the date. Okay, so here where we have the item.created@, I want us to update this. So we can format it, else we'll just say a string that doesn't make sense. So I'll cut this, and to format, we bring in format from datefns. And where we don't have the library yet, so no worries, we're going to update it. Here we'll have the new date and paste in the item.created@, but the format is going to be MMM for months, and then day and year, like this. Now it's new date, not data. And let's make sure we install this format. So for that, open your terminal, and then here we're going to go with npm install date function, date-fns. Now we wait for the installation, and then the format, let's try to import. We don't get auto completion, so let's bring it in ourselves. So I'll move Expo Router to the top here, and just below I'm going to import the format. Format, and format is going to be coming in from date-fns, and we can just close the terminal. And now let's reload the application. We shouldn't expect to see anything because currently we don't have orders. We haven't created an order, so we shouldn't see anything here. And if we come over to orders, and that's the case, we don't see anything, but we can actually do something to at least display dummy. So right here, I'm just going to say if there are no orders length, let's return this no orders found, or update it to no orders created yet, any text of your choice. And we can save this, and we should see our application update with this text right here. And I'm just going to update this text here just to add some extra styling. Now with all these changes, we now see what we have. So the next step in building an application is to make sure we have the ability to create orders. And once we have orders, we're going to be listing the orders right here automatically because that's what we're doing. So let's work on that next. We're going to be defining an RPC function that we're going to call in our code, which is going to help us to update the maximum quantity of a product when we order the item, because we want to decrement the quantity. Now I'll guide you how you can create this RPC remote procedural call function. Come over to the SQL editor here, and right here I'll just close this assistant so that I can have more real estate, and let's type it out. So we're going to say create or replace. You can go with all uppercase, your choice. So create or replace, and then we have function, after which the name of the function, which I'll call decrement underscore product underscore quantity, and then we open parentheses for the argument, so the product underscore ID, and then we have the type of int8, and then comma. We also need the quantity, and the quantity is also going to be of type int8. Now we're going to come down and say this function returns void, and then we have the function definition as $, and then we come down and have begin. We come to a new line and say begin update, and now the product table, so product, and come down and say we want to set the max quantity, which is a role in the product, so max quantity, equals to the max quantity here and minus the quantity like this. So the quantity that this function is getting in, and we close it up. So we come here and have our end. And to close it up, finally, we're going to have our double $ and have the language. And the language here is PLPG_SQL, like this. So this is our function, and this function is receiving arguments. So it's receiving the product ID and also the quantity here. And actually, we are not making use of the product ID. I just noticed we skipped a step. So right here, let's have the where clause, and so where ID is equal to the product underscore ID. So where the product ID is equal to this ID that it receives here, and the max quantity is greater or equal to quantity. That's why the type also definitely has to match. So let's close it up here with our semicolon and remove the semicolon from right at the top. And now we can run this query if we have done everything correctly. So hit on this run here, and you see success, no rows returned. And right here in the private dropdown, we are seeing the function name. I don't know why we can't edit, but if we come over to the database, and right here in database, database management, if you come over to functions, you see the decrement product quantity function, you see the arguments, you also see the return type. Now, if you come back to the SQL editor here, you see this function, we are running an update operation on product. So over here, we have this update. Now, let's come over to the table editor and our product, because if we take a look at our auth policies, and here for update, you see right here that only admin users have the ability to update. Now, that function will fail unless we edit this policy. I'll start with the name. So the name now is going to be, let's say, for auth users. And now right here, where we had this using SQL query, let's update it to be true, so that the target role is just going to be for authenticated users, because now we also want users to have the ability to update. Also, this with check should be true, like this. And now we can just come down and save this policy here. All right, so all we have done is to just create the function we're going to call, and also make sure that our product table is having the right privileges for us to call that function. Next, we are going to be creating an order. So up next, we want to create an order item. So down here, let's export our const create order item. So create order item is going to be equal to this function, where we're going to be returning the use mutation, and use mutation is going to take in the objects. And here we're going to pass our async mutation function, so mutation fn. And here we're going to say it's going to define the types. So here we're going to say this insert data, which is going to be of this object. We're going to have the order ID. The order ID is going to be of type number. And then we have the product ID and also the quantity. And the quantity is going to be of type number. So let's have our Supabase call. Right here, we're going to have const. We're going to get data error is going to be equal to await Supabase. And then it is from the order item table. So here the order item, which is going to help us to link product and order as well as a quantity. So this order item, we want to go on and have .insert, and insert, we want to pass an array, but we will need to map to the insert data so we can modify. So what we're going to do, we're going to say insert data.map. To map, we need to make it an array. So right here in the type here, let's just make sure we append array to the end here like this. And now we can map, and this is our map function, which takes in our callback function. So in here, we're going to have the callback function here. We want to destructure the properties that we have in insert data. So we want to get the order ID, we want to get the quantity, we want to get the product ID. So let's just bring everything in and the product ID. Now, what are we going to return? We're going to return a new object here so that we can change the product. And the products here, let's have the object we are returning. Yeah, so we're gonna have this. You can also take this to another function if you wish, variable. So here, let's have our select, because we want to do a deep nesting here. We want to select everything, which is going to return all the other items, but you know we have products. So here, I'm going to map it to the name products with an S. And products, then I'm going to select the product and everything from product here. And we also want to select .single so that we can get a single document. Now it's time for us to go on and update the product quantity with our RPC call. So let's first of all map it. We're going to say const the product quantities, and product quantities is going to be equal to the insert data dot reduce so that we can map the ID to each product. So it's not going to be dot map, it's going to be dot reduce, and this reduce takes in the callback function. So let's have the callback function here. And we know that the first argument here is the accumulator, so ACC for short, and we can destructure the product ID and also the quantity from the insert data. So let me bring it in the product ID as well as the quantity. So here we're going to just have a check if and then we said we negate the accumulator. Okay, accumulator, and then we map the we're trying to access the product ID. And then if it's not true, we're going to give it a default value of 0, just like this. And if everything is fine, then we're going to have the product ID. So we're going to say it is going to be plus equal to the quantity. And then we want to return ACC like this. To make sure we don't have any errors, just here, let's come here and have this object that we're going to say as record number like this. So this gives us the product quantities and object. You can log it to the console. Let's await our promise.all so that we can now save it to Supabase or update with our RPC call. So promise.all, we know it takes in an array. So we're going to map through the objects, and to do that, object.entries will help us to map through the objects where we have the product quantities. So let's pass the product quantities object right here. So product quantities, and we want to have .map. And right here in .map, let's have our callback function. So let me have the callback function here, and we'll return something we'll come back to. So in here, let's destructure the product ID. We're going to use array. So here we're going to have the product ID and also the total quantity here like this, total quantity. And what are we going to be returning? We're going to be returning our Supabase call. So here we're going to have our Supabase, and we know we have the RPC function, which we gave the name of decrement product quantity, not update. We gave it the name of decrement underscore product and then underscore quantity like this. Now we're also going to have an object. I will pass the product ID. So the product underscore ID. And this product underscore ID, it needs to be a number. So for that, we're going to use the number constructor and pass the product ID. And same for the quantity to total quantity. We have this error, and that's because we need to pull in the types. Okay, so let's open the terminal and pull in our Supabase type so that it knows that we have this RPC function. So I'm just going to scroll up and hit enter to this call, which is going to pull in the Supabase types right here. And you see we no longer have the errors. Now let's take a moment to discuss this object. What is this object that we are passing here doing? Now this product ID here matches this product ID from our Supabase. Same for the quantity right here in our code, equal to this quantity right here. Let's come back to our code, and we just need to look out for the error. So we're going to say if error, let's throw this error, and that's it. We have this create order item. Now take a moment to go through the code we have written. The next step of our application is to make sure that we can now create the orders, create this order item. So call these functions in our page route in our files that we have written to create an order. And then we can now focus maybe on the admin side of things. We have the two functions. So we have the function to create the order item, and we also have the function to create the order. we need to make use of these functions. Okay, so let's not waste any more time. Let's close this and open the Explorer. I'll just collapse all these other tabs I have open, and right inside the app folder, we know that we have the cart page, which is the page that helps us to check out. This is the cart item. Let's scroll further down and look for the cart page. Yep, so here we have the cart page. And this cart page helps us to check out. We have this handle checkout button. I'll refresh the application. I just want us to try it out quickly. Let's add some items to cart to be sure we still see our alert. I will click on the iPhone 12. Any quantity of your choice, maybe 2, just add it to cart. And then the same for the Samsung. I will also add to cart. Now let's head over to the cart page and be sure that once we click on checkout, we should see our alert. And yes, we do. So we're sure this is working. I'm going to get rid of the alert that we just show here. And now let's bring in the two functions. So come right over the top here. Let's bring in the create order function. So we're going to have const object is going to be equal to the create order. And create order needs to be brought in from the API. Now, I want also to destructure our mutate async function. So here we have access to the mutate async, which we can rename to create Supabase order. And we also need to bring in the create order item. So here, let's have our const, we have our object, and we have the mutate async. So mutate async. And I'll rename it to create Supabase order item. And this is going to be equal to the create order item, which also needs to be brought in from our API file or folder. And now in this handle checkout, let's start with the total price. So const the total price, and the total price, we know it gets total price, but we want to pass float. So we're going to say pass float, get total price like this. And then we're going to have a try catch block. So in case anything goes wrong for the error block, we'll have an alert. And we're also just going to log to the console, so that console.log error. Now in the try block, we're going to await our create Supabase order. So create Supabase order. Let me spell it correctly. Create Supabase order. So we call the function. And here we need the variables. We know we're going to pass the total price because that's what we requesting from the function. And then we also have this object, which is going to have this onSuccess function. And this onSuccess function is going to have access to the data. So this data here is what's returned from the create order. Now, let me quickly mark this function as an asynchronous function to make sure we no longer have the await error. And now on success, we're going to call the create Supabase order item. We know that this data is returned from the create Supabase order, and that data is the order that was created. So now we need the map through the items from the cart, so that we can now have the object, return the object that's going to have the order ID. Remember the relationship. So here we're going to have the order ID. And the order ID is going to be data.id. The product ID is the product from our cart, and as well for the quantity. Now this also has the object for the onSuccess. So here we're going to have the onSuccess. What do we want to do? We're basically going to do two things. We don't need the data. We're just going to show an alert and also log to the console. So here let's just show an alert, order created. Sorry, let's reset our cart. So here we're going to reset our cart, and this reset cart function we don't have yet. We need to bring it in from our cart state. So let's scroll up and look for our cart store that we're managing with Zustand. Actually, I think it's down. So down here we have our use cart store. So right here, let's bring in the reset cart. And this reset cart we don't have yet. So let's come right into the use cart store. And right here in the store, we need to come further down, maybe to the end, and create the function. And this function, the reset cart, it's just going to be equal to this function that takes the set and sets the items to the initial cart item, so it to the default. And to make sure Typescript is happy, right here for the cart state, let's have the reset cart return void. And this is the initial cart items. So this is the empty array. Okay, now we no longer have error in the cat.tsx. We can save this and let's I think let's try it out. So refresh our application. And once the application reloads, let's add the items to cart. We can add the iPhone 12, just add it to cart. The max quantity is 2, so we are trying to clear everything. And the same for the Samsung. Let's check. It has a maximum quantity of 6, so any amount of your choice, maybe 4 is okay. Let's add it to cart and let's try to shop. So come to the cart here and now let's check out. So I'll hit on the checkout button, give this a second for it to process your order, and we have an error. Let's inspect the error, no worries. And here we're saying an error occurred while creating order item. JSON object requested multiple. Okay. All right, so I have actually spent some time studying this error. And what did I do? So the first thing I did was to come to the APIs right here where we have the RPC call. I tried to get data and error from this Supabase RPC call. And over here in this line, I'm checking if there's an error, let's log it to the console. And we actually have an error. And this is the error. If we have a hint here that says perhaps you're meant to reference the column product.max quantity, and it says max quantity does not exist. Let's come over to our Supabase project, and right in our Supabase project here is just a naming convention. So we need to have a string right here. We need to wrap it in quotes, and that's because it's not a snake case. I think it's camel case we are using. So to keep the max quantity, we need to wrap everything here. So from number 5, we have the max quantity here, max quantity here, and also the max quantity. So once you're sure, hit on run, and you see success, no rows returned. Now let's come back to the database. We always want to check the functions to make sure that we don't have duplicates, and we don't. You can also refresh your browser just to be sure, else it's not going to work. And we don't have duplicates here. Okay, so now we have confirmed that we don't have duplicates in our application. Let's also make sure that we are returning data because we are not. So right here, let's return data. We're not using it, but let's just return it since we have it for the create order item. I'm just going to reload the application so we can give it another trial. And also the iPhone 12, I will also add 2 of it to cart. And next, the Samsung. Yeah, let's just add maybe 2, so we should have 4 left. And now in our cart, let's try it out. So let's hit on checkout, and this time around it should be fine, and we still have an error. Okay, let's double check, and if we inspect this error, okay, all right. So this error has to do with the way we're fetching data. In our Supabase project, if we come over to the table editor and you check the order item, you would see that here the table is empty. So this operation actually failed. And if you just double check with your product to check their quantity, you would see here that the quantity actually got reduced. So our RPC call actually worked fine, but a query is definitely failing somewhere in our application. So that's what we need to double check. We have 0 there, and you can also check the Samsung. And here for the Samsung, we see ID number 3. You see here that the quantity also reduced. It was initially 6, but now it's 4. So our query is definitely failing. And we can quickly just fix this error. Now, right here, if you come to the API and you scroll up here, so this is where it is failing. You can just get rid of this products mapping here. And once you get rid of it and save, the application should work fine. So that's where the error was coming from. So let's try again. I just refreshed. Let's try here. This is actually the PlayStation, and no, let me look for the iPhone 12. We actually see 1, so that's a bug because it's 0. So we're gonna check that later. Why we're still seeing 1. Here, let's see, we still have 1. I just want to look for a product where I have more than 1. So this MacBook, yeah, so I have 2. So I want to add one of it to cart. And yeah, so let's try again. Let's hit checkout. We see the price 590 and now it works fine. So we show that it's working. And here in our Supabase project for other items, let's just take a look here. Give it a second. Maybe I just manually have to refresh if it's taking more time to load. So I just refresh and let's wait for the other items. Now you see we have an order item. The ID is 31 because I've tried it multiple times. But we see the product is for product 5. We see the order ID is for the order 23. And we see everything. We also see the quantity. Now if you go to the order and you wait for it to load up, let's just give it a second. I want to refresh this time around. And here it loads. Yeah, so you see the order 23 right here and you see the price 590. So we are sure that now it's working. Our application is working fine. We also see the status. And back to our application here. So let's go over to the orders. You see we have the list of orders, but it's definitely going to break if you try to just navigate right here. You see we go to a 404 page. We're going to be fixing that next. No worries. And yep, so that's it for the application. We have bugs we need to fix. What I'm going to do next is just remove all these that I put for debugging and just revert the Supabase RPC call to what it was previously. So I'm just going to cut this and then I'll just let go of this like this and then let go of the brackets so that we can just return and just get rid of the column here. Okay, so this is it. We can save this. And remember I said we have a bug and the bug is right here in the application, the way it works. If we just visit the iPhone 12, we see that we have one here in the application and we can actually add it to cart. And here, let's try to check out the iPhone. And if we try to check out this iPhone, give a second, it says it was successful. But if you come back to the Supabase project and here in the Supabase project, you would see here, we created the order because we see the price. And if you come over to the product, just for us to inspect the iPhone, you see that the maximum quantity is 0. So let's work on fixing this next. All right, so let's start by fixing the error. Because if we try to add an item to cart right here, as we don't have any quantity, we see 1. And for that, I'm going to close all the tabs that we have opened, and that is the product slug page. So right here, we just have this initial quantity and we are just giving it a value of 1. Now let's give it a value of 0 because that allows us to disable the button. So we need to give ourselves that opportunity. Refresh your application and wait for the application to build. And now let's try to visit an item that don't have a quantity. It's disabled and we can't even increase it. So that has been solved. Now we need to make sure that we can fetch the order of a user. Okay, and we need to come to the API folder and the API file. Here we need to a new function. So let's export a constant we are going to call get my order, which is going to return the order for user. It's going to take this order slug. And now we need the user ID. So const we are going to destructure user and then we are going to destructure ID from use auth. We're going to return the use query. So here let's return the use query here. And for the options, we are going to have a query key, which is going to be order and the slug. So it's unique. And the query function is going to be equal to this async function. Now we're going to have our Supabase call here. So let's have our right inside the function. Let's have our const. We're going to try to destructure data error. It's going to be equal to await Supabase. And here we have from order, we want to select, we want to do a nested select here. So we're going to select everything, but that's not all we are going to do. We are also going to have a comma here so we can get the other items because we want to get the products, right? And here we're going to have the order item. I just mapped it to other items. And you see from this other item, we're going to get everything and we go deeply into it to get the products, which are renamed to products. Now we also want to have the dot equal for the slug and the same for the user ID. And then we need a document, so we say dot single. Okay, so let's check for error. We're going to say if there's an error or there is no data, let's throw the error. So we're going to throw a new error, and we need to attach the error message. So right here, we're going to say plus, and not plus error alone. We're going to say plus error and then dot message like this. If everything is fine, let's now return the data. Okay, so we have this function. Where do we use it? We obviously know it's the order details page, which is a slug page. And let's come right to the application shop orders and the slug.tsx. So we have this hard-coded order here. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. And now we're going to say const. We're going to get data, which we'll rename to order. And then we're also going to get the error, and we're also going to get the is loading, which is going to come from the hook we created, the get my order hook, which should be imported. I don't see it, so let me just quickly double check the API. I'm going to copy this get my order, we are exporting it, and come back to the slug, and then I'll paste it here and see the so let's import it and pass the slug. So this slug, if we hover on it, we see that okay, the type. So this use local search params is a generic type, and we're going to say this is going to receive an object where we would have the slug, and the value is going to be a string. So what else? We're going to check for the loading state. Let's handle the is loading. We're going to be returning our activity indicator, which should be brought in from React Native. Okay, so let's check for error. So we're going to say if error or there's no order. So if error or no order, then we're going to not return redirect. Let's return a text component that is just going to have the error message. So here we're going to have error and error.message. Okay, so now let's update the component. The first thing we have is the order item. We know is now the slug we could use here. The same for here. Let's also have the slug. For the details, we know is description. It could be null. We're going to come back to the styles in a second. For the date, we know it is created at. So here let's have created at, but we want to format it. So we're going to bring in format from date fns. So let's bring in format from date fns. And then we're going to format the new date, the order.created at, and with this format, but I'll just get rid of 1M here. Okay, so come further down, we have an error here for the order.items. Now, let's quickly have the order items right here. So come right to the top here and have const order items so that we can map it. And order items is going to be the order, and then dot order items, and then we can have dot map. And here we're going to have each order item, and right here, let me just lay that. So here we're going to have the order item, which is going to be of type any. So in here, we want to return an object. So let's return, and now we have the object we want to return. It's going to have the ID, which is the order item.id. We need it for the map in the component. The title is the same, order item.product.title. We need the hero image. No, and for the hero image is going to be order item.product.hero image, and the price the same. And lastly, we need a quantity, which is going to be order item.quantity. So we're going to use this order items, come further down right here, rather than have the order like this. Sorry, it's going to be just be order items, not order.order items. So the error is gone. Now let's fix this style error. We're going to give it the type of object, where it's going to have this array more like dynamic key, which is going to be a string, and then we'll say it's of type any, and our error should be gone. So now just reload the application. We shouldn't have any more errors. And now let's try to come over to the orders page and now click on the single order item. And now we see the order. The image is broken. Let's quickly fix it. Right here, it's actually meant to be an object. So let's have the object here with the URI key, and the value is going to be the hero image. So now let's try to, we see the hero image. Let's come over to another order. We see I'm trying to look for order where we have 2 items. Okay, now this. So what's going to happen is we're going to try to create an order by adding 2 items to cart. Yes, I'm just going to add the PlayStation to cart, and let me try to add another item. Maybe this Sony headset. Let me see. Nah. Okay, yeah, so I'll add 2 of it to cart. Now let's try. Let's come over to the cart page and let's check out. So we hit on checkout and give this a second, and we have an error. Now this error isn't new to us, if we are being honest. It's because of the way we are retrieving data. Okay, so that's why we have the error. But you see the order was actually created, but we don't have any order items. Okay, so that's the current state. We can try again. You see the quantity was actually decreased, and also for this, okay, we still have more items we could add to cart. And for the Mac, no, we don't have any. Okay, yeah, we do. So let's add it to cart. And if we try to give this another trial, so here let's try to check out again, and let's just see. Yeah, so we still have the error, which is coming from our API. So let's go over there and make sure we fix this, because if we try for one, yeah, you see it's working. So the way the issue should be the way we are retrieving the order, because I'm just going to refresh this so that we can see the latest order that we have. So if we come over to the orders and click here, yeah, so you see we are actually, one order is working, multiple order isn't working. And this could just be because of the way we are getting the data, the way we are querying. So over here in the API section, after I double checked here, so here where we are retrieving .single, because you see we are trying to insert a list, an array, and then we want to get back a single document. So that's why we are having the error. This .single is failing, and we just need to make sure that we get rid of this so that we can now return a list rather than a single document, because of the insertion that we are doing. So with this change already, I'm just going to maybe increase the item quantity to 2. Actually, I'll just refresh. Okay, so we show that our application builds from our latest changes. Try to add an item to cart. Okay, so the Sony headset, let's add it to cart. And yeah, we just have one left now, and let's try to add another item to cart, the Samsung. Okay, so I'll just add 2, and now let's try to check out. So I'm going to come here and click on checkout, and yeah, so we see order created successfully. Now let's double check. Let's come over to the orders, and right here in the orders, I'll just click on this order, and now we are listing out 2 products. This aspect of our application is fine. We now can create orders. We can view orders. We can view the order detail, so the details about a specific order. We don't have payment yet, but gradually we are coming to payment integration to our project. But we should at least update the order from the admin side of things, because it's always pending currently. During the mobile application section on creating orders, we had the opportunity to create multiple orders, but the status is pending. And we didn't just create orders, we also created order item. And we had the relationship between the product and the order and all the stuff. Now, we're going to give the admin the opportunity to manage these orders in the Next.js application. So if we come over to the browser here, this is just the admin dashboard. Now, let's try to come over to the orders page. So here, if we click on orders, you see that this redirects us to a 404 page, which could not be found. Let's make sure that we create the page. And we know we have to come right here. Let me just collapse these tabs. So creating this page is right inside the source folder, the app folder, and inside the app, we have the admin. So let's create a new folder for orders. And we have to create the page.tsx file. So here, let me just say const orders is going to be equal to an async function because your page functions can be asynchronous functions. And I'm just going to return a div and just give it a dummy text orders page, at least something to display on the screen, and then also export default orders. Okay, so now if you give this a save and the application builds, you should see orders page on the screen. And yes, we see orders page right here. So we have created the orders page. The next thing we're going to do is to make sure that we can fetch the products and also the users that created these orders. And then we're going to build the page component. All right, so now we have created the orders page. Let's fetch the orders. And we know we need an action for that. So let's come here to the actions folder and we're going to create a new orders.ts file, which is where we're going to have our orders action. Let's start by marking this as a use server directive as a server action, a server component. And then I'm going to bring in the create client. So import the create client. And the create client is going to be coming in from @/Supabase, and we're going to use the Supabase server here. So now we have our client. Let's initialize our Supabase, which is going to be equal to create client. Let's have our const. So export constant get orders with products. So get orders with products because that's what we want to do. And this is going to be equal to an async function like this. And here, let's have our const data error is going to be equal to await Supabase. And then we save from order. I'll bring it in and update it to order. We want to select, so dot select, and we want to select the star like this to select everything. And quickly, I'm just going to add the order so that we can sort it by ascending order of when they were created, the order. So we're going to order by created at ascending false. Currently, we see we have an error because we haven't pulled in the types. So let's pull in our types here. I'm just going to quit the server and then navigate to where I had the script. So the Supabase gen types. And quickly, I'll just update the project ID to this project ID right here. So my project ID, and paste it and execute. So once you execute this, you should no longer have any error with the orders we had previously. And now we are fine. So let's hover on data. If you hover on data, you see we are currently pulling the order. Now we also want to make sure we pull in the order items. So what's going to do here, we're going to have this nested select, nested query, where we're going to have all order underscore items. I'm renaming it, but we actually want to get the order item like this. Now, if you hover on data, you see we have the order items, okay, which is an array of all of these. For the product, let's also come right here in the order item because we know we have the relationship and get product, and I'm going to select everything. So just have a star right here in parentheses like this. Now, if you hover on data again, you should see order items now have product, so it has changed. I also want order item to have user. User is currently a string, so let's update it to fetch the user. So here we're going to have a comma for the order item and have user and select everything. So I'm going to use a star like this. And now if you hover on data, let's hover on data again. And actually, let me double check here. And yes, I forgot to close the parentheses here. Now with this, if you hover back on data, you should now see user. So user is this object here. All right. So what we're going to do, let's have our error case in case there's an error. So we'll just come down and say if error. I'll bring it in, but I want to throw a new error. So I would say throw new error and then pass the error.message. And if we have data, let's return data. Okay, so now we are done with this action. Back to the page TSX, let's make sure we import it. So right here, I will say const order with products is going to be equals to await get orders with products, and make sure that I imported this from the orders action. Now, let's just have an if check before I log to the console. So if there is no order with products, I want to return this div that's just going to have the dummy text. Okay, so rather than have loading, I just want to have no orders found. And let's style this div. I want to give it these class names, and I'll give it the class name of text-center. Also give it a font of bold. And I want to give the text to Excel. All right, so in case we don't have any other. And now let's just log the order with products to the console. So I want to say console.log and order with products. So now if you open your terminal, yeah, at least it should be up and running. Yeah, so let me npm run dev to restart application, and also come to the browser to make sure that I reload the browser here and give it a moment for it to load. Now we're going to be seeing our orders as well as our product. Is currently compiling the admin orders page, and once it is done, it's done. Yep, so we are seeing we have the orders being listed here. Now the next step is to make sure that we display these orders in the page component. That's what we are going to be working next. So let's do some cleanup, get rid of this console.log, and come back to make sure we have the page component. Before we can proceed with the page component, I want us to actually fix a typo here. So I want this to be orders with products and not order with products. Now the page component is going to be in the same directory here. So here let's have the page hyphen component and have the .tsx file. I'll mark it as a client component, use the use client directive. And next I'm going to export the default function. So let's export default function, and it's going to be page component like this, and then we have the function definition here. Now it's going to take in these props. I will just have an empty object for now, and it's going to be of type props. And up here, let's define the props. So type props is going to be equal to this object. Now we know it's going to take in the orders with products. So here let's have the orders with products, and it's going to be of type orders with products like this. We don't have this type yet, so let's create a types file. I'm going to open up the Explorer, and here I'm going to have the types, so types.ts like this. And I need our Supabase client, so let me import our create client, and the create client is going to be coming in from @Supabase, and then we have the server, and let's have our Supabase equals to create client. Now I want us to actually copy the query, and that is the action from the orders. So this Supabase, but without the await, just copy this query we have here, because we want to use a query data to build the type. So I'm going to copy this. And once you have it copied, come back to the types, and right here, let's have our const, the orders with products query. So this is the query here, orders with products query. And then it's going to be equal to, you paste what we copied. So it's going to be equal to this. Now we're going to be exporting the type from this. So let's export the type, and we'll call it order with products. And it's going to be equal to query data. Query data should come in from Supabase.js. And the type here, generic type here, we're going to say is the type of. And here we're going to now say the orders with products query. So this type here. And now we can make use of this order with products if we come back to the page component, and let's try to import it, and it doesn't come in. So I think I will maybe try to manually write it out. So from the top, I'm going to import the order with products, and it's going to come from @ and here we have /app, and app we have admin order types. I have a typo here. Let me quickly fix it. So order with products, and we still have the error. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and now everything is okay. Okay, so now let's just return dummy data right inside this page component. So right here, I'm going to just return anything, maybe a div, orders page, fine. But we're not using this component. So here in the page tsx, let's use it. I'm going to get rid of this orders page, and then I'm going to paste in the page component like this, and bring in the pass the prop. And I also want to adjust the import path. So not like this. I want it to come from @/app. And to get Typescript completion, I'll just get rid of this copilot and then use app admin orders page -component. So this is it. And if we refresh our application, we shouldn't see any change because we're still displaying orders page. So the next step is to make sure we build out this page component. That's what we're going to be working on next. So we're going to be building out the page component. Let's bring in the useState from React, also format from datefns, and the image component from Next.js, after which we're going to be bringing in the button component from our chassis and UI button component, and then this table, so the table body cell head from the component UI table, and then we are going to also bring in the select from the components UI select, and then the UI dialog. So let's bring in the dialog from our components UI dialog. And yeah, so these are the imports we're going to need for now. And after this, let's come right here to the page component and destructure the others with products from the props. So the first thing I'll do here is to have our container mx, auto, and px6 class names for this div. And inside this div, we're going to have this h1 that's going to say others management dashboard. So now if you save your application, if it doesn't update, you can just refresh your application and make sure that you obviously have your server up and running, your development server. And now we see the others management dashboard. All right, so what are we going to have here? We're just going to have a table that will help us to manage our orders. So let's have here a table component, and this table is going to have these table header, and this table header, a table role, and then we have different table heads, as you can see, for the ID and also for the created ad, the status, the description. The user is going to be the email. We also have the slug, the total price, and this is going to be for the product count and some actions. And after the table header, so not the table row, so right here after the table header, we're going to have the table body. And here after the table, or inside the table body, we're going to map through the others with products. And here we're going to have each other. And what are we going to return? We're going to return a table row. So here let's have a table row. And we know, okay, I was outside in a bit. Let's pass the key, and the key is going to be the author.id. And inside here, the first table cell, we're going to have next. So let's have a table cell. And this table cell is going to just display the order.id. Order.id like this. And then I'm going to sign back into the application. So actually I'm signed in. So what's going to happen is I'm going to sign out to make sure I don't have the issue anymore. And then navigate to the /admin route. So /admin, and this is going to tell us to authenticate. And then I'm going to type in my email, so test@test.com, and also my password just to authenticate. And we should be redirected to the dashboard. And here I'm going to navigate to the orders page. Yeah, so we have displayed the ID. The next is for us to display the created at, and I'm just going to bring in the created at right here, because this created at is making use of the format from datefns just to format the dates to what we are currently seeing. And the status is pretty much complicated. So for now, I'm just going to have another table cell where I will hard code the status, because the status is going to be a drop down where we can update the status, right? So for now, we'll just have status. And then the description, let me bring in the description here. And this description is going to display no description if we don't have any description, because it's nullable. And for the user, let's have the table cell. And what we want to display, just the user email. That's the information we have. So we'll say order.user.email. And we are having TypeScript error. If you hover on this, you see it says property email doesn't exist on this type. It's in a different type. Let's come to the action. So the orders.ts action. And if we just hover on data, you see here that user is of type string and this object. So it's just an issue with Supabase. Sometimes it's not able to correctly infer the type when we have nested data fetching like this. We're just going to tell TypeScript to ignore. So here we're just going to have @ts_ignore, because we know we have the email. It's just a Supabase issue whenever we have this nested query. And after the email, let's have the slug. So the slug is going to be To Vercel, and here we're going to display the other.slug. Maybe the slug is used for tracking. And then we have the total price. So here let's have the To Vercel, and here we're going to have the order. Just this, we're going to have the order.total price. And we'll call to fix and pass to it. So after that, I'm going to bring in this length. So because that's going to be for the, after the user slug total price for the product. So we're going to display the length. So I'm just going to bring this in, and it's going to be the order items length. And here we're just formatting the text. Let's say if it's greater than 1, we want to have an S for plural, otherwise singular, no S. And that's what we see on the screen. And then we have the actions. So again, I'm just going to have this To Vercel for actions. And here we see actions on the screen. So what's going to happen is we're going to come back for the actions to make sure that we don't have this hard-coded text for the actions, and also the same for the status. So first is the actions, and then we're going to work on the status. We're going to start working on this actions section here. And for that, I want us to first set up a state property that will help us to keep track of the selected products. So here, let's have the const selected products, and then we're going to have the set selected products, which is going to be initially an empty array. We also have the type, which is the ordered products. We don't have the type yet, so we're going to be defining it now, ordered products. So I'm going to copy this and come right to the top here and have the type ordered products is going to be equal to an object. We're going to have the order underscore ID, which is of type number. And then we're going to have the product, and the product is going to be of type number, but it is also going to have the and here. We're going to have this object with a category, and the category is going to be of type number or null, not string. And then we have the created underscore at. The created underscore at is going to be of type string or null. And then we have the hero image. The hero image is going to be of type string or null. The ID is a number. We have the images URL. This images URL is not a string, it's an array. So let me type it out. So images URL is going to be of type string array, or could be null. And then we have the max quantity. So here let's have the max quantity. And this max quantity is going to be of type number or null. So let's have null here. And then we have the price. The price also is of type number or null. And we have the slug next. So come down here and have the slug. The slug is going to be of type string or null. We have the title. The title is a string, is not null, so a string like this. And lastly, we have the updated underscore at, which is of type string or null. Okay, so here we have an error, and that's because we need to just attach array to the end of this ordered products type here. So now we have the ordered products type. Let's make use of it. Let's come down, and here under actions, we're going to have a dialog. And this dialog is going to contain the dialog trigger. And I'll give it as child prop because I want to render a button. So this dialog trigger will have the as child. And I'll close it up here. So let's have the button, and this button is going to take in a variant. That variant is equal to outline, and then we also have the size. The size is going to be equal to SM, and finally we have the onClick. So here let's have the onClick. I'll fix the error later, and inside this onClick we're going to have view products. So view products. Now let me fix the typo here. It should be onClick. And here we're going to call a function we don't have yet, no worries. So we're going to call an open product model function. And here we need to set our state, and we need to have our ordered product. So for that, let's come right up and have our ordered products. We're going to create it. So come over to the top here and have the ordered products. So const, let me have the const here, const ordered products is going to be equal to the order with products, which we are taking from the props. We need to flat map. So orders with products dot flat map. And we're using flat map because we're going to have the order. I want to return the order. not this, we want to return the other. So let me have it here, dot other items. And now we want to also map through the other items and we want to return the item. We have the item, we want to return an object like this, where we're going to have the order underscore ID and the product. So it brings this link between an order and a product. So now down here, let's have the other items. So right here, we're going to have the other product, dot filter, which we're going to get each item. And then we're going to return where the item.order ID is equal to the order ID. So let's make sure we now have this open products model defined. It's going to help us to update our state. Come to the top here. And just below here, we can have the const open products model is going to take in the products, which is going to be of this type. And here now it's just going to set our selected product to the products that it is receiving. So I think we have an error as we are seeing here. So let me come down, and it's a TypeScript error. So to fix it, if you hover on these ordered products here that we are mapping through, you're going to see the type. So let's make use of this type. It's a TypeScript issue. So let's just copy this type except the constant. So I'll just start from here and make sure I copy everything. And now we are going to be using this type. So just copy it. We're going to be using it right here and replace this type here. And that should fix the error. So maybe there's a typo somewhere there and we no longer have the error. So what are we going to do next? So now we have fixed this. We still have the selected products we are not using yet. If you click on the view products, you obviously won't see anything because currently we are not rendering the dialog content. So let's make sure we have the dialog content here. So just below the trigger, we're going to have the dialog content. And this dialog content is going to have the header. So here we're going to have the dialog header. And the header will have the dialog title. And the dialog title, let me type it correctly. Dialog title is going to have the, say, other products. So we're going to see the products. And then we're going to have a div. So just below the dialog header, we're going to have this div here. I want to give it some margin to the top as well. So let's give it a class name. And the class name is margin top of 4. Now we have the selected products. We're going to display it here. So let's say selected products, not other products, selected products. I want to map through it. So I'll bring it in here and cover the parentheses here. So what are we going to be returning? We're going to be destructuring first the product like this. And we're going to be returning in here another div. And this div is going to take in the key. You're just going to use the index as the key. It's also going to take in some class names. Let me type on the index. And the class names here is going to give it, it's going to be equal to this, imagine right of 2, imagine bottom of 2, give it display of flex, items, center, and give it a space x of 2. Now inside this div, we're going to have the image component from Next.js. And if you come down, let me see if I get Copilot auto completion for other props. So I want to have the source, the alt, the width and the height. I'm just going to bring it in, but I'll change the width and the height here. So I want to give it a width of 64 and also a height of 64. And I'm also going to give it some class names. So a class name here is going to give it a W16, which is still 64, I guess. So W16, height 16, and give it object cover. And that's not all. We also want to just give it rounded to have some border radius. Let's have a first preview so that we can see what we're doing. If we click here, we see other product. We don't see, okay, now we see the products. Let's also have another div just below the image, which is going to display other properties. The class name here is going to be flex and flex column. And in here, we're going to have span, 3 span tags actually. So the first one is going to have a class name of font semi-bold. And here we want to display the product's title. So here we're going to have the product.title and we see the product title. Let's have the other one for the price. So here we're going to have another span. And this span, I want to give it this class name. And the class name here, text gray 600, text gray 600. And in here, I'm going to have the $sign and then the product.price and to fix to. I think it's okay. And lastly, we're going to have the span, give it a class name. And the class name for this is going to be text-sm. And then we're also going to give it text gray of 500. So let me quickly update it. And here I will display the inside here. I'll display maybe available quantity, anything. So here let's have available quantity. Yes, I'll just bring it in the product.max quantity. And we see it here, the styling. Yeah, so the styling is now there. So if you can check other products, and this doesn't have any product that was ordered. This was from the typo. Here we see the products. So the ones without products were the ones where we're having issues. We're just creating orders, but we're not linking them to products. So this is what we have. The next is the status. We're going to be fixing the status next. Let's work on our status. Currently we are just displaying this status text. We need to display a select. So let's get rid of this, display a select. It takes in two prop. The first prop is the onValue change prop. It takes in a function. I'm going to come back to the function in a second. And the next is going to be the default value. And the default value is going to be the order status. So the order.status. Now inside this select, we have the select trigger. So here let's have the select trigger, which is going to take in a class name. And the class name for this is going to be a width of 120 px, but in square brackets 120 px. And next we're going to have the select value. So here let's have the select value component, and the select value is going to display the order status. So it's going to display the order status like this. And next, after the value, we have the content. So here let's have the select content, and the select content is going to be a list. But first, let's save this and make sure we don't have any. Okay, we actually have an error. So I'm just going to render an arrow function here, an empty arrow function. And if we save, hopefully we don't have any more errors, and we at least see the select. So now you see our content is empty. Let's have our content. Now I'm going to paste in this list here. So this array, just come right here and have the status options. Now these are the status options. So it could be pending, it could be shipped, it could be in transit, or it could be completed like this. Now let's display this. We're going to map through it right here in the select content. We're going to come here and say the status options dot map. I'll just bring all of these in. We're going to have everything here. Now for the key, I don't want us to use the index. I want us to use the status and just get rid of the index here. So now everything should be okay. We are displaying here. So if you come over to the browser and you check, you see the options being rendered here. Now for the onValue change, we want to call a function we don't have. We know we have access to the value. And here we're going to call this handle status change option function. And it's going to take in the order ID and also the value. So here let's have the order ID and the value. Now let's define this handle status change function right at the top. You can just copy it somewhere around here is okay. And let's have the const. The handle status change is going to be equal to this async function. It takes in the order ID. It also takes in the status. Now the order ID here is a number. The status is a string. We're just going to leave a comment here, which we're going to come back to and say maybe updates order status, any text or any comment. Now we're going to come back and make sure we work on this function next, which is going to be a server action. So let's work on this next. All right, so before we work on this update order status, I just want to quickly fix something right here. The select content should actually be outside the select trigger. So copy and move it out here. Now let's go back to the function, the handle status change. We're going to have this await and then update order status, which is going to be our server action that's going to take the order ID and the status. Let's make sure we have this update order status, and that is going to be right here in the order action. We're going to be exporting a const, and then I'll paste it in. It's going to be equal to this async function. It takes in the order ID as well as the status. All right, so inside this function, we're going to have our const that we can destructure error. It's going to be equal to await Supabase, and then we can bring everything in. So this suggestion from Copilot, what we're doing here, we're saying from the order table, let's update status, and we have this where clause. So let's just check for error quickly. Down here, we're going to check if we have error. Let's throw a new error, and that's basically it. Let's come back to the page component and just bring in the import from the actions orders. So we can try this out already. I will just refresh the application. So refresh your browser here. And now this order, so with this slug, let's check out the slug XWUZ. Let's update this order. I'm going to change the status to shipped. We don't get any hint whether it was successful or not. We can manually refresh the browser and let's see if it updates, and it does. So that's a problem. Okay. And let's also check the mobile application as well. Here in the mobile application, I'm just going to also refresh the mobile application here. And once it refreshes, we can double check the order with that slug. So let's come over to the orders here. And now you see it updates to shipped, but it's a problem because we had to refresh the application. Let's come back to the browser here, to our IDE where we are building up for the admin panel. So right here, we're going to change this. Let's come over to the orders action because it's quite easy to fix. Right here, we have a revalidate path because we can revalidate our server actions. So here we have this revalidate path, which should come from Nest cache. And here we have this /admin/orders. Now what this is doing is telling Next.js to, we have fresh data, so we don't know, we want to update our cache, if I had to put it like that. So with this tiny little change only, if we come back here and we have shipped, I'm just going to update it to in transit, give it a second, and now we see it updates. We don't have to refresh. Okay. But still, if we come back to the mobile application, we still have to refresh the mobile application for us to get the updated status. If we come to the orders here, you would see here now it's now in transit. You can check the order details. You see it's in transit. So this is the problem that we have here for the mobile application. We need to make sure that we are listening to real-time changes, especially for the order status. That's what we are going to be fixing next. But for the admin panel, we have wrapped up the orders section. We need to listen for real-time updates for the order. So whenever the order status changes, but it doesn't just work out of the box. We need to come over to our Supabase project here and we need to enable it. So come over to the table editor and we need it for the orders table. Yeah. So come over to the orders table and this is a table where we're going to enable it. So it's actually right here on where you have this 3 dots. That's where we have the option to edit the table. And here we have this enable broadcast, which is going to broadcast changes on this table to authorized subscribers. So make sure you enable it and hit on save. So this is going to give us the enablement to listen to subscriptions. And now we have successfully updated the table. Let's check out the API documentation, which is still right inside this table here. So click on it. And this gives you the documentation on how you can use your table you have created. We want to scroll down because we are looking for the subscriptions section. Yeah, so over here where we have the subscribe to changes, you see this first function is going to work because this over here subscribes to all events, but we want to limit it to just updates because that's what we want to listen to. So this is what we need to copy this over here, and this is going to help us. So now we need to come back to application and we need to create a custom hook. So come over to the API folder and here you can create maybe a subscriptions.ts file, and here we're going to be creating the hook. So the first thing I'll do is to export a constant, and this hook, maybe I'll call it use order updates subscription. Use order update subscription is not going to take in the order ID, so it's just going to be this function. Now because it's a custom hook, we can make use of other hooks in it here. So let's have our use effect from React, and I'll just close it up here and come in to have a dependency array. Let me quickly import use effect from React. So let's import it here. And the code we copied, let's paste it right inside of the use effect. We are missing our Supabase, so let's bring it from our API, the import. I'm just going to copy the import path from the top and paste it right here. Now we should no longer have any error. We have the function. I'll rename it to maybe subscription response. Any name of your choice that you can relate with. But on the payload, we are just logging into the console. Okay, so what's going to happen is, where do we use this? Because currently, this use order subscription, this is the order details page. And right here, this is the orders page. So we need to maybe duplicate, but let's take a look at our applications folder. And right here in our applications folder, shop, and if we come right into the orders folder here, you see we have the layout. And this layout.css is controlling this page, the slug page over here, and it's also controlling the order page. Hence, this layout is the best place for us to use the hook. So what's going to happen is, right inside of this layout, let's import the use order subscription hook and just call it. So this is the only thing we need to do here to make use of this right inside the layout. I'll open the terminal and also refresh our application because we are going to try it out soon. So let's just make sure we reload to be sure our application is using the latest changes, and just to be sure that everything is going to work fine by the time we try this out. So you can come over to the orders section, and then what's going to happen is I'll come over to the admin section and try to update this to completed. So with this change here, let's wait for it to update. And now it is done. Let's double check, and now you see we are seeing a change received, and we're seeing the payload that is being logged to the console, and we know where this is coming from. So what's going to happen is the order here doesn't change, but if you refresh and you come back to check the order, you see now it changes. So let's make sure that we are updating it. And to update, we need to invalidate the cache. So here we're going to get a query client from the use client query, which we're going to import from TaskStack React query. So I'll just update this, and now with this query client, we can use it to invalidate our queries. Just outside the console.log, let's have our query client.invalidate queries. We know it takes in an object, not just a string like this. So here we're going to have the object, which is going to have the query key, and the value is going to be these orders. Let's double check something actually. Let's come back to the api.ts, and if we look for this get my orders, you see here that this get my orders is using this query key that starts with orders. And here, let's look for the get my order, which is the order details page query. Somewhere around here, yeah, so you see it. I'm going to update this to now use orders, hence it's not going to work for this. So with this change now, it should work, okay? It should work, but we are going to try it out in a second, refresh your application, but let's not also forget to save the subscriptions.ts file. So let me quickly come over to the subscriptions.ts here. The query key matches, give this a save, and now let's try it out. Okay, so I have side by side the admin panel, and I'll try with the second query order this time and update it to shipped. Give this a second for it to update, and now you see the magic. It automatically updates on the mobile application and even the order details. We can update it, let's say from shipped to in transit, and wait for a second, and now we see it update without the user having to reload the application. So this is how we can go on to provide good user experience for the user. The user doesn't have to always refresh. Automatically when the admin updates, the user is going to get the update, but that's not all we need to do. So let's come back here to the mobile application. We need to make sure that we are unsubscribing. And to unsubscribe, we need our return, our use effect callback. So this is it here. We're going to be returning the subscription response, and then we want to call unsubscribe, which is going to make sure we don't have any memory leak. Now, we actually have an error in the use effect, and let me double check. Actually, I think this needs to be in square brackets. So not square brackets, curly brackets. So I would cut it and have the curly bracket and paste it in here. So now we are successfully unsubscribing from the subscription call here. And that's about it for the application. The next phase of application is to now see how we can integrate payments to make sure that we can bill our users. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video where we're going to be setting up Supabase on our local machine. And the biggest benefit for doing this is the ability to test locally, and once we certify everything is good, we can now deploy our changes. Okay, so what are we going to be doing, or why are we doing this specifically? We are doing this for edge function, which is going to help us for payments actually. So, and to actually continue with the steps that we're going to be doing, you need to have Docker installed on your machine. But if you don't have Docker, you can try to install. If for some reason you can't install Docker on your machine, no worries, we can still go through, but you might not just have the ability to test your application. So that's the only downside. And without wasting any more time, now we're going to get started and come over to the documentation to see how we can have our local development for Supabase. So here we have the local development section, and we need to scroll down to see the different steps or command. The first thing is to log into the Supabase CLI. We can either use the terminal using Supabase login, or we can use npx. So I'm going to be using npx. Just copy this, come right here and paste this in, and give this a second. It's going to tell you to hit enter, and it's going to log you in automatically with the token it's going to generate. And once you're being logged in, you can now close this. So what's the next step? The next step is to initialize your project. You need to create a new folder and all of that. And we already have Git in our project, so that's cool. The next step is to start Supabase service, and we have to do this with the Supabase init, which is going to initialize Supabase and give us the configuration to help us to develop locally. So copy this command. I'm going to clear, and I'm going to prefix npx and paste it in. Now I'll just hit no twice, and it's done. So if you open up your Explorer here, you will see you have a new Supabase folder which contains the configurations here. So that's what you get with the init command. Now let's continue, and the next step is to link our application. For that, I'm just going to command F and search for link right here in the documentation, and you'll come over to this link your project section. And you see we need to use the Supabase link, which is going to associate your project with your remote project. Okay, so let's copy the link command here, and you can paste it right inside your VS Code. And once you have it, we can come over to our remote Supabase, and right here, let's come over to the project settings so that we can take our project ID. So it's actually a ref ID here, and I'm going to expand and just copy this. Once you have it copied, just paste it right in here and hit enter to execute. And this is going to link your Supabase project with what you have remote. For your Supabase dashboard, in case you don't have it, if you come over here to the configuration section, database, and you scroll further down, you would see a section for database password. So right here, reset your database, generate a new password and copy it. You can do this if you don't know your password or if you've forgotten it. So once the reset is done, paste the new password here. Actually, you have to do this once. You would not see the password, so don't feel like you didn't paste. And then hit enter to execute. Now this is going to connect to your remote database, and you see here we get the finished Supabase link. Let's come back here, and the next thing we need to do is to pull our changes. I don't see it, so I'll also command F and search for link, because that was the next command. Yeah, so this command, Supabase db pull. Make sure you copy it and come back to the VS Code. It's going to pull the changes from the remote. I'm just going to clear, and then I'm going to npx Supabase db pull. Now it's going to connect to remote database, and you see here it's dumping the schema from the remote database. Basically, it just helps to give you some migrations. Your changes that you have on your remote, it tries to pull it right here into your local development. And you see here, you have this Supabase /migrations that is now populated with a migration, and it gives it this name that starts with a timestamp. And you see this migration captures any changes required for your local development to match the schema of your remote Supabase project. And you review, and once you review and you're happy, you can apply the changes. And to apply the changes, we can use the Supabase migration up, but in this case, we are going to be using the Supabase DB reset. So this process could take some time, and you just have to be patient enough with it. And once it is done, then we can proceed with the next step. Okay, yes, so it's done for me. I'm going to hit Y to continue here, and just hit Y and say yes. And now you see here it has finished the Supabase DB pull. You can have a look at the file actually. And if you come over to your Explorer, and here right inside Supabase, you have the migration, and you see the timestamp remote schema.sql. Now in here, you would see all our functions, all our tables, everything that we have written so far. You see, we even have the decrement product quantity, our RPC call, everything is here. But if we search for the trigger, so if you just do Command F or Control F, you would see here we have the function that returns the trigger, but we don't actually have the trigger here. Now we're going to be doing that manually. So come back to your Supabase project, and right here to the SQL editor, we wrote out this trigger previously. So copy it, and you're going to paste it right in here. And if you don't paste this, you know that you'll not be able to create a new user. We have gone through this in the past. So I'll just leave a comment here so that you would know what it is doing. We can say on auth user insert, create a new user in the public schema. I'll just go with this suggestion, but most importantly, paste this right in here and save the file. Now we have saved or edited this file. We need to rebuild, or I would say regenerate. So we need to run this Supabase DB reset command, and open up your terminal and npx Supabase DB reset. Oh yeah, so we need to first of all run the Supabase start command. For that, I'll open a new terminal here and run the npx Supabase DB start command. And once you run the command here, you're just going to give it a second, because this is going to take some time, especially if you're running for the first time, because over here we see it starting up the database. This npx Supabase start command takes some time, because then it uses Docker. As I said initially, it has different containers that it starts to run. It's setting up our initial schema, and you see all of these because it uses Docker. I can't overemphasize on that. So you just have to be patient. And actually, if you check the documentation where we have the start command, I think we saw it further up here somewhere. Yeah, so here you see here that the start command uses Docker to start the Supabase services. And most importantly, this command may take a while to run if this is the first time using the CLI. And if you come down, once it is done, we should expect an output that looks like this, which is going to contain our API key, our anon key. And if you want to stop, you can use the Supabase stop command and stop your local database. Okay, so this is it. Could take some time. What's going to happen is I'm not going to waste your time and watch all of these, just run and waste our time. I'm just going to actually skip this, and once it is done, then I will come back and we can continue. So let me just fast forward through. Okay, so now it is done for me, and I am seeing the output right here. You see right here the API URL. It started the Supabase local development, and apart from the API URL, we also have some other URLs here. We have the anon key, we have the service role, and all of these. Now we can come back here and rerun the reset command. So npx Supabase DB reset is resetting our local database, and then it recreates the database. This, I don't expect it to take much of a time, but let's see if it takes too much time. And now it is setting up our initial schema, and let's wait for this. And after setting up our initial schema, I don't want to fast forward. Yeah, and then it is seeding our globals from rows.sql, and then it is applying the migration from our timestamp remote schema.sql, and then it seeds the SQL, and now it has finished the Supabase reset on the main branch. So now we're going to come back here, and here let's copy where we have access to the anon key and where we also have our API URL. Let's come back to our source folder where we have our Supabase so that we can run this locally. So right here in the lib folder, Supabase, right at the top of this file, that's where we have our Supabase anon key and our Supabase secret key. So right here, our Supabase URL. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to duplicate this and comment it out. No worries, in the next video, we're going to see the case of environment variables. And for the Supabase URL and anon key, let's copy it from here. The Supabase URL is this your API URL. So copy this API URL here and come back here. Actually, oops, I'm just going to copy the API URL. And here where you have your Supabase URL, you just update it to this. And for the Supabase anon key, if you scroll down, you have your anon key right here. So what you can do is to also copy this your anon key. And once you've got it copied, you can come right here and paste it in. So now we can start the application running on with our Supabase running on our local machine. Let's have our npx Supabase start status. And with this status, you can get back the keys in case for some reason you misplaced it. So now let's npx start to start our application and wait for a second, and then I'm going to hit on I to start it up on the iOS simulator. So wait a second, and here is the application. I'm just going to reset, and once the application loads, we shouldn't have any product, we shouldn't have any order, we shouldn't have any user, because this is on our local machine we are connecting to and we haven't created any yet. So we shouldn't have any of those, or we shouldn't have any field in our table. We should just have an empty schema. No worries, we're going to see the schema studio in a second. And here you see our application is up and running, no errors. And if you come back here to the other terminal where you have these settings, you see right here you have the studio URL. So all you can do is to copy this studio URL. Let's visit it. This is where we have access to our Supabase studio, our Supabase project locally. Now, this isn't supabase.com, as you can see. This is your local machine on localhost. Here you have Supabase running on your machine. Over here in the table editor, you're going to see the different tables. You can inspect the user table. You see we don't have any user, and that's why we had to create that trigger and update our schema. Over here in the database, if you come here and you check the triggers, you see you don't have any trigger, but if you check the authentication schema here, you see we have this unauth user created trigger, which is going to be called for us when we create a new user. So you can play around with this. We're going to be trying things out. We're going to try to authenticate new users right from our mobile application. And if we are able to create a new user, then we should see the user update here. And this is going to give us the platform for us to create our add function and test our add function locally. So I implore you to try to have Supabase running on your local machine. It's going to just help. Try to install Docker. But if you can't, again, no worries. We're going to be going through everything together. So what do we have in our application? We have our application running locally here. So that's our Supabase project. But let's do some cleanup because we have our URL, anon key, all of them here. So what we're going to do, I'm going to copy everything because we want to have them in environment variables. So come here and in the root of your project, create a new file called .env. Oops, let me fix this typo. It should be .env without any quotes like this. Now this new file, you see it is untracked. So let's check out git ignore here. And I will just look for env and we have it here. So if you have it, what you can do is to just reload. So just come here, refresh so that it's no longer untracked. And if it's still showing untracked, then that means we can come back in our git ignore and just add .env. We want to make sure it is grayed out so that our keys, yeah, you see now it is grayed out. So our keys are not pushed. That means GitHub isn't keeping track of this file. So now we are here pasting everything. And let's do an update. So the Supabase URL, we need to prefix expo_public. So expo_public. Expo gives us a helpful way of handling environment variables. And then we'll say _Supabase_URL, and then says equal to this. So Supabase_URL is equal to this, which is our remote URL. And then we can get rid of the semicolon and the quote. We can do the same for the anon key. So I'll just copy the expo_public and use here like this, and then add the underscore. And this is for our anon key. Again, this is for our local Supabase anon key. So expo_public Supabase anon underscore key, and then equal to, I'll get rid of the quotes and also the spacing, and do the same for the end. Get rid of the quote and the semicolon at the end. Now for let's copy it because it's the same key. So copy it and use the same value here for the remote URL. And let's not forget our equal to just right here. And the same for the anon key. Let's copy and update here. Have our equal to and get rid of the quote at the end. Okay, so we're going to comment out the one for the remote because currently we are working in development. So we want to use the development Supabase keys. And after this, we are going to come over to the supabase.ts so that we can load these environment variables. We no longer want to hard code them there. So let's start with the Supabase URL. To bring it here, we need to make use of the process.env. And then the export public Supabase URL. And also we can do the same for the anon key. So it is process.env export public. You can always double check. Okay, come over to the env, just copy and paste to make sure that it matches here. Okay, and then we can also get rid of this one. No need to have it here again. And we have an error. So the reason why we have an error, if we double check here, you see, because it's coming from the env, it could be string or undefined. Let's make Typescript happy. Let's just add an exclamation at the back to tell Typescript to relax. We know that we are going to add it there. Or you can use invariant. Was it an invariant? Not quite sure. So now you see our application isn't running. Let us quit and make sure that we npm start our application. And then I'm going to use I to start it on iOS. Now, this is going to start our local development application from Supabase. I'll just reload this. And yeah, because that's the value that we have in our env, we have the value for our local Supabase project. So now you see our application, it is up and running. We are going to test our application next to make sure everything is working. Hello everyone. So this is the current state of our application. We have Supabase running locally. Now we want to discuss to stripe server side to server side. We don't want to do client side things. And for that, we are going to be using edge functions. So come right here to the documentation, the overview section in the edge functions sections. We're going to know more about edge functions here. And you see that these are globally distributed TypeScript functions. So these are server-side TypeScript functions that are distributed globally at the edge. At the edge means close to your users. And they can be useful for listening to webhooks or for integrating third-party libraries in your Supabase project. And that's our use case, right? We want to integrate Stripe right into our project, and we have to use edge function. So come over to the Get Started guide here. And this is going to take you to the documentation. The first thing we need to do is to initialize a project, Stripe Supabase init. We have done that. Now we're going to create an edge function, and this is the command. So we're going to run the Supabase functions new, and then the name of the function. So let's go over to our IDE, open up your terminal, and let's run the command. So npx supabase functions, and don't forget the S. So functions is easy to overlook, new, and then I'll give it stripe-checkout for the name, and then let's execute. Okay, so this is going to be creating a new function at this path, the Supabase functions stripe checkout. Let's take a look at it here. We have the functions, and right here, if we expand, you see the stripe checkout. This is the name of our function, and this is the index. This function is Deno server-side language, might look familiar, might not look familiar. We also see it right here at the top that this is Deno, and this is how it works. The importation, this is how the import works. We just have a console.log here, the boilerplate, and we have the Deno server. We return the response, and it can also be invoked locally here, and this is the core command that we can use to invoke this locally. The next step is to set up a Stripe account, because we're going to need some keys to proceed. So come over to your Stripe or to stripe.com and do authenticate yourself. Maybe create an account if you don't have one already, please. But if you do, let's try to log in. And here I'm just going to provide my credentials, just skip it. And then I'm also going to confirm my email. And once you have authorized yourself, you should be redirected over to your Stripe dashboard. And right here in your Stripe dashboard, you should be in test mode by default. If you're not in test mode, you want to be in test mode to try things out, okay? Until you register your business, then you can provide the required documents to Stripe and you can go out of test mode. But if we scroll further down here, we'll see what we're looking for. So our publishable key and our secret key. Let's copy the publishable key. And last time out, we did set up our environment variable. So let's come to the env here and create the secret key and publishable key. And to do that, for the Stripe secret, we'll just have stripe_secret_key. And you see this isn't prefixed with the Expo public. And that's because this is a server-side one. We don't want it to be part of the build bundle. And the next is the stripe_publishable_key. And we're going to get that right from the dashboard here. So do copy actually I did flip the order. So let me copy and paste. This is meant to be publishable key. And let me rename this to be secret key. So make sure you don't flip the order as I did here. So copy the secret key and come back to the application and use it right here. And then you can save. Okay, so what are we going to be doing next? Let's take a look at the function that got created. So we're going to come back to the function stripe checkout, the index. So right here, let's just take a look at this. So as we've said, this is Deno. And right here, we have this await request.json. It's trying to destructure the name, but let's update it to maybe total amount, because that's what we're going to be sending. We're going to be sending the amount. So I'm just going to call it total amount. And next we have this data here, but let's go right on top of it and create the payment intent, because that's what we want to do. We're not checking out now, we're just creating a payment intent. So const payment intent is going to be equal to await stripe.paymentintents.create. So make sure you don't miss it, it's intent. But we have an issue. We don't have Stripe loaded here. Now, to get Stripe, let's come back to the browser, and then I'm going to show you how we can import Stripe just like this. So right here, I will quickly Google search for Stripe npm, and right here in the documentation, I want to look for a section for Deno so that we can see how it works. I can even Command F or Control F and just search for Deno. And here it is, the usage with Deno. And you see here, you just need to install or import like this. It doesn't really install, so you just import it like this. And you can use in your project. And right here, we also have a guide to GitHub. If you come right here, you see the checkout integration, you see the main.js, and you see how it was imported here with also the version number. So we can do the same. We can paste this in, and let's come back to the documentation and take the version number here and let's use it in our project. But is this actually the latest version? Let's verify. let's come back here and let's come back to the npm. So right here, and if we check the versions, so you have 645 and you see the latest version is 16.10.0. so copy this, or you can use it if you're not checking and just type it out here, or you paste right in here the version, so 16.10.0. so now we have Stripe. To continue to load Stripe, we're going to need the documentation once more to see how it is done. So right here, let's go back to the guide that we were using, the guide for Deno. I'm just going to go back and let me look for it, Deno here. So here, so let's come back to the GitHub to see how it was implemented here. Check out integration, and here we have the main.js. So here you see that Stripe was loaded with this piece of code. So we need the same in our case. So we can just copy this and we can now make use of it right inside of our project. So let's come back to our project, and right here at the top, we can make use of it. We can get rid of the console.log and paste the code here. So you see Stripe is trying to use Deno env.get Stripe API key. But in our case, what did we call it? We called it Stripe secret key. So copy this and use the Stripe secret key here. This is needed to fetch blah, 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 all of that. So just have an instruction there. And now we can create the payment intent with Stripe. Now, what does this payment intent need? It needs an amount, and it also needs a currency. And here we have auto completion, the amount, total amount that we are getting from the request. But for now, I'm going to hard code the amount, maybe 5,000, 4,000, any amount of your choice. This price actually is $40. So don't think it's $4,000 here. I'll just add a comment. So $40 here. And that's the way it works. And now, after this payment intent creation, next is the response. So we no longer need data. We're going to update data to be an object that is going to contain response. So let's update it. Let's have const, and then we're going to have the response, which we're going to send back to the client. And this response is going to be equal to this object where we have the payment, not the payment intent ID. We just call it payment intent. And the value is going to be coming from the payment intent response. So payment intent.client secret. Now we're also going to pass the public key. It's just a security measure, and bring this in. But again, we didn't call it it's the publishable key, which is actually okay to hard code, but let's just send it as a response. It's just a security measure. And here we are sending back response and not data. All right, so far so good. If you come back here to the Supabase, let's see how we can call this function. So if you come further down, you see running edge functions locally. How can we call it? And we already have Supabase start up and running. So the next thing is to run the npx Supabase functions serve. And it's going to start a watcher. So keyword there, watcher, is going to keep running. So that's it. And now we can invoke the edge functions locally, the URL, JavaScript. So let's open up our terminal, and then we're going to clear. I'll just clear the terminal now, and then run the npx, and then Supabase, and then functions, and then serve. And I'll go with -env-file because we want to load env and have the env here. And now the function name, Stripe checkout. So here we have Stripe-checkout. Like this, do go and execute. So you see it's setting up the end functions, Realtime, and that's how Deno works. Then it goes on to download everything, and you see 7 functions on this URL here on our local machine. And here we have the function name, which is just replaced for us. So now we're going to try it. Let's copy this command that we have here. So you just need to copy everything to invoke it locally. We're not going to change anything, at least for now. So we're just going to copy everything, even though the data we send in, name, we will update it later. But let's copy everything And right here, I will just open a new terminal window here so that we can invoke. And it asks me if I want to paste. I will say paste. Okay. Now, this is the function. You can inspect. You can also update here. You see, everything is actually fine. We have the correct headers being set. And you also have the Stripe checkout path. So to go on and execute this and wait a moment, and hopefully everything goes fine and we get at least some success response, because we are sending back a successful response. Now you see it was successful. We get back an object with a payment intent. So this right here is the payment intent. That's what we're getting right here. But to know, again, this is a public key. So let's copy this and see if it matches what we have in our env, because we are currently sending it, and you see it matches here. So this is actually cool. It's successful. Now we're going to go one level up and get rid of this hard-coded amount we have here, so we can use that total amount and test this out again and be sure that, yeah, that everything is working fine and good. And we can just double check. We can also update the name to be the total amount, and the value. We can also have the value of 4,000 here for $40 as a string like this. Okay, so copy everything and paste it right here. All right, so execute. And for now, we can't tell if everything was successful, but if we come over here and you refresh your Supabase, your Stripe dashboard, just refresh your dashboard so that we can see the transactions to be sure that, hey, it's actually working. Now, if you come over here, you have your balance overview. I don't see much information here. So let's go back to the transactions section. And right here in the transaction section, give it a second for data to load. We should see our incoming transactions here. Exactly. And we see the transactions right in here. So 40 USD sent a couple of times. That's what we are seeing here. We can even try again with a different amount, maybe 50, to be sure that it's working. So right here, let's clear and let's try again. Here, let's update the amount rather than 40. Let's update it to 50 and send again. We see our response. And over here, you just need to refresh your Stripe dashboard. And once it refreshes, we should hopefully see 50 USD right here. And yes, we do. So we see everything is working fine and everything is working good. So what are we doing next? We're gonna do next. We have this function, but it's on our local machine. We need to deploy this function to the production, to our remote. And right here in the documentation, if you come over to this deploy to production section here, you would see the way you can deploy. We have done all of these, linking our project. So here you see Supabase function deploy. Better still, if you check down, you see you provide a function name. So let's copy this, come back to our application, and I will also clear, or maybe look for, yeah, so here, just clear and npx, paste in what we copied, and the function name is Stripe-checkout. Now is the time for us to deploy this to our real Supabase remote, execute this, and if it's successful, we should get the URL to see the function. So now it's bundling the function, it's downloading dependency that it needs, and it's deploying. So here is it. You see that it's deployed the functions, and here you can even inspect in your deployment in your dashboard. So this is the URL. Let's copy it. And if you don't copy it, no worries. You can obviously come right here to your Supabase project and you would still see it. So I'm just going to paste the URL here and execute. If you don't copy it, over here you see is the add functions section. You see the name, Stripe checkout. And if you click on it, you see more information. You see the slug, you see the endpoint URL, and you see everything right here, which is super, super cool. So there you have it. We have written out this add function. We have also deployed it to our real remote, not our local development server for Supabase. We have it right here in our real remote. Now, this is just one step to integrating payment in your React Native application with Stripe. The next step we are going to be doing right here, we are going to continue just after this. This is just one step in receiving payments in your React Native application. We just create a payment intent. The next thing we are going to be working on is the payment form for the user. So let's continue working on that. Hello everyone and welcome. So we have deployed our add function, but we are missing one vital thing, because if you just come over to the function that we wrote out, so here in the Supabase functions, the index here, you will see we're trying to have access to two environment variables, the Stripe secret key and also the Stripe publishable key, and we're trying to read it from deno-env get. Now, if you come over to the documentation guide, here, the section for managing environment variables, you're going to see how you can read it. By default, the add function have access to these secrets. So the Supabase underscore URL, all of these here. So it doesn't have the one for Stripe, obviously. So we need to have our more like production secrets here. And the way you can do this is two ways. So whichever way you want to do, you need to use the Supabase secret set. But the first way, if you have an env file you want to set, so you're going to use this flag and then the file. But you can also do this individually using the Supabase secret set, which is the second option here. So this is the option we're going to be going with. So copy this here and come back to the application, open up your terminal, and with npx, you can paste it here. Now, the first one is this Stripe secret key here. So you can paste it. And then the value is going to come from the env file. So let's open up our env and copy the Stripe secret key. So this one here, make sure you copy it, and make sure you copy it because we're going to be pasting it right here in the terminal to avoid any errors. Paste it here. And then you're going to give a space for the next one. And what's the next one? The next one is the Stripe publishable key. So still copy it, paste it here, and then equal to, we're going to get the value from the env, the Stripe publishable key. So this one here. Please do copy it, and then we're going to paste it here, and you can execute. Now your remote add function is going to be able to read these environment variables, and you're good to go. Okay, so now we have set the environment variables. Let's come here to the application, and I'm just going to close, or we're going to create a new file for Stripe. So right here in the lib, let's create a stripe.ts file. And actually, before we go on to fill this file with live, we need to just double check the documentation here, the Stripe Expo documentation. And here you would know more on how to set it up, but we see the installation command. We need to install this library. So copy it, open up your terminal, and you can paste it here and run the installation. So while the installation is running, we can proceed. The next thing we need to do is to wrap our entire stack. So right here, the underscore layout with the provider. So I'm just going to cut the stack that we have here. And here we're going to have the Stripe provider, which should be imported from Stripe React Native, and paste everything here. We do have an error because we need to pass the publishable key. So here, let's have our publishable key, and we know it's coming from process.env, and we can open the env file and copy the name. So the Stripe publishable key and dot, we paste it here. It could be undefined, so we use the exclamation mark to tell Typescript to relax. And once we have that, we can now proceed with this file. So we're going to be going through a couple of steps here. And the first step is to set up the payment sheet. That's the first thing. And the second thing we are going to do, we're going to be displaying the form to the user. So you can just, I'm just writing it here for documentation. So open Stripe checkout form. This is what we're going to do. So let's start with the first one, the setup payment sheet. So we're going to export const. So we can call it export, setup Stripe payment sheet. It's going to be equal to this function, but this is going to take in the total amount. Okay, we need the total amount, which is of type number, like this. Now we need to call our edge function to get the payment intent and the public key. So I'll drop the comment here. We need to fetch payment intent and public Schema key from server. So let's have a function for that. So here const, we have the fetch Stripe, maybe keys, I think that name. So maybe fetch Stripe keys is going to be equal to this async function, and the function we're going to be using here is going to also take in the total amount, because that's how we configured our edge function. And here we can invoke, so we get data error. So const data error, just as we use the Supabase library, equal to await Supabase, which should be imported from the Supabase file. And then we have dot functions, don't forget the S, and you have dot invoke. Now this needs the name, and if you open up the Explorer, you would see right here the Supabase functions and the Stripe -checkout. That's the name of our function. So Stripe -checkout, and this takes in a body. So we have this object here, and here we'll have the body, and which is going to be an object, and we pass the total amount, because that again is how we set up our edge function. We could just have a check for error. So we can say here if error, then we are going to just throw a new error message. Otherwise, we can return the data. So now we're going to call this fetch Stripe keys here. So const, I'll bring all of these in, and let's double check the payment intent publishable key right here in the function. Here where we have our response, you see we are returning payment intent. So it should actually match here payment intent. And the same, what did we call it? We called it public key, not publishable key. So here we should also have it as public key. Okay, so now we're just going to check what if we don't have the payment intent or there is no public key. Let's go on and throw this error. Otherwise, we're going to await the init payment sheet. So let's await the init payment sheet, which will come from Stripe. And this is going to take object or params, as you see here. The first is the merchant display name. And I'll just give this code with lari here. So this is what the user would see. It could be your brand name. And then you must pass the payment intent client secret, which is now going to be equal to the payment intent that comes from our edge function. And finally, optionally, you can have this billing details collection configuration, which is an object. So I'll have name here, and name is going to be always. I just want to take the name and the phone, and this is going to be as collection mode here. And again, also the phone is optional. Just depends on your business, but in this case, I want to get it. And if you just inspect this collection mode, you see it's an enum type with automatic, never. So you can say collection mode dot, always, however you like. So the next step is the second step, which we are going to open the payment form. So let's also have a function, export const, the open Stripe checkout here. And this is now going to say const error is equals to present payment sheet. So I'll bring this in, but I won't pass any object of configuration here. And also this should be imported from Stripe. Now this is going to give us this error if we don't init payment sheet. Okay, that's when we are going to see this error here. But if we make sure we call the setup Stripe payment sheet function first, then we can just come here and return boolean. So we're going to return true here. So it's important the way we call these functions. Again, the other functions should be called first. So let's npm start our application to have it up and running, and then we can try to call these functions in the cat page, which is the page where we handle our checkouts. So I'm just going to hit I and refresh the application here. Cool. So let's come over to the cat page, which is the app cat page here. And if you scroll down, you would see where we handle our checkout. So somewhere around here. Yeah, so here, that's where we have the handle checkout. And we're going to call this right inside the try block, okay? Because we want to do it before we create an order in our backend. But first going to await the, what did we call it? Is it setup Stripe payment sheet? Let's double check. Let's come back here and scroll up. Yep, so that is the setup Stripe payment sheet. So we need to call it first. I'll paste it here and then I will import it. But the total price is not going to just be like that. We need to call math.floor and pass the total price times 100. And then the next step, we are going to have our const result is going to be equal to await open Stripe checkout. And we know that the result could be Boolean. So we're going to say if we don't have any result, we're going to show this alert and we're going to return because we don't want to create an order in our database. So this is the order. We'll call this first to set up the payment sheet. And if it's successful, then this result should be true. And then we can create an order. Okay, so let's try it out. Just refresh the application to make sure that everything is fine and good, no errors. And provide your email. I'll provide my tests at testemail.com and also provide my password. And hit on sign in. Network request failed. Okay, so it fails actually because we are still, at least for me, I am still making use of the local. So if you come to the env, you see here I still have the local setup here. So what's going to happen, I want to use the remote, so I'll uncomment it out and then I'm going to comment these ones in. And I have to refresh or rebuild the application to make sure everything gets high. So we want to try this out, but we want to make sure we are trying it with our remote database and we're not trying it with our local Supabase instance. Okay, so refresh, wait for a moment for it to come up, then we can add an item to cart. So I am already authenticated. Let me look for maybe the Samsung, because I'm sure at least there's an item here. Add one of it to cart. And then let's come over to the cart page, and right here on the cart page, we can check out. So let's hit on checkout and wait for a moment. Now we see our form pops up and we can fill in the form. And if you check here, you would see that we have the phone number and the name, and that's why Stripe is asking us, or asking the customer to provide the phone number. So I'm just going to provide a dummy number here. Not quite sure how many digits, but you get the idea. Just provide a dummy phone number, and for okay, I need to add one more. And then for the name of the card, I will provide my name code with lari, so as the customer here. And for the card number 4242, so this is just a default. And for the year, we can just go with not really a default for the card, sorry, it's a test card given to us by Stripe. And for CVV, any number of your choice. Now you see the amount $5.99, which is the price for the Samsung, and you see payment successful. We actually have a warning here, and you now see the order has been created successfully in our database. Let's inspect this, and it says that we did not provide the return URL field in the init payment sheet. So actually it needed the return. So somewhere here, yep, the init payment sheet, we can just provide the return URL. What will I actually specify? I'm just going to specify the home page for the return URL. And once you're done here, let's come over to the documentation and come over to the Stripe dashboard here, and you can just refresh to see the new payment $5.99. And here we see the payment. So $5.99, you can inspect the payment. And here it loads up for me. You see more details. You see the customer and you see more details about the payment right in your dashboard. Now, we're going to do something. We want to link Stripe customers. So that's what we're going to be doing next. If you have any issues, please do let me know. Okay, so what are we doing next? We can now build our users, we can create orders, all those beautiful stuff. Now, I want us to be able to create a Stripe customer, and this is going to enable us to keep track of user invoices and total amount a user has spent over time in our application. So let's start up our application on local because we need to test our edge function. So for that, we're not going to be using the remote. We're going to start here. So I'll comment this back in, which is our local credentials, and comment the remote credentials out. Okay, so now we have done this. We need to start up a project. So npx Supabase start, which is going to start up our container, Supabase containers. So it uses, as we said previously, Docker to manage our application locally here on our machine. So you see here it's spinning up the containers that it needs, and once it is done, we should see the credentials output right here in our terminal, and here we see the credentials. So in case you, for some reason, you lose the credentials and you want to output the credentials, again, the command is npx Supabase status, and this is going to show you the credentials right here. Now, I want us to go to the studio so that we can see the current state of what we have over there. So we're going to be copying the studio URL from here. If you scroll up, you would see the studio URL, or you can command click. I will just copy and come over to the browser, open up a new tab and paste it right here. So now we see welcome to your project. Thank you. We need to come over to the table editor here. And if you come to the user table, you would see the different columns. Now we need to add a new column, which is going to help us here. So click on this plus, and you can give it the name of Stripe _ customer _ ID. And the type of this is going to be a text. So choose type text here. And every other thing here should remain the same. The constraint, make sure you allow nullable. Okay, so make sure you allow for nullable, and once you're happy with everything, you can click on save. Now we have this column successfully created, but this was on our machine, it's not on the remote database. We need to somehow sync what we have locally to what we have on our Supabase remote. So let's come over to the IDE to apply the migration. And over here in the terminal, we need to clear what we have currently and run a new command. So the command is npx Supabase db, and then the next is diff, and then -f, after which you can specify the name, So I'll just give it a new Stripe field, any name of your choice, and I'll just expand this so that we can see it in full. So this is what we need, and then you can execute. Okay, so this is gonna do its thing, connect to your local database. We are seeing the steps here, and then it's creating a shadow database. At the end, we expect to see a migration file, which is going to give us an SQL command automatically for us, so we don't need to know SQL to continue with this. And once it is done, we can now push what we have to what we have remotely. So these are the steps. It's now setting up the initial schema, seeding the globals from rows SQL, applying the migration, and then is differing the schemas. It's just doing its thing. Let's allow it to complete. Then we have the status, and here we have the output that it has finished the Supabase db diff on the main branch main. So here we see the output. Okay, so let's check it out. Let's open the Explorer, and here if you come over to migration, you would see the new file here. So not this one, the next one here. So this is the SQL here, and it has the name, the new Stripe field, which was the name that we gave it right here. So you see the command alter table public users, add this column, and it's of type text. Now let's push this to what we have remotely. And the command to do this, let's just clear our terminal over here, is the npx supabase, and then we have the db push command. So execute this, and then it's going to ask us to confirm. It's currently connecting, and here we have it. So we're going to confirm, just hit enter, automatically it's in Y for you. And now you see it has finished the Supabase db push. You can confirm right here in your remote, not your local now. So just refresh. And if you come over to the user table, and you see we have the new Stripe custom ID column that has been added for us because we have applied the migration. Okay, so what do we want to do next? We need to start up our server. Let's start up the React Native application and npm start here. Okay, so let's wait for it to start up, and then I'm gonna hit I to open up the iOS simulator and also refresh here. Okay, so now this is gonna start up our application, and then we can proceed. Okay, so I need to sign up because I don't have any user. So I'm just going to sign up with my test@test.com credentials, and also provide my password here and then sign up. Okay, so we have successfully signed up, but you see here, I don't have any categories or products. You might have from previous, and we can confirm here. So what's going to happen is, this is our remote. So what's going to happen is I'm going to take some time on the local Supabase and create a category and also create a product that we can use to test this out. So I'll take a pause now and create. If you don't have, you can also create, and we continue. Okay, so I have created this new gaming category and this PS5 product here. And if you check the browser, you see right here on the local Supabase, I created the category with all these properties, and also for the products that I linked to this category, which has these properties as well. And the image here is coming from Unsplash. So by Martin Cutler, this image that I am currently using right here. Okay, so let's come over to the project here, and we need to get started. Okay, so we need to create a new Supabase function. So right here in the functions, we're going to be creating one for Supabase so that we can create the Stripe customer. So here we're going to have this supabase.ts. And let's take a look at the documentation to know how we can get started with doing this. So if we come to the browser here, I have already opened up the add function documentation and the guide for integrating with Supabase Auth. So please come here. So this section, and we are going to focus on the Auth context. You can read more about it here. And basically, we want to see here that this is being called in DenoServe. So we're going to copy all of these here to see how we can create this Supabase client. And then right here, we're going to create a function. So export const, maybe get or create Stripe customer for Supabase user. So let me have the Supabase user here. It's going to be equal to an async function that's going to take in the request, which is of type request. And here we have the function. So inside here, we're going to paste what we copied from the documentation. And you might be tempted, okay, let's bring in the create client. You might be tempted to bring it in from @Supabase, but this is going to fail. So please don't do this. Is there no, as you can see here. So we need to copy this right here from documentation. You see how the create client is being imported, or the library where it's being imported from. So we're going to do the same, and we need to paste it here. So this gives us the Supabase client, and with the Supabase client, we can now get the current user. So const data user is going to be equal to, and then we have await the Supabase client .auth.get user, which is going to give us the user, the customer that is calling this function. So our authenticated user. And what we can do is to check if there is no user, let's throw an error, and then let's log the user to the console. So console.log user like this. Okay, so we need to call this function, and that is going to be in the index.ts right here before the payment intent here. Just right here, we're going to await, and then we'll paste the function, import it, and pass the request. But we're going to add .ts, so we're going to import it like this. Okay, so now we have the function here. Let's save, and here we're going to add this to cart. And actually, before we test this out, let's make sure that you have your your local Supabase up and running. So make sure you have npx Supabase and then start up and running. Once you have it up and running, you can now have the next command to save the function. So functions save, and then you have -env-file.env and the name, which is stripe-checkout. So then you can call the function, and now you see it's saving the function and you're good to go. So now you have the function up and running. Let's try it out and have our console open. So I'm going to come over to the cart page and hit on checkout. So then we'll wait a second. The form should come up, the payment form. Or maybe I go over to the other terminal, and here we see the user, and now the form pops up. So if you check, you're going to see the credentials about the user, the ID, very much important, this ID here, and you can see other details. So we're going to be making use of this ID to because we know this is the user, but now we're going to search for the user in our Supabase database. So we're going to say const, and we can get error data. So let's destructure data error. It's going to be equal to, and now we're going to await the Supabase client, and then we say from users. So from our own users table now, we want to select everything. So we're going to say .select, and then we're going to pass star. And we want to add the where clause, so where the ID is going to be equal to user ID, and then we need a single document .single. So again, we're just going to check right here. If we have an error, we're going to throw a new error, and then I'm going to use backtick, and yeah, error fetch user, the error.message. And if we have the user, then we can continue here. So we're going to have the console.log, so that we can console.log the user. So just like this data, because we know data is going to be the user. Okay, and then let's try it out again. Hit on checkout, and now you see the user. So this is our own user that is being returned, the user that is calling this function with all these properties over here. So now we are sure that we are getting data. We're going to have a check. So if data.stripe on the customer underscore ID, they want to return the data.customer ID. So this here you see is null for this user. That's what we are trying to return if this user has it. Otherwise, we are now going to create a Stripe customer. And how do we create a Stripe customer? We're going to say const customer is going to be equal to stripe.customers.create, and we're going to pass the user email. And to bring in Stripe, let's come over to the index, and here where we have Stripe, we're going to export the Stripe so that we can now import it right here and make use of it. So here, let's quickly import Stripe, and I'll just scroll up to add the .ts here. So we have Stripe, and we can also pass a metadata object here. So here we can have the metadata object, and what we pass here, we can pass the Supabase user ID, which is equal to user ID. And then we have the customer here. That's not all we're going to do. We are now going to be running an update to update in our Supabase. So this code, bring it in, you see from users, we are running an update operation with this key, and then it's not going to be null. So that's what we're trying to do here. We can return the customer ID. Okay, so this is what we have going for us, and we can try it out. But before we do, let's just make sure we log the customer to the console so that we can be sure of the properties that this customer has. But I'll take off the ID. We want to log the whole customer object. So let's go again, open up the terminal and hit on checkout. And we have an error. So I think we refresh the application. Maybe, I don't know, saving the request. Let me just refresh. And we can try it again. So I'm just going to go back to the product and add the product to cart again. So I'll click on the PS5, add it to cart, and then come over to the cart page and let's check out. And we still get the same error. Now, what's changed in our code was the Stripe import. So what's going to happen is, I'm going to change it, at least the way we are importing it here. We're going to do what we have in the index here. So come here to the index, and we're going to copy this Stripe. I don't know why, it is currently failing. So I'll just copy this and come back to the Supabase, and here I'll paste it in. But rather than import like this, I'll take it off and then come back to the index and copy and paste it here so we can have our function back up and running. Save this, and we should not have any error, hopefully. So now let's hit on checkout again, and you see now the function is called and we see the customer. So the issue was with the way we are importing Stripe, and now you can inspect and you see that this customer here has this ID, and it's the ID that we are using to update over here. So let me get rid of the console.log, and now we ascertain everything is fine. Right here in the index, let's get the results that we're going to get from here. So we're going to say const, and here we can get the customer, and the customer is going to be equal to awaiting the function. We have sent the customer to the console. So here, and it's the ID actually. So right here, where we have the, we're going to have this ephemeral key, and it's hard to pronounce or spell. So this key, we want to create the key, and I will bring this in. Okay, and this is going to take in the customer object here and also the API version, just like this. Okay, so now we have the key that we have created. We want to link it to the customer. We are going to come over to the payment intent that we are creating and pass the customer here. And I'll just leave this note that this will link the payment to the customer. So this will link the payment to the customer. Just leave this note here. And then the key, we need to now return it back as a response as well as a customer. So here we're going to return the key, but you see .secret, and here we're also going to return the customer. And why do we have an error? If I check, okay, expected comma, so we'll add the comma here, and everything is fine. So we have our response. Now let's come over to the front end, to application, the cart page, which is a page that helps us to check out. But actually you see here, it's the Supabase help us, because we're just calling the setup Stripe payment sheet. So let's come over to the lib, and here we have the Stripe. Yeah, so Stripe, yeah, that's it. And right here we have the fetch API keys, and you know that we are returning these now updated from the index. So right here in the index, we want to now get the ephemeral key, and we also want to make sure that we are getting back the customer. So here, let's bring in the customer. Okay, so now we have these right here in the init payment sheet. We are going to pass the customer as well as the key. So here we're going to pass the, just come back here, and then pass the customer ID, which is going to be equal to the customer. And then we can pass the customer ephemeral key secret, which is now going to be equal to the key that we are passing back from the front end. from the backend, sorry. And we can also update this to be collection mode.always. Yeah, just like this. And this is the only change we need to do here. And actually our application is broken. Payment sheets could not be found within the project. And I think is this, yeah, so this collection mode, I'll revert the change, save, and our application is fine. Okay, so now we have our application good, up and running. Let's open the terminal in case we have an error. Yeah, this error we have here was the error from previous. So now let's hit on checkout. We see the function is being called, and here you see the form is now here, and you see that here we also have this checkbox. So I'm going to provide the dummy phone number here. Hopefully I get it correct this time, number of digits. And then for the name of the card, I'll go with code with lari. And the card number, I'll just go with 42424242, the default. And then the expiry, just go with the future, and then the CVV. And you see here, this code with lari that we are seeing here is not the one that we imputed right here, is the one for this merchant display name. And you can save this for later and hit on pay. Now this is gonna not a valid URL. Okay, so this is from this return URL. I'm just gonna get rid of it actually. Not a valid needed, and save. So let's try again. Now we have gotten rid of it. I'm just going to clear this and hit on checkout again. Wait for the form. And quickly, I'm just going to fill in the phone number. So the same dummy phone number here. Just get rid of that. And then the name, I'll just go with Larry this time around. And the card number, same. So 424242. Stripe gives us card number we could test with. And the same for the year, CVV, any number. And now you see it's code with Larry, it's not Larry. I'm going to check the checkbox and hit on pay. Now this is present payment. You see the payment is successful, and we see that we are still creating the order in our own database. And if we check our Stripe dashboard here, we see the transactions. If you come here, you're gonna see a Stripe customer is being created. Now you see it's succeeded here. If you click on this payment, you see here that this is a customer, and you see the insight, how much was spent, the customer ID, when you had this customer, the payments that this customer has made, and you get all this information right here, which is super helpful. So it's not working. I did check around and found an issue right here for the user table. You see here we don't have the Stripe customer ID, and that's because of our auth policy. We just have one policy, and if we check, is this enable read access for all users? So this is the policy that we have. Now let's create a new policy for update. I'm going to give it the name of enable update for auth users, so for authenticated users. And the policy command is going to be update, and for authenticated, that's the target row. And in this SQL, we're just going to select true or type true, and then save the policy. So now with this policy created, we don't have it synced automatically to what we have in our remote. So if we come here, one way we can do it is by using the terminal here and running the diff command. I'll just open a new terminal here. Or we can do it by obviously coming over to the remote and making sure that we also create the policy right here in the user auth table. Now we're going to use the npx supabase, the db diff command, so we can have a feel for it. And then -f, the policy name, I'll go with update -users -rls and execute. Now this policy here, we know is going to generate a migration file for us that we can use to push our changes. So Supabase is doing its thing. It's creating the shadow database. And once it generates the file for us, we can now have the db push command to push what we have locally and make sure it is in sync to what we have on our remote. So now it looks like it's done. It's seeding the globals, applying the migration, and you see here it is finished. We can double check, come to the Supabase folder, and here in Supabase you have the migrations, and now we have the last migration here, which is this recent migration, and it contains this SQL command. Now let's run the Supabase db push command. So I will clear and run the npx Supabase db push here. Now it's going to ask me to confirm. I would say yes, hit enter, and now it applies the migration and it is done. And now you see we have two auth policies with the other one for updates. Okay, so what are we going to do next? This is basically everything that we need to do. This is the change that we need. We need to make sure that our application is running. You need to make sure that the function is running your npx Supabase stat. So you can just double check that you have your function up and running with this command. So npx Supabase function save, you attach the env and then the name of the function, which is Stripe checkout in my case. And I'm just going to kill this other terminal here and add this product to cart because I have my application up and running. And then let's give it another trial, come to the cart and hit on checkout. So this is going to, you see, it brings up the form, the payment form. And if you have some issues, you can double check your env. So right here, we have the Stripe publishable key. Now this Stripe publishable key, we are using it. If we do a fuzzy search in the application here, we are using it in the layout. Now, in case your Expo isn't able to build for you, you can just append the Expo public to this Stripe publishable key. So just like this, Expo underscore public and then underscore and the name. So this name here, we can copy it and use the same for our env, but I will be duplicating what we have here and paste it here. So the same, but just different keys here. And with this change, everything should be fine. You just quit and you know you need to restart your application so that it builds with the latest changes from the env. Now, this is just in case it doesn't work for you, and we have seen how we can publish or how we can push our env to remote. Okay, so I think it's npx Supabase push or something like that for the environment variables. So let me add this to cart. And here, let's try again. Open the cart page and then hit on checkout. So this time around, I expect to see the user created. So this is the payment sheet. And then I'm going to provide again the dummy phone number. And after which, the name on the card, I'll go with Larry. The card number 4242. Just this is the dummy card we get from Stripe, the months and the year, and then any dummy CVV here. Now you see here, this checkbox, if we check this and we process this payment and everything is fine and good as it is, we see success and we see an error occurred while processing that payment. Now this is from our checkout from the cart page, because that's where we're handling it. And if we also check the Supabase here, we check the SQL editor, you would see right here, we should have the Stripe custom ID. And yes, we do have the Stripe custom ID here. So the error that I got, well, it should be coming in from somewhere in the cart. So maybe I made some changes there. So if I just come over to the cart.tsx route, and here the result, and if I double check, yes, I'm returning false. I was using for debugging purposes. You shouldn't have this error, so no action from your side. I will set it to true. And then if I retry, I should see that over here, the card should now be saved because this is a Stripe customer, and you see the card details is being saved, and now the user can pay without the need to input the card details again. And now if you double check, you can come over to the Stripe dashboard here, and this is going to load. Just give it a second for it to load. We should now see that this we created a Stripe customer, and now we have that link between Stripe and with our own user, as we are saving in the customer ID. That's the only thing we're saving in our database. So here, let's check the transactions and wait for it to load up to load the recent transactions. And now it is done. You see here we have the 2 transactions that succeeded. We can inspect the one of these transactions here, and it takes us to the payments and the transaction ID. And you see right here the customer, which is this customer that we created or linked to Stripe. And if you click on the customer, it's going to take you to the Stripe customer page, which is this Stripe customer. You can see this customer spent 2,000 US because we did it twice. And you see the 2 transactions, 1,000, 1,000. And this can give you a very helpful way of tracking how much a specific user has spent on your product. And you see here with Stripe, we have a very handy way of even keeping the logs, the transactions, and all of these all of the transactions that the user has performed. Now, we need to not forget to push our function to remote so that it works live. And we know the command for that is the npx supabase and then functions. Don't forget the S. And then we have deploy and the name of the function, which is the Stripe-checkout. Now you can verify. If you come over to the index here, you see the Stripe checkout, which is the name of the function. Then go on and execute this. And now it's going to bundle your function and download any dependency that it needs. It's deploying the function, and you see that the function has now been deployed. So you can test run your application now on live, and your application should work fine. Let's continue building out our application. In order for us to enable push notification in our application, we're going to make use of Expo Application Service, which is just a suite of tools that we can use to build, to test, and to deploy our mobile applications more effectively. So come over to expo.dev and sign up or sign in if you already have an account. So I'm just going to create an account for myself and fast forward through this process, and make sure you confirm your email. So now we are here. I'm going to quickly Google search for Expo Application Service so that we can come over to the documentation. And over here, somewhere in the documentation for the EAS build, let's see if we have a link to how we can go on to create our first build. So here, create your first build. You will see that the first thing you need to do is to install the EAS CLI using this command. So copy it. And if you come up here, you see we also have a recommendation to use npm instead of yarn for global package installations, just a recommendation. And after you have the CLI installed, the next thing is to log in to your Expo account, and then you're going to configure your project. So here in my terminal, I'm going to add sudo in front, super user do, and then paste in this command, which is going to prompt for my password. I will also provide my password and then execute, which is going to take some time to install the EAS CLI globally on our machine. And once it is done, we can now proceed to logging in here. So what's going to happen is it is done for me. We need to log in, and if you come back to the documentation guide, you will see the command, so EAS login. So just copy this and come back, and I will just fast forward and provide my username as well as my password. Okay, so once you're authenticated, the next command is to configure your project build. So using this, I'm going to copy this and paste it here, which is going to give us our build configuration JSON file. So let me close all, and it asks me if I would like to create this project. I would say yes, hit enter, and now it's going to create this new project for us. And once it is done, we should get our project ID, which is what we need for. So I'm going to also hit all here to build for all platforms. So we need the project ID. You see here, we have this EAS.json. And if we visit this EAS.json, which is created right in the root of our project, you see just creates, it has this configuration build here. And also, if you come right here to the app.json, you see right here, we have this new EAS key here with the project ID, which is what we need for push notification. So let's continue. All right, so we are done with the setup guide. Now we need to continue. Let's close all these tabs that we have opened and then come back to the documentation on how we can enable notification. You can search for it here, but I already have the URL. I'm going to paste it right in here and you can just double check. But anyways, we want to come over to the push notifications setup section here. And here you see that we need to install the app by installing a set of libraries. We're going to be doing that in a second. And then we basically need to do two things. And the first thing we need to do requirement is the user permission to send them push notifications. And then we also need the user's Expo push token. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is to install this set of libraries. You can just copy them, come back to the application, open up your terminal, and then I'm going to clear the previous and paste it in here. So we are installing these libraries. Let's take a moment to discuss about what we are actually installing. So back in the documentation, we are installing the Expo notifications library. And this library is used to ask for the user permission and also to fetch the Expo token. So the Expo push token, and it doesn't work on the simulator devices. So we should just have that in mind. Then next is the Expo device. Now this Expo device, we use it to check if the app is running on a physical device. And lastly, we are using the Expo constant, which is used to retrieve the project ID from our application config. You saw it last time out. So this is a working example, which is going to be super useful and handy. We're going to make use of these throughout the notification process. But if we double check our application to see if the installation is complete, now it is done. Okay, so let's create a provider. I'm just going to collapse all of these that we have opened. And right here inside the source folder, we need to come to the providers, and we're going to be creating a new notification-provider.tsx file because we need to provide it to application. And right here, oops, not really provide, but we want to have the setup here. So I'm going to have const notification provider notification, hope no typo, provider is going to take in children like this. And for the type, children is going to be of type prop with children. So props with children should be imported from React. And inside here, we want to return fragments with children like this. And then we want to export the notification provider as a default so that we can wrap our entire stack with it here. Talking about wrapping our entire stack, we should come over here and to the app folder, to the underscore layout file. And here we have the stack, which I'm going to collapse. And then I would cut, so I'll just highlight all and cut, have our notification provider, which should be imported from our provider folder. And then I'm going to paste it right in here. So save it, and then we can come back to the notifications provider. What do we need to continue? We should check the documentation. So come over to the documentation, and here we need two functions we are going to copy. So if you scroll further down, you would see this handle registration error. So we need to copy it as well as this function. So I'm just going to copy everything. I'm just going to highlight them. And then I'm going to copy. And once you have it copied, no worries. I would walk us through this function we are copying right in our code. So let's come back to the IDE, and we need to just paste it right here. So actually it's in a new file. So I'm going to be creating a new file for it. And this is going to be right in the lib. I'm going to create one for the notification.ts because these are two helpful functions that we need. So let's outsource it here to this library. And then we can paste it right in here. It's okay, we have errors, and that's for the import. So let's come back to the documentation. And here we'll just scroll to the top, and then I would import all of these, and then we can let go of every or anything we're not using. So let's come to the top here, and then I'm going to paste it here. So we don't need the imports from React. Let's get rid of everything. And then from React Native, we don't need the text, view, button. Let's get rid of everything. And that's about it. Okay, so let's walk through the function. The first is the handle registration error, and just goes on to throw an error. Nothing much happening there. And then we check in if it's an Android device. We have some configuration that we are setting right in here, such as the name, the vibration, the color, and all of these. So that's what we're doing here. And next, because it needs or it doesn't work on the simulators, we are checking if it's a real device. Then we are checking if this user has granted permission. And here, if the permission is not granted, we are going to get the status. And with the status, we can check if the status is not granted. Then we are going to call the handle registration error and throw the error and return so we don't continue. And then we have the project ID we are retrieving from the application config. And if we can't retrieve it, then we have this error. And if we retrieve it, then we can, you see, we are returning it here. Otherwise, for any unknown error, we are just calling the handle registration error function. So that's what is going on here. Where do we use this function? We're going to use it in the notification provider. That's where we're going to be making use of this function. And for that, we need to know how we can use this function there. So again, we are going to be double checking from the documentation how we can use this function right inside the notification provider. So let's come over to the documentation guide. And right here, we need to, if you scroll down, you would see how they use these two functions in their own dummy application here in the app folder here, or in the app file. So let's copy the entire use effect. And this entire use effect we are going to use inside of our own application. Right here, I'm just going to come here and paste in the use effect. So for the, we still need to have some values in state. So let me come back here before we can handle the imports. And here, I'm just going to bring these values that I'm handled in state and also the use ref values, copy everything. And just above the use effect, we can paste it here. So now we can go for the imports. Let's come back to the documentation, scroll to the top, and let's get all the imports that we need here. So again, I'll bring everything, and whichever we don't need, then I will let go of. So, and then I'll paste in here. Okay, so the first thing we see, I will get rid of these props with children so that we don't import React twice. And then I'm going to import it from this React here. And then we don't need the import from React Native. We also don't need the device here. And we also don't need the constants from here. Okay, so we need the register for push notification async, our own function that we just wrote out. And we forgot to export the function. So let me come here and double check. Yeah, so we have the function, but we are not exporting it from this file. So over here, I'm going to be exporting this as a default. So I'm going to export default, and then the function. Now we can come back here and we can import it from here like this. Okay, so we still need one more thing, the set notification handler. So let's come back to the documentation, and here, so we need this function. Let's copy this function and come back to our application, and then we can paste it right in here. Okay, so we have the basic initialization set up for our push notification, but now we need to test it on a real device, because as we have seen throughout, we can't test this on the simulator. So what's going to happen is I'm going to set up my device and screen share so that you can see the push notification, and then I'm going to try it out and how everything works. Hello, so so far we have been doing the setup for our notification. Now, as we have seen, we have some limitations testing on the simulator, so we need to test it on a real device. And for that, I'm going to be bringing up my device right here, and in the Play Store, you can search for Expo Go. And this Expo Go is what we would use to test out the notification that we have set up. You do go on and download or install. In my case, I have it, so I'm just going to open it up right here. Okay, so once you have this open, the next step is to make sure you have your React Native application. Obviously, it should be up and running. So run npm start, which is going to start up the application. But now we're not going to use I or A for Android. We need to scan this barcode. So over in your mobile application, in your device, on your real device, you can now scan this with your camera or any QR scanner you have and open it on Expo Go. So this is going to open up, but we need to see the logs because in our application over here, we have some values that we are storing in state. So currently it's building and it's done. So to see the logs, we need to log those values to the console. So come over here in your React Native application, you see the Expo push token and the notification. Over here in the provider, you can just log these values to the console so that you can have the, what is it called, the Expo push token that you're going to use to test out the push notification. So you can log it here. And the next one is the notifications object. So copy the notification object and just duplicate this other console.log and log them both to the console. Now for this to work on your device, you need to set up the permission for Expo Go notification because currently you don't have the permission. So over in on your device, you need to go over to your settings, and here in the settings, you can search for Expo Go. And if you see the Expo Go, do open it up. You see notifications is off. So click on it and allow notification. You have access to different customization, but for the show preview, it is, you see when unlocked default. So I want to make sure that it is always there. So click on that lock screen appearance and make sure it's always there, at least for our testing purposes. And then I'm going to go back to the application. So Expo Go here and open up our application. And actually, for us to test this out now, we need to rescan. So open up your camera again and then adjust and make sure that you rescan your application. Make sure you rescan the QR code so that it can rebuild. And once it rebuilds with the correct permission set, you should now see the console, the logs printed to the console. So we're going to see it except the notification, but we're going to see the Expo push token here. So now we see, you see the Expo push token twice, but we don't see the notification. So copy this, and then with this copied, we're going to be testing it out. Okay, in the guide, there's a service that we have that we could use to test out the notification. So copy this exponent push token, copy everything with the parentheses, and then I have already set for Expo push notification tool here. It's just a tool that's going to send push notifications with that token. And once you're here, you see the recipient is that token. So we need to paste in the token here, and every other thing can remain as it is, except the message title. So I'm going to use my brand name here, code with lari, as the message title. You can use any message title of your choice, and the body could be some test notification, you know, just something that you can see while you're testing it out. And I will just play the sound. I don't think there will be any sound, but you could just play it and then send the notification. And now you see the notification is working. You can send as much as you can for your testing purposes, and you see everything notification coming here. And this is just working with Expo Go because we are currently testing. So this is what we have. Now we are going to continue and see how we can do the remote notifications. On the left, we have our admin panel, and on the right, we have our React Native application. So let's see, what are we doing so far when the user grants access to notification. We have the function that we use to register, and then this function sets it in state. Now, rather than set the token in state, we want to set it right here in our Supabase project for the user. So we're going to be updating the user schema to add a new field. Come over to this plus icon here and add a new field. Give it the name of maybe Expo notification token. So Expo underscore notification underscore token, any name that makes sense to you. And the type of this is going to be a text. and allow nullable, and then you can save this new property. Okay, so now we have this new property that we can use to store. Back to the application, we're going to try to update our TypeScript schema. So here we have the npx Supabase gen types, and we need the project ref. If you come over to the project settings, you would see your reference ID. Now come back here and let's update the project ref to our project ID. And how about the path? I think is source /database. Let's double check. If we check the Explorer, you would see right here, it's types, and then we have the database.types. So let me have a path for the types, and then /database types.ts. Now this is going to update our schema, and you can always check if you come right here in the types folder, database.types, you would see that the new user now has this new row. So this is the first step. Now, rather than save this in state, I'm going to have the function here, token. Yeah, I think this is okay. And in here, we're going to check if there is no token.length, then we want to return. And next, we want to get the session from Supabase. So over here, we're going to say const can get data. And from data, we want to destructure session, which is going to be coming from awaiting the call to Supabase. So supabase.auth.get session. So we need to import Supabase, obviously. So supabase.auth.get session here. Okay, so here we can also have a quick check. If there's no session, let's return. And now from the session, let's run the update with the user ID. So we're going to await Supabase, and from the users table, so from the users table, we want to run an update for which row, and that's the Expo notification token row like this. So bring this in, and we brought in maybe one too many. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to get rid of the where clause here. So I'm just going to pretty much format this properly, and then come right below and add the where clause. So I want to update for just this particular user. So this is what we do here. Now, rather than set state only, when the then case here, we are also going to now get the token and call our function. So come down below here, and we're going to call this function that is going to help us to run the update here. So this is all we need to do from our React Native shop to get this up and running. Now the focus should be on the admin side of things. Now over in the admin, when do we want to save this? Here is when we create an order, right? But first, let's also bring in the Supabase types. So here, I'm going to check the path, the source, Supabase, and we have the types.ts. So let me also update the path here. So source, Supabase, types.ts. And the project ref, we need to also bring it from our Supabase. So right over to project settings, we need to copy the reference ID and then update the reference ID here. Okay, so once this is done, we can now focus on the action that updates an order. And that is the source action, and we have the order action, so the orders.ts file. And this function, update order status, gets called when we want to update an order. We're going to create one for notifications. And here, we're going to have the use server directive. And next, we're going to have another function. So export const send notification. And this is going to take the user ID the user of which want to send this notification to. And this user ID is a string, and then we're going to have the function body here. So the first thing we need to do is to get the token data from the user. It's going to be equal to await. Then we can call it get user notification token, another function which we are going to create, notification token. So the token that we just stored in our React Native app. Let's define the function right here. So up here, we are going to have this function, and in here we can now make the call to Supabase. So okay, so we need to bring in our Supabase client. So right at the top, let's have our current Supabase like this is going to be equal to create client, and we're going to be using the one from the server here. Okay, so now let's get it. We're going to say const data error. I'm going to bring everything in, but rather than from user, we know it's going to be from users. And we know we also called it expo underscore notification underscore token. I don't get the auto completion, so let's type it out, expo underscore notification underscore token. So if you come over to the Supabase, that is this role over here. No, yeah, so this one here. And that's about it. We get it for the user.single. Now, when we get the token data, we need to just double check that it is there. So we're going to say if this like this, then we can go on to return. And the next thing we want to do is to send the push notification. And we need to get it from let's come back to the documentation guide from the Expo push notification. And here you see we have this function that we can use to send the push notification. So copy it and let's declare the function right up here. It uses the fetch API at the end. It gets the Expo token and then it constructs the message. And for now we can leave all these hard-coded. We're going to be updating it soon. And here it just sends it, uses fetch to send it. So that's all it's doing here. Now we can make sure we call this. So right after we verify we have the token, we have retrieved the token that we saved. We're going to await this. Okay, and this is now going to help us to send the notification to the user. So let's try it out. We need to test it. I'm going to bring my mobile application and make sure you have the admin up and running. So first let me npm start the React Native application, because then we're going to update an order. And when we update an order, we want to make sure that we send the notification to the user device. So that's what we're trying to do here. And now it's up and running. We can also do the same for our React Native application. So I will clear and as well npm start. So now wait for it to bundle because we need to scan the barcode. So I'm going to bring up my device and scan this barcode. So make sure you scan it with your camera or with any QR scanner. And then you should be, you should go directly to our mobile application right up on your own device. Okay, so now that we have we have opened up the application on our real device, if you double check the logic that we are currently performing here, you see right here, we are making a call to update the user. So this user here to update the Expo notification token. And what this means is now, if we double check the Supabase application, and here you should see that for the, so you see it here for this user, we now have the Expo notification token registered. And that's super cool. We can now try this out with our localhost 3000 admin Next.js application to send notification to our device and see it work. So let's wait for our Next.js application. And if we come over to the orders section, let's send the notification by by updating the status of maybe this order here. So from pending, we can say it is now shipped, and we should see it. Actually, it didn't. It didn't send the notification. So we need to double check our application. Maybe somewhere we are not even calling the function. So we have the send notification, which sends this push notification. And let's double check in the orders.ts here. You see we're not even using the function. So what's going to happen is we need to call this send notification function. So this function, let's copy it and come over to our, so first let's call the function. So we're going to have await, and then we'll call the send notification, and then it needs the user ID. So let's get the user ID from that session. We're going to come here and say const, and then get data. From data we get the session, and we're going to actually destructure it. So we need to have it in brackets like this. Then it's going to be equal to await Supabase, and then we have .from.auth, sorry, and then we have .get session, and then we are going to get the user ID. So from the session. So from here, if we come up here, we can just say const the user ID, not like this. I want to have the user ID. It's going to be equal to session like this, and I'll add an exclamation at the end. Now we can pass the user ID here, and we should expect this to work, because when we call the set notification, we get the token, and then we send the push notification here. So we're going to try it out again. Update this from shipped to in transit and give it a second. Now you see we are sending notification. Super cool. Let's come back to the IDE and let's make sure we no longer work with the hard-coded data here, the title, the body. We're going to accept it from the send push notification function, so the title and the body. And here, the title, we're going to get it from the params as well as the body. We're going to remove this hard-coded data we have. And general rule of thumb, when we are receiving 3 arguments like this, we should at least use an object. And I'll paste it in here. And also I'll get rid of the semicolon here and get rid of the string that I also have here. Okay, like this. And to make Typescript happy, let's have the type definition for this. So it's going to be an object, and here we can bring in all of the types here. Now this is going to give an error down here because we also need to pass an object now. So here I'm going to have the object and pass everything here, but it's still hard coded. So let's update the title. We can just, it's actually up to you. We can just update the title to anything that really makes sense to you. So maybe your order status, anything at all. And the body, we can now display the status. So we can say we can just find a way to attach the status right here. So your order status is now, and then we can now have the status here, and we're going to get the status from the function. It's going to be here, and we'll pass it here. And let's also have the Typescript definition of string like this. Okay, so now in the order, we are getting the status from here. We can now pass the status here, and we no longer have any error. And now if we try, we update this from in transit to completed, you would see now that so your order is now completed. Super cool. And if you also try, you can add some emoji just to spice things up. So I'm just going to add this plus, take the emoji, maybe a rocket emoji, just to spice things up. Save, try again, and now update it to shipped, and we shall see the notification now come with our emoji, and we need to add a space. You get the idea. All right, so we have done so much work on our React Native application, and I don't know, but I think this is the end of we working on our React Native application. Maybe if I notice something, I would work here, but so far we have everything going, and the focus will now be on the admin panel. We also have the products, we have the categories, but something is missing. Okay, two things actually. We don't have the dashboard where we can see real-time analytics, and let's not forget the landing page as well of our application. So this is going to be our focus in the next and upcoming videos. Okay, so we are currently in the closing stage of building out our application. Now we are going to focus on completing the admin panel. But first, I want us to come over to this Next.js documentation about revalidate path. We have done something like this for an action, but basically this just allows us to save fresh data on demand for a specific path. And we want to implement something like this for layout. So if you scroll further down, you can know more about it. And here we will see our use case. So revalidating all data. So what's going to happen is just two lines of code. The first is for us to copy this import path and then come back to our application. And in the admin and the layout TSX, we're going to bring it in just right at the top here. Let's bring in the import. And the next thing to do is to now revalidate the path. Now, I'm going to bring in this suggestion from Copilot here. And the next argument it takes in is the type. So it could be page, it could be layout, but in our case is layout like this. And it has to be a string. And the last thing I'll do here is to just update this path rather than /admin like this. I'm going to make it to just be /. So this is all we need to do, and we are good to go. Okay, so that's about it. Now our focus is going to be on building out the dashboard of the admin panel. So I'm going to close all of these that we currently have open, and then let's start. So let's come over to the admin and dashboard. Let's create a page-component.tsx. So this is going to be the page component for the dashboard page. And I'm going to quickly bootstrap the component. And rather than have page component, I would have page component like this. Get rid of the React and bring in the use client directive instead. So not use server, sorry, use client. Okay, so what next? We have this. Let's use it in the page.tsx. So here we can get rid of the div that we have here, and then we can just bring in the page component, which is just going to come in from one level up to the this like this. All right, so now we see page component on the screen. Now let's create I don't know why I actually do have this grayed out. Let me see if I can fix it. Okay, yeah, so it's fixed. So what are we going to be doing next? We're going to try to bring in an import from the page.tsx, an order that we're going to be creating soon, actually an action. So right here, let's come here and bring in what I'll call it monthly orders. So const monthly orders, because we're going to be creating a chat. So monthly orders is going to be equal to get. So we're going to await, obviously, get monthly orders. And I'll mark this as an async component. All right, so we need to implement the get monthly orders function. And this is going to be in the action for the orders. So action orders right here. We are going to define the function. So we're going to be exporting const get monthly orders. Yep. And we can already import this right to the page so that we make sure we don't have any errors. And not only importing, we can also log to the console so that at least when we implement the function, we can see it printed here. So let me console.log monthly orders, open up the terminal, and it's going to be undefined. So we're going to build it progressively. So right here in the orders, let's have our call to Supabase here. So what we're saying here is from the order, we are only selecting the created at. We're not selecting everything, just the created at the dates, because we want to get the monthly orders. And we can just check for error. Cool. Next, we're going to have a list of month names. So here we're going to have const, and then I'll have month names. Month names is going to be an array where I would just have things like, let's say January, JAN, and have a comma, and February, FEB, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and then December. Okay, so I'm going to bring in a function next that is going to look somewhat weird. A reduce function that looks very much identical to this, but not this actually. And yeah, so this is it. So what is this doing basically? It's getting data, and we know that data here is coming from our Supabase call here. And we're calling the reduce, which takes in the accumulator, and then on each order, we are destructuring the created at. And then we get the date, we get the month, and then we return the accumulator here because we need to return. And at the end, we're going to have an object which we're going to be mapping through next to have an array. So here, we're going to be returning a list, and to get the list, we're going to say the object.keys, and then we're going to pass the orders by month dot map because we want to return an object, an array of objects. And we're going to return an object to the name, and the value for the name is the month that we are currently looking at. And the orders here is now going to be so the orders by month, and we have the months, and then we close the object.keys right here. Now, if you save this, take a look at the terminal. We should have an array of objects exactly with the name and with the orders. So in September, we had a total of 13 orders. So this is good news, and we need to use it right here in the page component. So in the page component, we accept the props, the monthly orders props. And here we're going to define the type, and the type is going to be an object where we have monthly orders, but it's not going to be a record like this. So monthly orders is going to be of a type we don't have yet, and we can just call this monthly order data. So bring this in and update it. So monthly order data array. Let's define this monthly order data right here. So here type monthly order data is going to be an object, as we just see in the console. It's going to have a name, the string, and an orders, which is number. And then we can close it right here. Okay, so we have this super cool. Here I'm going to bring in these imports. No worries, is import from rechat. Let's actually install it. So I'm just going to split my terminal and npm install and install it here. So I'm bringing in the bar chart, the bar, and all these components, and from the CRUD, also from chassis and UI, and also these imports from the table. All right, so next I'm going to be updating this div here to take a div and a h1. So this is what I bring here, the div and the h1. And if we save this, we should see the dashboard overview right here, and that's what we see. And why do we have the error? Oh, we are not passing the props. So we can also pass the prop right here to the page component. So monthly orders, and we no longer have any error. We can now focus on building this page. So what are we going to have next? We are going to have a CRUD. So we're going to use the CRUD component, but still inside the div, because we want to give it a display of grid codes 1 on small devices, and then on medium devices, we're going to give it grid codes 2, and then just give it a gap of 6 to have some spacing. And in here, we're going to have the CRUD, and the CRUD is going to have a CRUD header, and the CRUD header is going to be displaying a CRUD title. So here, let me have the CRUD title here. And what are we going to have? Maybe orders over time, so you can see how many orders you've got over time. And then we're going to have the CRUD content. So here, let's have the CRUD content, and the content is going to be this responsive container. And the responsive container, is going to take this width 100% and a height of 300. And here we can as well close up the responsive container. Now it's going to give us this error because we are not returning children. So here, let's have the bar chart component. So here I'm going to have the bar chart. Nope, not this. So the bar chart, and this bar chart is going to be taking in data, and the data now is our monthly orders. And then we can also close the bar chart here. Now we're going to have this Cartesian grid right inside here. and it's going to take this stroke dash array 3 by 3 like this. And then we're going to take the x-axis, which is going to have this data key name. Now this name over here is coming in from right here on the terminal, this name. So if you give it something else, you would have to use it there. And then we're going to have the y-axis and also the tooltip and also a legend and also a bar with the data key orders and with this field. So this is all we need to do to get started. If you save this now and you take a look here, you would see, just refresh. Yeah, so this is it. In the month of September, we have 13 orders, and that's what we currently have in our application. You can create more orders and test this out and just play around the graph, maybe change the values and see how the application adjusts and responds to it. Okay, so that's it for the graph. The next thing we're going to be working on is the category data. Okay, so let's not sleep on it. Let's come back and make sure we also display the category data next. All right, so let's not waste any more time. I'm going to close this order.txt and we can come into the page.tsx for the category. So right here, I'm going to get rid of the console.log and have const category data. Category data is going to be equal to, and we need to await get category data, not this. We're going to await get category data here. So let's define this function. And this function we know is going to be inside the actions for the categories right inside here. And come over here, we're going to export const get category data. It's going to be equal to this async function. And here we're going to have our const data error is going to be equal to await. And then we need to await our Supabase call from then the category table. We want to select not everything. We just want to select the name and also the product. So bring this in. And from product, rather than select everything, we just need one property. I'll take the ID. Now you can double check if you hover on data is to see what it is. So we see it has product with an array like this. And here we can check for error. We throw the error and then let's remap the category data. So const category data is going to be equal to data.map. And here we're going to have the callback function inside the map and we get the category. And quickly, I'm just going to return an empty object for now. Now this category is going to be of this type, and the type here is a name, and the name is going to be a string. And also we're going to have products as we saw, and product is going to be an object that's going to have an ID, and the ID is going to be of type number, and this product is an array. So here, what are we going to return? We're going to return this object with name, which is the category.name, and also the products here, and then we're going to return the category data. Now we are returning this right here on the page.tsx. Let's make sure we import this from the actions. And with this imported, we can also console.log the category data. And then if you open your console, I'll kill this other one here. You see, we have the product length that belongs to a specific category. Okay, so now we have this. Let's build up the page component for the category data. So we need to pass it as prop here. Okay, so come over to the page component and make sure that the page component is expecting this prop. So over here in the page component, we can come to the top, and here we're going to first of all destructure the category data. And to have Typescript happy, we're going to have the category data, which is going to be of type the category data array. And right at the top, we can have the type for the category data, which is equal to this. Okay, so now we're going to go straight up into building out the JSX for this. And I'm just going to have a placeholder here and say this is for the order chat. And the next comment here is going to be for the products chat. So what is this products chat going to be? It's also going to be a card. So here let's have a card. And this card is going to have a card header as we've seen, and let me see, card content very much like this. So I think I'll bring it in and let's go through it together. The first one I'll be changing is the card title. So rather than products by category, I'm going to update it to product distribution here. And what else? This is okay. And then we have the pie chart and we have the data. We also have the data key products. Cool. And then the name key, I don't think we need it. So we can get rid of the name key. And then we have the CX of 50%, very much okay. And we also have the CY of 50%, very much okay. And we have the field, the label. Okay, so here I want to add this not line, actually is label line. So this label line of false because I want to get rid of it. And then the outer radius is 80, not 100. And here, the next we're going to be updating is the label. Now, this label is not just going to be here. It's just going to be this here. And we're going to have this function that's going to return a string here, like this. I'll return backtick. And from here, we can get the name and also the percent. So here, let me destructure name and also get the percent. And what type of string are we going to be returning here? We're going to have the $sign to inject the name and as well as the percent multiplied by 100 to fixed 0% like this. And here we have the category map and the field I think is okay. No, it's not okay. So for the field, what's going to happen is I'm going to come here because you see they all look alike. So we need to change the field. And for that, I'm going to bring in these hard-coded colors right to the top. So here we're going to bring in these colors, hex code here. And now we're going to use the modulo operator to dynamically give, here. So rather than have this field, we're going to have the colors that we just brought in. So colors. And then the index, we're going to select the color by the index modulo the colors dot length, like this, colors dot length here. Okay, so more way of assigning dynamic here. So this is what we see. We see fonts 40% because we have two fonts, game 20% because it's one, headset one, and every other value is for 20%. Okay, so this is cool. We are also going to have one more, which is the category to products chat. So here, let's have the category to products chat. And again, this is pretty much straightforward. It's going to be having this card, and then it's going to have the card header. So let's have the card header, and the card header is going to have the card title. So I'm going to type it out fully. So card title, and here I will say products per category because we want to display the products per category in the bar chart. And here, if you come down, we can now have the card content. So here, let's have the card content. It's not going to be a table as is assuming. So it's going to be this card content. And here we're going to have the responsive container with the width 100%, height 300, close it up right here. And inside the responsive container, we're going to have the bar chart, which is going to take in the data prop. So here, let's have the not card, bar chart. And this is going to take the data prop, which is going to be equal to category data. And here we can close the bar chart. Now again, straightforward, in here we're going to have the Cartesian grid. So let's have it here. We're just going to have this stroke dash array. We're going to have the x-axis with the data key name. Also going to have the y-axis, then the tooltip, then the legend. And we're going to have the bar with this data key products. And the field I'm going to update and give it a field of 82CA9D. Okay, so this is all we need. If we now save this and we come back here, you see products per category. Very much, helpful analytics data for an admin to just see orders over time, maybe per month. Now we see products per category, how many products we have per category. We just get more analytics data. Now we're going to be working just on one more, which is the latest users. Okay, so up next, we want to fetch the latest users. Okay, we're going to get started with that already. Come over to the page.tsx, and here let's have the const and get the latest users. It's going to be equal to await get latest users function action. Okay, and we can already log the latest users. So console.log latest users here. Okay, so saving this is definitely gonna blow up our application. So just wait for it and you're gonna see the application blow up because we clearly haven't defined this get latest users function. So this get latest users function, we know it's going to, I think we can use the auth action for this. And in here, so let's just come down and export our const get latest users. It's going to be equal to the async function. And here we can do our usual const and get the data error is going to be equal to await our Supabase. And from users, so from the users table, and why are we having error with Supabase? Cannot find. Okay, I think, yeah. So let's move the Supabase scope here so that they can both share. And now let's continue. From users, we want to select 3 fields that want to display. So we want to select the ID, the email, as well as the created at. And I'm also going to order it by created at, ascending false. And also give it a limit of 5 because maybe we want to just take 5 and get rid of this. Okay, so usual, if we have an error, let's go on and throw the error. Otherwise, we are just going to map through the data. So we're going to return, we can't spell, return, and we want to return data.map. And here we're going to, have the return, the callback function here, and return this object. And we know we're going to get each user here, and we can already have the type. User is going to be an object. We're going to have the ID, the string, the email as well is going to be of type string. Basically the fields we are getting from Supabase, and we're also getting the created at, and the created at is also going to be of type string. So what are we going to be returning from here? Yeah, so it could be string or null. I was wondering why we're having the error. Okay. So here, what are we going to return? We're going to return the ID, the email, the created at. Cool. Now, if you open up your terminal, you should come to the page and make sure you import the get latest users. And now we should see the latest users array of objects with the ID, email, created at, printed on the console. Yeah, so here we see it. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to pass the latest user prop to the page component. So let's copy it and pass it as a prop right here. Now we're going to focus on the page component. So this page component is going to be receiving the latest users prop. And here we're going to have the latest users, which is going to be of type latest user array. And we can come to the top of here and have the latest user definition. So here below, I think actually above here, so let's maintain type. We're going to have latest user is going to be equal to this. And why do we have the ID? We have the email. Why do we have created at? I think we should have the date. All right, so let's fix it. Actually, it's meant to be date. Else there will have no reason for us to map. We just map and return the same data. So if you come over to the auth, here, rather than created at, we'll return date like this. And to cause error, we can fix in the page component rather than created at, we have date, and everything is fine. So let's quickly now focus on building out the JSX for it. We're going to come down, and here we're going to have the latest user text, and here we're going to display the CRUD. And the CRUD is going to have the CRUD header. We just want to display a table component. And this CRUD header is going to have the CRUD title of latest users. And then we're going to have the CRUD content, which looks very much like this. So I will bring it in and close it up here. Let's go through it. We have the table head, actually is header. And then we have the table row. And now this should be table head and not table header. So let me update for all the opening and closing should be table head. And then we have the table body. We map through the users and we now display. All right, so give this a save and let's come back to our application and have a view. Here you see we just have this table 2 users because I currently have users. We're displaying the dates they signed up to application and also the user email. All right, so this is how far we've come in building out our application, the admin panel, and we are through building out the admin panel. We have done a lot. We have done for the orders, the orders management system. We have also done for the products, and we have done the same for the categories. We have done authentication. We've done the same for mobile application. So we have actually covered a whole lot, but we're not done yet because we have a mobile application, and currently if we just come to the home page, the users will just see home page. So we need to build out the landing page of application, and then we can call this a wrap. So let's continue. Okay, so this is where we will be building out the landing page of our application. Currently, what do we have? We just have the home page here. So let's fix it. Let's come over to the IDE, close these other tabs that we worked on previously, and the home page is right here. I will collapse all these other tabs. Right here in the app, we have the page.tsx, not in the admin. The first thing I'll do here is to have the use client directive because we want to use or do client side things here. And this is the use client directive. And next, I'm going to bring in some imports from React, Lucid React, the next image, the next link. Let's also install the Framer motion library because you see here we're trying to destructure the motion component. So npm install Framer motion. Now I'm going to be bringing in some Shadcn UI components. First, the button. Let me import the button from component UI button, also the CRUD, and we also need to bring in the CRUD content. So CRUD and CRUD content. What else do we need? We need the badge component. So let me also import the badge, and the badge will still come from here. We have this error, so let's quickly double check. Okay, so come over to the Shadcn UI documentation quickly and search for the badge, and let's copy the installation. So npx shadcn at latest add badge. That's what we're going to be running right here in our terminal. So let's run the installation. Okay, so before we continue, why are we still having the error? Let's see. Oh, we need to proceed. So hit enter here. Okay, so I'm going to bring in this interface for motion wrapper props, which is a component we're going to build up here. So here we're going to have the const motion wrapper, and this is going to be taken in the prop, so the children and the delay prop as we have here for the interface. So let's close the function, and here we're going to return the motion.div component, which just gives us the ability to animate a div. That's why we're using motion.div. So right inside here, let's have the motion.div. So here, motion.div. And in here, we're going to pass the animation. The first is the initial state. So come right here to the motion.div here. So we're going to have the initial. And initially is going to be this object. So it's going to have an opacity of 0. So initially it's not going to be visible. And the Y is going to be 50. So 50 pixels bottom here. And then we're going to have the animate next. So the animate prop. And the animate is now going to give it an opacity of 1 so that it is now visible. So we're going to add the opacity of 1. And what else? We are going to give it a Y of 0 so that it's no longer below and it's now, well positioned. And lastly, I'm going to give this transition for the duration. So here I'll add the transition prop, transition. And transition is going to be this object. Give it a duration of 0.5 and give it a delay, which is going to be the delay that it receives from up top here. Okay, so the next thing we need is this features, is hard-coded data. Please do double check the GitHub so that you can see this, that we use the icon from Lucid React, a title, description, just features of the mobile application, static data. I don't want you to watch me type all these static data. It's just going to be time consuming. So please just take this from the GitHub, copy and paste it right here. And we can continue with our project. After the features, we also have the same testimonies or testimonials. So here I'm going to paste in the testimonials. So it is this array with the object that has a name and a comment. Okay, so now after this, I want us to come right here to the home. And this is going to be this div I would bring in here. So what do we have here? What did I bring in? I brought in this div, takes in the full height, 100 VH, and it has the H1 of the application, which is just gonna be more like the logo and all of these. So save this, and then let's have the preview on the browser, and let's check if our application is up and running. Actually, we should npm run dev to start up our application. So npm run dev, and while it's booting up, I will just reload the browser and we can see what we have. So that's where we're going to stop for now, and gradually we can build out the different sections of the homepage. The next section we're going to be building out is the hero. Actually, I don't like this background. Let me quickly take it off. So here I'm just going to take off this background I have here. Everything. Yeah, the GitHub should be updated anyways. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to come back and build the hero section, and then from there we can build other sections of the landing page. Okay, so let's continue, and the next thing, I'm going to bring in these images that we're going to be using. So right here in the public folder, I'm going to paste these three images. The first one is our application homepage picture screenshot. We're going to need it for our hero section. And the next one is the Google App Store logo, same for the Apple and the Google. Okay, so where do we start from? We're going to come back to the page, and right here in the page, I want us to update this because I noticed I wasn't returning. So here I just want to explicitly return the motion div reusable component, the wrapper. And in here, I'm going to have this main and give it the class name of container, and also give it an mx of auto for margin x auto, and then give it a px of 4 and a py of 12, just right here. And inside this main, we're going to have this section, and the class name is margin bottom of 24, and I will just close it up here. So let me correct it. So margin bottom of 24 right here. And then we're going to have this other div here, and this other div is now going to have this class name. I'm going to give it a class name of flex call, give it the justify between. So I want to give it the justify between, and on medium devices I want to give it a flex row, and then finally items center here, and we can close it up. Okay, so in here we're going to have this div, gonna have this class name, and on medium devices I want the width to be 50%, so 1/2. And then I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 8, and also on medium devices I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 0, just like this over here. Then we can close this div, and I'm going to bring in some imports. Let me just, yeah. So in here I'm going to have this motion wrapper that is just going to display the H2. So let me paste it in here, and you see it right here on the screen. This H2 should be bigger. Yeah. And after this, I will also import another motion wrapper. And it's important to keep track of the delay here. And then I'll just add the last one. So this delay here is 0.4, the other one is 0.2, and the other one doesn't have any delay. Okay, and it just delays the animation. And after this, let's have another div. So right inside the flex, we're going to have this other div that's going to have the class name. And this is now going to have the medium devices. We're going to give it a width of 1/3, which is 33.3% here. And then we're going to use the motion.div because now we want to animate the screenshot of our image. So here I'm going to have the motion.div. You see what I mean in a second. So then I would give it the class name of relative, and relative because we're going to have a badge. And then I'm going to give it a style so that I can give it a perspective of 1000. And this perspective 1000 is just going to add more depth to the 3D effect that we're going to see in a second. And now we're going to animate it. So let's use the animate. And this is going to have this object. And here we're going to have the rotate X. And the value is going to be a value from our state we don't have yet. So we're going to say if it's hovered, we don't have this value yet in state. We want to rotate use another value. So we'll say rotate X and give it a value of rotate X, otherwise 0. So just like this. And the same for the rotate Y. Now we don't have these values in state. Let's quickly define it at the top. Right here at the top, we're going to say const is hovered is going to be false. And here, nope, not this. We're going to have const rotate. So this set rotate is going to have the rotate X of 0 and the rotate Y of 0, like this. Now let's continue. The next thing here is the transition, because we want to give it a type. So here we're going to have the transition, which is this object equal to object. We can have the type of transition, and the type here is going to be spring. So spring here, and then we're going to have the stiffness. So here I'm going to have the stiffness of 400. So not 100. Oops, I want to have 400 here, and a damping of 15. Now this stiffness is just going to also control how fluid the animation is, and the default is what, 100 I guess. So the damping is going to have a value of 15 here. Now we need 3 more props. The first one is the on mouse move, which is going to call a function we don't have. So on mouse move, we want to call the handle mouse move. It's going to help us with the 3D effect. And then on hover stat, so on hover stat, we're going to set is hovered to true, and on hovered end, we'll set it to false. Let's define this function right at the top here. So const, we're going to have I think I'm going to bring all these in and then get rid of everything here because we don't need them like this. And for the type, the event is going to be of type the react.mouse event, not of type any react.mouse event. And there we're going to pass the HTML div element. So that's the element, the div that we're applying this to. Okay, so the first thing that we want to get here is the rect. So const rect is going to be equal to the current target, and it's going to get the boundary client rect. And the same for the X. I'm going to bring this in, which is just the mouse X position that is relative to the image. And the same for the Y, mouse Y position that is relative to the image. And then we can have the const, not rotate X, the center X, which is going to be equal to the rect, the width now, because we want to divide the width to get the center. So the rect.width divided by 2, which is going to give the center of the image. And same for the Y. So const the center Y is going to be equal to the rect.height, and we can divide the height by 2 as well. Now I want to calculate the tilting effect, which is the 3D effect. So here we're going to have the const. Let me just take this off here in a second. So yeah, so const, we're going to have the rotate X, and this rotate X is going to be equal to minus Y minus center Y divided by 10. And you can go on to adjust the tilt divisor to your tilt intensity. That's what we're doing here. And the same is for the rotate Y. So const rotate y is going to be the x minus center x divided by 12. And finally, we want to set the rotate to rotate x and rotate y. Now we need to have the image here. So let's come right into the motion div. And in here, we're going to have the image, and then we're going to have a badge. I'll come back to the image in a second. Let's have this badge. And this badge, I will bring everything in, and rather than new, I'm going to have new release here. And then it's going to have a top of 4, not 0. And also a right of 4, so not left, a right of 4. Now we can focus on the image. I'm going to give this image a width of 1332. So let me have the width, not like this. Yeah, width of 1332. And the height is going to be 888, so 888. And now the source is going to be from the app pics. So we just have the /app-pics.png. Automatically it's going to look in the public folder. And the auth could be gadget app screenshots. Spell it correctly. And then let's give it the class names. So here we're gonna have the class name, and the class name is going to be, let's have a string here, rounded 3xl to have some border radius. And then I'm gonna give it object cover, and also shadow 2xl, mx also a fixed height of 500 pixels. So height is 500 px, and the width is going to be 250 px. Okay, now before we close this up, the badge component, we're actually not done. I want to give it a background of this hashtag. So 1BC464, more like the brand image. Yep. And then give it the text of white. Okay, so now, yeah, we see the new release, we see our hero image, and you can hover on it and you get the tilt 3D effect once you hover on it. Now play around with it if you know, to see how it works, what values, handles which part of the 3D effect. But you can spend some time and play around with it. Now, the focus for the next video is to just complete the home page. So let's do it. This is going to be pretty short because more or less I'm just going to be copying and pasting the rest of the section. It's hard-coded data. Please do check the GitHub so that you can just take the code from there. All right, so let's go on. The next section we're going to have, I'm just going to collapse this main section here so that we can have the next section, and then I'm going to paste it here. It's just for the application features, the features of our application. And we're using a motion wrapper. We map through the features and we display the CAD component. That's all we are doing right here. Display the title and the description. So if you save it, you would see the app features listed here, dummy and static data. All right, so the next is for maybe the CTA, as I would call it, the download. You want to tell the users to download. So I'm going to paste it right here. And this is just displaying the heading and maybe the description, download the gadget app today, and then a little description, just to spice up the application. And then we have the 2 images for Google and for the App Store here. So that's all that we have right here. And if you save it, that's what we see here. So this is just what we're doing here. Okay, now the next is for the testimonials. Again, let's just collapse this to have more room. Then I'm going to paste it here. And it's the same what we're doing. We are mapping through the testimonials. And for each testimonial, we are displaying the motion wrapper and just a hard-coded image that we're using here. And this image is from Unsplash. Okay, so that's what we have here. And next on our, okay, so we have the error because we haven't configured the images.unsplash.com under our next config. So I'm going to copy the domain or the host name. And here I'm going to look for the next config.js file. Where is it? Yeah, so this. And under remote patterns, I'm just going to duplicate this object. The host name is going to change, but the protocol is going to remain. So paste in the images on Splash and just quit and restart your application. And also I'm going to refresh the browser, get rid of this. And once it loads up, we should see the testimonial being displayed right here. So let's wait for it to load up, and then we would have the next two sections, which again I feel is a CTS. So let's take a look at the testimonial. It's done loading. So this is what we have. We just have these two testimonials we are mapping through. So let's paste in the next one, which is just for this, a button to get started, and this heading just to spice things up, you know. And lastly, we're going to be displaying the footer component to round it up. And please do note that here you see is a link to my YouTube channel. So please do update it to your portfolio. If you have a YouTube channel, you can update it to your own YouTube channel. Anything, maybe your GitHub, just any of your branding, you're free to update this. As we wrote the code together anyways. And the same for your brand name. So once you save, we just have the footer here. Again, please feel free to customize the application according to your own needs. So we have built this together, but we still have one more stretch, which is now for us to deploy the admin section of our application. So let's just do it already. Okay, so now is the time for us to deploy our application that we have worked on. And what are the steps? What do we need? We need GitHub, and we also need Vercel, because we're going to be deploying the application to Vercel as the service provider. All right, so let's start. What is the first step we do in the application? The first thing we're going to do is to run the build command. So npm run build. And you can find this build command right here. If we come over to the package.json, where is it? Here, you would see the script under the script section. So we are running this script. And the reason why we are running it is it's just good practice to see if your application builds locally before you go on to build it on the server there. And you see, so we see we got an error that images URL does not exist on this type. So images URL. All right, so it's a TypeScript error. Let's come here and I will search for products with category, and that should come from our products.type. And here we are using images URL. So product.images URL. And over here, what are we trying to reference? We are trying to reference image underscore URL. So please update it to images URL. And then with our update, let's try again. And that's why I say it's just good practice to always make sure you run the build command. Is going to, go on to create an optimized production build. And if everything is okay, now it compiles successfully. It's checking if we have any linting errors. And then it's checking if we have type errors. So now you see we get on that error, but the type error is successful. Static generation store missing in revalidate path. Now this error could be hard to trace, but what we can do is to double check. If you come over to the source, the actions, especially the authenticate action. Now, what's going to happen here? Remember, this before was inside here. So I'm going to move it right inside here. And also move this right inside here. Okay, so now I'm going to save this. And I don't know if this goes on to fix it, but let's see. The error is a little bit cryptic. the error message. So let's try again, or maybe if we still get the error, it might be, as it said, revalidate cache or path. Not quite sure, but let's wait for the build to complete this time around, and then we can inspect if we have the same error. Then we can push, and maybe Vercel will give us a much more helpful error message. So yeah, so we still get the error. Cookies was called outside a request scope. Okay, so now you see we get more helpful error message that cookies was called outside a request scope. So yeah, so let's do the same thing. So maybe it's fixed here. So maybe we do the same thing for categories. I'm just going to cut this and move it right inside here, and other places where we call. So I'm just going to also move the Supabase call here, and also move the Supabase call here, and also move the Supabase call here. Come over here, move the Supabase call here, and move the Supabase call here, and make sure we have the use server right on top. Okay, so what did I do? I just moved the Supabase client right inside the functions. So all these functions we have, you can move the Supabase client right inside the functions. And let's do the same for the next one, notification. Oops, what did I do here? So for notification, I'll cut the Supabase client and move it right inside here. Okay, we're not using it here, so we're using it here, and I will move it right inside here. And where else? The orders, I'll cut from here, and this first function, I'll move it in, and also do the same here, and lastly do the same here. Okay, so I didn't plan for this, but yeah, that's what we see where programming. Move the same here, and move the same here, and move the same here, and move the same here. All right, so this was an unplanned refactoring that we're not even sure is the cause of our error, but I do have an idea. It might, it might be the cause. So else I wouldn't have, optimized it. So I'm running the next npm run build command again, which then goes on to run the next build. Our code is compiling successfully. The linting and validity of types is working, and it still fails. Static generation. Now it goes back to invariant static generation missing in revalidate path. Static generation store missing in revalidate path. Now I think it's right here, revalidate path, because we did add it right here in our app admin layout. So this now is more like a trial. Now I'm just going to get rid of this, save, and if we try again, so clear and run build, so that we know if that's where we get the error. So I'm running the build again, and I just have my gut feeling telling me that that is where we get the error. But also it doesn't invalidate whatever we did for the Supabase fixes, putting them in the function. Now you see it works. So bingo, that was our error. Let's do it. Let's now deploy our application, git init. Okay, that's the first command, git add dot. Okay, so now let's come back to the application, and over here in the settings, so come over to your GitHub, your profile settings. We want to come over to the developer settings, and over here personal access token, token classic. We want to generate a token. And you can just say for deployment, anything. I'm going to be getting rid of this anyways. Expiration, I'll just put it to 7 days. And you can just check all the checkboxes And it's important to read what you're checking so that you have a full idea of the token privileges that you're about to create. But for a purpose of this demonstration, I'm just going to check all, and then I'm going to generate the token. So here we have the token. So copy it, and I just got the email notification, and maybe somewhere here in the env, I'll just paste it temporarily here. And then back here, I'm just going to come back to my profile. Now we need to create repositories. So click on your repositories section here, and here click on new, and the name, I'm going to give it admin React Native or gadgets app, gadgets, no, any name that makes sense to you, gadget shop admin. I'll make it public and create the repository. Now we need to copy this link, so our repository link, and over here we need to configure your name and your email. So say git config user.name. My username is Larry Bright, so you want to use your own username here, and then git config user.email, and I will also provide my email right here. Okay, and now we want to add remote origin, so git remote add origin, and I will paste this here, but then I'm going to copy this token. And here, the first thing we're going to have after the // is your username. Yeah, Larry Bright. And then a semicolon, you're going to have your token, and after which you're going to have the @ So I'll zoom in quite a bit here. So git remote @origin. And after the // you want to have your username, and then a semicolon, the token, and here you have the @ and then you have the GitHub. So you add this. Now before we go on to commit our changes, if you see here, you want to make sure that you have your .next grayed out, node modules grayed out, and most especially your env.local and the next TypeScript definition. So ensure you have it grayed out. And if you don't have it grayed out, you can always double check the git ignore. You have the node modules here, you have the Next.js here, and all of these. Okay, so once you verify, you can now say git commit -m, and here I'll give the name of final build. So final -build. And now I'm going to clear and git push origin master. Why master? Because I have here master. Okay, so now if we come back here and you refresh, you should see your project here, 1 commit and all of this. So what do we do next? Now it's time for us to deploy. And if you come over to vercel.com, and in your Vercel dashboard, you want to look for where you have this add new and select project. Now it's going to bring down or show you your GitHub project, and you see we have this one from just now. So I'm going to import this, and the project name, I will change it. Rather than gadget admin, I'll call it shop, because the domain we get might have, something like this in it, .vercel.app. And then it's Next.js. Automatically it knows the framework. The root directory, we're not going to change it. Both the build and output settings, we're not going to override. So it's going to run the npm run build command or next build, which we have done locally. And every other thing can remain the same. But we're going to change the environment variables. So if you come back here, you can just copy these environment variables and then paste them in here. So you have your environment variables here, and the next step is to deploy your application. So you wait for it, and here it was queued and now it stopped. You see the deploy. You can check the build logs, what is going on. The first thing it's doing is cloning our project. The cloning was completed, and now we see that we don't have a previous cache because we are building newly. It runs the Vercel build using the Vercel CLI. Then it goes on to install our dependencies. And where is it? We have a couple of warnings, npm warnings. The installation was done. Now it's running the next build command, and now we can be rest assured that this will pass because it passed locally. So now you see it was successful. It is creating, okay, I think it's still creating an optimized production build. This was the same, output that we saw, the same log that we saw when we ran this locally. So be patient enough for, Next.js CLI, their servers, to do its thing. Now it's compiled successfully. It's doing the same thing, the linting and the type check. So in case you have any errors, it's doing the same thing here. Now it's collecting page data, it's done, it's checking our static pages, and now it's finalizing our page optimization. And here it is done. So it knows our middleware functions and all of that. Now it's deploying our output. Okay, so the deployment is done. Congratulations. You have deployed your Next.js application, your admin application. Now you can have an instance preview. So click here, where is it? Okay, so let's come back to the dashboard, or if you click here, yeah. So if you click here, you will just have an instant preview. So gadgets shop. This is the application that we walk through, ourselves. You can see everything here. The gadgets app. I see that it was on the dark theme, but we didn't give it any theme actually. So this is what we have, and you can try it out. You can try to log into your admin panel. I don't know if it's going to succeed because of the, what is it called? Because of the Supabase credentials, but we can test at test.com. I think it's going to work. I still have the credentials, and log in and wait a second. You should be redirected over to the admin, and here we are. So everything works fine and good. So you see, you can now switch over to the dark theme, and we're on the dark mode. So, and if you come back here, you're on the dark mode. So that's what actually happened. You can use this as an exercise. Try to just leave this on the dark mode. It's going to be good practice. I think we have a set theme hook that you could just use, to make sure it's dark. But as an admin, you can always come over to your admin panel, and right in your admin panel, you have an overview of the orders, and you see everything that we have worked on. And don't forget, it is completely responsive. So guys, thank you. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Until then, bye. Let's quickly fix some deployment issues. And the first one is this from not the admin, so the page.tsx. Over here where we have string, it should be string like this. So just a typo there. And also the revalidate that we had from the admin layout. So we took it off from the admin layout. Now, if you quickly come over to the action and the other action here, you would see we already, where do we revalidate the path? So let's see the update order status right here. We are revalidating the path. So we can do the same. We can copy this. And also when we, yeah, so this is it for the orders. And if we come over to the product, maybe when we add a new product, that would be a very good time to also revalidate the path. So here where we have the create product, we can also do the same here. So we can just add the revalidate path. And the path we want to update is not admin orders. The path is admin products. And we also need to import the revalidate path from the next cache. Now let's copy this and check the other function, which is the update product. Also, when we update a product, we also want to go on and revalidate the path, the admin products, as well as when we delete a product, we also need to revalidate the path. Okay, so that's it for the products. Let's see if we can use it. We already have it in the orders. So when we update an order, also we need it for the category right here. When we, not when we get, so when we create a category, we just also need to add this here and import revalidate path from next cache. But this is not the path again. The path is /admin/categories. And we can do the same here for the update category. We can just add it here. And also when we delete a category, so we can add it here. Okay, so that's about it. And I think we are done here. Okay, so let's push our code. So git add dot and git commit -m, and then we can say bug fixes, and then we can push. So git push origin master, and this is all we need to do. And now with this pushed, automatically in Vercel, so here in Vercel, you're gonna have the deployment being triggered, and you would have a new deployment. So you see right here is building, and if you come over to deployment, you would see right here is building, and you can go on to inspect the build and be sure that everything is okay. You can check the logs and click here, you see the build logs. So that's it. Let's just wait for this check, and once this check is complete, yeah, so it's complete, and I will see you. We have fixed some tiny bugs that we had in production. So bye.